Luolan awoke to the startling realization that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, now embodying a deceased Saiyan. At this juncture, planet Vegeta teetered on the brink of annihilation, shrouded in the ominous shadow of Frieza. According to the original narrative, Goku would soon be dispatched to Earth, and the Saiyan race would face impending doom. However, this time, history would be rewritten. Behold the most audacious rise in Saiyan history, a Saiyan clawing out from the grave, commencing the journey at a level of hellish difficulty. Frieza's machinations versus the Saiyans' counteroffensive us. The fate of the universe is irrevocably altered. Surpassing Goku, transcending divine beings, and even daring to challenge the Omni-King Luolan's ambitions know no bounds. An alternate fate for planet Vegeta. If the Saiyans awaken prematurely, can Frieza still triumph? This is no mere tale of reincarnation, it is a cosmic evolution commencing from the precipice of death. When a Saiyan, destined for demise, rises anew, even the Omni-King must take heed of his existence. Chapter 1. The Resurrection of a Saiyan. Officer Horn, the life signs of this young one are rapidly declining. If we do not intervene, he may not last much longer. Quickly, prepare the restorative and nutrient solutions to at least sustain his life. Alas, this expense will once again burden the training corps' budget. How could he be so grievously injured? He appears to be a newcomer to the training corps. Indeed, it seems that this unfortunate lad has met such a fate during his very first field training. What ill fortune! Let us do what we can to save him. If not, I shall report to Lord Parafai. Fear not. You are aware of the caliber of our treatment center. Many newborns are nurtured here. Enough of that. Who doesn't know that all your services come with a price tag? By the way, do not use the highest quality restorative solution. The training corps is currently facing budget constraints. Understood. This scene unfolded within the treatment center, where the Ugalian Horn smiled as he bid farewell to the Saiyan team leader. He glanced back at the disfigured Saiyan child, who appeared to be around 3 years old, emaciated and evidently malnourished. The vitality of the Saiyans is indeed tenacious despite such severe injuries. He clings to life. Thus the reputation of a warrior race. If only I possessed such formidable strength as a Saiyan, I would have long ascended to the ranks of a great warrior instead of serving as a mere treatment officer in this center. Horn examined the injured child with his instruments, his octopus-like head shaking in dismay. Severe internal pressure, multiple hemorrhages, 16 fractured bones, and the most critical injury is to the skull. The hope for his survival is minimal. Retrieve this child's data. With a beep, the computer system connected to the energy detector by the child's ear, accessing its database. Soon, the projections revealed the details of the young Saiyan. Name, Luolan. Parents, Talon's deceased, Alicia deceased. Potential, intermediate. Battle power, 134. An intermediate warrior. Had his parents not perished, he would not have been sent to the training corps. With the assistance of his aide, Horn lifted the grievously injured Saiyan child and placed him into a transparent treatment pod, injecting a green restorative solution. This solution was of mediocre quality, yet affordable. Following the directives of the training corps commander, they refrained from using superior restorative solutions due to budgetary constraints. In truth, Saiyan children like this, who had lost their parents, would receive minimal care unless they possessed exceptional talents. Otherwise, they would be hastily assigned tasks and dispatched from planet Vegeta. The training corps, in essence, served as a facility for the concentrated training of Saiyan orphans, imparting basic survival skills and combat techniques. They would be thrust into perilous wilderness, forced to confront ferocious beasts. Alonia, training regimen that could be deemed brutally harsh. While planet Vegeta is a high-class planet, where Saiyans hold the absolute authority, the wilderness still harbors fearsome predators. The casualty rates of such training are easily fathomed. Thus, any Saiyan with living parents would prefer to train their children themselves rather than send them to the training corps. Nightfall. Luolan remained submerged in the restorative solution when suddenly, a flurry of bubbles erupted from the green liquid. The monitoring system detected significant anomalies in the subject's indicators, triggering a series of alarm signals. What's happening? Ugalian Horn and his assistant rushed over, observing that while the body had begun to heal, the brain waves displayed a flat line. Dispose of him. This child is beyond saving. Cease the infusion of restorative liquid and siphon out the remaining solution for secondary recovery. Who will handle his body? The treatment center frequently encountered Saiyans who succumbed to unsuccessful treatments. Their remains were typically claimed by relatives or friends. However, for the deceased orphans, the center would manage the remains usually opting for incineration or burial by specialized disposal robots. After drafting the death certificate and signing it, Horn summoned a disposal robot. The robot promptly packaged Luo and transported him over 100 kilometers to a small grove, where it dug a hole, unceremoniously discarding the body within before covering it up. Once the task was completed, the robot traversed the area a few times, compacting the soil, then reported the mission accomplished and returned to the treatment center. As darkness enveloped the sky, with the moon shining faintly amidst sparse stars, a miraculous event unfolded at the burial site. Luo, unaware of how long he had been unconscious, found himself tormented by a deep, soul-wrenching pain upon regaining consciousness. His body felt heavy, so much so that even with all his might, he struggled to open his eyelids. This immense torment was disorienting in a haze. Luo perceived a vast, radiant light before him. After much effort, he finally managed to pry his eyes open. The scent of earth filled his nostrils. Wait, am I buried underground? Luo jolted awake, gritting his teeth as searing pain washed over him, causing his complexion to pale and beads of sweat to trickle down. Luo struggled to rise from the soil. Each movement exacted a tremendous toll on his already injured body. Once he emerged from the ground, he gasped for air, inhaling the fresh atmosphere that invigorated his lungs and revitalized his weary body. Where am I? His mind still clouded. A surge of memories flooded back to him, and with a piercing scream, he fully embraced the memories of this body. Upon assimilating these memories, an astonishing light flickered in his youthful eyes. I am indeed on planet Vegeta, and I have become a Saiyan child, one who has already tasted death. Luo exclaimed in disbelief. He had never anticipated that a simple slumber would transport him to the realm of Dragon Ball. According to the memories of this body, his name is Luo, a Saiyan who perished due to an accident shortly after entering the training corps. This Bota's parents had met their end a year prior while on a mission. Although a compensation was awarded, it had all been consumed by the exorbitant costs of the nutrient solutions for the child. On planet Vegeta, newborn Saiyans undergo 3 years of continuous immersion in nutrient solutions, primarily aimed at enhancing their physique and unlocking greater potential. Luo, having lost his parents at an early age, received subpar nutrient solutions in comparison to his contemporaries, rendering him somewhat disadvantaged from the outset. How disheartening. Roland pulled out a patch of weeds from ground. In comparison to his contemporaneous Saiyans, he seemed inherently weaker. Even the act of digging a grave for the dead was performed with a dismissive attitude. Calm down. Even though he was not a superior warrior, he was at least a mid-tier warrior. Indeed, mid-tier warriors were not to be underestimated. Roland reassured himself, considering that he should feel fortunate to have reincarnated as a human on Earth. If he had started as an Earthling, it would have been a true hellish experience. Having technically experienced death once already, he mused that his power should have increased slightly, given the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger after near-death experiences. Contemplating this brought him a certain sense of satisfaction. But wait, now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to ascertain how many years remained until the plot commenced in this place, planet Vegeta, lest he inadvertently find himself amidst its impending destruction. A sudden surge of urgency welled up within him. Having died once, he had no desire to face death a second time. Chapter 2. Promising Talent. The late period of planet Vegeta was fraught with peril. The notorious planet traitor Frieza might already have his sights set on it. Roland understood that the priority was to determine the current timeline and hastily leave planet Vegeta. However, upon glancing at his own short arms and legs, he realized that such aspirations would have to be postponed. The constraints of a child's body were indeed troublesome. Sitting sulkily on the ground, the only solace he found was that he was likely not in immediate danger of losing his life. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Roland instinctively reached for the energy detector at his ear, only to find nothing in his grasp. It was then he discovered that his energy detector had also been confiscated, leaving him with nothing but a small-sized battle suit. Without this, I can't even ascertain my battle power. If only he could sense energy like the Earthlings did. Vegeta had learned to sense energy through mere observation, and Roland yearned to try as well. Yet, after expending considerable effort, he could hardly grasp the concept of energy. It seemed he was still far from being a genius. Roland pouted. After all, there were few prodigies like Vegeta on planet Vegeta. If learning the Earthlings' techniques were so easy, then extraterrestrials throughout the universe would not rely on energy detectors. Energy sensing was undoubtedly profound. He reassured himself, firmly believing that it was not due to a lack of talent on his part. In truth, Roland's talent was quite commendable. He had been classified as a mid-tier warrior at birth, which was no small feat among newborn Saiyans. Those with a battle power below 50 were deemed lower-class warriors. Those between 50 and 100 were mid-tier warriors, and those exceeding 100 were considered geniuses, classified as upper-tier warriors. The number of upper-tier warriors among the Saiyan race was exceedingly rare. It was unlikely to find even one among 100 newborns. Each upper-tier warrior was closely monitored and nurtured. They would never be sent to training squads, and even orphans received the finest care from the community. Below upper-tier warriors were mid-tier warriors, who represented the backbone of the race's future, comprising about 8 to 9% of newborns. The remaining 90% were lower-tier warriors, many of whom would never surpass a battle power of 1,000, including non-combat personnel. Typically, a Saiyan's birth largely determined their potential strength. Lower-tier warriors, even with excellent training, generally achieve battle powers below 2,000, while mid-tier warriors range from 2,000 to 5,000. Only upper-tier warriors could reach or exceed a battle power of 5,000. Thus, upper-tier warriors held a particularly esteemed position among Saiyans, regarded as the elite of their race and the pinnacle of their combat strength. Currently, there were no more than 5 upper-tier warriors on planet Vegeta with battle powers exceeding 10,000, all of whom were exceptional among Saiyans. According to my memories, this body originally had a battle power of 134, which is quite impressive for a little over 3 years old. It should easily reach at least 3,000 upon maturity. Unfortunately, the inadequate supply of nutritional fluids has stunted my growth. Reflecting on the mundane practices of the treatment center, Roland felt a surge of indignation. It was simply due to a lack of funds that he was given subpar nutritional fluids, thus hindering his potential. If he had received the top-tier fluids, he was certain his battle power would have soared to at least 180. Yet, if his previous body had been that powerful, he likely would not have had the opportunity to reincarnate. Energy sensing is far too intricate for me to comprehend, but I should be able to produce an energy wave. Let me think. I believe I have done it before. Following the memories, he channeled the energy within his body, and soon a brilliant light erupted in his palm, transforming into a radiant blue energy sphere. "It's rising, the energy sphere," Roland exclaimed excitedly. However, in the next moment, the vigorous movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to stumble and the energy sphere to be flung from his hand. The blue glowing sphere shot forth like a bullet, crashing into a forest several hundred meters away with a resounding boom, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy that enveloped the area in dust and debris, swiftly obscuring his vision. The explosion obliterated a vast swath of the forest, a powerful shockwave radiating from the epicenter, flattening countless tall trees. As the dust settled, he beheld a nearly 100-meter square expanse of bare earth and stone, utterly transformed by his own doing. Roland stared in disbelief, astonished by the destruction he had caused. This power is astonishing. It feels as if I've been struck by a missile. The destructive capability far exceeded that of a mere 134 battle power indeed. Experiencing death had awakened the potential within him. No, it had unleashed the potential that the previous nutritional fluids had suppressed. Roland chuckled foolishly, as if a flame were igniting within him at this moment. Frieza and Majin Buu seemed trivial, could easily defeat them. What ridiculous dreams am I having? Why would I provoke them? He slapped himself, realizing he was merely courting trouble. Preserving his life was paramount. He needed to devise a swift means of escaping planet Vegeta, for remaining here was perilous. With this thought in mind, Roland began contemplating how to acquire a spacecraft. He knew he couldn't overpower anyone, so he would have to resort to theft. But even if he managed to steal one, he didn't know how to operate it. What a vexing situation. Well, he ought to enhance his strength first. Once he was powerful enough, everything else would fall into place. Roland's mindset was resolute. The world of Dragon Ball adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest, where strength reigned supreme. Since he had become a Saiyan, it would be a waste not to fully utilize his innate talents. Thus, in the days to come, Roland lived alone in the forest, fortunate that it was only a little over 100 kilometers from the nearest Saiyan settlement. The formidable beast had already been eradicated by the Saiyans, allowing him to safely familiarize himself with his newfound powers. Today marks the 135th day since my reincarnation, and I have once again faced a fierce beating. My opponent was a rabbit with long ears. How peculiar that the rabbits on planet Vegeta are so formidable. Just wait. I shall remember this grudge and roast it someday. After enjoying a splendid lunch, he felt his battle power had indeed increased significantly. He sensed that he was now stronger than Tien Shinhan during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Truly, the Saiyan physique was remarkably potent. Perhaps before long, he would surpass that so-called Piccolo Daimao. B. Why the heavens? This is the world of Dragon Ball. I must not be prideful. I shall endure a little longer. In a few days, I will return to the gathering place to assess the situation. I cannot afford to waste any time. I must depart from Planet Vegeta promptly. However, my current status is that of an undocumented individual. How can I rectify this? Bathed in the moonlight, I feel an invigorating energy coursing through me. Roland reclined upon a patch of grass formed by the remnants of shattered leaves, reminiscing about his experiences on Planet Vegeta over the past 100 days. The surroundings were in disarray, as if ravaged by a tempest, leaving a chaotic scene in its wake. Observing the condition of his body, which was nearly 3.5 years old, he felt fortunate that, despite the lack of sufficient nutritional fluids, he continued to thrive, a testament to his dedication to daily training. Roland was elated. All in all, his innate talent was commendable. Chapter 3, Syphilia. In the days that followed, Roland delved into the potential of his body while contemplating a means to escape Planet Vegeta. After much reflection, he concluded that restoring his identity first and then accepting a mission far removed from Planet Vegeta would be the most convenient course of action. Once he departed from Planet Vegeta, severing all communication, he would no longer concern himself with the affairs of that place. The fate of the Saiyans, be they alive or dead, would be of no consequence to him. He envisioned a carefree journey through the cosmos, engaging in minor skirmishes, vanquishing a few extraterrestrials, and taking leisurely respite on resource-rich planets. Such an existence seemed utterly delightful. Moreover, he could visit Earth, where he would undoubtedly be invincible. Perhaps even toying with the female protagonists from the original narrative, leading to various intriguing escapades. Roland reveled in these thoughts, feeling that his future was radiant with promise. Indeed, life on Earth appeared to be far more suited to him. Suddenly, he was jolted from his reverie by a crucial realization. What if there were many years until the plot commenced, or worse? He arrived on Earth only to find it still in antiquity? Such a possibility was not entirely unfathomable. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he recognized an oversight he had long neglected. Who could assure him that his transmigration aligned closely with the beginning of the story? What if he had arrived decades or even centuries too early, only to perish before the plot unfolded? His luck couldn't possibly be that dismal, could it? No. After all, shouldn't travelers be intertwined with the narrative? That was fundamental. Chuckling nervously, he wiped his brow, uncertainty beginning to creep in. After all, if such a phenomenon as transmigration had occurred, who could predict what else might transpire? He recalled a tale of a native protagonist who, having endured a difficult upbringing, unexpectedly discovered a legacy of notes from an ancient traveler, which unveiled a different future, leading to his rise. This illustrated that previous travelers need not be the protagonists. They could merely serve as a catalyst for the main character's fortunes. This thought unsettled him further. It seemed rather precarious. What am I still doing here? I must return to the gathering site and confirm matters. He urged himself. Delay could jeopardize his position as a protagonist. Roland's youthful visage contorted with indecision. Regardless, he resolved to return, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Fortunately, remnants of his former self's memories guided him to the correct location. As Roland's diminutive form began to levitate, he soared towards the nearest Saiyan gathering place. Though Saiyans lacked the ability to sense energy, they possessed mastery over energy waves and flight techniques. A brisk, icy wind lashed against his face, causing him to shiver. It's freezing, he thought, contemplating whether to reduce his speed. Just then, the energy within him reacted, surging with warmth and enveloping his body in a protective aura, banishing the cold sensation entirely. Of course, now that I can fly, there is no reason to succumb to the chill. While life forms in the universe may not comprehend energy, their command over it was undoubtedly comprehensive. As Roland enveloped himself in energy, his senses, ears, eyes, and other faculties heightened remarkably, suggesting that energy indeed enhanced physical perception. Perhaps it was this very reason that led extraterrestrials to adopt the habit of visual observation coupled with energy detection. Only in the harsh, low-energy environment of Earth had a reliance on energy-sensing martial arts developed, as each minuscule trace of energy was hard-won and often required decades of rigorous training to cultivate, thus forming a rigorous system. In the early stages, figures like Sun Wukong and Krillin, upon just mastering the energy wave, were akin to their extraterrestrial counterparts, knowing only the method of release without grasping its deeper significance. For Earthlings, with combat power barely exceeding 100, The energy wave served more as a badge of honor for advanced martial artists than as a practical combat technique. The costs of defeating foes were exorbitant, and the preparation time lengthy, rendering it far less effective than hand-to-hand combat, which was favored by warriors. Only after undergoing the trials of the temple and elevating their levels did the superiority of Earthling's energy manifest. Roland, still oblivious to these nuances, relied on his memories to employ energy waves instinctively. This approach would need revision, otherwise, he risked forming habits that would create unnecessary obstacles in mastering energy manipulation, leading to inefficiency in his learning. As night fell, enveloping the world in darkness, the nearest Saiyan gathering place lay a mere 100 kilometers away, an expanse Roland could traverse in a matter of minutes given his flight speed. Dim lights flickered ahead, revealing the gathering site where he had once lived. This settlement was modest, lacking the grandeur of the Saiyan metropolises and royal cities. Initially established by small squads of Saiyans for mission efficiency, it had gradually evolved into a market-like community as its population expanded. Slowing his pace, Roland touched down lightly. The gathering site was eerily quiet at night, with stone structures arranged in neat rows, their centers hollowed out. A square at the heart of the settlement served as a temporary docking area for spacecraft, and even in the stillness of night, adult Saiyans were present, dissuading Roland from drawing near, despite his longing for those ships. My home should be to the southeast of the gathering site, guided by the memories in his mind. Roland carefully navigated around pedestrians until he arrived at a low stone house, his parents' legacy. Suddenly, a flicker of light caught his attention. The interior of his home was illuminated. Burglars was the instinctive thought that surged through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Saiyans were not so crass. Could those ruffians have reclaimed my house? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as Roland crept toward his home, crouching by the window to peer inside. The window stood ajar, allowing him a clear view of the interior. The door remained closed, and the furnishings appeared untouched, yet a shadow moved within. Just as he was about to investigate further, the occupant noticed him. "Who are you? How did you come to be in my home?" A melodious, yet icy voice inquired. Roland's heart raced, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet, in that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through, carrying a delicate fragrance that entranced him, and before he knew it, his small body was lifted effortlessly. The figure before him was a stunning young woman, appearing to be around 16 or 17, tall and graceful, with flowing hair cascading down her shoulders. Her skin smooth and fair, though her expression remained aloof. Roland and the girl locked eyes, each scrutinizing the other. "Your home?" she echoed, fixating on him. "You are Roland. Are you not? I thought you were dead." With wide, dark eyes, Roland retorted, "Of course, I am not dead." The young girl abruptly threw Roland to the ground, quickly regaining her composure, her expression turning icy. "Those bastards at the treatment center told me you were dead. Who are you?" Roland, rubbing his backside as he stood up, observed that the girl before him appeared to harbor no malice. After a moment of silence, she coldly replied, "I am Syphilia, your sister." Roland's astonishment was palpable as he fixated on the girl with his dark eyes, bewildered that he had never known he had a sister. "What are you talking about?" Syphilia frowned slightly. "Oh, I am merely surprised by your identity." As he scrutinized the girl who claimed to be his sister, he couldn't help but notice her striking beauty. Saiyans, known for their combat prowess, often experience an extended adolescence to better harness their abilities. Consequently, their juvenile state may persist until just before adulthood, at which point they undergo rapid maturation. This girl, with her stunning features, seemed on the cusp of adulthood. However, despite her beauty, she appeared rather aloof. "I am undoubtedly your sister," she asserted. Thus, Syphilia began to recount her origins. She revealed that her mother and Roland's mother were biological sisters. In other words, she was Roland's cousin, 14 years his senior and one of the few elite warriors among the Saiyans. 5 years prior, she had embarked on a significant mission with her parents and the main force, only recently returning to planet Vegeta. The specifics of her mission remained vague, but it seemed to have concluded with substantial losses. "So you truly are my sister?" Roland sought reassurance. "Yes, an elite warrior?" "Indeed," Syphilia responded succinctly, her demeanor still cool. "What is your battle power?" Roland inquired, genuinely concerned. Syphilia cast a fleeting glance at him and stated, 4,200 battle power. Roland gasped, clutching his chest as he struggled to breathe, his heart aching painfully. In comparison to this girl, he felt a profound sense of defeat. She was undoubtedly a prodigy. "Are you all right?" Syphilia placed her hand on Roland's forehead, casually assessing his temperature. "I'm fine, just a bit of heartache. Your hands are quite cold." Taking a deep breath, Roland exhaled slowly, striving to compose himself, his youthful face now radiating admiration. He was resolute in his desire to be close to Syphilia, captivated by her beauty. Chapter 4. Training Sister, Could you tell me what era it is now? And can you take me away from planet Vegeta? Roland clung to Sophilia's elegant leg. Sophilia, with her gem-like eyes, regarded him briefly before activating her scouter. After a series of electronic beeps, she discerned Roland's battle power. 210 battle power. For your age, that is quite impressive for a mid-level warrior. Reaching 3,000 battle power upon adulthood should not be an issue. Comparing him to other warriors in her mind, Sophilia's gaze softened towards Roland. With your strength, you could undertake some simple missions. However, do not get too cocky, Sophilia warned. Casting a sidelong glance at Roland. You currently lack identity documentation, making it impossible for you to accept any missions. We first need to arrange a new identity for you. By the way, where have you been these past few days? Why was your identity deactivated? Roland sighed. I sustained severe injuries during training and was not rescued in time. They just tossed me out to be buried. Honestly, I thought I could have been saved. While most of Roland's account was truthful, he concealed a few details. With a sharp intake of breath, Sophilia's icy demeanor intensified upon hearing his story. You will reside with me from now on. I will resolve your identity issue and re-register you as my younger brother. 5 years ago, Sophilia and her parents had left planet Vegeta for a major mission. And Roland's new identity would be that of Sophilia's brother born abroad. They could even share the same name, as it was common for Saiyans to have similar names. Actually, I think it would be best not to register at all. I just need a spaceship, Roland murmured to himself, still fixated on his desire to leave planet Vegeta. Sophilia's home was situated in a large settlement near the royal capital, a relatively developed area within the Saiyan community. In the days that followed, Sophilia arranged a new identity for Roland and retrieved a brand new energy scouter from the Saiyan administration. As he toyed with the energy scouter, he aimed it at the surrounding Saiyans, eliciting beeping noises. When he pointed it at himself, he received a reading of 210, which filled him with pride. This was comparable to the strength of the elderly King Piccolo. It seemed that his near brush with death had significantly enhanced his abilities, undoubtedly aided by over 100 days of rigorous training. When he directed the scouter at Sophilia, the reading shocked him, 4,254. The figure dazzled him. Elite warriors were indeed formidable. At just 17, she was already this strong. If she continued to train, she would likely surpass 5,000 in a few years, far exceeding her fellow elite warriors. As Roland trailed behind Sophilia, he contemplated the future. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had come to understand Sophilia's personality, aloof, cool, and a training fanatic, all traits characteristic of Saiyans. It was no wonder she possessed such formidable battle power at a young age. It was the result of her relentless dedication. What astonished Roland further was the news he had gleaned about Vegeta. This information was relatively easy to obtain. The birth of a genius like Vegeta was bound to be widely publicized. Vegeta was of the same age as him, turning 4 in a few months, which meant that there was just over a year left before planet Vegeta's destruction. The timeline for the planet's demise could be deduced easily when Goku arrived on Earth. Bulma was just 5 years old, and Vegeta was a year older than her. Subtracting the time Goku spent traveling to Earth, Vegeta would have been around 5 when planet Vegeta met its end. Time was indeed pressing. Roland's eyes sparkled with determination. He knew he must hasten his escape from planet Vegeta. Roland, I have applied for a relatively simple mission for you. It should be manageable given your abilities. Emerging from the mission planning office, Sophilia handed Roland the mission slip along with a modestly advanced spacecraft. Roland clutched the mission slip tightly, his heart brimming with joy. This is wonderful. However, I think it would be best for you to wait until you turn 4 before undertaking it. You still have a few months. And I must enhance your strength. Sophilia was dissatisfied with Roland's current power level and decided to train him. Really? Thank you so much. Having a Saiyan with over 4,000 battle power willing to train him was a stroke of luck for Roland. Little did he know, he would soon regret this wish. For Sophilia's training was nothing short of torment. In the wilderness, Roland lay sprawled on the ground, his skin marred and bruised. At his tender age, he resembled a child in kindergarten. Yet here he was, subjected to relentless hardships, all instigated by a woman named Sophilia, his cousin. I truly lament the time I once believed in her, thinking she would be gentle. The reality has proven that woman is nothing more than a deranged individual with a penchant for cruelty. That mad woman will inevitably torment me to my demise. How painful. Roland gingerly touched his swollen chin, each word a struggle. This was not training, it was mere punishment. Sophilia, that woman, knows not the meaning of mercy. Regardless of your condition, she launches into a fierce assault without a hint of targeted guidance. In her own words, the first lesson for a Saiyan in battle is to learn how to endure blows. Roland, genetically inferior in terms of nutrition compared to other Saiyans, must exert greater effort to cultivate a body that is tough and resilient. Toughness? How can one face others in such a state? A vision of Nappa. with his gleaming bald head, flashed across Roland's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Being bald does not guarantee strength. He certainly does not wish to become like that. It cannot continue this way. Get up. A curt reprimand from Syphilia pierced through the air as she coldly regarded him. A menacing blue orb of energy coalescing in her hand. Do you think this will make me comply? Very well. Roland's eyelids drooped as he cautiously glanced at her. He sighed silently. Before her, he felt as diminutive as an ant. To avoid further punishment, it seemed wiser to comply. This was not genuine obedience. During this period, his combat prowess had not significantly increased, yet his resilience had improved considerably, although he had not soaked in sufficient nutrient solution. His physical condition was now on par with other children. Next, he would need to learn the combat techniques of the Saiyans, which would be directly implanted into his mind during missions. Syphilia observed Roland, understanding that this was why she focused solely on training his physique, withholding combat techniques from him. Roland gazed at Syphilia's indifferent visage, his expression falling. This also revealed the Saiyans' lack of emphasis on combat techniques. The strong hone their claws, while the weak rely on cunning. Only in a low martial environment like Earth would physical prowess take precedence. For those born with the ability to unleash energy waves, the magnitude of one's energy directly correlates with victory or defeat. Physical combat is of little use. This perspective may be somewhat skewed, yet it reflects a prevailing ideology in the universe. However, Roland understood that when techniques and energy are wielded at a high level, they are far more effective than mere energy contests. Thus, during training, Roland would bind weights of several hundred pounds to his limbs. Syphilia observed with a faint smile, saying little as she effortlessly sent an energy wave flying. At last, after enduring months of grueling training, nearly 4-year-old Roland had grown to nearly 1 meter in height. Due to the Saiyan constitution, his height would not vary much in the coming years. However, the prolonged training as a living shield had not only enhanced Roland's resilience but also gradually strengthened his physique and power. At this point, Roland's strength had reached a combat power of 300. A level comparable to that of Goku when he defeated the second generation of Demon King Piccolo at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. And Roland had achieved this at the tender age of 4. This was attributable to his intermediate warrior aptitude, undoubtedly aided by Syphilia's rigorous training and his own diligence. On this day, grumbling as usual, Roland finally concluded his training. After donning a pristine battle suit, he reclined in the pearlescent spherical spacecraft. His destination was the remote planet Mappa, located in the southern region of the North Galaxy. He was finally leaving the cursed planet Vegeta. Chapter 5, Planet Mappa. Syphilia. Are you truly not coming with me? Reclining in the soft seat of the spacecraft, Roland stretched out, the material of the chair providing exceptional comfort. Syphilia placed her hand on Roland's head, scoffing, "You think I would assist you on such a trivial mission? You can handle it yourself, though it may be somewhat troublesome. If you exercise caution, there will be no danger. As my brother, you must embody the responsibilities of a warrior. I am genuinely concerned for you." Roland rolled his eyes, thinking, "I invited you out of kindness, and you truly expect me to undertake this mission alone?" Such is the mindset of a battle-hungry people, always fixated on conflict. In another year, planet Vegeta will cease to exist. Who cares about trivial missions? Looking at Syphilia's radiant face, Roland felt a pang of reluctance. She had cared for him for so long, and it would be a tremendous loss if she were to perish alongside planet Vegeta. Yet, in the end, Roland chose not to disclose the grim truth to Syphilia. He understood that she would not believe such a revelation. Currently, the entire Saiyan race was subservient to King Frieza, waging wars and executing planet-selling tasks on his behalf. For the Saiyans, who regarded battle as a source of enjoyment, such a life was exhilarating. Aside from the somewhat rebellious King Vegeta, the remaining Saiyans had likely grown accustomed to their current existence. Although Syphilia was indeed his sister, their time together had been brief, making it difficult for Roland to convince her of future events. If he were to reveal this information and it fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial overseers monitoring the Saiyans, it could lead to complications that might jeopardize his very life. Send me a message once you arrive at Planet Mappa. You know how to utilize the communication function of the energy detector, right? Syphilia leaned in, securing Roland's seatbelt before placing a circular device resembling a helmet on his head. It served as both the ship's controller and a communication device. The sweet scent of her presence wafted near him, and Roland could even sense the softness of her form. "I know, I will send you a message." Roland leaned in, savoring the moment, while Syphilia appeared blissfully unaware of the closeness. With a gentle pat on Roland's head, Syphilia exited the spherical spacecraft. As the ship's doors slowly closed, Roland caught a glimpse of Syphilia standing nearby, waving at him through the green-tinted glass. A tinge of sadness welled up within him as he gazed intently at her before commanding the spacecraft to ascend. "Silly girl, forgive me. but I must prioritize my own survival. A sudden force bore down upon him as the scenery below dwindled into a blur. The curvature of the horizon and the indistinct atmosphere receding into distance, the vessel gliding into the vast, dark tapestry of space. Through the ship's glass, Roland watched as the blue and white planet Vegeta sped away, rapidly diminishing into a mere point of light before vanishing entirely from view. At last, he had departed from planet Vegeta. A sense of relief washed over him, and Roland inhaled slowly, exhaling deliberately. A glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes as he issued a command to the spacecraft, entering sleep mode. Meanwhile, the device on Roland's head began transmitting the combat techniques of the Saiyans into his cerebral cortex. The journey from planet Vegeta to planet Mappa would take approximately 2 months. A considerable distance when one considers that Earth is only a month away from Namek. During these 2 months, he would comprehensively absorb the skills requisite for a Saiyan warrior. The planet Mappa, designated by Saphira as the mission destination for Roland, is classified as a low-level planet according to the cosmic classification of celestial bodies. The most formidable creatures on this planet possess limited combat capabilities. According to the general classification, planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are deemed low-level. Those between 1,000 and 5,000 are classified as mid-level, and those exceeding 5,000 are considered high-level. Since Mappa is a low-level planet, all life forms there have combat power under 1,000. In fact, Saphira had already determined that the strongest force on Mappa does not exceed 500 combat power. With Roland's current combat strength of 310, as long as he exercises caution, he will encounter no significant danger. It is estimated that within a few years, Roland's power will vastly surpass that of the strongest beings on Mappa. The spaceship hurtled through space at an incredible speed, leaving behind a long trail of flame. Resembling a comet, however, this flame was merely a visual illusion caused by the ship's rapid velocity. In the boundless expanse of the universe, countless stars twinkled against the inky black sky, resembling a grand tapestry unfurling slowly. On a cosmic scale, the distances between planets are immense, with even the flickering points of light separated by an indeterminate number of light years, thanks to the advanced technology of cosmic civilizations. Interstellar travel within the Dragon Ball universe is remarkably efficient, allowing for the traversal of several star systems within just days or even months. As night fell, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was a pearlescent spherical spacecraft. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since Roland departed from planet Vegeta, and now, the destination, Mappa, was almost within reach. The spaceship's hibernation system was deactivated as it approached Mappa, and Roland slowly opened his eyes. Compared to 2 months prior, he had matured considerably, his mind brimming with the combat techniques of the Saiyans, which filled him with excitement. Mappa would serve as the first stop in his journey into the Dragon Ball universe. With a smile curling at the corners of his lips, Roland eagerly anticipated a worthy opponent to test his abilities. On Mappa, amidst a desiccated riverbed, a piercing roar echoed as a red-glowing spherical object descended through the atmosphere, crashing with a thunderous impact that sent plumes of dust billowing into the air. Due to the surrounding aridity, the dust lingered, forming dense clouds that obscured the sky. In one corner of the exposed riverbed, a massive impact crater appeared, its depth unknown. At the center of the crater, the pearlescent spacecraft was half buried in sand and gravel, its surface charred and emanating wisps of steam. With a crack, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and a small figure emerged, slowly rising into the air. Brushing off the dust that clung to him, Roland floated in midair, covering his mouth to dispel the swirling particles in the atmosphere. As he surveyed his surroundings, a scene of dull, dry terrain unfolded before him. The sparse vegetation featured a few towering shrubs, while wild beasts roamed in packs, reminiscent of the savannas of his previous life. Chapter 6. The sky is the limit. This planet was unexpectedly desolate. However, according to the information provided by Saphira, Mappa was supposed to be a technological planet. A technological planet was a specific request Roland had made to Saphira, for someone rational and pragmatic. Knowing that the spacecraft and communicator provided by planet Vegeta were under the surveillance of Frieza's forces, it was imperative to minimize the use of such devices and seek alternative options. Who could say if, after the destruction of planet Vegeta, Frieza's minions would track down the wandering Saiyans based on the communicator's location? Humans tend to gravitate towards profit and away from danger, and Roland was no exception. Thus, preparing an alternative set of spacecraft and energy detectors became crucial to effectively reduce his exposure to risk. After surveying the area, he noticed a rugged mountain range encircling a stone forest ahead. He flew to a protruding rock ledge and activated his energy detector, quickly revealing a series of energy signatures on the lens: 426, 289, 241, 358. A string of data flickered, none exceeding 500 combat power. A sense of reassurance washed over Roland. His combat strength was on the upper end of the scale on this planet, categorizing him as relatively powerful, ensuring he would face little danger. With this realization, his expression relaxed. As for the mission assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he had no intention of executing it. Oh, it was time to contact Saphira. Using the energy detector, Roland quickly reached Saphira, relaying the situation on Maper. She responded coolly, advising him to stay safe. As she too was preparing to undertake a mission, Saphira's assignment was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. Roland disconnected the communicator, unconcerned for Saphira's safety. Knowing that an upper warrior would surely attract the attention of the Saiyan elite, and such missions were typically team-based, in contrast, the tasks assigned to lower and mid-level warriors were often far more perilous. The scorching sun blazed through the thin atmosphere, its heat searing against his skin, evoking a burning sensation. As Roland attempted to catch his breath, he was caught off guard by a gust of hot air, prompting a bout of coughing. However, the resilience of the Saiyan physique allowed him to adapt to the high temperatures in no time. Maper, being a low-level planet, was approximately 1/8 the size of planet Vegeta, with a gravity only 0.2 times that of Vegeta, roughly equivalent to twice that of Earth. On this planet, Roland felt as light as a feather, his body brimming with vitality. Having acclimated to the environment of Maper, Roland began contemplating his next steps. He had no intention of executing any missions, nor did he plan to continue using the spacecraft and energy detector brought from planet Vegeta, as these technological devices were under the surveillance of Frieza's minions. To evade detection, he must relinquish the use of such equipment. The first step was to ascertain the distribution of power on Maper and then devise a way to acquire new spacecraft and detectors. However, before that, enhancing his own strength was of utmost urgency. In the universe, everything is ephemeral, yet power remains the only tangible reality. The Dragon Ball world has always been one where the strong prey upon the weak, even if Roland harbored no ambitions for the sake of his own survival. He must strive to augment his strength. Thus, the first step was to continue strengthening himself during this period. The second step entailed acquiring a completely new set of equipment. Regardless of the means, be it through theft or coercion, these were necessary tactics. While Roland would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, he was certainly not a paragon of virtue. For his own life, he deemed that necessary bloodshed was acceptable. Circumstances would surely compel others to understand. Having roughly outlined these two steps, Roland felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then activated his energy detector and selected a location with slightly lower energy readings to investigate. He needed to find a place abundant in food and water to establish a residence. As the wind swept swiftly across the low-lying grasslands, Luo Lan soared through the air, the force of the gale bending the grass and scattered shrubs beneath him, sending herds of herbivores and lurking predators fleeing in fright. After approximately half an hour of flight, he discovered a tranquil valley nestled between several mountains, not too distant from a serene pond. This valley, embraced by towering peaks on either side, presented a fan-like expanse, adorned with lush vegetation and a picturesque landscape. A gentle stream cascaded over the rocky terrain, converging into a serene pool of water. The environment was satisfactory, providing a temporary refuge. Observing the peaceful scenery around him, a look of contentment graced Luo Lan's face. Currently in a phase of survival, his requirements for living were modest. Indeed, as a Saiyan, once he had acquired basic combat abilities, survival became a trivial matter. Channeling the energy within him, he formed a blue energy sphere in the palm of his hand and, with great satisfaction, tossed it into a nearby thicket. A resounding explosion echoed through the tranquil valley as a cloud of smoke erupted, clearing a space within the grove. Once the smoke dissipated, Luo Lan constructed a rudimentary shelter using the fallen branches, laying down dry grass to create a makeshift dwelling. A rumble emanated from his stomach, reminding him that he had not eaten for an extended period. He chuckled softly, realizing that he needed to procure some sustenance. This planet was abundant in resources, promising a plethora of delectable options. With his immediate survival secured, it was time to reward himself. A smile crept across his face as memories of exotic delicacies from his past life flooded his mind, causing his mouth to water. The Scion's lifelong passions, apart from relishing the thrill of battle, included the joys of fine cuisine, a sentiment that Luo Lan shared. Lacking the ability to discern scents like humans, he reactivated his detector to locate beasts imbued with energy. These creatures were known for their exquisite flavors and rich nutritional value. After a series of electronic beeps, the detector indicated an energy source with a combat power of 120, located 15 kilometers to the east, neither too weak nor too strong, making it a suitable source of food. With his target confirmed, Luo Lan swiftly darted eastward. A few moments later, he arrived at the pond. where he discovered the energy source, a majestic male lion nearly 20 meters in length. This formidable creature would surely provide a hearty meal. A grin spread across Luolan's face, for he regarded the 120 combat power beast with disdain. The lion, resting by the water's edge, let out an enraged roar upon spotting Luolan, seemingly defending its territory. The ferocious sound reverberated across the wilderness, startling many nearby creatures, causing birds to take flight. As Luolan stepped into the lion's line of sight, its fury escalated. It raised its head and unleashed a thunderous roar, asserting its dominance. Yet, to Luolan, this display was utterly laughable. Once more, the lion roared, baring its formidable teeth. Its predatory gaze fixed on the intruder. It stomped its massive paws, kicking up clouds of dust, and lunged towards Luolan with astonishing speed. What a ferocious beast, he thought, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the lion's assault. With a calm demeanor, he effortlessly sidestepped the charge, then clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the beast's back. The lion stumbled, emitting a pitiful cry, and when it turned to face Luolan again, fear flickered in its eyes. After all, it was merely a beast devoid of intelligence. Unfortunately for you, I am quite hungry, Luolan remarked. Beckoning the lion with a gesture, a small energy orb materialized at his fingertip, and with a swift motion, it accelerated, dazzling light erupting from his hand. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the lion's skull, splattering blood like raindrops. With a final, mournful cry, the colossal lion collapsed, raising a cloud of dust around it. Despite possessing 120 units of energy, the creature was merely a brute, unaware of how to wield its strength. Encountering Luolan was its misfortune. The relentless law of the jungle dictated that the strong prey upon the weak, and as a Saiyan, Luolan had to adapt to this reality. He hoisted the lion's carcass back to his makeshift shelter, igniting a fire with a wave of energy. After skinning and gutting the beast, he rinsed the meat in clear water, skewering it on sticks to roast over the flames. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the golden-brown meat. Luolan, captivated by the sight of the roasting lion, swallowed hard in anticipation. When the meat was perfectly cooked, he pounced upon it. Saiyans possessed an extraordinary digestive system, allowing them to consume and digest simultaneously. In an instant, the entire carcass was devoured. After indulging in this sumptuous feast, Luolan rubbed his full belly, letting out a contented sigh. Following a brief rest, he felt invigorated and ready to contemplate his future. Planet Mappa was merely a waypoint in his journey through the Dragon Ball universe. He would inevitably depart. Earth emerged as an ideal destination, a sanctuary before the impending Saiyan invasion. Moreover, it harbored many resources that Luolan deeply valued: senzu beans, Dragon Balls, advanced technology, and training methods for harnessing ki. The spacecraft from Vegeta was unusable, for Luolan could not ascertain whether it contained surveillance systems akin to the energy detector. Fortunately, Mappa was a technologically advanced world, likely possessing spaceships. As for Earth's coordinates, Luolan had them readily available. After all, Earth was not a hidden gem. Frieza's dealings in planetary sales had revealed its status long ago, yet due to a lack of significant mineral resources aside from water and natural beauty, it had been deemed unworthy of conquest. Had it not been for Bardock, Goku's father, sending his son to Earth to preserve his life, the planet would have remained unnoticed. What a farce, this notion of scarcity, Luolan mused internally. The true treasures of Earth, any one of which could astonish the universe, were readily available. With Earth's coordinates not shrouded in secrecy and ships easily obtainable, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him regarding his plan. The intelligent life on Mappa, known as the Mappans, possessed low combat abilities but advanced technology. They were reportedly not indigenous to the planet but had migrated from another world. If Luolan intended to seize their spacecraft, he would first need to amass considerable power. Thus, he resolved to begin enhancing his strength, striking his palms together. A glimmer of determination flashed in his dark eyes as he commenced a rigorous training regimen reminiscent of that used on planet Vegeta. He procured heavy turtle shells and stones to strap to his body, emulating Master Roshi's training methods for Goku and his companions. Without the urging of that woman, Saphira. Beside him, Roland remained earnest as he threw punches and kicked. Soon beads of crystalline sweat trickled down his youthful cheeks. The basic techniques of punching and kicking, while warriors across the cosmos often favored energy waves for their combat, were exhilarating yet bore little technical merit, as the true contest lay in the amount of energy one possessed within. The Saiyan combat style, though rugged, favored close quarters battles where every strike landed with palpable force, granting them immense pleasure in the fray. After honing his physical strikes, Roland turned his attention to energy attacks. A deep blue energy wave erupted from within him as he raised his arms, and the wave surged skyward, exploding in a brilliant display that dispersed the thick clouds above. Observing the destruction he wrought, Roland nodded in satisfaction, though he lamented his ignorance of how to properly unleash these energy waves, the mechanism of their formations, and how to control them more effectively. His understanding remained superficial. Qi, a highly sophisticated form of energy, required decades of relentless training for martial artists like Master Roshi on Earth to harness, as their internal Qi was scarce and generated slowly, leading to a more profound comprehension than that of extraterrestrial beings. Roland yearned to master it, and with a focused intent in his training, he anticipated a more pronounced effect. Time flew swiftly, and a week had passed since Roland entered Planet Mappa. During this period, he had refrained from external interactions, dedicating himself earnestly to amplifying his strength. His diligent training bore fruit. While he had yet to grasp the essence of Qi, he sensed a significant change within himself. Though he could not articulate it, just an instinctual feeling. Initially, he had planned to seize a Mapan spaceship within these days, but during one training session, he experienced the inconvenience of the Saiyan tail, which left him feeling powerless when he gripped it tightly, rendering him unable to stand. The Saiyan tail was indeed an unstable factor in combat. Roland mused, realizing he would need to devote time to strengthening his tail. On planet Vegeta, all adult Saiyans, or those with insight, deliberately train their tails to overcome this inherent weakness. The original Roland, being young and lacking guidance, had remained oblivious to this necessity. However, it was not too late to discover it now. In the days that followed, Roland focused on training his tail, a painfully arduous process. Each time he touched it, the overwhelming sense of weakness nearly caused him to faint, far more challenging than physical training. He would have preferred to engage in high-intensity weight training. Approximately a month after arriving on Planet Mappa, Roland had not completely alleviated the adverse effects of his tail but had managed to overcome the dizziness from having it grasped. At this point, his combat power reached 350, a modest increase of 40 points, yet it positioned him as a formidable contender on Planet Mappa. The planet's most dangerous inhabitants were fierce beasts, some nearing 500 in combat power. In contrast, the individual strength of the Mapans was significantly weaker, relying on advanced technology to survive. Roland surmised that if he targeted a less fortified city, no one would be able to detain him. Armed with this assessment, he resolved to venture into a Mapan city. With a light heart, Roland prepared to embark on his heist. After tidying the shelter he had occupied for over a month, he let out a hearty laugh, his slight form soaring into the air, gliding along the mountain ranges. Hills and lakes rushed past beneath him until he arrived at a city of considerable size, encircled by towering walls. The walls, covered in moss and showing signs of age with cracks in places, indicated that they had stood for quite some time. Perched atop the walls were ominous turrets, designed to fend off predatory beasts. Though the fierce creatures of Planet Mappa possessed immense energy, their lack of intelligence prevented them from employing energy wave attacks. Thus, barring some avian predators, the formidable turrets were sufficient to repel their assaults. While the city's defenses were relatively strong, they would not deter him. Roland chuckled lightly as he entered the city. Below him, buildings intersected in geometric patterns, and the streets buzzed with activity. The Mapans, diminutive in stature at just over a meter tall and with pale skin, paused in awe upon spotting the swift shadow darting through the sky, before scattering in panic. They mistook Roland for a rare beast. The once lively streets quickly fell silent, as everyone sought refuge in sturdy shelters. Such cowardice was remarkable, yet fortuitous for Roland. With a smirk, he soared to the city's grandest plaza, the docking point for spaceships, where several cargo vessels exchanged supplies between cities. Roland's presence quickly caught the attention of the station soldiers, who immediately raised their weapons, dark barrels aimed at him. Intruder! Intruder! All personnel, be alert! The clarion call resonated around the plaza, followed by the blaring of urgent alarms. Soldiers encircling the docking area converged, shouting at Roland in an attempt to intimidate him. Roland, having not understood a single word, merely poked his ear and blew lightly into it. Clearing his throat, he activated his energy detector, allowing the voice synchronization feature to engage. And a youthful tone echoed through the plaza. You there, procure me a spaceship capable of interstellar travel, or do not blame me for my rudeness. No response? Roland scoffed, raising his hand to condense an energy sphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of radiant energy beams burst forth, raining down from the sky and striking the Mapan's weapons, which exploded into ruin amidst bursts of flame, swiftly reducing them to scrap. Observing the debris and thick smoke around him, Roland nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon realized that his intimidation tactics had failed. Rather than retreating, the Mapans grew bolder, a throng of soldiers assembling in the distance, armed and seemingly prepared to resist. Raising an eyebrow, Roland felt a stir of annoyance. How audacious! From his perspective as a Saiyan, he had come to eradicate this planet. He was merely seeking to take a spaceship, yet they should have been grateful. Had it been another Saiyan, they would have been far less fortunate. Their lack of gratitude was one matter, but now they dared to resist. It seemed he would need to demonstrate even greater power. With a cold huff, he prepared to unleash something grand. With a fist clenched and raised high, Roland began to concentrate energy. As the energy surged, the air around his fist started to distort, followed by a resonating hum, and then a dazzling brilliance erupted. A massive energy coalesced at his fist, shining like the sun. "Behold," he exclaimed, his voice low and commanding. As he thrust his arm outward, the energy orb, glowing with an ethereal blue light, shot forth from his hand like a roaring tiger, traveling at an astonishing speed of over 5,000 meters before crashing into the towering peaks beyond the city. In the bewildered gaze of the Mappa aliens, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. With a resounding boom, waves of air surged and rolled like the apocalypse. Deafening roars echoed in all directions, and brilliant flashes illuminated the azure sky. The sheer force of a full power strike, boasting a combat strength of 350, was astounding. The legendary Piccolo, during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, could easily obliterate an island. Roland was now far more formidable. The earth trembled as a colossal mushroom cloud, infused with terrifying energy, broke through the clouds, sending shockwaves that reverberated outward. And fierce winds swept across the entire city. As the storm subsided, the Mappa aliens were horrified to discover that the once mighty mountain outside their city had been reduced to rubble. In an instant, the faces of the Mappa aliens turned pale with terror, prostrating themselves on the ground. The shockwave produced by that nuclear-like explosion was immense, instilling fear in the hearts of the Mappa aliens. Chapter 9. The Interstellar Journey. Now, this is how it should be, Roland thought, satisfied with the destruction he had wrought. He continued to call out, his words translated by a device into a universal language. "Hand over your spaceship immediately, or I cannot guarantee that my next attack won't strike your city." "My lord, we truly have no spacecraft," a military-looking Mappa alien lamented, trembling. Roland narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. "None." The officer's face turned white with dread as he stammered. "We do have some, but only cargo ships. We Mappa rarely interact with other planets, so our small city lacks advanced vessels. Cargo ships will suffice. Can they navigate interstellar travel?" Roland inquired. "Yes, they can," the officer replied reluctantly. Roland's expression remained indifferent, but internally he was elated, as long as he could escape the surveillance of Frieza's forces. He was eager to break free. "Do you have any energy detectors?" he asked again. Perhaps in a state of resignation, the officer responded more readily. "Our detectors are not very precise. Bring me one, and also take me to inspect the ship you mentioned. Don't try any tricks. You know the consequences. While your people may possess powerful weapons, I am confident that this city lacks them. I could easily obliterate you before your reinforcements arrive." The military officer, gasping for breath, despondently replied, "Please follow me." Under the officer's guidance, Roland arrived at a medium-sized ship, measuring over 30 meters in length and 8 meters in height. Its overall shape resembling an oblong sphere, designed for cargo transport with ample storage space. "My lord, this is the only interstellar vessel we have." Roland examined it and felt satisfied. He did not care for the ship's design or performance, as long as it could take him off this planet. "Remove all tracking functions from the ship. I do not like being monitored." The officer assured him, the ship's systems are entirely controlled by the central computer. You can choose to disable the tracking function. After gaining a basic understanding of the ship's capabilities and receiving a rudimentary energy detector, Roland waved the Mappa aliens away and boarded the ship, activating the operating system. Soon, with the assistance of the central computer, the cargo ship ascended smoothly. With a heavy heart, the Mappa officer watched as they swiftly departed the city. In truth, the Mappa aliens were fortunate. Had a Saiyan of a different nature arrived on Mappa, a merciless bloodbath would have likely ensued. Of course, Roland was unaware that after his departure, Frieza might send others to eliminate the Saiyan threat. The ship soared through the sky, returning to the site where Roland had initially landed on Mappa. The parched riverbed still cradled the pearlescent spherical craft, embedded deep within a circular impact crater. Due to the arid climate, the craft had only accumulated a thin layer of dust over a month, leaving its internal functionality unaffected. After transferring all planetary data, including Earth's coordinates, to the cargo ship, Roland realized that the task had consumed most of the day. As night fell, the tranquil sky began to twinkle with stars. Roland reclined on the flat expanse of land, reminiscent of the African savanna, a campfire crackling beside him, roasting a freshly caught carnivorous beast. With the ship, food, and destination all secured, he needed only a final preparation to escape Frieza's pursuit. With such thoughts, he felt a renewed sense of hope. The urgency he felt upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world, realizing he was on planet Vegeta, had finally dissipated. The cargo ship's spacious interior was ample for storing food, and he planned to fill it completely the following day. With this plan in mind, Roland leapt atop the ship, reclining backward with his hands supporting him. He gazed up at the starry sky, where the ethereal Milky Way cascaded from northeast to southwest, stars twinkling like diamonds against the night. Truly beautiful, he smiled. Lying atop the cargo ship and soon drifting into slumber. The next day dawned bright and pleasant. The warm sunlight enveloped him, gently waking Roland. After a modest breakfast, he set out to gather sufficient food, soaring across the vast plains, each flight burdened with beasts several times his size. Fortunately, there were no onlookers, or they would have been awestruck by his godlike strength. After a flurry of activity, the spacious cargo hold was filled with edible meats and vegetables, organized into compartments, with drinking water also essential. Clapping his hands together in satisfaction, Roland admired his bounty, then pressed a button to adjust the internal temperature controlled by the central computer. After completing these tasks, he took a deep breath, casting a complex glance at the Vegeta spacecraft, then directed an energy wave at it, obliterating the vessel with a thunderous boom, before crushing the energy detector in his hand. This concludes my ties with planet Vegeta. No one will be able to locate me again. Entering the cockpit of the cargo ship, Roland, filled with determination, commanded the central computer, "Ship, ascend immediately and head to Earth." Beep. Command received, retrieving Earth coordinates from the database. Coordinates confirmed, commencing flight operation. Destination, the South Galaxy's southern star region, solar system, Earth. Estimated flight time, 6 months. Shall we depart? Depart. With a commanding air, Roland leaned back in his seat and gazed ahead. The spaceship ascended gradually then, with a swift whoosh, pierced through the atmosphere of the planet Mappa. Suddenly, a force pressed down upon him, and in the next moment, the planet's cerulean form receded into the distance. After a while, the hazy light and shadow vanished from view. At this moment, a faint smile graced Roland's lips, eagerly anticipating the commencement of his journey to Earth. Chapter 10. Arrival at Earth. As time elapsed, Roland's spacecraft navigated through the cosmos for over 5 months, and soon it would reach its destination. Inside the spacious ship, a room emitted dull thuds, as if fierce collisions were taking place, causing the decorative items on the walls to sway back and forth. After a while, the noise diminished, revealing a child, less than a meter tall, performing a handstand, defying gravity with just one finger. His black hair hung down naturally, and beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto the floor. The room lay in disarray, the sturdy walls exhibiting signs of tremendous impact, contorted into uneven shapes. With a grunt, he shifted to another finger, maintaining his balance for an extended period. Roland then sprang lightly to his feet, grabbing a damp towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. The world of Dragon Ball is fiercely competitive. A moment's hesitation could lead to becoming a mere background character. Thus, even during interstellar travel, Roland spared no opportunity for improvement. Imagine the disheartening feeling of stagnation while the protagonist strive to grow stronger, especially knowing that formidable foes loom on the horizon. Roland was determined not to end up like Krillin, a mere sidekick. In the following moments, he engaged in meditation. Unfamiliar with the earthly martial arts training methods, he relied on the memories of his past life, recalling how Sun Wukong practiced in the Divine Temple. Meditation, a means to cultivate tranquility, could enhance one's spiritual awareness. He speculated that this practice might deepen his understanding of Ki, and thus, regardless of its efficacy, he dedicated time each day to meditation, sitting quietly on the floor. His breathing gradually lengthened, and after a while, his thoughts became blank. Roland stared ahead, lost in contemplation. Indeed, without a solid foundation in martial arts, meditation felt no different from daydreaming. He couldn't help but lament how challenging it was to explore this path without guidance. While his energy had been steadily increasing, it was merely due to the natural growth of a Saiyan. He remembered that in the original narrative, Krillin and Gohan had once engaged in a battle of consciousness en route to Namek, a higher realm of meditation. If he could master such techniques, his strength would undoubtedly experience a rapid ascension. For now, Roland could only envy those who understood the essence of meditation. He picked up a water bottle and entered the cockpit, drinking while settling into the plush seat. He fixed his gaze on the control screen, which displayed the distance to his destination. Approximately 1 month remained until he would arrive on Earth. However, he faced an awkward predicament. The food supply aboard the ship was dwindling. It seemed he had not planned adequately before departure, as the ship's provisions might not sustain him until he reached Earth. If he rationed his meals, perhaps he could make it. Rubbing his head in frustration, he pondered the predicament. To make matters worse, this cargo ship lacked a stasis function for interstellar travel. He had no idea how he had endured the past 5 months without it. If he remained confined in this cramped space any longer, his mind would surely unravel. As the ship continued along its predetermined course, Maintaining a steady speed, the planets outside transformed into streaks of light on either side of the vessel. In the following days, due to the diminishing food supply, Roland could only minimize physical exertion, temporarily setting aside his training. How could he have underestimated his food needs? He lamented, vowing never to embark on such a journey again. With his head tilted back in despair, the pangs of hunger gnawed at his brain. He glanced at the dwindling food supply in the cargo hold, smacked his lips, and stifled the urge to feast. As the days passed, he could only afford to sip on broth for his meals. The impact of this deprivation was evident. He had lost considerable weight, and if this continued, he would face malnutrition. Damn it! Was he destined to become the first Saiyan to starve? Lying flat on the deck of the ship, Roland stared vacantly into space. Fortunately, just as he neared the brink of starvation, the cold voice of the ship's central computer broke the silence, bringing a wave of relief. Beep. Destination imminent. Current location, southern region of the North Galaxy, Solar System, Earth. Total voyage duration, 6 months and 9 days. The ship is about to land. The computer automatically adjusted the data to Earth-S standards. Finally, they had arrived. Roland perked up, hastily scrambling to the ship's viewport. Through the sturdy transparent glass, he beheld a charming blue planet, the third from the sun, leisurely rotating in its orbit, accompanied by the smaller moon. At that moment, Roland was nearly brought to tears. Haha, I've finally made it. In a frenzy, he devoured the last remnants of food, and after an eternity of hunger, his stomach finally felt somewhat satisfied, revitalizing his entire being. As they drew closer to Earth, the cargo ship penetrated the atmosphere. With the introduction of a gravity distinct from that within the ship, a smile blossomed on Roland's small face. Beep. The ship is landing. The vessel touched down smoothly, concluding this voyage and welcoming passengers for future journeys. Future journeys? You nearly starved me. Roland scoffed internally, adjusting his attire. Instead of donning his battle suit from Vegeta, he opted for the garb of the Mappa inhabitants. The clothing, designed for their shorter frames, fit him surprisingly well, albeit with an unconventional style that was still quite appealing. With a hiss, the ship's hatch opened. Without a moment's hesitation, Roland leaped from the vessel, inhaling the fresh air of Earth, instantly rejuvenated as he closed his eyes in bliss. This was the essence of nature. The cargo ship had landed on a plateau, revealing a desolate landscape. The terrain was uneven, with deep canyons in the distance and small hills rising upward. Sparse trees dotted the slopes, accompanied by patches of green vegetation enhancing the scenery. Earth's gravity was merely 1/10 that of Vegeta's, even lighter than Mappa's, making Roland feel as though he could soar. He retrieved the energy detector from Mappa, and a series of disheartening numbers flickered across the screen. 1, 5, 4, 2, a string of pitifully low readings, with very few exceeding a combat power of 5. Even if a few higher data points occasionally flashed by, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the vast expanse of information. TSK. Worthless beings with a combat power of merely 5. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Roland disdainfully uttered that classic line. Chapter 11, Karen Towerhumph. Worthless beings with a combat power of only 5. Although Roland's strength was not particularly formidable, in the current moment before the plot unfolded, he was entirely justified in saying so. While Earthlings struggled within the range of 1 or 200, Roland's astonishing combat power of over 400 exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the strongest on Earth could not boast such prowess. He took out his scouter and aimed it at himself. 460. A vivid number leapt forth, vastly surpassing the combat power of Earthlings. One could even argue that even an adult Goku could not compare. Of course, being a Saiyan, Roland would not indulge in self-congratulation simply for outclassing the Earthlings. With a serious demeanor, Roland surveyed his surroundings. This remote location, situated in the highlands, was devoid of human presence for hundreds of kilometers. Even if a cargo spaceship were to land here, no one would notice. Upon arriving on Earth, Roland's mind became remarkably agile. The Dragon Balls, Senza Beans, and the technology of the Hoi Poi capsules, along with Earth martial arts, all presented tremendous opportunities for enhancing his strength, and he certainly intended to gather them. Upon counting, he realized he had a considerable amount of tasks ahead. Oh dear. What a laborious fate I possess. Though he spoke such words, joy blossomed within Roland's heart. Truly a happy dilemma. However, in all matters, there exists a priority. He would first tackle the easier tasks. The quest for the Dragon Balls could be postponed for now, as he did not yet possess a dragon radar. After some contemplation, Roland formulated a plan. He should first acquire some Senza Beans from Master Karen, then secure a Dragon Ball to enlist Bulma's father in creating a dragon radar. As for where to obtain the first Dragon Ball, Roland had already devised a rough idea. In the original narrative, several Dragon Balls provided clear hints. One was the 4-star ball belonging to Gohan on Mount Paozu. Another was the 3-star ball belonging to Master Roshi at the Kame house. And there was also the 2-star ball located in Bulma's family warehouse. However, with over a decade remaining before the plot commenced, the Dragon Ball at Bulma's home might not even be in the warehouse. Thus, to obtain a Dragon Ball, he would still need to visit either Mount Paozu or the Kame house. Naturally, there was no rush. First, he would head to Karin Tower to procure the Senzu beans from Master Karin. In the early stages of the Dragon Ball saga, Senzu beans did not exhibit much value, being lavishly used merely as sustenance. Yet, in later stages, they became a genuine lifesaver, capable of rapidly restoring energy and instantly healing various injuries. Coupling this with the Saiyans' unique physiology, it was a match made in heaven. Reflecting on the later stages of Dragon Ball, when Senzu beans were in dire shortage, Goku and his companions often had to split one bean into halves to share, sometimes even facing dire situations where they couldn't obtain any. Such times were undeniably heart-wrenching. Therefore, while Senzu beans were still relatively abundant, Roland resolved to gather as many as possible to prevent them from being squandered by that gluttonous Yajirobe in the future. With the powerful healing capability of Senzu beans, wouldn't his combat powers soar skyward? With these thoughts, Roland couldn't help but drool. Filtering out all data points below a combat power of 100 from the Energy Scouter, the information on the display became significantly clearer. The scattered data that remained represented the elite martial artists on Earth. At that moment, two specific readings caught Roland's attention. 280. 300. These must belong to the deity and Popo, Roland surmised, deciding it best to avoid any confrontation with them. Despite his own 460 combat power, he felt a twinge of unease when considering the deity and Popo, especially Popo, whose hidden strength undoubtedly surpassed what was measured. Regardless, he was not one to shy away from challenges. Off he went. With a hearty laugh, Roland soared into the air, heading towards Karin Tower, located beneath the deity's palace. Knowing the positions of the deity and Popo allowed him to pinpoint the location of Karin Tower. With a swift motion, Roland zipped through the sky, leaving the highland terrain behind, flying westward towards the northwestern hemisphere. Soon, a mountain range stretching hundreds of kilometers came into view, capped with perpetual snow. After crossing the majestic peaks, he encountered a vast basin below. This basin, over 100 kilometers wide, was blanketed with dense trees, appearing like a wave of green swaying in the breeze. The sacred land of martial arts, Karin. It is said to be the origin of martial arts on Earth. The Karin Tower, where Master Karin resides, is nestled within this great forest. The tower is a divine spire connecting to the heavens. Legend has it that only those who can ascend the Karin Tower unassisted may meet the sage residing at its peak and receive his guidance. For centuries, countless martial artists have come to challenge this tower, yet few have succeeded in reaching its summit. Even the cataclysm over 300 years ago, which temporarily plunged the Earth martial arts community into despair, could not extinguish the aspirations of martial artists who continued to come to challenge the tower periodically. The last person known to have reached the top of Karin Tower was the legendary Master Roshi, revered as the god of martial arts. With a whoosh, a figure approached the location of Karin Tower at incredible speed. A fleeting shadow darted above the dense forest, and the smooth horizon appeared curved due to the expansive view. As Roland flew over the sacred forest, he finally spotted the towering structure reaching towards the sky, its summit obscured by clouds. That was Karin Tower. And seeing it in person was far more awe-inspiring than in any animation. Roland marveled at its height, unable to ascertain just how tall it truly was. But the sight of the colossal tower piercing the clouds, as if bridging the heavens and the earth, compelled him to wonder how it was constructed. Yet, while he was lost in thought, Roland did not linger beneath the tower. As he approached, he made a sharp turn and surged upwards, accelerating along the ivory tower's surface towards its pinnacle. In an instant, his movements generated a powerful shockwave, and his figure soon vanished into the white clouds. Acquiring the Senzu beans was his utmost priority. Chapter 12. Master Karin Roland had perused numerous fanfiction tales of Dragon Ball, where protagonists devised intricate schemes to obtain Senzu beans from Master Karin. Some offered fresh seafood in exchange, others resorted to deception, while some appealed to emotions, hoping to sway Master Karin with sincere feelings. After contemplating the feasibility of these methods, Roland reached a conclusion. All of it was nonsense. Although Senzu beans were merely sustenance in the early stages of the plot, they were the result of Master Karin's diligent cultivation, and thus could not be acquired so easily. While Master Karin was indeed a cat, he was an extraordinary and transcendent being, far removed from base desires. How could mere seafood possibly impress him? As for deception, that was even more absurd. Master Karin had guarded Karin Tower for over 8 centuries. Did they think his wisdom was inferior to that of mortals? Was he to camp out at Karin Tower like Yajirobe, persisting stubbornly? After much contemplation, Roland dismissed various methods. as a Saiyan. He believed that actions should be taken with a certain grandeur. Ascending at an increasingly rapid pace, the whirlwind he stirred dissipated the clouds surrounding the tower, propelling him beyond the atmospheric boundaries. Yet the sky remained a serene blue, and the summit of the tower seemed an unfathomable distance away. The Kalan Tower exhibited peculiar characteristics. The surrounding space appeared to be imbued with a mysterious force, for the tower should not have reached such heights. Marveling at the tower's enigma, Roland quickened his ascent toward the pinnacle. Meanwhile, within the bulbous structure at the summit, the cat sage leaned on a wooden staff, his expression grave as he observed Roland's climb through a water tank. The moment Roland entered the sacred realm of Kalan, the immense energy emanating from him captured the cat sage's attention. Compared to the martial artists on Earth, Roland's energy was extraordinarily abundant, lacking the ability to restrain it. He radiated power like a spotlight in the night, perpetually exposing his formidable strength. What a monstrous being has emerged from the shadows, so young yet possessing such terrifying power. The cat sage mused. Having encountered countless individuals, he had never witnessed a creature of such magnitude. Should this being choose to wreak havoc? The cat sage would be utterly powerless to intervene. As he paced nervously beside the water tank, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, an unsettling sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Soon, a powerful cyclone reached the tower's summit, a fierce storm whistling in his ears. It was here. The cat sage's heart raced as he shifted his gaze from the tank, spotting a diminutive figure hovering in the air outside the tower's structure. Appearing no older than 4 or 5, with a youthful visage. Feeling the aura radiating from this child, the cat sage was suddenly struck with a shiver. What a fearsome little sprite, having swiftly passed the trials of the Kalan Tower. The cat sage gazed at Roland in astonishment, yet as a host, he steeled himself to approach. Surely the deities were also observing this, but such knowledge offered little comfort. Roland scrutinized the rotund, white feline sage leaning on a staff, reminiscent of the character from the animation. Rumored to be over 800 years old, he pondered the sage's breed. In the Dragon Ball universe, cats were indeed a remarkable species. Might I inquire what brings you here? If you seek to challenge the Kalan Tower, your strength renders such an endeavor unnecessary. The cat sage asked cautiously. Necessity aside, I find myself quite intrigued by your establishment, Roland replied, narrowing his eyes as he appraised the sage. The expression sent a chill down the cat sage's spine, as if foreboding misfortune. Disregarding the sage's authority, Roland sauntered about the first level of the Kalan Tower as if it were his own abode, occasionally striking and critiquing the objects above. Approaching the water tank, he lifted the lid and peered inside. It was said that the 3 tanks represented the past, present, and future, yet Roland saw nothing within, indicating that a special method was required to perceive their contents. The cat sage stood by helplessly, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by his visitor. After a brief period of exploration, Roland inquired, I have heard tell of something known as the Sinza bean. A single bean allows one to forego sustenance for 10 days. May I have one? The cat sage replied, Indeed, such a thing exists. But it is reserved for martial artists who challenge the Kalan Tower. There is no surplus food atop the tower. In the past, martial artists ascended relying on Sinza beans to stave off hunger. However, in recent centuries, few have succeeded in reaching the summit, resulting in a greater surplus of beans. A glint of determination flickered in Roland's eyes as he felt a surge of energy build within him, suddenly launching an energy sphere beneath the Kalan Tower. A thunderous explosion echoed below, causing the cat sage to rush to the tower's railing, glimpsing a crimson mushroom cloud through the clouds. A vast expanse of the majestic mountains bordering the Kalan sanctuary had been obliterated. You see, it would be wise to surrender the Sinza beans, Roland remarked with a smile, playfully lifting another energy sphere in his hand. The dazzling orb instilled a cold sweat in the cat sage. This individual was not here for discourse. Swallowing hard, the cat sage shivered and exclaimed, Wait, I can provide the Sinza beans. Please refrain from unleashing any more energy waves. Roland laughed heartily. Now that the spirit, bring forth the Sinza beans. I shall need a moment to search. It has been many years since I last utilized them. The cat sage sighed in resignation. You'd best hurry. This fellow's power is overwhelming. Even the deities may not stand a chance against him. I cannot fathom from where such a monster has emerged. Considering Roland's present combat prowess, it was utterly inconceivable for the cat sage, unfamiliar with cosmic might, to grasp the sheer impact of his presence. The disparity was akin to the earth shattering beneath one's feet. On Earth, power levels were comparatively low. Martial artists with strength exceeding a mere 5 points were deemed formidable, while those, like Master Rashi, who had trained for centuries to reach over 100 points, were exceedingly rare, often celebrated as legendary martial artists. In such an environment, the sudden emergence of a creature with a power level of 460 was astonishing. Such a terrifying being was unheard of, let alone seen. With a heavy sigh, the cat sage rummaged through the Kalen Tower, finally uncovering a clay jar among the clutter. Adorned with the words Sinza beans in red, he opened it to reveal a trove of green, dried beans. Chapter 13. Sinza beans. It was indeed the legendary Sinza beans of the Dragon Ball world. Upon seeing them, Roland's breath quickened. He shoved the cat sage aside and cradled the jar of beans. Akin to a parched traveler in the desert discovering an oasis, his eyes brimming with the thirst for survival. The jar brimmed with at least 10,000 beans. Such a treasure could mean life or death. How could there be so many? Roland mused, recalling how, despite their abundance now, they would become exceedingly scarce in a few decades, requiring the cat sage to harvest immature beans for Goku and his companions to share. How many treasures had that gluttonous Yajirobe squandered? The thought of such precious items being wasted pained Roland deeply. To prevent these treasures from gathering dust, he resolved to take them all. These are all mine. The cat sage stumbled back, barely regaining his balance. Observing Roland's miserly demeanor as a dark cloud of frustration formed above him. This is all I have. Cultivating Sinza beans is no easy task. One can yield only a handful each year. These are the fruits of centuries of labor. This year's harvest has yet to be planted. At the very least, you must leave me some for seeds. Roland, reluctant to part with the jar, grabbed a handful of Sinza beans, approximately 50, and placed them on the ground. No problem. You may keep these for seeds. The feline sage stared intently at the small handful of beans, merely around 50 in number, then glanced at the ceramic pot cradled in Luolan's arms. A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of times before liberation. Yet, considering the formidable power of his counterpart, he felt fortunate that no chaos had ensued. With a heavy sigh, he bent down to collect the meager supply of celestial beans. Wait, Luolan called out. The feline sage looked up in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, Luolan's expression twisted as if he were in pain. He unexpectedly returned a portion of the beans he had gathered from the ground back into the pot. For planting purposes, 50 beans might be excessive. Here, take these. Having returned a handful, only 30 beans remained. Is that sufficient? The sage fumed internally as he beheld the dwindling count of celestial beans, but ultimately complied and stored them away. Frustrated, he inquired, I heard you possess a treasure known as the Super Divine Water? The light, airy voice sent a shiver down the sage's spine. You wish for the Super Divine Water? While the celestial beans merely served as sustenance, an acceptable loss, Super Divine Water was entirely different. It was a precious substance capable of unlocking human potential. And upon hearing Luolan mention it, the sage's fur bristled. Luolan shook his head. No, I was merely asking. Though it could indeed awaken latent abilities. In reality, it was a poison. The process was excessively forceful, and consuming it would likely lead to dire consequences. In the original tale, Sun Wukong narrowly escaped death due to a viral heart ailment, potentially a consequence of drinking the Super Divine Water combined with his overuse of the Kaioken technique. Luolan harbored doubts about the safety of such a substance. The notion of developing potential was better left to the Grand Elder of Namek or the Old Kaioshin of the Kaioshin realm, both far more reliable and devoid of hazards. Ha ha ha, Kalen Sage, I am quite satisfied with this harvest. Do remember to cultivate the celestial beans diligently, as I shall return. With a jovial smile directed at the feline sage, Luolan leaped from the edge of the Kalen Tower and vanished into the mist. The sage silently prayed that he would never have to see Luolan again. This encounter had cost him dearly, in gazing at the pitiful collection of beans. He could only shake his head in resignation. Within the divine temple of the heavens, the god and Bobo exhaled in relief upon witnessing Luolan depart from the Kalen Tower. They had feared that his insatiable greed might lead to trouble. Had he intruded upon the divine temple, it would have been disastrous. Fortunately, he had only taken a trivial amount of celestial beans, which, in the eyes of the god and Bobo, held little value. Ha ha ha, I effortlessly acquired so many celestial beans. On his way back, Luolan cradled the jar of beans. Elated, he opened the lid, popped one into his mouth, and with a crisp crunch, he bit down. The bean had no discernible flavor. Yet soon a rich energy spread through his mouth, radiating warmth throughout his body. A feeling of fullness surged in his stomach, while mental fatigue evaporated, invigorating him with newfound strength. Luolan's eyes sparkled as he laughed heartily. Ha! What a marvelous treasure! The jar contained approximately 10,000 beans, each potentially life-saving in critical moments. He carefully tucked them away but felt uneasy holding them so closely. What if the jar were to break? Risking the loss of the beans? With this thought in mind, he resolved to find a more secure method of storage. Universal capsules? The name suddenly flickered in his mind. The technology on Earth, regarded as black technology, allowed various items to be stored within a small capsule, a must-have for travel and daily life. With this realization, Luolan decided he needed to procure some empty universal capsules and swiftly made his way toward a bustling city. Technological development on Earth was notably uneven. Regions could be separated by centuries of advancement. Some villages seemed isolated, still using kerosene lamps for light, while others had made slight progress with basic machinery. Upon entering a city, one would find various jet-propelled floating devices and suspended transportation tubes, as if stepping into a futuristic realm. After a brief flight, Luolan landed in a relatively developed city where advanced technology was ubiquitous. The universal capsule technology was, of course, available. Prominently displayed on the streets were shops selling various capsule devices and empty universal capsules. However, upon checking his pockets, Luolan discovered he had not a single coin to his name. Would he resort to robbery? Shaking his head, he reminded himself that even Saiyans had a sense of monetary value. He was a person of dignity. Such actions were beneath him. Suddenly, he noticed a group of thugs loitering in a nearby alley, smoking. Perhaps you could contribute a little, he thought with a cold smile as he approached them. 7 thugs stood against the wall, exhaling smoke. Their hair dyed in various unconventional colors, laughing boisterously about their recent exploits, who they had bullied or how much they had extorted. "Hey, do you fellas have a lot of money?" A childish voice piped up, belonging to a small child who appeared no older than 4 or 5. "Where did this little brat come from? Go ask your family for money instead of bothering me." One of the dyed-haired thugs growled, irritated by the child's presence. "Haha. Why bother with the child?" Another thug leaned against the wall, puffing away. One thug noticed Luolan's strikingly handsome face and reached out to pinch his cheek. "This kid is pretty cute. Come here, let me take a look. Isn't that just typical? This kid has got a pretty face." Another thug jeered, and they all erupted into laughter. Luolan observed them coldly, a smirk forming inside. As one of them reached out again, his eyes flashed with cold determination. He sidestepped swiftly, clenched his fist, and with a sharp impact, delivered a powerful strike to the thug's abdomen. The thug let out a pained wail and crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The remaining thugs, witnessing this, dropped their cigarettes and rushed to assist their fallen comrade, only to be swiftly dispatched by Luolan's deft movements. The commotion in the alley went unnoticed by passers-by. "Do you enjoy playing around? How unfortunate, for I do as well." A cold smile crept across Luolan's lips as he gathered a surge of energy, then stomped the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth beneath them suddenly sank, creating chaotic fissures that spread across the surface. The thugs stood dumbstruck, their eyes wide with terror at the unfolding spectacle. "Please, brother, spare us. We won't do it again, we swear," they pleaded, bowing repeatedly in desperation. Luolan cast a cold gaze upon them, her lips curling into a radiant smile. "Produce all your valuables at once." A few of them were taken aback, momentarily stunned. "Hurry up and hand over your money," she urged, cradling a ceramic jar, untroubled by the potential arrival of others in the desolate alley. The ruffians exchanged glances, yet dared not disobey, hastily relinquishing all their belongings, 7 wallets and several boxes of multifunctional capsules. As Luolan counted the money, disappointment washed over her as she discovered only a little over 3,000 in cash. The bank cards held no value for her, yet the capsules were the true treasures. Weighing them in her hand, she discarded the wallets onto the ground, and under the watchful eyes of the thugs, soared into the air. She flew away. It must be a monster. The realization struck the gang only after Luolan vanished. Their gazes fixating on the ground she had effortlessly devastated, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. "Boss, should we call the police?" One trembling thug inquired, only to receive a sharp slap from the leader, who scolded. "You think the police will believe we were robbed by a 4- or 5-year-old child who then flew off? Damn it, everyone go back. Today is cursed." In a remote field outside the town, a vague figure flickered, and Luolan reappeared with her plunder. She opened the boxes containing the multifunctional capsules, examining their contents meticulously. Pressing the button on one of the capsules, she tossed it towards a distant clearing, which erupted in a burst of white smoke, revealing a sleek jet bike, modern in design and devoid of wheels, precisely as depicted in the animations. The capsules could indeed contain massive items. After experimenting with the remaining capsules, she discovered that apart from a few empty ones, most contained everyday appliances and vehicles, no lavish possessions like houses or RVs. It stood to reason, as these petty thugs would not possess such wealth. The 3,000 plus might suffice to purchase a few empty capsules. Discontentedly shaking her head, Luolan collected the capsules. The empty ones were of little worth, serving merely as inexpensive storage devices for everyday items, with a standard box of 7 priced at just over 1,000. The monetary purchasing power on Earth resembled that of her past life as currency. Returning to the town, she used her ill-gotten gains to secure a hotel room, indulging in a hot shower that washed away her sweat and odor. She then procured a few suitable garments, yet her cash dwindled swiftly. Money doesn't last long, she mused, extracting a small cloth bag to stow away over 20 magical beans, placing the remainder into an empty multifunctional capsule, which she carefully kept close. Life on Earth differed from her previous planet. Here, money was essential for a decent quality of life and to savor the exquisite cuisine. She needed to amass a substantial fortune. With money in hand, everything else would fall into place. Reflecting on the tale of Sun Wukong's encounter with the Red Ribbon Army, she recalled how he and General Blue had once ventured into a pirate's underground treasure vault, brimming with gold and silver. Although the vault lay submerged beneath the sea, it posed no challenge for Luolan. According to the clues from the comics, the treasure vault was situated not far from Master Roshi's cave house, with a conspicuous entrance. With this plan in mind, Luolan checked out of her room the following day and hastened towards the ocean. The island where Master Roshi resided was located near the East Sea. Utilizing an energy detector, she quickly pinpointed the location of the cave house and began her search in the vicinity. Days passed as Luolan scoured the vast ocean, her brow furrowing at the endless expanse of azure waves. It should be around here, she reassured herself. After circling the area for several rounds, she followed the lead she knew. The location seemed accurate, yet the entrance remained elusive. Could it be that the pirates haven't constructed the vault yet? She pondered. No. The comic depicted the vault as having been built decades ago. Given the substantial accumulation of treasure, so it had to exist. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. Why not acquire a metal detector? The vault's treasures primarily consisted of gold and silver jewelry, easily detectable with a high-precision metal detector. Resolute, Luolan flew towards a nearby city and purchased a detector with her remaining funds. Upon returning to the ocean, it wasn't long before she detected a strong signal. Following the information from the detector, she diligently searched until she finally uncovered the entrance to the underwater vault. Chapter 15. The Quest for the Dragon Balls with a Rush. She navigated through a dark, elongated passageway, emerging from the water into the vault's interior, a sealed underwater space. Recalling her memories, she knew an ambush awaited her ahead. Sun Wukong and General Blue had faced numerous challenges here. However, such trials posed no threat to her, swiftly evading traps and robotic sentinels. Luolan soon arrived before the chamber piled high with treasures. With a thunderous crash, the thick metallic door collapsed, breaking through the last barrier. A beaming Luolan stepped into the vault. It was filled with an abundance of gold and silver, the gleaming treasures dazzling to the eyes. Towering like mountains, each piece a highly coveted artifact, a testament to the pirates' years of plundering, now all within her grasp. Retrieving a multifunctional capsule, she opened it to reveal spacious, empty boxes, and with a grin, began to fill them with the treasures. In no time, the vault lay stripped bare. Luolan leaving not a single coin behind, a true testament to her audacity. Should the pirates return to find their vault emptied, they would surely weep in despair. Among the treasures, Luolan found no trace of the Dragon Ball that Sun Wukong and General Blue sought. Yet, that was to be expected. The Dragon Ball had been discovered by Sun Wukong during his quest for the 4-star ball after the initial collection, and had not yet been unearthed by the pirates and brought to the depths. With a heart full of joy, she secured her newfound wealth and swiftly departed, making her way to a larger gold and silver shop in the big city, wary that a smaller establishment might not accommodate her vast inventory. However, when she presented a portion of her loot, the staff were taken aback. Though it was merely the size of a wooden box, it constituted less than 1/10 of her total treasure. Initially, the attendant doubted that a child like her could be there to sell anything. Yet upon witnessing the full box of gold and silver, beads of sweat broke out on their forehead. Could this child have raided a bank's vault? The reality was akin to their suspicions. Luolan had not plundered a bank, but rather had emptied the pirates' years of amassed wealth. Watching the staff of the gold and silver shop flounder in a frenzy to tally the amounts, Luolan reclined comfortably in the VIP room, sipping her drink with satisfaction. This brings us to the discussion of the societal order in the world of Dragon Ball. In this realm, as long as one possesses the audacity to brandish a weapon, the other party will not hesitate to accept it. There is no inclination to summon the police. This world is characterized by a prevalence of martial arts, and incidents of robbery and theft are commonplace. It is not surprising to see someone storming into a bank with a firearm. The prudent course of action is simply to surrender the money. The character launched from the original work exemplifies this behavior. After waiting for over an hour in the VIP room, the staff of the gold and silver building, wiping sweat from their brows, cautiously handed a bag of cash and a bank card to Roland. Sipping his drink, Roland leaped from the sofa, smiling as he accepted the cash and card. The cash amounted to 300,000, while the card held a staggering 25 billion in Earth currency. Since it was an anonymous account, he could withdraw it from any bank, freeing him from any future financial concerns. I am thoroughly satisfied with your service. Should there be similar business in the future, please consider our company. Certainly, they replied. With this substantial sum, Roland strutted out, empowered to purchase anything he desired. Arriving at a large sales area for universal capsules in the city, he prepared to acquire some tools for outdoor living. This sales area displayed high-tech products developed by Bulma's affiliated companies. Within these small capsules were motorcycles, cars, planes, and houses. He simply purchased a set of two-story housing, a refrigerator, a color television, air conditioning units, and also prepared a travel RV, motorcycle, and yacht, quickly spending a considerable portion of his bank card's funds, leading him to marvel at how swiftly money could be spent. With everything in order, Roland felt ready to live comfortably on Earth. Next, he would embark on his training journey. Let us start by searching for the Dragon Balls, practicing as I go. Having finally arrived on Earth, he had yet to lay eyes on a Dragon Ball. With this plan in mind, Roland took a brief respite before setting off on his quest. Though he was not in a hurry, as no one on Earth was competing with him for the Dragon Balls. His first destination was Bowsy Mountain, where he was aware of the location of a Dragon Ball. On Earth, 2 Dragon Balls had clearly defined locations: Gohan's 4-star ball and Master Roshi's 3-star ball. Both acquired long ago, particularly Roshi's, which he discovered while swimming on the ocean floor over a century ago. However, Roland was more keen to meet the elderly man who would eventually adopt Goku. Once he located the first Dragon Ball, he would then head to West City to seek Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, and request him to manufacture a Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Briefs was a genius capable of creating black technology like the Universal Capsule. In the original story, he modified Goku's spaceship in just a few days. So there was no reason to believe he could not devise a device to detect Dragon Ball signals. As for the possibility of Dr. Briefs refusing him, Roland was unconcerned. For a scientist of his caliber ought to have an interest in the unknown. Activating his energy detector, he scanned in the direction of Bowsy Mountain. With a beep, an energy source with a power level of 142 appeared on the screen. That was Gohan's signal. It was only 1,000 kilometers away, and flying there would take just over an hour. However, there was no rush, so he decided to ride slowly on his motorcycle. This motorcycle, equipped with a glass shield, was quite convenient to operate. As long as he maintained his direction, even someone of Roland's stature could ride it comfortably. With a flick of his tail, Roland mounted the motorcycle and started the engine, setting off leisurely. As he sped along the gravel roads of the countryside, a plume of yellow dust rose behind him, the motorcycle kicking up clouds of dust as it raced along the stony path. The technological development in the Dragon Ball world is markedly uneven. As he quickly left the city, the roads transformed from gravel to muddy dirt paths. Chapter 16. A chance encounter riding his motorcycle along the dry dirt road. A trail of yellow dust swirled behind him like a long serpent. Protected by the glass shield, Roland remained relatively unscathed by the swirling dust, though he did appear somewhat disheveled. After a day of sightseeing and travel, Roland entered a vast and flat plain, an area desolate and rarely trodden by human feet. In such barren territories between cities, where police presence is minimal, miscreants are prone to thrive, often targeting passing merchants for theft. Ironically, the more trafficked roads, frequented by prepared caravans, experience fewer incidents of robbery. As Roland rode his motorcycle, he encountered several attempts at highway robbery. The outcomes were predictable, as the robbers ended up being the ones robbed. Mere mortals are no match for me. Given the dangers outside, it was remarkable that Bulma, in the original story, wandered about without encountering any peril. As he drew closer to Bowsy Mountain, the scenery transformed, becoming lush and vibrant, with rolling hills becoming increasingly common. As dusk approached, Roland parked his motorcycle by the roadside, dismounted, and transformed into a white light, darting into the distant mountains, soon returning with a massive beast in tow. After deploying a universal capsule to retrieve cooking utensils, Roland prepared to cook the captured beast. Saiyans have hearty appetites. As long as it is alive, any creature, once its entrails and harmful parts are removed, can be consumed. After relishing a delicious meal, Roland, noting the late hour, decided against continuing his journey. A few more days of travel would bring him to Bowsy Mountain, so he chose to rest here. With this thought, Roland focused his energy, conjuring a wave of energy to clear a flat area. Clapping his hands, he gazed at the smooth ground with satisfaction. During this time, his control over energy waves had indeed improved significantly. He retrieved a 2-story house, placing it on the newly leveled ground, and activated the electric water heater to prepare hot water. As the water heater took time to warm the water, Roland stepped outside to practice his martial arts, vigorously swinging his arms, diving, and leaping, sweat glistening as it dripped down. Cultivation requires perseverance. Any lapse could lead to a regression in strength. If Safiria were to discover his laziness, she would surely be incensed. Speaking of Safiria, Roland recalled that it had been nearly 9 months since he left planet Vegeta. He wondered how she was faring. According to the storyline, in 3 months, planet Vegeta would face destruction. That woman is particularly stubborn. She might indeed comply with orders and return to planet Vegeta. In truth, Roland felt little attachment to planet Vegeta or the Saiyans. His perspective was somewhat selfish. He was content as long as he had enough for himself. Whether or not planet Vegeta perished was of no consequence to him. However, for Safiria, that aloof woman, perhaps due to their previous months together, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of her demise. Well, I suppose I shall find a way to save her when the time comes. After all, she is my sister. If he were to rescue her, he must hone his skills diligently, lest he become a target of her ridicule for overestimating himself. With this in mind, Roland committed himself even more fervently to his training. Currently, his battle power was approximately 460, having gained a few points in recent days, nearing 470. Yet, compared to Safiria, an elite warrior whose power exceeded 4,200 upon their first meeting, he still lagged significantly behind. Sometimes, Roland truly envies the innate talent of Safiria. One night, after indulging in a soothing bath, he climbed into bed, mindlessly watching a tedious television program while savoring some fruit he had retrieved from the refrigerator. The program proved to be exceedingly dull, prompting him to switch off the television and prepare for sleep. In the stillness of the night, beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, the gentle moonlight cascaded through the glass window, casting a luminescent veil of delicate brilliance. The occasional croaks of frogs and the buzzing of insects punctuated the serene rural nightscape. Suddenly, a loud rap echoed from outside. Roland furrowed his brow and turned over, but the knocking grew increasingly insistent, disrupting his attempts to find slumber. What wild beast could it be in such desolation? He huffed, thinking it would make for a fine breakfast come morning. With a displeased expression, he donned his robe and made his way to the door. What a racket! Do you wish to be eaten? He muttered under his breath. Upon opening the door, he was greeted not by a beast, but by a striking girl with golden hair, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, graceful and elegant, with a captivating countenance and crystalline eyes that sparkled with allure. Ah, I apologize, young man. Have I disturbed you? I seem to have misplaced my universal capsule. May I stay the night? A woman, a scam, or perhaps a trap? Roland regarded the girl with an inscrutable expression, and upon confirming she was alone, he stepped aside to allow her entry. The golden-haired girl quickly expressed her gratitude before stepping inside, seemingly oblivious to any ill intentions. Is it just you here? How dangerous. Where are your family? She chirped, her curiosity unbridled as she entered. Roland took a moment to assess her. She possessed a cascade of waist-length golden tresses and wore a wide, soft hat. A light purple backpack adorned her back, and a form-fitting crimson dress accentuated her delicate yet captivating figure. Perhaps due to her long journey, her attire bore traces of dust, giving her a slightly disheveled appearance. The pearl necklace around her neck suggested a background of wealth, marking her as a young lady of privilege. I live alone, Roland replied. How remarkable, she exclaimed, admiration lacing her voice. By the way, do you have a bathroom? I would like to take a shower. At that moment, Roland found himself at a loss for words. Was the world of Dragon Ball truly so naive? At this late hour, a girl dared to enter a stranger's abode, and so casually prepare for a bath? Fortunate that she encountered him, he maintained an impassive expression and gestured toward the room at the end of the hallway. It's over there. The hot water is already prepared. Oh, that's wonderful. I shall go wash up now. With that, the girl placed her backpack and hat on the table and cheerfully made her way to the bathroom, soon accompanied by the sound of running water. Does she truly consider this place her home? Roland concluded that this girl was certainly no con artist. She seemed to lack a certain sensibility. What might be in her bag? Intrigued, Roland opened the purple backpack resting on the table, discovering not much in the way of personal items, but rather a compact laptop and several booklets filled with text. Upon picking up one of the booklets, he suddenly realized he could not decipher the words written in the language of Earth. Chapter 17. Bowsy Mountain. The sun rose to reveal swirling sands and a long trail of dust as a motorcycle sped along. The rider, a golden-haired girl adorned with a helmet, had her hair dancing in the wind, while a small boy of 4 or 5 clung to her waist, his gaze calm as he stared ahead. Hey, Roland, we're almost at Bowsy Mountain. I've heard there are many fierce beasts there, even hunters dare not approach. What will we do if we encounter danger? With me around, all ferocious beasts will merely become sustenance. That makes sense. Your skills are impressive. This scene unfolded on a bright morning, with Bulma's sister, Tais, piloting the motorcycle on their second day of travel together. After learning of Roland's formidable abilities the previous morning, she seemed to have gained a new perspective and insisted on adventuring with him, claiming she wanted to broaden her horizons for an engaging novel. Though he initially hesitated to take on a companion, the fact that she was Bulma's sister, the eldest daughter of Dr. Briefs, made him reconsider, as he would eventually require the Doctor's assistance in creating the Dragon Radar. The Briefs family was known for their boldness and carefree nature. Though Tais was relatively young, she was filled with curiosity, much like her sister Bulma, and had a penchant for adventure. After all, she was traveling to write a better novel and experience life as an ordinary person. Upon discovering the energy detector, she bombarded Roland with questions about combat power, unaware that the term was an extraterrestrial standard, mistakenly believing it to be a popular metric in the martial arts community. What a naive girl. You Saiyans can really eat. One gigantic bear is devoured in mere moments. It's fortunate you dwell in a remote area. Otherwise, you'd surely terrify others. As she spoke, inspiration struck Tais. The gluttonous powerhouse, this element could make for an excellent story. Roland stifled a yawn and leaned against Tais's back, retrieving the energy detector to check their proximity to the energy source at Baozi Mountain. Roland, tell me more about you Saiyans. Do you all have tails? Isn't that inconvenient? I have a sister who's a bit younger than you, but she's quite clever, with the heat making me sweat. I need to find a place to bathe soon. Ugh, it's so tedious only having one set of clothes. I must remember to buy more when we return. Tais chattered incessantly, while Roland could only roll his eyes in exasperation, wishing she would quiet down. As they continued towards Baozi Mountain, the road grew increasingly rugged, the scenery more pristine. Roland felt invigorated as they approached a secluded area surrounded by mountains. Stop, he shouted. Tais slammed on the brakes, the motorcycle skidding across the gravel. Are we here? Your acquaintance truly lives in a remote place, she remarked, glancing back at him. Roland dismounted the motorcycle and surveyed the area. It's nearby. Tais pressed a button on the motorcycle, transforming it back into a universal capsule and picking it up while taking in the tranquil surroundings. A sudden cool breeze swept over them, the temperature in the mountains a few degrees lower than outside. Is there really someone living here? Tais mused, crossing her arms. Didn't you see the signal on the detector? There's a source of energy with a combat power of 142, Roland replied, beginning to walk along the mountain path. Tais sneezed, pulling herself tighter against the chill. But it's so secluded here. Wouldn't there be many wild beasts? No sooner had she spoken than rustling sounds emerged from nearby, revealing wolves and leopards lurking in the shadows, their predatory gazes fixed on them. The low growls of the beast startled a flock of darkened birds into flight, sending Tais into a state of alarm. Seeking death, Roland's eyes narrowed, a terrifying aura radiating from him. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread in all directions, startling the nearby wolves, which emitted low growls and fled in fear. Tais's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "How impressive! The beasts are afraid of you." Roland, unfazed, gently shook his head. "It's a bit too noisy. The person we seek has likely already sensed us. Is it truly remarkable that powerful martial artists can sense one another from afar? Yet, living in such a place, might one not become quite reclusive?" Stepping carefully to keep pace, Taisi felt a mix of confusion and excitement, as if she were delving into an unknown realm, akin to the descriptions in novels, engaging with a mysterious circle on Earth that few know of. Soon, the pair emerged from the woods into a relatively open area, where a small square house made of bricks and blue stone stood beneath the shade of nearby trees. At last, they had found it. Roland sighed in relief. This was the secluded abode of Sun Wufan. Indeed, someone resided here, certainly a hermit of great renown. Taisi smiled, curiously surveying the tranquil and elegant surroundings, where even the air was infused with a refreshing fragrance. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This truly is a place for masters. By the way, what do you intend to do with that person? Challenge him?" Roland cast her a sidelong glance. "You've read too many novels. I am the one who writes them. No wonder they don't sell well." Taisi retorted angrily, "Young brother, you are quite unlikable. I am just getting started. I will definitely write popular works in the future." Ignoring Taisi's chatter, Roland took out a detector, which indicated that a powerful energy source was nearby. He scanned in that direction and indeed saw an elderly man in an orange robe, with a ruddy complexion, carrying firewood towards them. Upon noticing Roland and Taisi, the old man's eyes gleamed with a hint of intrigue. "I've found you, Sun Wufan." Sun Wufan wore a hat atop his head, with a black martial arts uniform draped in a robe. "What brings you two little ones to Baozi Mountain?" His gaze landed on Roland and Taisi, and as he looked at Roland, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The sensitivity of a martial artist told him that the boy was extraordinary. "We're searching for an orange-red orb embedded with a few stars. If you know its whereabouts, please inform us," Roland stated straightforwardly. "Weren't you here to spar?" Taisi looked at Roland, her mind swirling with questions, though she ultimately kept them to herself. "Oh, so you were looking for something?" Sun Wufan rummaged through his belongings and produced a Dragon Ball, the size of a fist, crystal clear and remarkably beautiful. Is this what you're after? The translucent crystal sphere displayed an orange-red hue, with 4 blood-red stars inside. The 4-star ball from the Dragon Balls. Roland's eyes brightened, his breath quickening. Though this was his first encounter with a Dragon Ball, its features were unmistakable, and he recognized it immediately. Chapter 18, The Dragon Ball. Yes, this is the one. Sun Wufan's aged voice continued. I found it in a valley a few years ago. I kept it because it looked nice. Since it is what you desire, I shall give it to you. Thank you, old man. Roland's demeanor shifted to one of warmth as he gratefully accepted the Dragon Ball. The old man was quite amiable. The Dragon Balls are divine artifacts created by the deities, utilizing the principle of refraction, allowing the red stars to be visible from any angle. Once all 7 are collected, one can summon the eternal dragon and make a wish within the limits of the deity's power. Although the strength of Earth's Dragon Balls cannot compare to those of Namek or the Cosmic Super Dragon Balls, they are still exceptionally precious to Roland at this moment. You're welcome. Sun Wufan chuckled but suddenly gasped, his gaze turning astonished as he observed Roland. Young brother, there seems to be a formidable power within you. You noticed? Roland looked at Sun Wufan. Among Earth's martial artists, he had never regarded strength as significant, but among them, Sun Wufan was quite competent, albeit just adequate. The physical constitution of Earthlings was their greatest flaw. Even Sun Wufan could only unleash a few energy waves, which required considerable preparation time, rendering them impractical in combat. Thus, in this lower-tier martial environment, the efficacy of hand-to-hand combat far surpassed that of energy waves, which were actually inefficient in real-world scenarios, a stark contrast to the broader cosmic context. Sun Wufan, with his current abilities, could not sense another's energy that required specialized training in the temple or a combat power exceeding 200 to barely achieve. However, upon closer observation, Sun Wufan could discern the terrifying aspects of Roland. Forgive me. Sun Wufan suddenly stepped forward, testingly throwing a punch. His speed was swift, and a fierce gust of wind accompanied his strike. Yet, to Roland, it appeared as slow as a snail, the force weak and ineffectual. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, a small hand swiftly reached out and met Sun Wufan's fist. Bang! The attack halted abruptly, sending Sun Wufan's body flying backward for over 10 meters, his heels digging into the ground, carving 2 deep trenches. Impressive. Even Master Wu Tian could not have repelled me in a single strike. What a formidable child. Sun Wufan was astounded. Before him stood a child who appeared to be merely 5 years old, yet harbored extraordinary strength. Old man, you are no match for me. The child's innocent voice echoed in his ears, prompting Sun Wufan to gaze deeply at Roland and sigh. Remarkable. I wonder who you are to possess such terrifying power. Tai Si, having recovered from her initial shock, chimed in. Roland is a Saiyan, a race that has remained hidden. Saiyan? Sun Wufan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It seems I have been quite uninformed. I have never heard of the Saiyan tribe. Truly remarkable. I suspect even Master Wu Tian would not be your opponent. The old pervert, Master Rashi, is certainly no match for me, Roland declared with pride. Tai Si, however, seemed to have genuinely mistaken Saiyans for a minority on Earth. After obtaining the 4-star ball, Roland decided not to linger and, after bidding farewell, took the unwilling Tai Si away from Bowsy Mountain. Throughout their journey, Tai Si was exhilarated as she had finally witnessed a martial arts duel, albeit just a single exchange. However, the 2 deep trenches carved by Sun Wufan's heels revealed to her a hidden aspect of the world, making her feel as if she were stepping through the doorway to a new realm. Roland, what do you intend to do with this peculiar orb? On the way back, Tai Si held the Dragon Ball before her eyes, intrigued by the 4 stars that appeared identical from every angle. This is called a Dragon Ball, a divine artifact crafted by the deities. Do deities truly exist? Please tell me more. Tai Si's interest was piqued once more. As Roland cleared the thorns along the path, he replied, deities do exist, though they are not particularly extraordinary. To the north lies the sacred land of Korin, where the Korin Tower stands, home to the martial arts sage Korin. Tai Si interjected excitedly, I've heard of that. It is said that if one climbs Korin Tower unarmed, they can meet the sage above and receive his guidance. Is that not a myth? Do not interrupt me. Roland shot her a glare, and Tai Si obediently closed her mouth. Luolan continued, the immortal Kylan indeed exists. In fact, above the Kylan Tower lies an even more expansive realm, where a divine temple resides, inhabited by the celestial gods of Earth. A sense of wonder filled Tai Si as she yearned to interrupt Luolan, but recalling past experiences, she quickly covered her mouth. Taking the Dragon Ball from Tai Si, he held it against the sun's rays. These Dragon Balls were crafted by the gods, totaling 7 in number. If one gathers all 7 scattered across the world, They can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant the summoner a single wish. The last person to collect them became a king over a century ago. How extraordinary. Let us embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls, Taisi exclaimed. Her enthusiasm ignited. She believed that incorporating such elements into her novel would surely captivate readers. To search for the Dragon Balls, we need a dragon radar. I could ask my father to create one. He is the inventor of the universal capsule technology, and crafting a radar would be a breeze. Taisi proudly revealed her lineage. I was awaiting your suggestion, Luolan chuckled, feigning hesitation before reluctantly agreeing to accompany Taisi to West City to find her father. Dr. Briefs. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set forth, Taisi exclaimed, her spirit brimming with vigor as she pointed towards the descending mountain path. Indeed. Let us go. A gentle smile graced Luolan's face. With Taisi's assistance and persuasion, Dr. Briefs would likely be inclined to assist in developing the dragon radar. The two mounted their motorcycle and departed from Bowsy Mountain. Upon passing a small town, Taisi proposed a visit to a store to procure several outfits. Having only one garment for some time, she had resorted to wrapping herself in a towel for sleep, which had rendered her life quite arduous. To Luolan's delight, he relished such circumstances, as it allowed him to share nightly companionship with a beautiful woman. Yet faced with Taisi's request, he found himself unable to object. He watched as she swiftly sifted through the myriad styles in the mall, filling her cart with dresses, shirts, undergarments, and jeans. This woman possesses significant wealth. Will she truly wear all these? He mused. Taisi responded, better to be prepared than to lack. Chapter 19. The Taisi family after a long journey. The pair finally arrived at the bustling metropolis of West City, Taisi's home. Entering West City felt akin to stepping into a future world. Light years ahead of their current time, with an array of wondrous transportation methods. The sky was adorned with long corridors where suspended vehicles glided effortlessly. On Earth, the stark contrast in technological advancement was evident. Some communities lived in primitive tribal conditions, while others had only recently embraced electrical utilities. And yet some regions had already developed advanced technologies capable of space travel. It was astonishing how, within a mere few hundred kilometers, two entirely different worlds coexisted, highlighting the intricate social dynamics that allowed these disparate groups to live in harmony. This exemplified the diversity of Earth's civilizations and races. Among the 5 most technologically advanced cities, named East, South, West, North, and Central, only the Central City served as the capital of the Earth Kingdom. The other 4 cities were modern metropolises, a century ahead in technology compared to other regions, creating a remarkable disparity. Upon entering West City, Luolan was taken aback by its opulence, believing that even many extraterrestrial cities could not rival its advancement. The most renowned establishment in West City was undoubtedly the rapidly ascending Universal Capsule Company, founded by Dr. Briefs. Within just a few years, this company had taken the world by storm with its extraordinary technology. In West City, the names of the Universal Capsule Company and Dr. Briefs were known to all. This way, my home is just ahead, Taisi announced, leading Luolan to a grand 5-story hemispherical building. Truly, a residence of wealth. The estate was vast, adorned with various flowers and trees, complete with a private swimming pool, resembling an independent villa complex. The annual expenses for water and electricity alone were beyond the means of an average family. Guided by Taisi, Luolan entered the villa and soon met Dr. Briefs. A disheveled and unkempt genius, clad in a white lab coat and puffing on a cigarette, his lavender hair in disarray. Upon seeing his eldest daughter with a young boy, he remarked curiously, Taisi, is this your new friend? No wonder you haven't had a boyfriend. It seems you prefer younger boys. Taisi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Luolan is a friend I met during my travels. Oh, so he is not a boyfriend, Dr. Brief said, shaking his head in feigned disappointment. Before inviting Luolan inside, help yourself to a drink. I apologize, my wife is preoccupied with our younger daughter and could not attend to you promptly. Not a problem. Luolan replied, observing Dr. Briefs. After a moment, the doctor returned with refreshments. Taisi placed her backpack on the sofa and produced the 4-star Dragon Ball. Addressing her father, Dad, can you develop a radar to detect the Dragon Ball signals from this? Dr. Briefs examined the Dragon Ball and responded, no problem. As long as this sphere emits electromagnetic waves, I believe I can create an instrument to detect those unique fluctuations, though it will take a few days. Taisi beamed at Luolan, exclaiming, I told you it was possible. A smile also graced Luolan's face. Just then, Mrs. Briefs entered with a 4-year-old girl, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Luolan. Ah, this is the first boy Taisi has brought home. How adorable. If he were a few years older, he could be Taisi's boyfriend. By the way, if you don't fancy Taisi, I won't mind at all. Mom, Taisi scolded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Luolan chuckled awkwardly. This family was indeed amusing. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The Briefs family was a delightful mix of eccentricity. Dr. Briefs, a brilliant inventor, was consistently disheveled. Mrs. Briefs, youthful at heart, enjoyed teasing her daughter about potential suitors, and both Tai Si and her sister Bulma were adventurous spirits, always seeking excitement in the world outside. "Are you a friend of my sister?" A sweet voice piped up. Roland turned to see a small girl with lavender hair, around 4 years old, sporting 2 little braids. Bulma. The young Bulma was indeed adorable, yet she regarded Roland with suspicion, brandishing a toy laser gun in his direction. Roland knew that the toy could indeed emit a laser. "Yes, I am a friend of Tai Si. I want to let her go to you," Bulma stated earnestly. Roland could not help but chuckle. He had no intention of quarreling with a child, especially given the age difference between him and Tai Si. After becoming acquainted with the Briefs family, Tai Si began recounting her adventures during her travels. When she shared the tale of almost being homeless due to losing her universal capsule, and how she was fortunate enough to be taken in by Roland, the expressions of Mrs. Briefs and the others grew notably warmer towards him. Even Bulma found this older brother quite likable. After a delightful afternoon tea, the host and guests engaged in lively conversation. Mrs. Briefs attended to her feline companion, while Dr. Briefs began the development of the Dragon Ball radar. Meanwhile, Bulma listened intently to Tai's adventurous tales, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Since the creation of the Dragon Ball radar would take some time, Roland decided to stay at Tai's spacious home, which had several unused rooms suitable for his accommodation. Entering his quarters, he washed away the dust of travel with warm water, soaking in the bath as he contemplated. "I already possess one of the 7 Dragon Balls. Once Dr. Briefs completes the radar, I can embark on the quest. Aside from the one clearly marked by Master Roshi, I have some leads on the one hidden in the Bull Demon King's castle. As for the others, I shall wait for the radar's completion to pursue them." With the radar in hand, the search would be swift. In the original tale, Bulma and Goku took an entire summer to gather all the Dragon Balls. I believe I can accomplish it even faster. I shall surely summon Shenron before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Tai's home was indeed luxurious, boasting over 20 rooms, and when including the living room, kitchen, laboratory, bathrooms, and more, there were more than 40 distinct areas. Such lavish decor must have cost a fortune. Unsurprisingly, they were a wealthy family. Roland, while not lacking in funds, his bank card contained over 100 million, and his untapped treasures were worth billions, still felt dwarfed by the world's wealthiest. Tai's was a true heiress, and it was fascinating that such a wealthy young lady chose a life of adventure. In comparison, Bulma, who had become quite the infatuated young woman, contributed significantly to the early story's allure. Thus, Tai seemed the most grounded among them. Chapter 20. Frieza's orders in the blink of an eye. Roland had resided in Tai's home for 6 days. During this time, Dr. Brief successfully developed the Dragon Ball radar. Yet this flamboyant old man hesitated to hand it over to Roland, wanting to add a video chat feature. Upon learning this, Tai's had a heated argument with Dr. Briefs. Roland felt somewhat embarrassed, recalling how Dr. Briefs had similarly fretted over sound equipment while modifying Goku's spaceship. It appeared Dr. Briefs had a meticulous eye for detail. Upon receiving the radar, Roland pressed the activation button, and the green grid display quickly revealed several golden points of light. A signal source appeared at the center arrow, indicating the Dragon Ball he held, gradually expanding the detection range to encompass the entire Earth. All 7 points of light materialized. A look of joy spread across Roland's face as he beheld the radar's signals. "What do you think? My father's technology is quite remarkable, isn't it?" Tai beamed with pride, her golden hair brushing against his cheek, a delightful fragrance wafting into his nostrils. "It's excellent, even surpassing my expectations," Roland replied, casting a glance at Tai's. Compared to the radar Bulma had created, Dr. Briefs' version was far more advanced, capable of adjusting angles to present signals in a 3-dimensional format, significantly easing the search for the Dragon Balls. Indeed, the radar was equipped with the video chat feature, adding a touch of flair. Tai's, with a playful grin, urged Roland to hurry and find the Dragon Balls after informing her parents. Understanding their daughter's adventurous spirit, Dr. and Mrs. Briefs felt assured that having a powerful companion like Roland was the best choice for Tai's explorations. In a joking manner, Mrs. Briefs even suggested that if Roland were a few years older, she would gladly offer Tai's to him. Roland could only shake his head in bemusement. "Tai's, don't linger outside for too long. Return after finding the Dragon Balls. Your father's Universal Capsule Company awaits your inheritance," Dr. Briefs reminded her. Tai's quickly shook her head. "I have no desire for that. You can give the company to Bulma. She's far more suited for it." Before Dr. Briefs could respond, Tai's grabbed Roland's hand and rushed outside. Bidding farewell to Dr. Briefs, Roland and Tai's departed West City in a jeep. As the jeep cruised along the spacious highway, Roland inquired, "Do you truly not wish to inherit the family business?" Tai shrugged nonchalantly. "I have no interest in that life. Traveling suits me far better." Pausing, she asked with curiosity, "Where do we head next?" Roland consulted the Dragon Ball radar and pointed in a direction. "First, we go east. The radar indicates a Dragon Ball offshore. That's where the martial arts master, Master Roshi, resides." "Got it." Tai's confirmed, checking the navigation before steering the jeep eastward. Meanwhile, far away in the cosmos, a majestic disc-shaped spacecraft hovered in orbit outside planet Vegeta, glimmering among a sea of brilliant stars. Inside the ship, Frieza floated near a window in a small egg-shaped craft, his long tail swaying in the air as his crimson eyes fixated on planet Vegeta. "How goes the investigation on the Super Saiyans, Jacono?" Frieza's sharp voice cut through the silence. Jacono, a yellow-skinned alien standing beside him, responded with an air of confidence. "According to our findings, the tales of the Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God are merely myths fabricated by the Saiyans to enhance their reputation." "Indeed. That was my assumption as well. Now, whether they are myths or not is irrelevant. It's a pity to waste such formidable warriors." Frieza's craft shifted direction, his eyes glinting with malice, as he commanded Dodoria, "Mr. Dodoria, order all Saiyans currently on missions to return to planet Vegeta." "Understood," Dodoria replied without hesitation. Promptly exiting the command room, Jacono, taken aback, asked, "Lord Frieza, what are your intentions?" Frieza smirked. "It is not my desire but rather the command of Lord Beerus. I am merely following orders. Although the Saiyans under my command are a formidable force, they are ultimately subjugated by the oppression of their king. Such a people could turn against me at any moment. It is better to eliminate them sooner rather than later." "Lord Beerus." Jacono's expression hardened, his antennae ceasing their movement. Being a former subordinate of King Cold, who had retired and appointed Frieza alongside another elder, Biliblu, to manage the army, Jacono had heard tales of the god of destruction Beerus, and Frieza's mention of him startled him. "Since it is Lord Beerus's command, there is nothing we can do." Frieza chuckled. "Indeed, the Saiyans have brought this upon themselves. I wonder where they offended Lord Beerus. Even I tread carefully around him. However, this is fortuitous. It solidifies my resolve to eliminate that band of Saiyans. It is a pity to lose such exceptional warriors." Jacono and Biliblu have long been loyal subordinates of King Cold. Considering the overall situation of the Frieza force, the absence of the Saiyan faction will significantly diminish our deterrent power. No matter, if we are short-handed, we shall recruit more. The universe is rife with beings eager to make their mark. "I understand," Jacono nodded. An egg-shaped spacecraft floated into the sky. Frieza, resting his chin on his hands, gazed at planet Vegeta and mused aloud to Shambo, "Have the Ugarins retrieved the communication records from planet Vegeta? If we are to eradicate the Saiyans, we must root them out entirely. Should any Saiyans fail to return, we will hunt them down according to the list. Mr. Shambo, I entrust this task to you." "Yes, Lord Frieza." Shambo, a handsome alien with dark green hair, responded with a serious demeanor. He hesitated momentarily before adding, "Lord Frieza, Prince Vegeta is among the mission personnel. Should we eliminate him as well?" Frieza waved his hand dismissively. "Leave Vegeta be. He is quite a splendid plaything. Let him remain for a while longer." Chapter 21. Return journey. In a distant star region far from planet Vegeta, Saiyan warriors scattered across the northern galaxy received the Frieza force's return command. Despite their confusion, they complied, with all but a few exiled Saiyans and those in remote areas making their way back to planet Vegeta. Among them was Bardock, the father of the protagonist, Goku. Bardock had long harbored doubts regarding the Frieza Force's commands. Ever since Frieza assumed control of the army left by King Cold 5 years prior and became the new ruler of planet Vegeta, Bardock sensed Frieza's deep-seated distrust of the Saiyans. Now, with Frieza gradually consolidating his power with the assistance of elder figures like Biliblu and Jacono, his reliance on the Saiyans had significantly waned, fueling Bardock's foreboding. "Let us hope nothing goes awry," Bardock murmured softly, his gaze becoming profound as he looked towards the accompanying spaceship. On a mist-laden planet, Prince Vegeta had just received a directive from the Frieza Force. A tall youth, over 2 meters, was engaged in battle when he suddenly heard the beeping of his communicator. Upon opening it, he found a message from headquarters. "What does it say?" Vegeta cackled, casually demolishing a castle. The robust youth read aloud from the communicator. "The Frieza Force commands us to return to planet Vegeta immediately for an important mission." "Ignore it. Pretend you didn't hear," Vegeta impatiently interrupted the young warrior. Then, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful energy wave, causing a thunderous explosion in the distance. "But this is a command from headquarters," the youth protested. Vegeta's demeanor darkened, his dislike for Frieza evident. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes as he hurled an energy sphere, creating a mushroom cloud. Are you not listening to me? I understand, replied the youth, who was Nappa, a scion of noble lineage, known for invading Earth alongside Vegeta in the original tale, ultimately meeting his demise at Vegeta's hands. Nappa dared not contradict Vegeta's orders, yet he pondered the wisdom of disregarding Frieza's command. TCH. Observing Nappa's timid demeanor, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, then instructed several other scions to disregard the communicator's message. Meanwhile, Roland's sister, Syphilia, was accompanying a combat team to conquer a planet, as it was a high-level planet. Its strongest warriors boasted battle powers exceeding 5,000. Even a seasoned scion team needed to exercise caution. A single misstep could result in their annihilation. However, the battle had progressed to its concluding phase, with the planet's strongest foe eliminated days prior, leaving only sporadic resistance that could no longer sway the outcome. After we eliminate the remaining resistance, we can hand over the planet to the Frieza force. Be careful not to unleash excessive energy. Damaging the environment here will diminish its market value, the team leader grumbled, yet carelessly unleashed an energy wave, leveling a mountain. If the captain could not adhere to his own advice, he should not disturb his comrades' enjoyment of battle. The Saiyan warriors continued their wanton destruction, prompting the leader to glare at them in frustration, then burst into laughter, cursing his teammates. His gaze fell upon a captivating figure not far away. Syphilia's strength had grown remarkably. Perhaps she would make an excellent captain next time. Such disobedient comrades would surely heed the words of a beauty. Amused, he thought. A lovely lady is always a delight to behold. Female scions are not as rugged as their male counterparts, although some possess fierce combat capabilities. Most are petite and exude grace. Syphilia stood out as one of the rare beauties among female scions, her delicate frame exuding both elegance and strength, as if meticulously sculpted. Moreover, she was one of the few elite warriors among the scions, possessing extraordinary power at a young age and commanding great respect within their ranks. Syphilia cast a cold glance at the leader, then effortlessly stepped into the void, appearing hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. With a stoic expression, she delivered a powerful kick, unleashing a ferocious wave of energy that obliterated a resistance fighter with a battle power of 2,000, leaving a massive crater over 50 meters wide in its wake. Syphilia, word from the Frieza force. All scions on external missions must return to planet Vegeta immediately. What are they up to? Are we abandoning this planet? High-level planets are rare resources in the universe. Many affluent individuals would gladly purchase one as a private retreat. Who knows what is happening? Perhaps a rare superplanet has emerged, necessitating a full mobilization for conquest. What should we do? Let us return, the others laughed heartily. Nothing brings them more joy than battle. Syphilia's finely shaped brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head and joined the main group boarding the spaceship back to planet Vegeta. By the way, Syphilia, you have a brother, right? Why isn't he with you? Several scions began to chat during the return journey. Syphilia's expression turned icy. Her tone harsh. That fool hasn't contacted me in ages. When he returns, I shall teach him a lesson. Let us mourn for your brother. Having an exceptional sister is no easy feat, Amos. Are you looking for a fight? She shot a displeased glare at her teammate, an aura of coldness emanating from her. The scion named Amos quickly fell silent, reluctant to speak further. Scion women were not to be trifled with, especially those of high combat prowess. Humph. Syphilia let out a cold snort, leaning back in her spaceship seat, her eyes closed in meditation, yet a sly smile graced her lips. Roland. If you have not perished out there, you shall face dire consequences upon your return. Achoo. Unbeknownst to him, Roland was oblivious to the fact that his nominal sister had set her sights on him, as he was currently on a quest with Ties to collect the Dragon Balls. Chapter 22. The 7 Dragon Balls under the scorching sun. The land was mercilessly baked as if it were a furnace. The atmosphere held no trace of moisture, and even the wind that blew carried an unbearable heat. This was a desert located in the tropics, where all signs of modern civilization had long since vanished. In comparison to West City, this place seemed to exist at a time before civilization had awakened, with all its inhabitants wrapped in cloth, shielding their skin from the relentless sun. Only those who sought refuge in the shade dared expose their skin. Sweat streamed down Ties' cheeks as she leaned on a wooden staff, panting heavily in Roland's wake. Glancing up at the blazing sun, dizziness suddenly overcame her. I can't go on any longer. With a delicate voice, Ties sank to the ground, her facial veil slipping away to reveal her sweet visage. You chose to accompany me, Roland replied, pausing to help her to a shaded corner. A gentle breeze brushed against them, offering a moment of relief. Gulping down cool water and splashing some on her head, Ties let out a soft sound, regaining a bit of her vitality. You can't expect everyone to be as strong as you. After all, sisters are still girls. Too weak. Saiyan women are not as delicate as you think, Roland retorted, handing her a fan. Tai shot him an annoyed glance, but accepted the fan, vigorously fanning herself while wiping the sweat from her face, concerned about sunburn. How far are we from the next Dragon Ball? Approximately 3 kilometers, Roland estimated, checking the Dragon Ball radar. 5 shimmering points appeared at the center of the radar, with another signal continuously shining 3 kilometers away. That's still quite far. I can't endure it. I'll go fetch the Dragon Ball myself, Roland declared. Tai's immediately shook her head. That's not acceptable. We agreed to travel together. I can't be left behind. This is a challenge, and I will overcome it. Seeing Tai's unsteady yet determined demeanor, Roland felt a mix of amusement and admiration, deciding not to undermine her confidence. Very well. We shall search for the Dragon Ball at dusk, he said, glancing at the merciless sun. Tai's playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. I'm so sorry. Roland shook his head and, in a flat area, produced a small house from the universal capsule, coming to cool off. Hiki. The girl giggled softly and dashed straight to the bathroom upon entering. After a refreshing cold shower, she emerged dressed lightly, placing the 5 Dragon Balls she had collected from her backpack onto the table to admire. Clink, clink. The 5 orange-red orbs rolled together, shimmering with golden light as they collided, accompanied by a soft humming sound. These 5 Dragon Balls represented their harvest over the past few days. 2 weeks prior, Roland and Tais had embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Beginning with the Turtle Hermit's abode situated beyond the Eastern Sea. The Turtle Hermit, known as the god of martial arts, was an experienced master, yet inherently lecherous. In the original tale, Bulma had even resorted to lifting her skirt to tempt him for the Dragon Ball. Roland, accompanying her, ensured the Turtle Hermit wouldn't take advantage. Upon reaching the island, they found the Turtle Hermit lounging under a tree. Without hesitation, Roland delivered a swift chop to his neck, rendering the old man unconscious before he even comprehended the situation. When the Turtle Hermit awoke, he felt pain in his neck, attributing it to an awkward sleeping position. Completely unaware of what had transpired, it wasn't until nightfall that he discovered the crystal ball that had hung around his neck was missing, leaving only a frayed string behind. With the Dragon Ball successfully acquired from the Turtle Hermit, Roland and Tais continued their journey, traversing the world by jeep and yacht. In just 2 weeks, they had collected 5 Dragon Balls, with the 6th now within their reach. Thanks to Roland's involvement, they encountered no significant dangers along the way. Any enemies they faced were swiftly dispatched, allowing Tais to truly appreciate the allure of martial arts. Inspired, she diligently documented their experiences for future creative endeavors. As dusk approached, the sky gradually dimmed, the sun's remnants fading beyond the horizon, leaving behind a fiery red hue that danced with the distant gray blue of the encroaching night. With the sun setting, the oppressive heat finally began to wane, allowing Tais to step outside without her veil. The two followed the Dragon Ball radar's guidance to a mudflat 3 kilometers away, a desolate expanse devoid of vegetation. The bare rocks, eroded by years of wind and sand, bore cracks on their surfaces, crumbling at a mere touch. According to the radar, the 6th Dragon Ball was nearby. Yet the vast sea of yellow sand led Tais to wonder if it might be buried underground. Shielding her eyes with her hands, she gazed into the distance, confronted by a desolate landscape. Roland glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, switching it to 3-dimensional mode, revealing the Dragon Ball's position approximately 5 meters beneath the surface. Find a place to hide, he instructed, his body levitating as he focused a deep blue energy sphere in his palm. Seeing this, Tais hurriedly ran to a nearby rocky outcrop, carefully concealing herself. Having experienced similar situations before, she understood the power of energy blasts. Even a small orb could obliterate a mountain. I'm hidden now. You can start, she called out, gripping the rocky ledge tightly. With a calm gaze, Roland focused on the sandy ground below, a spark igniting in his eyes. He hurled the ping-pong-sized energy sphere towards the earth. A thunderous explosion erupted, as if struck by a missile, sending yellow sand flying and creating a shockwave that rippled outward. Amidst the swirling sand, a fist-sized glass orb shimmered as it soared into the air. Found it. Roland's eyes gleamed as he swiftly moved to grasp the emerging Dragon Ball. 1-star ball. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he handed the Dragon Ball to Tais. She held it with great enthusiasm, treating it like a treasured possession. Now only 1 Dragon Ball remained. Days later, over 200 kilometers from where they had discovered the 6th Dragon Ball, amidst a lush thicket, Roland found the last one. As he laid out all 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, they began to shimmer with golden light upon contact, each flicker accompanied by a soft, dragon-like hum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 7 Dragon Balls flickered in a rhythmic dance. Chapter 23. The Wish. What should come next? Should we directly summon the dragon? In an open area? Tais followed closely beside Roland, her face brimming with anticipation. Indeed, it was about to begin. Roland nodded, his gaze fixed on the glowing Dragon Balls on the ground. A surge of excitement bubbling within him. Taking a deep breath, he called out loudly to the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Dragon." After his declaration, Roland stood silently, awaiting the outcome. As it was his first time summoning the dragon, he could only mimic the lines from the original text, hoping that it would indeed invoke the dragon. As expected, upon his utterance, the 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker more rapidly, a low humming intensified as if high-voltage electricity crackled near his ears. Soon, a thick mass of dark clouds loomed overhead, transforming the previously clear sky into a terrifying darkness. Tais, feeling timid, took a few steps back. But seeing Roland remain steadfast and composed beside her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing how foolish she felt compared to him. Steeling herself, she took out a camera, aiming it at the Dragon Balls, eager to capture the forthcoming thrilling spectacle. Thunder rumbled through the night, and the golden light from the Dragon Balls pierced through the clouds, creating a magnificent scene in the sky. In no time, a majestic, elongated green dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, its eyes gleaming with a red hue as it gazed down below. "Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant it, but only one." A glimmer of joy flashed in Roland's eyes as he beheld the formidable dragon in the sky. Tais, excited yet somewhat fearful, grasped Roland's shoulder, pointing at the dragon above. It really appeared. "So this is what the dragon looks like. How powerful. It wants you to state your wish." With a smile on his face, Roland steadied his emotions and addressed the dragon. "Dragon, I have a sister named Syphilia. I wish for you to bring her to my side." He declared his wish loudly. Knowing he could not abandon Syphilia, the only family he had in this world after all their time spent together. Calculating the time, he realized that soon planet Vegeta would be destroyed. Other Saiyans might not concern him, but Syphilia had to be saved. Upon hearing Roland's wish, the dragon fell silent for a moment, preparing to release its energy. However, after a brief pause, the dragon's voice resounded once more. "I am sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled. The individual has declined your request. Please choose another wish." "What?" Roland's expression turned to one of astonishment, the situation entirely unexpected. "Declined? What was Syphilia doing?" The dragon's resonant voice followed. "The Syphilia you speak of possesses power greater than mine. I am unable to forcibly transfer someone stronger than myself, as she does not trust the information I provide. Please choose another wish." Roland furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Indeed, the dragon could not impose its will upon those of superior strength. In the original tale, Oolong had attempted to use the Dragon Balls to confront the invading Saiyans, but ultimately deemed it impossible. Even the Namekian dragon required consent to bring back Goku, who wandered through space. If Syphilia refused to cooperate, there was little he could do. Did he have to abandon her? After a moment of contemplation, Roland shook his head resolutely. He was determined to save Syphilia. After all, she was his only kin in this world, and rescuing her was a matter of loyalty after their months of companionship. It seemed he would have to venture to planet Vegeta himself to retrieve her. "Foolish woman, I have invested considerable effort to save you. Dragon, grant me the instantaneous movement abilities akin to those of the trainee Supreme Kai, Jebit." "I am sorry. That is a power bestowed by the cosmic rules to the trainee Supreme Kai." The dragon's response was as calm as ever. Roland nodded, fully aware that the dragon could not fulfill this wish. He had hoped to exploit a loophole, but it was evidently futile. The ability to teleport at will, like Jebit, was a reward from the cosmic rules, not something a mere mortal could obtain. Thus, he would have to opt for the teleportation of the Yardrat people. Although it was slightly inferior to Jebit's ability, it remained quite effective. Just as he was about to make his wish, Roland suddenly realized that the Yardrat teleportation required sensing the opponent's energy, a skill he did not possess. Even if he learned it through the Dragon Balls, he would be unable to execute it immediately. Missing the chance to save her would be quite troublesome. "Hurry, human, state your wish. Provided it does not exceed the Supreme Kai's authority," the dragon urged. Roland pondered briefly and inquired of the dragon. "Is there a technique in the universe that allows instantaneous movement without the need for energy sensing? If so, please impart it to me." The dragon floated in midair, remaining silent for a long while. Just as Roland had begun to lose hope, the dragon finally spoke. "On the planet Metamor, there exists a technique of transfer, akin to instantaneous movement, but it requires sufficient energy to support it. Are you certain you wish for this to be granted?" "Metamor, the transfer technique. Perhaps it was a skill similar to fusion." Roland replied with conviction. "Yes, please impart this skill to me." "Understood, your wish can be fulfilled." A triumphant voice echoed, and the dragon's eyes emitted a crimson glow. Seeing the dragon's eyes suddenly illuminate with a blood-red light startled Tais. But Roland understood this was the dragon unleashing the power of the Dragon Balls. In the next instant, a series of complex knowledge flooded into Roland's mind, seamlessly integrating as if he had experienced the learning firsthand. This knowledge encompassed the transfer technique of the Metamor people. The so-called transfer technique, much like the fusion technique, involved manipulating internal energy through special skills to unleash powers exceeding physical limits. This technique focused on spatial transfer, reminiscent of wormhole technology in science fiction, allowing one to open spaces with human effort, albeit requiring prior knowledge of the destination. Failing to grasp the intricacies of this knowledge left Roland's head throbbing. And at that moment, the dragon's voice echoed in his ears. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon soared into the sky, transforming into 7 points of light that scattered across the world, restoring brightness to the once darkened sky. Roland, are you all right? Ties asked with concern, noticing Roland still had his eyes closed. It's nothing. I just need a moment to process the overwhelming information, he replied. That's a relief. By the way, that's Ophelia. Your sister, why couldn't even the dragon bring her here? Isn't the dragon supposed to be all-powerful? It seems unreasonable that it couldn't even fetch a girl. That woman is a savage. The thought of Ophelia brought back memories of his time on planet Vegeta, where she had overpowered him, causing his head to ache. Sighing, he decided to test the transfer technique he had learned from the dragon. Though the knowledge was now internalized, practical application was still necessary. Not wanting to dwell on the Ophelia issue further, Ties nodded enthusiastically and began to replay the footage she had captured, convinced that revealing these scenes would undoubtedly cause a sensation. In the temple, as Roland and his companions summoned the dragon, the celestial deity remained vigilant over the situation in the lower realm. The emergence of the dragon was of great significance if it fell into the hands of ambitious individuals. It could undoubtedly incite turmoil. Upon realizing that the summoner was none other than Roland, the deity's heart tightened. This enigmatic extraterrestrial, though youthful, possessed formidable strength. Should he choose to act maliciously, even the deity would find himself outmatched. Fortunately, the wish granted was not of a nefarious nature, allowing the deity to breathe a sigh of relief. After the Dragon Balls vanished, the deity murmured with a complex expression. To think that even the power of the dragon could not be provoked. Such a formidable being exists in this world. An inexplicable sense of urgency surged within the ancient deity. With a deep sigh, he reflected that, when compared to the vast unknown of outer space, Earth's might was still woefully inadequate. Chapter 24. Space Transfer Technique in the Expansive Universe tinged with a dark crimson hue, near a colossal star. A streak of light rapidly traversed the serene void of space. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a disc-shaped spacecraft, approximately 15 meters in diameter. Chubby in form, a relatively small vessel. Through the pale green glass canopy, one could see a graceful female Saiyan, Ophelia, peacefully reclining in her seat. Suddenly, Ophelia opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion dancing in her beautiful gaze. What was that sound just now? Earth? Who wishes to take me there? Could it be some form of illusion? Having heard of certain beings in the cosmos possessing psychic abilities that could deceive the mind and manipulate the body, Ophelia, filled with curiosity, resolutely disregarded the voice. Indeed, it wasn't long before the sound faded from her consciousness. A sardonic smile graced Ophelia's exquisite face as she resumed her meditation. Ophelia, what troubles you? Inquired a fellow Saiyan, a rather unremarkable-looking female, noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from Ophelia. Ophelia quietly shook her head. Nothing much. By the way, does anyone know what Earth is like? Earth? It seems to be a remote planet with signs of civilization. However, the probes have found no valuable metals aside from water and flora, which is why it wasn't included in our mission planets, replied another. Why do you suddenly ask? Ophelia replied nonchalantly, if my brother were to return alive, I would send him to conquer Earth as a punishment. The teammates erupted in laughter. A mere low-level planet? Sending a lower-tier warrior would suffice. Your brother is an intermediate warrior, isn't he? That would be a bit of an overkill. He should join us on our mission. He would surely grow rapidly. A Saiyan must hone their skills in battle. Indeed. Would you like me to train your brother? My strength is quite commendable, a rather handsome male Saiyan offered, his intentions glaringly obvious. Ophelia cast him a sidelong glance and declined. No need. My brother will train himself. Ophelia was well aware of the motives harbored by these young male Saiyans, yet, adhering to her belief in the supremacy of strength. She was in a golden period of ascendance, seeing romantic entanglements as a cumbersome distraction from her training. Thus, aside from maintaining a normal camaraderie with her teammates, Ophelia chose to remain solitary, unwilling to entangle herself with anyone. The male Saiyan, upon hearing her refusal, couldn't help but smile awkwardly, lamenting his inability to win her over. Exceptional women never lack suitors, and a powerful, strikingly beautiful young Saiyan like Syphilia, who had only recently come of age, was a rare gem on planet Vegeta. Moreover, being a superior warrior, any offspring from such a union would undoubtedly possess great potential. If he couldn't garner her favor during the mission, the chances would dwindle upon their return to planet Vegeta. Alas, the aspirations of the ambitious were met with the indifference of the unattainable. Syphilia offered them no opportunities for pursuit. With the conversation drawing to a close, the Saiyans aboard the spacecraft entered a state of slumber. Syphilia crossed her arms, a faint smile gracing her lips. That voice must be related to Earth. On Earth, in the expansive plains, having acquired the transfer technique from the Metamorians, Roland was eager to conduct his experiments. Mobilizing the energy within him according to the knowledge in his mind, he found that theory and practice were indeed worlds apart. Despite having a clear understanding of all the details, the actual trial took him quite some time to grasp the essence of the technique. After several attempts, Roland began to comprehend the intricacies of the transfer technique. Compared to the instantaneous movement from planet Yardrat, both techniques yielded similar results in achieving spatial traversal. However, the Metamorian's transfer technique required prior coordinate locking of the target location, necessitating a longer preparation time than instantaneous movement, making it less suitable for combat. Nevertheless, it was perfectly suited for travel. Identifying the correct position, Roland initiated the transfer, appearing across various locations on Earth. After several tests, he felt he had completely mastered this ability. At this moment, however, his energy reserves were significantly depleted. Assessing the remaining energy within him, Roland smiled lightly. This is merely a trial on Earth. If I were to engage in long-distance interstellar travel, I fear I would be utterly drained. Next, he decided to test long-distance transfer. After replenishing his stamina and donning protective gear, Roland set his sights on the moon beyond Earth. With a rush of energy, his form began to blur, transforming abruptly into a wisp of light, reappearing on the moon, 380,000 kilometers away. Before him lay a rugged terrain and loose, dry dust, with Earth's gravity only 1/6 of that on Earth, making Roland feel as though he might float away at any moment. Haha. Indeed, as the distance increases, so does the consumption of energy. However, compared to the limitations of instantaneous movement regarding breath control, this is quite acceptable. With a satisfied smile, Roland thought. And with a mere thought, he swiftly vanished from the moon. From this point forward, the constraints of spatial distance could no longer hinder him. It was akin to a sheet of paper that could be bent at will. As long as he knew the coordinates of the target planet and possessed sufficient energy, he could connect the 2 points and reach any planet at will. Days later, on a desolate plateau, this was the very place where Roland had first arrived on Earth, where the cargo spaceship had descended. Initially, he believed he would never need the ship again. However, human nature proved irresistible, and before long, Roland found himself returning. This time not alone, but accompanied by Dr. Briefs, Ty's father. As for Ty's, she had already returned to West City after the Dragon Ball collection concluded to prepare her new novel. The purpose of bringing Dr. Briefs along was to request his expertise in transforming the cargo spaceship into a gravity training chamber. Upon learning that Roland possessed an extraterrestrial spacecraft, Dr. Briefs readily agreed, driven by his curiosity for scientific exploration. Is this the spaceship you mentioned? Dr. Briefs stood before the cargo ship, gazing up at the 30-meter-long, 8-meter-high, overall ovoid vessel. Indeed, Roland confirmed, though it is merely a cargo ship, it indeed harbors alien technology. I believe you will uncover some new scientific advancements from it. Chapter 25, Gravity Room. Haha. You are absolutely right. The advancement of science lies in embracing the novel. Dr. Brevis chuckled heartily, nodding in approval at Roland. Roland shrugged slightly before opening the spacecraft's hatch. The two boarded the ship, and upon entering, Dr. Brevis began to examine the interior with keen interest, marveling at the alien technology for the first time. As the genius behind the universal capsule technology, he quickly gained a fundamental understanding of the extraterrestrial tech after a thorough inspection. In his mind, he began to outline the modifications to come. Let me confirm, do you truly wish to construct a training room with a gravity multiplier of 100? Bear in mind, under such gravity, a person weighing 60 kilograms would experience a weight of 6,000 kilograms. That's merely the beginning. The most significant harm arises from internal organs. A human from Earth would be unable to withstand such gravitational force. Dr. Brevis cautioned Roland about the dangers of high gravity. If it were merely weight, 6,000 kilograms is a trivial figure, just 6 tons, less than the weight of a cubic block of iron. However, the gravitational environment differs from mere weight. Gravity is uniformly distributed and exerts its effects on every cell within the body. Under extreme gravity, the internal organs, blood vessels, bodily tissues, And even the brain would bear immense burdens, with a slight misstep risking collapse. Even the Saiyans, with their superior physiques, would find it perilous. In the original tale, Sun Wukong trained under 100-fold gravity, often teetering on the brink of death. Were it not for consuming several magical beans when utterly exhausted, he would have never endured to reach Namek. Yet, through such grueling training, Wukong's combat prowess surged from a mere 8,000 at Earth's departure to a staggering 90,000. It was this rigorous training in the gravity room, combined with the restorative properties of the magical beans and the Saiyans' resilient bodies, that wrought such a miracle. With a sufficient supply of magical beans at his disposal, Roland was determined to seize this opportunity. Doctor, rest assured, the gravity room will be constructed without issue, Roland declared confidently. Observing Roland's unwavering commitment, Dr. Brevis lit a cigarette and took a few leisurely puffs. I can assist with the modifications, though I still advise against installing such high gravity. Exercise caution during use. I will be vigilant, Roland assured, promptly transporting the spacecraft to a Universal capsule production base near West City for the upgrade. Naturally, while Dr. Brevis worked on enhancing the cargo ship, Roland remained industrious. Although his combat strength was unrivaled on Earth, he recognized that it likely fell short of even self-preservation in the vast cosmos, and thus, he refused to squander a moment. In the ensuing days, Roland found a location near the production base to establish a solid foundation for his training, engaging in rigorous workouts daily. During this time, Tais visited him, seeking advice on certain narrative elements for a new novel she was crafting. It appeared she was writing a story about the Saiyans, weaving in unique elements such as combat power, the Kaioken, and the gods, with the setting based on Earth, as she remained unaware that the Saiyans were an extraterrestrial race. Initially, she intended to incorporate the legend of Dragon Balls but later abandoned the idea, perhaps sensing that such revelations might incite chaos. Roland offered Tais his insights based on his understanding, and the woman eagerly took notes before departing with a beaming smile. Upon leaving, she curiously inquired about the modifications being made at the base. Upon learning of the gravity device, her interest waned. Thus, time passed with each day blending into the next. Roland immersed himself in intense training, integrating the combat techniques of the Saiyans into his regimen, awakening the latent energy within him. By the time the gravity room was completed, his combat power had risen from 460 to 520, a notable improvement. A month later, upon receiving word that the gravity room was finished, Roland hurried to Dr. Brevis's location, where he found the doctor covered in oil stains. Doctor, where is the gravity room? Roland asked breathlessly, approaching Dr. Brevis. Follow me, Dr. Brevis replied, cigarette in mouth, leading Roland to the room housing the gravity apparatus. The Universal capsule production base was vast and expansive, with few such facilities existing worldwide. In a massive assembly workshop, Roland beheld his cargo spacecraft, barely recognizable from its original form. Although it retained its 30-meter length and 8-meter height, the ship's exterior and interior had undergone a complete transformation. Adorned with metallic coatings and an ergonomic layout, the internal compartments had been redesigned, incorporating numerous Earth elements, and the side of the ship bore the insignia of the Universal Capsule Company. Remarkable. One can hardly discern its original appearance, Roland praised after inspecting the ship. Dr. Brevis, with a hint of pride, gestured toward the revamped vessel. As per your specifications, I have transformed the rear section into a large gravity training room, capable of activating up to 100 times Earth's gravity. The front half, aside from the cockpit, features 4 rooms, 2 levels each. Additionally, both the power and communication systems have been upgraded. He produced several wristwatch-like devices and handed them to Roland. These communicators allowed for real-time communication, with no delay even across distant planets, and boasted holographic projection capabilities perfect for enjoying music. Dr. Brevis's enthusiasm peaked as he demonstrated his latest invention, particularly when discussing the music-playing wristwatches. Roland was thoroughly satisfied with the ship's functionalities, yet found himself bemused by Dr. Brevis's eccentric obsessions. Leading Roland into the gravity room, Dr. Brevis instructed him on the equipment's operation. This gravity room not only adjusts gravity but can also set temperature and atmospheric pressure, simulating various extreme environments. The materials used for the compartments are crafted from a special superalloy, ensuring safety from any potential risks. Thank you. Now I can train with peace of mind, Roland replied contentedly. Just remember to exercise caution during use, Dr. Brevis reiterated. Nodding in acknowledgement, Roland waited until Dr. Brevis exited before setting the gravity to 10 times Earth's level. As the machinery hummed to life, a downward force enveloped his body, and a gleam of joy sparkled in his eyes. This gravity was akin to the environment of planet Vegeta. Impressive. It feels just like returning to planet Vegeta. Gradually, he increased the gravity. He found 16 times manageable, But upon reaching 20 times, he struggled to maintain his footing, his brain gasping for oxygen. He promptly shut off the gravity device, having gleaned his limits. He then tested various parameters such as temperature and pressure, and after thorough experimentation, he found himself immensely satisfied with the functionalities. Chapter 26. Return to planet Vegeta with this device, coupled with the healing properties of the magical beans. My strength will experience a tremendous enhancement. However, I must remain mindful of my physical condition. Excessive reliance on the gravity device could hinder my growth. Cautioning himself, Roland stepped out of the spacecraft. By the way, this ship can transform into a universal capsule as well, right? It would be quite inconvenient if it couldn't be transported. Of course, that's the most fundamental feature, Dr. Brevis replied matter-of-factly. The Universal Capsule Company produces a range of items imbued with a shrinking feature, encompassing everything from refrigerators and televisions to villas and cruise ships. This technology is the foundation upon which the company was established. Roland nodded thoughtfully, casting his gaze toward another device not far from the gravity spaceship, a spherical object approximately 8 meters in diameter, supported by 6 sturdy metal struts. What is that? He inquired. Dr. Briffs replied, that is a simulation device constructed during the creation of the gravity chamber. Its functionality is roughly half that of the spaceship's gravity chamber. Yet it is crafted from the most robust alloys, allowing it to withstand immense energy impacts. It can also shrink into a capsule. Indeed, Roland mused, his interest piqued by the spherical gravity chamber. Even as a mere prototype for simulation, it could effortlessly achieve a gravity level of 50 times that of Earth. Dr. Briff's ingenuity was truly astonishing. Not wishing to let such a valuable item slip away, Roland expressed his desire to take the gravity chamber. Dr. Briffs, indifferent to the simulation device, quickly agreed. Carefully transforming both gravity devices into universal capsules to keep close to him, Roland's eyes brimmed with anticipation for the future. It is time to return to planet Vegeta, he whispered to himself. Reflecting on his nearly year-long absence from planet Vegeta, Roland realized that, according to the narrative, the planet was on the brink of destruction at the hands of Frieza. Possessing the skill of teleportation, Roland was unperturbed by the threat of planetary annihilation, at worst. He could rescue Syphilia and teleport to another planet. He had invested considerable effort for that sister, and surely she would reward him in kind, perhaps with her affections. Stop right there, he chided himself, abruptly curtailing his daydream about his enchanting sister, whose smile could light up the world. He knew that if Syphilia were to discover such thoughts, she would undoubtedly reprimand him harshly. After months of interaction, Roland had come to understand Syphilia's character quite well. She was fierce, aloof, taciturn, and solely focused on training. In her heart, there was little room for anything beyond combat and cultivation, a truly unadulterated Saiyan spirit. Resolute in his decision to return to planet Vegeta, Roland bid farewell to Dr. Briffs and the others. Please keep in touch after I return. Traveling with you has been delightful, and I look forward to future adventures together. Tice, unaware of Roland's extraterrestrial origins, assumed he was merely returning to his tribe on Earth. She offered a brief farewell, returning to her novel writing. With a shrug towards Dr. Briffs, Roland noted Tice's limited imagination, understanding why her works failed to garner popularity. He hoped her new novel would be well received, though he harbored little optimism. In the original story, Tice had drawn inspiration from her acquaintance with the Galactic Patrolman, Gak. But her initial work had not succeeded. It was only after she ventured to various planets for interstellar travel that her subsequent novels enjoyed great acclaim. At that moment, Mrs. Briffs approached, holding Bulma's hand. Oh dear, little Roland is leaving. Annie will miss you. Bulma waved, her lavender pigtails swaying. Goodbye. Tell me stories next time. Yes, farewell, everyone. Roland replied, waving at Bulma's family before soaring into the sky, his energy surging as he transformed into a radiant point of light, vanishing into the distance. Finding a secluded spot, Roland reappeared. The distance between planet Vegeta and Earth was vast. Each use of teleportation consumed considerable energy. With a combat power of 520, he could not teleport directly, necessitating several stops at other planets. After locating the coordinates of planet Vegeta and noting the planets for transit, he prepared himself. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, he activated the teleportation technique of the Metamorphs. A flickering light flashed, and he departed from Earth. Compared to his first departure from planet Vegeta, this return was marked by a sense of calm. With a solid escape route secured, Roland felt confident even in the face of Frieza's forces. Within the temple, the Kai noticed Roland's energy signature vanish from Earth and finally exhaled in relief. He has finally left. For some time, the Kai had been unable to rest, constantly monitoring Roland's movements, his heart taut with anxiety. Fearing the young boy might create an insurmountable crisis. Given Roland's formidable strength, even the Kai would be no match for him should trouble arise. It was indeed for the best that the mischievous child departed early. The cat sage similarly welcomed Roland's departure. Having been robbed once by him and wishing to avoid further encounters, after several brief stops to replenish his energy, Roland's figure appeared on the nearest planet to planet Vegeta about an hour later. Taking a moment to rest on this planet, he feasted heartily on food extracted from the universal capsule. Standing up, he honed in on planet Vegeta's location. According to the feedback from his teleportation technique, the planet had yet to be destroyed by Frieza. Taking a deep breath, he thought, "Next, I shall land on planet Vegeta. After a year away, I wonder how it has changed?" A wave of excitement surged through him, but he quickly calmed his heart. He then activated his teleportation technique once more, his slender figure vanishing from the planet. Chapter 27. The onset of catastrophe. Planet Vegeta, a colossal blue-white planet situated in the northern galaxy, is a rare advanced world inhabited by the battle-hardened Saiyans. Owing to their combative nature, most beings in the universe tend to avoid conflict with Saiyans. However, due to their servitude to Frieza in the task of selling planets and their overbearing behavior, the Saiyans have garnered a negative reputation throughout the cosmos. Recently, the spaceport on planet Vegeta has been busier than usual, with spacecraft returning from various planets in succession. Following Frieza's recent command, all Saiyans have returned to their home planet. Unaware that this marks the beginning of a disaster, suddenly, a dark figure emerged above the tumultuous waves of the ocean. Roland had finally returned to planet Vegeta. The journey from Earth required 38 teleportations. Without the support of the Sins of Beans, he could not have made it back. The endeavor had consumed over an hour. Glancing at the vast expanse of ocean, Roland's figure flickered as a bright light enveloped him, propelling him like lightning through the waves toward the shore. From his vantage point above the ocean, he could only discern the outline of land in the distance, but with the energy detector, he could approximate the location of the gathering. Next, he would locate Syphilia and help her escape from planet Vegeta. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Roland swiftly approached the gathering place of the Saiyans. His dark figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Upon nearing the assembly area, he began to fly at a lower altitude. He swept past several Saiyan gathering spots and noted that the entire planet of Vegeta was far more bustling than before. The gathering area was alive with traffic, as vehicles transported spherical spacecraft like miniature trains, while the open spaces brimmed with small flying crafts. Exhausted Saiyans reunited with their loved ones, a rare display of emotion for their kind. Upon returning to Syphilia's home, Roland found it empty. Syphilia had yet to return to planet Vegeta. He ventured to the task assignment department and, using Syphilia's brother's identity, inquired about her return. He discovered that Syphilia's spaceship would not arrive for another month. This news caused Roland's brow to furrow. It deviated from his plans, as he had intended to find Syphilia and depart from planet Vegeta. Given the current circumstances, a large number of Saiyans were still en route back, indicating that Frieza would not destroy planet Vegeta just yet. Estimating the timeline for Frieza's potential destruction of the planet, he realized there was still some time before calamity would strike. With Syphilia's return still a while away, Roland seized the opportunity for training. Every bit of improvement counted. At the tender age of 5, he had already achieved a combat power of 520, marking him as exceptionally gifted, nearly rivaling the elite warriors. However, in the presence of the formidable Saiyans on planet Vegeta, such strength seemed insignificant. Resolute in his decision to train, Roland set up a camera in Syphilia's home to record his progress, then departed the gathering area in search of a rocky ravine over 1,000 kilometers away. There, he retrieved a spherical gravity chamber from a multifunctional capsule, setting the gravity to 16 times that of Earth while adjusting the chamber's pressure and temperature. The machine hummed and vibrated as the internal environment shifted dramatically. Taking a deep breath, Roland exhaled slowly, determination gleaming in his dark eyes as he stepped firmly into the gravity chamber, commencing his rigorous training regimen. The immense pressure of 16 times Earth's gravity bore down on him, and he winced slightly but managed to withstand it. He began to follow the Saiyan training methods stored in his mind, recognizing that the energy manipulation of extraterrestrials was somewhat crude compared to that of Earthlings. A consequence of their environment, Roland aimed to synergize with his Saiyan heritage to utilize the gravity more effectively and enhance his strength. Within the gravity training chamber, he diligently honed his fists and feet, executing dives, leaps, and punches, beads of sweat glistening in his hair. Time passed gradually, and as if a dam had burst, his power surged exponentially. As the sun rose, the horizon shimmered with a pearlescent glow, with the dawn's gentle light piercing the clouds, painting them in shades of cherry blossom pink. It became evident that a month had elapsed since Roland entered the gravity chamber. In outer space, Frieza's spaceship orbited a fixed trajectory, surrounded by several smaller vessels that vigilantly monitored all activities on planet Vegeta. Kakono, what is the status of the Saiyans? Frieza's gravelly voice inquired as he sat aboard a small spacecraft, his cold eyes scanning the expanse beyond. The yellow-skinned alien Kakono, hands clasped behind his back, replied. Most of the Saiyans have returned. However, some from remote areas still require additional time. A cruel smile creased Frieza's lips. I can no longer wait. Instruct the troops to prepare. I intend to obliterate planet Vegeta in 5 days. Once the Saiyans are gone, the strength of my army will be significantly diminished. Kakono shook his head but refrained from voicing any objections. Among the old subordinates left by King Cold, only another elder, Belial, could disregard Frieza's terror and occasionally influence his decisions. At last, we've managed to gather these Saiyans together. This presents the perfect opportunity to eliminate them and the planet itself. Despite being a warrior race, they are now under pressure to submit to me, yet deep down, they will never truly yield. They could turn against us at any moment. We must eradicate them before they take any action. Mr. Shambo, please carry out a purge of the Saiyans who have yet to return to planet Vegeta following its destruction. According to the communications records of the Ugurants. Understood. I will ensure that not a single straggler escapes. The handsome green-haired alien Shambo responded respectfully, his bloodthirsty cruelty hidden beneath an attractive facade. Then I can rest easy. Frieza laughed heartily, nodding politely to Shambo, his blood-red gaze fixated on the distant planet Vegeta. Bright stars streaked past him, fleeting like shooting stars. Chapter 28. The hope of escaping planet Vegeta. Another day slipped by, and the deadline for Frieza's planned destruction of planet Vegeta drew ever closer. Many Saiyans returned aboard their spacecraft, among them Bardock, Goku's father. As they neared the orbit of planet Vegeta, Bardock spotted Frieza's ship in the distance, a surge of unease swelling within him. Look, it's Frieza's ship. A companion in the cockpit exclaimed, pointing. Bardock, arms crossed and expression grim, wondered what Frieza was scheming by personally coming to planet Vegeta. Rumors suggested he had lingered for quite some time, which was unusual. Suddenly summoning them all back seemed suspicious. If there were any significant missions, we could be contacted via the communicator without needing to return. His companion remarked, puzzled. Retrieve the scanner. Be cautious not to be overheard. Bardock commanded. The slender Saiyan hurriedly removed the communicator. In truth, most capable Saiyans harbored no fondness for Frieza. Their submission was merely a means of survival. Everyone has returned. But I wonder if there's an ulterior motive. That guy definitely has no good intentions, Bardock thought warily. Meanwhile, the other Saiyans reveled in their recent conquests, blissfully unaware of the looming threat. The spacecraft landed in the gathering area, and Bardock overheard his fellow Saiyans discussing Frieza's inquiries about the legendary Super Saiyans. Realizing Frieza's intentions, his urgency heightened. Upon returning home, he found his wife, Jine, and proposed sending their son in a pod to a remote planet. Jine, a petite Saiyan with fluffy hair that concealed her ears, appeared particularly delicate and, due to her low combat power, was a non-combatant tasked with preparing food for the clan. Upon hearing Bardock's plan to send their son away, her emotions surged. Why Bardock? Kakarot is only 3 years old. We haven't even taught him to speak yet. Jine's gentle nature was a rarity among Saiyans. I sense Frieza is plotting something nefarious. It's far too dangerous for Kakarot to remain on planet Vegeta. Tonight, I will steal a ship and send him to another planet. If all is well, I will bring him back, Bardock explained. Though reluctant, Jine ultimately acquiesced to Bardock's insistence. Bardock stealthily pilfered a newly constructed spherical spacecraft from the research center. As it had just been manufactured, the vessel lacked monitoring equipment. He and his wife carried the flying machine to a secluded location, where the sound of a child's cries emanated from within. With a heavy heart, Jine gazed at their son. Do not fret, Kakarot. If all goes well, we will retrieve you soon. What if we escape together? She suggested, but Bardock resolutely replied, no. Our energy signatures would be easily detected. Kakarot alone is the safest. Jine, filled with disappointment, remarked, Raditz is on a mission with Prince Vegeta. There should be no issues. If something were to happen on planet Vegeta, we would have to rely on him to find Kakarot. I discovered a planet called Earth in the database. Its inhabitants and resources are of little value, rendering it an unremarkable, lower-tier world. Kakarot will be safe there, Bardock reassured his wife. They placed their palms against the spacecraft's glass canopy, gazing at their child within. After pressing the activation button, the vessel gently ascended, swiftly soaring into the clouds, transforming into a radiant star that vanished into the brilliant night sky. Farewell. You must survive. We will come for you soon. Be wary of the Galactic Patrol. A star flickered in the night sky, casting a cross-shaped light. Bardock and Jine embraced, watching their son depart. Oblivious to the fact that this spacecraft would carry a powerful being destined to change the world, their their son Kakarot, who was about to embark on a magnificent journey. In a fractured canyon region, sunlight poured down, illuminating the cloudless expanse. The pristine sky, seemingly washed clean by rain, showcased a stunning azure hue. An over 8-meter-tall spherical gravity chamber, exuding a dark sheen, nestled within the canyon's recesses, supported by 6 robust metallic struts embedded in the rock. The machinery hummed with a resonant vibration. Outside, the wind and sand whipped against the gravity chamber's surface, accumulating fine grains into large dunes atop and beneath the chamber. Inside, an unusual calm prevailed, with gravity parameters set to 18 times normal and atmospheric pressure heightened to 15 times. The oppressive environment pressed down heavily, causing dust to cling tightly to the floor. In this harsh setting, a boy with black hair vigorously waved his arms, executing various high-intensity movements. Beads of sweat glistening like fine rain as they seeped from his body. Shut down the gravity generator, he gasped, and the training room instantly returned to normal conditions. After consuming a senzu bean, Roland opened the hatch and stepped out with a water bottle in hand. The intense gravity training had significantly boosted Roland's strength, allowing him to grow like a sprout breaking through the soil, flourishing under the nourishing rain. From an initial gravity of 16 times, Roland had increased it to 18 times within just over a month, resulting in a corresponding rise in his power level. 810 battle power. He smiled at the reading on the detector. Admittedly, such power could not compare to the training effects experienced by Goku in the gravity chamber. But Roland was careful not to overexert himself, as his body had yet to fully develop. Excessive strain would only yield negative consequences. Thus, during his training, Roland allocated half his time to gravity chamber exercises and the other half to training in normal conditions, allowing his body to adapt to the changes. Perhaps due to his innate ability to adjust to the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta, Roland's strength increase was not as pronounced as Goku's. Even under 18 times gravity, his battle power had only risen to 810. Perhaps only when the multiplier increased further would the effects of gravity become evident. Yet, Roland harbored no discontent. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 29. Siblings. On this day, Roland was training in the gravity chamber, as usual, when suddenly, the energy detector emitted a frantic signal. Beep. A series of numbers flashed rapidly across the detector screen, and upon examining the data, Roland's eyes widened in astonishment. 11,000. The striking figure indicated an energy source located just over 100 kilometers away. It was worth noting that this detector had been seized from the Mappa people on planet Mappa, while not as advanced as those used by the Frieza Force. It possessed the capability to automatically alert him when powerful foes approached. Who could it be? Roland pondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. On planet Vegeta, a high-class planet, warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 were exceedingly rare. Only 5 existed, each a top-tier fighter maintaining the Saiyans' authority. Typically, such warriors would be near the royal capital, never venturing into such a remote area. As Roland contemplated the identity of the approaching energy source, it drew nearer, sending the detector into a frenzy of beeping. This was unprecedented. Instinctively, Roland crouched behind a rocky outcrop, peering cautiously at the sky. The individual should be a Saiyan. If it were a member of the Frieza Force, he would need to prepare for a hasty escape. As he readied a teleportation technique, Roland focused on identifying his opponent's appearance. Suddenly, a streak of light cut across the sky like lightning, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom. Soon, a figure appeared in his line of sight. Roland possessed keen eyesight. Concentrating energy in his eyes indeed heightened their sharpness. It was a Saiyan clad in Frieza Force battle armor, with hair styled into 2 crab-like tufts, a mature face adorned with a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek. Bardock? Roland murmured, recognizing the figure. What is he doing here? Bardock was headed toward the royal capital. Suddenly, Roland's nerves tensed, a sense of urgency welling within him. According to his knowledge of the original storyline, Bardock had sent off the young Goku on the night he returned to planet Vegeta. Shortly thereafter, Frieza had unleashed a planet-destroying bomb from space, annihilating planet Vegeta. Now that Bardock had appeared on planet Vegeta, it signified that Frieza's destruction of the planet was imminent. Roland understood that time was not on his side. As Roland observed Bardock, the warrior's instinct kicked in, and Bardock noticed him as well. A child? Bardock questioned, glancing at Roland, who was hiding behind the rocks. Though surprised that a Saiyan child would be present in such a place, he had more pressing matters at hand, and continued on his way to meet King Vegeta. Casting a fleeting glance at Roland, Bardock swiftly soared overhead, his figure diminishing into a black dot against the vast sky. After Bardock vanished from sight, Roland cautiously emerged from behind the rocks, feeling a pressing urgency. Bardock's return indicated that the destruction of planet Vegeta was drawing near, yet he wondered why Sophilia's team had not yet returned. There was no time to lose. He had to leave planet Vegeta at once. With this thought, Roland replenished his supplies and stored the gravity chamber in a universal capsule before propelling himself into the air toward the rendezvous point. Once again, I arrived at the task assignment department to inquire about the status of Sophilia's spaceship. The news I received indicated that her team would be entering Vegeta in an hour. I was momentarily speechless. The timing was just too perfect. Without my intervention, Sophilia would have been recklessly heading towards her demise. Consider yourself fortunate to have a brother like me. Grumbling under my breath, I made my way directly to the docking area. The ordinary Saiyan ships were stationed in the central clearing of the gathering place, typically registered by Saiyans or Yugurans responsible for maintenance. However, those of higher status among the Saiyans enjoyed a different level of service. Elite warriors belonged to noble families and formed the backbone of the Saiyan race. Each elite warrior received meticulous care, evident from the moment of their birth. Sophilia's ship was set to land at a designated docking point in the royal capital. Soon, I arrived at the terminal of the royal capital, observing the continuous return of ships from space, guided to land by specialized personnel. Hovering in the air, I scanned the crowd for any sign of Sophilia, but found none for quite some time. After a brief wait, a striking figure emerged from the throng, illuminating the scene like a star. Sophilia, whom I had not seen in a year. She was accompanied by several Saiyans, presumably her teammates. At this moment, Sophilia, now 19, radiated beauty with her fair complexion and flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, her graceful figure even more alluring than the year prior. Saiyans reach full maturity at this stage, maintaining their youthful appearance for an extended period until they rapidly age in their later years. Sophilia walked ahead with an air of indifference, her perceptive nature sensing that Vegeta felt somewhat altered compared to before. Sophilia, there's a restaurant up ahead. The captain is treating you to a meal. The team leader, Hertz, generously invited. Hertz was also an elite warrior and had shown considerable care for Sophilia. Sophilia shook her head. No, I plan to return home first. Relax for a moment. There may be more arduous tasks ahead, and you must remain in optimal condition. Hertz shook his head in regret, while a few young Saiyans among the team, eager to persuade her to join, were silenced by a mere glance from Hertz, their expressions revealing disappointment. Sister, a youthful voice called out, and I soared towards Sophilia. From a distance, I spotted her familiar figure, still around a meter tall, clad in finely crafted clothing. Upon seeing me, a glimmer flickered in her gem-like black eyes. Our gazes locked, yet instead of the anticipated joy at our reunion, she unexpectedly raised her leg and delivered a fierce kick. I was taken aback by the suddenness of her action and quickly raised my hands to shield myself. Thud. The force of her kick traveled through my arms, causing me to grimace as I was propelled backward. Mid-air, however, my collar was grasped by a delicate hand. Sister, must we start our reunion this way? I managed a sheepish smile. Why haven't you contacted me in the past year? Sophilia's expression remained impassive, her icy gaze causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Please put me down, I protested, unaccustomed to being handled in such a manner. After a moment, she released her grip on my collar, her commanding presence fixed upon me. You best provide a satisfactory explanation for your silence, she demanded. I straightened my clothing and floated before her, admiring her exquisite visage, realizing that in the time apart, she had grown even more beautiful. Not only was she aesthetically pleasing, but her aura was formidable. I knew I needed to offer a compelling reason if I wished to evade her ire. My communicator broke during a mission, I explained. If your communicator was broken, how did you manage to respond to the summons to return to Vegeta? Sophilia raised an eyebrow skeptically. I don't know. I completed my mission on planet Mappa and naturally returned. You eradicated planet Mappa? While it's a low-level planet, with your strength, it should have taken you years. She remarked, still harboring doubts. I had been selected for this task by her, and she had anticipated it would take me over 2 years to complete. Yet here I was, back in just over a year. Ah, Sophilia, this is your brother? Hertz's astonished voice interjected as he produced an energy detector to gauge my power level. Let me see his combat strength. 820. Your brother is also an elite warrior? Remarkable. It's rare to see siblings both classified as elite among the Saiyans. Hertz, himself an elite warrior at 26 with a power level of 5,300, was impressed. 820 combat strength? Sophilia displayed a hint of surprise before narrowing her eyes at me, perplexed. Based on my birth power level, I should not possess such high strength at my age, yet she maintained her composure in front of others. Hertz marveled at the siblings' remarkable talents. Impressive. Such excellence at a young age. I wonder if my future children with Asita will possess such gifts. Asita, Hertz's wife, was a non-combatant with average potential, working in the child-rearing department of the royal capital. Of course, the captain's children will undoubtedly be elite warriors, I chimed in. Indeed, with the captain's prowess. Future offspring would surely be formidable. Hertz waved dismissively, but such luck is rare. Elite warriors comprise less than 1% of all newborns each year. I would be satisfied if my child has the potential to become a mid-level warrior. All right, you lot. Do not disturb the reunion of Syphilia and her brother. There's a restaurant ahead. Let us feast. Hertz declared. Since the captain is treating, we must indulge. I mused, suspecting the commission from our recent mission would be spent here. It's merely a commission. I don't mind. Hertz waved his hand, astutely noting the interest of several male warriors in Syphilia. Yet, recognizing her apparent disinterest, he could only express his regret, nodding at Syphilia. Hertz turned and led his comrades towards the nearby restaurant. Now, can we discuss your sudden surge in combat strength? Syphilia's tranquil, lake-like gaze fixed upon me. It is due to my exceptional talent, I replied confidently. Syphilia scoffed lightly, seizing my arm and soaring towards the horizon. The biting cold wind stung my face as we shot through the sky, eventually arriving at a relatively secluded area near the royal capital. What are we doing here? I inquired, gazing at Syphilia. Testing your growth, she stated flatly. What? A sense of foreboding surged within me. Memories of the brutal training I endured at her hands a year prior flooding back, causing a cold sweat to break out. Suddenly, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from Syphilia, causing her energy detector to pulse erratically. A powerful storm, centered around Syphilia, swept across the land, causing the ground to tremble and swirling dust to scatter in all directions. 3,500, 4,100, 4,600. The values on the detector continuously fluctuated, ultimately stabilizing at 50-50. Seeing this, Roland could not help but gasp. It was worth noting that Syphilia's combat power had been merely 4,200 a year ago. In just a year, her strength had soared to such terrifying heights. Roland, let me see just how much you have grown in this past year. With a swift gust of wind, a violent surge of energy rushed towards him, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. In her combat state, Syphilia was exceptionally decisive, launching her attacks with ruthless precision. Roland's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly gathered his energy, adopting a defensive stance, an invisible force wrapping around him. Yet, Syphilia's strikes were far too swift and powerful. Even with his energy focused on his eyes, he could not discern her movements. Suddenly, she unleashed a punch in a particular direction, but it passed through emptiness. Again, she attacked, and once more, he failed to land a hit. After several attempts, he had not even grazed the hem of her clothing, while his stamina was rapidly depleting. At that moment, a cold voice echoed. Your energy level indeed reaches the intensity of 820 in combat power, yet your reflexes are severely lacking, and your energy application is grossly unrefined. You haven't fought in a while, have you? Your combat skills are devoid of any technique. Your experience in battle is woefully inadequate. I wonder how you have managed to complete your missions. As a warrior race, the Saiyans possessed not only immense energy, but also a mastery of combat skills. Every Saiyan was a fighter by nature, and even those who were not direct combatants were formidable on lower-tier planets. Roland managed a bitter smile upon hearing this. Truth be told, he had not undertaken any missions. His increase in energy was solely the result of rigorous training in the gravity chamber. He had no combat experience whatsoever. Previously, he had faced only weak opponents like the Mappa people and even weaker Earthlings, allowing him to dominate despite his lack of experience. Now, standing before Syphilia, his vulnerabilities were starkly exposed. Struggling to maintain his composure, his breathing grew increasingly erratic. Observing this, Syphilia's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. Clearly, she was displeased with Roland's performance in battle. In an instant, her graceful figure appeared beside him, with a swift twist of her wrist. A strike as swift as the wind surged forth, accompanied by a ferocious gust. If unleashed on Earth, it could obliterate an entire city in seconds. It was known that in the original narrative, the invader Nappa had a combat power of merely around 4,000. This is serious. Roland realized that Syphilia was not holding back. Caught off guard, he was struck by a powerful blow. Although she had tempered her strength at the last moment, the searing pain left him in agony. Sister, you were too ruthless. I came here to rescue you. What do you mean by that? Syphilia suddenly appeared just inches away, her captivating face so close that Roland could feel the warmth of her breath. Chapter 31. Stubbornness. Taking a deep breath and inhaling the faint scent emanating from her, Roland cut to the chase. I truly am here to save you. Planet Vegeta will soon be destroyed by Frieza. He has summoned all Saiyans back for a mass extermination. If we don't escape now, it will be too late. You just lied to me about the communicator being broken, Syphilia retorted. It is indeed broken. I only learned about the summon after returning to planet Vegeta. However, I know Frieza harbors no good intentions. Roland gazed earnestly at Syphilia and continued. I had initially planned to transfer you to Earth, but when you refused, I had no choice but to come for you myself. Upon hearing this, Syphilia's expression shifted dramatically as she scrutinized Roland. That voice I heard in my mind back then was your doing? Yes, it was me. If you had agreed at that moment, you wouldn't be on planet Vegeta now. You had better tell me everything you know. Syphilia regarded Roland with intensity, sensing that he was concealing many truths from her. Yet, a part of her began to believe him, for during her journey back to planet Vegeta, she had indeed heard a voice asking if she wished to go to Earth, aligning perfectly with Roland's claims. In truth, Roland possessed a precognitive ability, having sensed the impending doom of planet Vegeta long before. However, he chose not to reveal his true nature, fabricating a tale about foresight instead. As Syphilia listened to Roland's account, recalling that he had always sought to leave planet Vegeta after encountering her, she became convinced. As a warrior, Syphilia's instincts also alerted her to an unusual atmosphere surrounding planet Vegeta. Frieza's ship had been hovering outside for an unusually long time, and it was hard to believe that a leader commanding a vast army would show such unwarranted interest in a high-ranking planet where his subordinates resided, claiming to care for his warriors. The conclusion was clear. Frieza was scheming something. Could it truly be as Roland stated, that Frieza summoned all Saiyans for a mass extermination? The upper echelon of the Saiyans had never enjoyed a harmonious relationship with Frieza, and conflict was inevitable. In a scenario filled with contradictions, if Roland were in Frieza's position, he would not hesitate to eliminate the Saiyan race swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Syphilia understood the gravity of the situation, her lovely face growing cold as ice. So, you secretly ventured to that planet called Earth after arriving on planet Mappa, seeking to harness its extraordinary powers to rescue me? Her tone softened slightly. Indeed, but alas, you refused, so I had no choice but to come for you myself. Thank you for remembering me, Syphilia said, gently stroking Roland's head in gratitude. If everything Roland said was true, then he need not have risked returning to planet Vegeta. Yet, he did, in order to save her, despite her typically aloof demeanor. Warmth blossomed in her heart. Roland was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. You are my sister. How could I forget you? Let us leave planet Vegeta immediately. It is far too dangerous here. Frieza will strike today or, at the latest, tomorrow. No. As a warrior, I will not flee. If Frieza intends to destroy planet Vegeta, I shall confront him head-on. Syphilia shook her head, a fierce determination igniting her expression at the mere mention of Frieza. You have no idea of Frieza's terror. The Saiyans on planet Vegeta are no match for him. Roland hastily countered, attempting to dissuade her from this reckless notion. Frieza may indeed be powerful, but I can transform into a great ape. The elite warrior's great ape transformation retains their sanity, and with my combat power, I could elevate my energy to 50,000. Even if my mobility were hindered, few could withstand my full-force assault. Syphilia spoke with unwavering confidence. For in a universe where warriors with a battle power of 1,000 were rarely seen, a power of 50,000 was almost unfathomably formidable. This was also the source of the Saiyans' audacity in traversing the cosmos. However, Roland swiftly doused her enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. If you believe that transforming into a great ape will enable you to vanquish Frieza, you are gravely mistaken. Do you know? Frieza is also an alien capable of transformation. No, his transformation is more accurately described as energy release. Due to his overwhelming strength, Frieza has imposed 3 seals upon himself. Do not be deceived by his seemingly harmless demeanor as he lounges on his spacecraft. In his normal state, his power reaches a staggering 530,000. And once he unseals himself, his power will surge even further. 530,000? Syphilia's expression shifted to one of shock, her pupils narrowing in disbelief. After a moment of silence, she remained obstinate. Even if he is indeed that powerful, I will not retreat. Saiyans will never surrender without a fight. This madwoman, why engage in futile sacrifice when she knows she might fail? Roland was at a loss for words, wishing he could pry open her mind to discern her thoughts. A madwoman? Perhaps. We Saiyans work for Frieza, executing tasks to cleanse other planets. If we are one day annihilated, it is simply our fate. Syphilia smiled faintly, her face drawing closer to Roland's. If you have the means to leave planet Vegeta, you should do so immediately. There is no need to remain here and take unnecessary risks. Take care of yourself. With that, Syphilia embraced Roland tightly and then, with a burst of energy, propelled herself through the air towards the royal palace, vanishing from sight in an instant. Roland watched her retreating figure, exasperated. Damn it, if you die, then my efforts will have been in vain. Shaking his arm vigorously, he gritted his teeth and pursued Syphilia. Aboard Frieza's spaceship in outer space, the yellow-skinned alien Jacono approached Frieza. Lord Frieza, the time you set has come. Ha ha, it's time to bid farewell to those insufferable Saiyan monkeys. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant. Frieza chuckled, suddenly opening his crimson eyes, his tail swaying slightly. The small spacecraft beneath him began to ascend, gradually emerging from the control chamber of the spaceship into the vastness of space. The cold, dark expanse of the universe was tinged with a deep red hue, emanating a sense of heaviness and deathly silence, interrupted only by the occasional swift passage of a meteor. Frieza floated atop his vehicle, gazing towards planet Vegeta, a chilling smile gracing his face. Chapter 32, The Time of Destruction. Ha ha. Frieza the Great is finally set to obliterate planet Vegeta. I have long harbored disdain for those Saiyans. Dodoria's face lit up with a triumphant smile as he observed Frieza maneuvering the spacecraft into outer space. What a beautiful planet, soon to be reduced to cosmic fireworks due to the foolishness of the Saiyans. The green-haired Shambo shook his head, his expression grim, his voice icy and cutting. The Frieza force will suffer significantly from the loss of the Saiyan backbone, and we must swiftly replenish our ranks. The speaker was a blue-skinned alien named Biliblu, who typically attended to Frieza's needs. Though she appeared elderly, she spoke her mind freely even in the presence of Frieza, who was merciless to all save her, granting her a peculiar standing within his ranks. Rest assured, Biliblu, the selection of soldiers for the Legion has already commenced. It won't be long before our strength is restored, replied Jacono, the commander, with a calm demeanor, hands behind his back as he gazed at planet Vegeta with a serene expression. Hee. Biliblu chuckled softly, her gaze shifting to the distant planet Vegeta, the blue and white orb appearing extraordinarily beautiful in the frigid void of space, like a brilliantly cut gem. Look, Lord Frieza is about to make his move. All the aliens peered through the windows, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, their expressions filled with excitement. They rarely had the opportunity to witness Frieza act personally, and such a rare spectacle was eagerly awaited. Many of the nefarious aliens held their breath, anxiously watching. Above the spaceship, Frieza sat atop his small craft, gazing into the distance at planet Vegeta, his laughter echoing with madness. He then extended a finger, and a red point of light flickered momentarily before rapidly expanding into a colossal fireball, its diameter stretching to hundreds of meters. This was Frieza's planet-destroying ball. A mere flick of his finger could annihilate an entire planet. Saiyans, may you perish alongside your world. Frieza cackled maniacally. Suddenly, he pointed his finger towards planet Vegeta, and the massive fireball, brimming with energy akin to the sun, hurtled towards the planet. As it approached the atmosphere, its terrifying visage became apparent, the intense energy compressing the air and creating a catastrophic energy storm. The atmosphere was pushed aside, and the sky appeared as though a second sun had emerged, the overwhelming heat incinerating the clouds. Should the fireball descend, planet Vegeta would indeed meet its end. Frieza had finally made his move. Planet Vegeta was doomed. The true extent of Frieza's power was astounding, eliciting a mixture of fear and admiration from all the aliens, who felt their blood boil at the sight of the diminutive figure aboard the spacecraft. On planet Vegeta, Roland pursued Syphilia, but her speed was astonishing, and she had long since vanished from his sight. After considerable effort, he finally reached the skies above the capital, where he beheld Syphilia hovering alone in midair, angrily unleashing energy attacks downward. Below lay the ruins of a destroyed structure, smoke still rising from the remnants, as if it had just been obliterated. Was that the command center of the Ugurans? Had Syphilia destroyed it? Roland approached Syphilia, grabbing her tail, ready to unleash a tirade. Syphilia flicked her tail away, her expression grave. I have reviewed the communications records of the Ugurans. Frieza has gathered information on all the Saiyans currently on missions through them. It seems you were right. Frieza truly intends to eradicate the Saiyans. Huh, what is that? Syphilia abruptly ceased speaking, her gaze drawn to the horizon. Roland looked up at her words and beheld a massive red fireball breaking through the atmosphere, reminiscent of a solar collision. The terrifying energy within it could be felt even from a distance. He gasped in horror. Damn it, it's Frieza's planet-destroying ball. Frieza's attack has arrived. I must intercept it. Before Roland could finish his sentence, Syphilia ascended rapidly, releasing a powerful energy blast towards the fireball. With a resounding shock, a deep blue energy beam erupted from between Syphilia's hands, shooting straight into the sky. However, this energy was utterly trivial compared to the planet-destroying ball. The blue beam was continually pushed back as Syphilia gritted her teeth, her delicate face paling. What is happening? It's Frieza. He intends to obliterate all of planet Vegeta. At that moment, the Saiyans near the royal capital reacted swiftly, realizing the impending crisis. The Saiyans, fully aware of the danger, began to take action as azure energy shockwaves surged upwards, heading towards the fireball in the sky. The royal capital was home to the most formidable Saiyans of planet Vegeta, representing the elite of their kind. Bang, bang, bang. Energy beams extinguished one after another as they faced the devastating planet-destroying attack unleashed by Frieza. The Saiyans, with energy levels barely exceeding 10,000, were utterly powerless to avert the catastrophe, and the first wave of resistance failed. Frieza, we shall not allow you to succeed. A furious roar erupted as Bardock bravely soared towards the destruction beam, extending his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept it. Following Bardock's lead, countless Saiyans lunged towards the fireball, striving to shield the planet with their flesh and blood. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. The planet-destroying beam continued to inch closer to planet Vegeta, a terrifying whirlwind rising as the entire planet trembled, the atmosphere thrown into chaos. This is awful. We cannot reach Syphilia. In the face of disaster, Roland had already prepared a teleportation technique, aiming to rescue Syphilia. However, the fierce storm rendered his frail body incapable of approaching her, pinning him helplessly to the ground. Suddenly, Roland's gaze flickered as he spotted a figure amidst the crowd attempting to thwart Frieza's assault. It was Hertz, the captain of Syphilia's squad. Quickly, take me to Syphilia. Roland shouted towards Hertz. Hertz, pale and releasing energy shockwaves, turned upon hearing a youthful voice, only to find it was Syphilia's younger brother. With a sorrowful smile, he thought, "It is futile. The destruction of planet Vegeta is inevitable. Who would have imagined that the Saiyans, notorious for their invasions, would themselves face annihilation? In that final moment, let the siblings be reunited." Resolutely, Hertz gritted his teeth, scooping up Roland as he soared towards Syphilia in the sky. "Captain." Syphilia, her hair disheveled and battlesuit torn, bore a pallid complexion. "I brought your brother. Let us gather one last time." Hertz sighed, reflecting on his own wife, wondering where Asita was, regretting that he would not see her once more. "Do not speak. Just grasp my hand tightly, and I will take you away." In the face of the terrifying storm, Roland struggled to maintain his strength. Syphilia clasped Roland's hand, casting a deep gaze at the colossal fireball descending towards them, the fierce winds lashing against her forehead, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. "What are you talking about?" Hertz was bewildered. "There is no time to explain. Planet Vegeta is on the verge of destruction. Hold on to me tightly." Roland bellowed, his energy surging within him as he activated the teleportation technique. Teleportation. With a mighty shout, the void began to distort. And in a flash, the figures of Syphilia and the others vanished from planet Vegeta. Just as Roland and the others disappeared, the monstrous, menacing fireball plummeted, crashing into the earth and creating a colossal crater. The energy pierced through the planet's core, unleashing a gigantic mushroom cloud that soared into the sky, causing continental plates to shatter, lava and sparks engulfing the entire planet, heralding a catastrophic end. Some unsuspecting Saiyans had just emerged from their gathering place, only to be instantaneously vaporized by the searing heat of destruction. In truth, the fate of planet Vegeta was sealed the moment the planet-destroying beam was unleashed. Boom. In the tranquil expanse of the cosmos, planet Vegeta erupted like a massive fireball, shattering into countless fragments. On the monitors in outer space, all traces of life vanished swiftly. And soon after, the detectors could no longer sense any life energy. Chapter 33. The confident Frieza planet Vegeta ultimately faded from the cosmos in a fierce explosion. And when the silence of space returned, the once beautiful blue-white planet was no more, leaving behind only a scattering of irregular asteroids drifting in its wake, mere remnants of a world that once existed. Lord Frieza. All life signs in the direction of planet Vegeta have completely vanished. Jacono reported the findings to Frieza. Frieza chuckled, his purple lips curling into a confident smile. Of course. As I took matters into my own hands, there would be no survivors. The fireworks of a high-level planet's destruction are indeed far more splendid than those of lesser worlds. Belibla scoffed. Out of a moment's displeasure, you obliterated such a fine fighting force, Lord Frieza. Your recklessness has left the Frieza force unable to expand for a long time. Her words carried a tone of reproach towards Frieza. Do you think my actions were unwarranted, Belibla? Frieza's voice lowered ominously. Isn't it so? Although the Saiyans may be lacking, they are still excellent warriors. If you truly found them displeasing, there were other means to diminish their numbers. Assigning them to charge into battle would likely have delighted them. Belibla retorted, unafraid, her gaze fixed on him. The other beings present were taken aback by Belibla's boldness, breaking into a cold sweat, fearful that her audacity would incite Frieza's wrath. Humph. Frieza narrowed his eyes, unexpectedly calm. Belibla, you misunderstand. I am not in a hurry to annihilate the Saiyans. It is merely Lord Beerus's discontent with planet Vegeta that prompted its destruction. The obliteration of the Saiyans was simply a secondary consideration. Indeed, as Frieza asserted. Jacono hurried to clarify. Hearing it was the directive of Beerus, Belibla expressed surprise. So it was Lord Beerus's will. That explains everything. I thought you were concerned about the legends of the Super Saiyans, which is why you sought their extermination. Frieza scoffed at this, displaying a dismissive expression. The so-called Super Saiyan was merely a fabricated tale the Saiyans concocted to embellish their own image, lacking any factual basis. I, Frieza, fear no one in the universe aside from Lord Beerus. Even my father is no longer my equal. However, the Saiyan race does possess some intrigue. By the way, Vegeta and his team are still on a mission, aren't they? Shambwa stepped forward elegantly, speaking coldly. The Vegeta squad consists of 5 members and is currently executing a mission on a remote planet. They did not return to planet Vegeta. Does Lord Frieza intend to eliminate them? Since the last time Frieza issued the order to eradicate all Saiyans, Shambwa had been monitoring Vegeta and his companions' movements. Frieza waved his hand, his crimson eyes glinting with malice. Let them be. I wish to see if they can truly become the so-called Super Saiyans. Afterward, Frieza issued orders to Shambwa and Dodoria. Let the Frieza force commence operations. Eliminate all Saiyans except for the Vegeta squad. Remember to keep the noise down. Understood. Rest assured. Lord Frieza, Shambwa, and Dodoria replied in unison, assuring Frieza. Seated in his spacecraft, Frieza smiled lightly. Mr. Shambwa, Mr. Dodoria, do not take too long. Several merchants have already placed orders for planets. If we lack manpower and cannot deliver, we will breach our contracts. Will Lord Frieza abide by the merchant's promises? Bilibla cast a skeptical glance. Frieza elegantly chuckled. Ho ho ho, Biliblu, I am indeed a qualified merchant. Indeed, although Frieza is known for his brutality and malevolence, he remains true to his word, embodying the essence of a respectable trader. In the realm of commerce, Frieza presents himself as a refined gentleman. Even when faced with weaker warriors in his legion, he exhibits sufficient humility, compensating them generously. This act of generosity stems from Frieza's formidable strength, which grants him an air of nonchalance, allowing him to display tolerance toward the weak. Yet, when provoked, Frieza unleashes his wrath with a swift and merciless retribution, reducing his adversaries to ashes in an instant. Over the years, Frieza has led his army in rampant plundering across the northern galaxy. Yet he never occupies the planets he pillages. Rather, he sells them to the affluent of the cosmos. To Frieza, his power has already rendered him a sovereign of the universe, making the conquest of additional planets utterly superfluous. His exploits resemble a connoisseur sampling the lifestyle of the lower echelons, akin to a wealthy gourmand who occasionally indulges in simple vegetarian fare after tiring of lavish delicacies, finding a unique charm in the experience. For instance, living in a rural, impoverished village without water or electricity. Owning a house of several hundred square meters would elicit no envy. Instead, it would be deemed a life of hardship, far inferior to a modest abode of 50 or 60 square meters in the city. However, should one possess tens of millions in their bank account, such an existence transforms from hardship to life experience. Frieza, leading his legion into battle, revels in the joy of combat while simultaneously relishing his elevated status. Each time he witnesses the anguish and despair etched upon the faces of his foes in the face of death, he finds immense satisfaction, a profound fulfillment of the spirit. In comparison, a handful of planets holds little value for him. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Shambo, I wish you a swift completion of your tasks, Frieza remarked, nodding toward them from his spacecraft. Ha ha ha, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the remaining Saiyans. Dodoria guffawed, his rotund, spiky form quivering with excitement, resembling a large water balloon. However, one should not underestimate Dodoria's might due to his size. His combat prowess exceeds 20,000. Shambo, with a demeanor far more refined than Dodoria's, replied calmly, Rest assured, Lord Frieza, we shall eradicate the Saiyans post-haste. As Dodoria and Shambo departed the command room, Frieza turned, a cruel smile curling the corners of his purple lips, his gaze drifting toward the vast, dark void. The saga of planet Vegeta has reached its conclusion, along with the annihilation of the once mighty Saiyan race. Chapter 34, Aftermath on a remote planet in the northern galaxy, amidst the ruins of shattered walls. The air was thick with humidity. Vegeta sat upon a fallen stone, munching on local fruit, while the corpses of dinosaur-like creatures lay nearby. They had been on this planet for quite some time, having nearly eradicated the indigenous population, and were soon to return to their homeworld. At that moment, a few Saiyans nearby received a message from Frieza's army, and upon reading it, they were left in shock. An adult Saiyan exclaimed, Prince Vegeta. The Frieza army has reported that planet Vegeta was struck by a colossal meteor, completely obliterating the planet and resulting in the demise of all Saiyans residing there. What does all perish mean? The members of Vegeta's team, aside from Vegeta and Raditz, who were all adults, were momentarily stunned by the news. As all Saiyans had returned to planet Vegeta, it implied that only the 5 of them remained. At this time, Nappa still had his hair and had yet to reach his peak combat power. Raditz, nursing his injured arm, remarked, "We truly escaped by the skin of our teeth. Thankfully, we did not heed the call to return to planet Vegeta." Vegeta disdainfully spat out the fruit he had been chewing. What a pity. "I had hoped to become the king of the Saiyans. Prince Vegeta, you have a brother, do you not?" "Indeed, though I know not whether he lives or dies." "Let it be." Vegeta continued to eat his fruit, recalling how his brother, Tarbell, was exiled to a lower-class planet shortly after birth to avoid bringing shame to the royal family, a fact known to very few. What of Raditz's brother? Several adult Saiyans expressed concern for their comrade's family. Raditz shrugged indifferently. "I have no idea. That fellow is merely a low-ranking warrior. He might be at home in a nursery pod, perhaps remembering a message sent by our mother, Jine, about sending him to some planet. In any case, I do not care." "Oh, I see." The teammates exchanged glances, bemused by how indifferent both Vegeta and Raditz appeared regarding their brothers. Perhaps frequent missions in the influence of Frieza's army had dulled their sense of camaraderie among Saiyans. The destruction of planet Vegeta, one of the few advanced planets in the northern galaxy, inevitably stirred a significant uproar throughout the region. Countless beings who had suffered under Saiyan assaults and were forced into exile rejoiced at the news, laughing heartily. Many others displayed disdainful smiles, reveling in the misfortune. While a number of wealthy individuals lamented the loss of an advanced planet, not for the Saiyans' demise, but for the missed opportunity to acquire such a world. On a picturesque planet, King Krut languidly reclined upon a throne, gently swirling a wine glass and savoring its contents in a leisurely manner. Life had been exceedingly delightful since he handed over the Krut army to Frieza 5 years ago, officially retiring to reside on this beautiful planet with a few trusted confidants. He only made public statements during significant cosmic events to announce his continued existence. "I hear that Frieza has exterminated all the Saiyans?" "Indeed, that is correct, King Krut," replied an attendant cautiously. King Krut erupted in laughter, crossing his legs. "Well, it is for the best. Even if the Saiyans had submitted, they would have harbored resentment. It is advantageous that Frieza has wiped them out. Rumor has it that Lord Frieza spared a few Saiyans, one of whom is called Vegeta, apparently a prince among them." "Oh," King Krut responded with interest, taking a sip of red wine. "No matter, a mere Saiyan poses no threat. This Vegeta will likely be no stronger than his father, reaching a combat power of perhaps 20,000 at most. Killing him would be child's play." Although King Krut's power did not rival Frieza's, he possessed several million in combat strength. Having mastered his body's energy without needing to transform to suppress his own power, he was undoubtedly the former sovereign of the Northern Galaxy. In his eyes, a feeble Saiyan like Vegeta was merely a toy to alleviate boredom. Once tired of the amusement, he could easily dispose of it. Thus, Frieza had chosen to keep Vegeta and his companions close. However, the truth remained that the Saiyan race was not particularly powerful. And without the contributions of the protagonist Goku and prominent character Vegeta, they would have faded into obscurity. The ordinary Saiyans of planet Vegeta possess only a modicum of strength. And within the North Galaxy, there exists a multitude of beings possessing greater power than they. Considering this, the actions of King Cold and Frieza are not without justification. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this seemingly inconsequential decision would ultimately lead to catastrophic consequences for them and their lineage. At the precise moment of planet Vegeta's annihilation, a radiant and resplendent light abruptly appeared on a nearby celestial body. Suddenly, the void twisted, and the figures of Roland, Sephiroth, and Hertz materialized in midair, approximately 10 meters above the ground. With a thud, the trio fell helplessly to the earth. Roland, having exerted himself to forcibly transport them, was utterly drained, while Sephiroth and Hertz, having previously battled against Frieza's devastating attack, were also nearly depleted of energy. The sudden transition to an alien world left them disoriented, resulting in a collision that created 3 substantial craters. Struggling to rise from the pit, Roland, pale and weary from his exertion, felt even more discomfort from the fall. "Are you all right?" a cool voice inquired as Sephiroth approached him. Her hair was tousled, her expression weary, as if she had endured a profound setback. And her battle attire bore several tears. Roland waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just a bit drained. Thanks to you, we managed to escape from planet Vegeta." Sephiroth's demeanor was somewhat dejected, for she understood that the fate of planet Vegeta was dire, perhaps even already obliterated, just as Roland had foretold. "Do you wish to exact vengeance upon the Saiyans?" Roland surveyed Sephiroth, acutely aware that Frieza's might was beyond their current capabilities. Sephiroth shook her head. "No. The demise of the Saiyans is merely a consequence of the survival of the fittest. Countless worlds have succumbed to us in battle. There is no sorrow in death during combat. I simply feel a sense of frustration. Frieza's power surpasses ours by a significant margin." The previous defeat had deeply impacted Sephiroth, who had once prided herself on her talents, yet yet now recognized the chasm between herself and the Apex Warriors. Her strength was hardly a source of pride. Indeed, our power pales in comparison to Frieza's. Roland fell silent for a moment before retrieving 3 Senzu beans from his pocket, offering them to Sephora and Hertz. Here, consume these. They will restore your strength instantaneously. Sephora accepted them without hesitation, and upon consumption, felt her vitality surge, her dark eyes widening in astonishment. Your brother possesses quite an array of treasures. Hertz, examining the Senzu bean, inquired, what exactly is happening? How did we end up here, and what of planet Vegeta? Chapter 35. The path ahead. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Roland's voice carried a hint of melancholy. A formidable warrior race, extinguished without warning. Hearing this, Hertz was profoundly affected, his resolute countenance fading into despair. The destruction of planet Vegeta had claimed not only his comrades in arms, but also his beloved wife, Asita. They were all gone. Observing Hertz's silence, Sephora was at a loss for words, unable to fully grasp the depth of his grief. Gently, she patted his shoulder. In comparison to Hertz, she considered herself fortunate, for she still had Roland by her side. Surveying the surroundings, the sky was a murky yellow, thick with dust, and the atmospheric current swift. Although some vegetation clung to the vast landscape, the polluted air rendered it uncomfortable. Where are we? Sephora asked. Roland replied, this is Najyongstar, the nearest habitable planet to planet Vegeta. Due to time constraints, I had to settle on a random celestial body. Hertz responded, I am familiar with this planet. Its harsh living conditions have led Frieza's forces to exclude it from their list of sellable planets, using it merely as a temporary stopover. Sephora furrowed her brow. So, it is possible that Frieza's troops are stationed here. Indeed, Hertz nodded, his spirits lifting slightly, though an invisible sadness remained in his eyes. The three understood that this planet was not a place for prolonged stay, given Frieza's intent to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. It was only a matter of time before he dispatched agents to hunt down those Saiyans who remained absent. With its proximity to planet Vegeta, this was hardly a safe haven, and the inhospitable environment compounded their predicament, with food supplies dwindling. Hertz, consume the bean you have. It appears to restore strength instantly. Sephora urged him to use the Senzu bean. This is a Senzu bean, a miraculous item from a distant planet. One can go 10 days without food after consuming it. And more importantly, it instantly restores energy and heals all injuries, barring illness. Roland elaborated on the virtues of the Senzu bean. After hearing this, Hertz, holding the shriveled bean, felt incredulous. He placed it in his mouth and chewed, soon revealing a look of astonishment as his strength truly returned. Such extraordinary items exist in the universe. You will encounter even more astonishing things in the future, Roland replied with a mysterious smile. You certainly have many secrets, Sephora remarked, her gaze fixed on Roland. Recalling his earlier claim of possessing the ability to foresee the future, suspecting that these insights stemmed from his unique powers, Roland chuckled enigmatically. Recognizing that both Sephora and Hertz were commendable Saiyans, and with the dwindling number of Saiyans in the universe, it was imperative for them to band together until they grew stronger. Sephora, seeing Roland's cheerful expression, couldn't resist teasingly grabbing his neck, lifting him as if he were a small creature. Roland, barely a meter tall, was no match for Sephora, and after some struggle, he was finally released. All right, Sephora. Let us return to serious matters. Frieza's forces are undoubtedly hunting down solitary Saiyans throughout the universe. This is not a place for us to linger. We need to contemplate our future refuge. One must plan ahead to avoid imminent peril. Until we grow stronger, I resolutely refuse to engage Frieza, Roland asserted. Moreover, he perceived that there was little enmity between himself and Frieza. While he had indeed destroyed planet Vegeta, it bore no relevance to him. Roland would not be so noble as to seek vengeance for the fallen Saiyans, as Sephora had previously articulated. The destruction of planet Vegeta was akin to the countless worlds obliterated by the Saiyans. Both were merely casualties of the relentless struggle for survival, perishing due to inadequacy. With Sephora's perspective echoing in his mind, Roland felt no further argument was necessary. After Roland posed his question, the expressions of Sephora and Hertz grew serious. Sephora stated, Frieza's influence extends throughout the southern region of the North Galaxy. Although he has not formally established a dominion, remaining here poses a considerable risk of encountering his forces. Hertz suggested, what if we head west in the North Galaxy? That region sees minimal interaction with Frieza's army. And legend has it that it is the birthplace of our Saiyan race. Planet Salad? Sephora had heard of the Origin Planet. Indeed, that was when the Saiyans thrived. Had it not been for the Civil War, Planet Salad would never have met its demise, and we would not have been forced to flee to planet Vegeta. Hertz lamented, reflecting on the lost glory of the past, acknowledging that discussing it now held little significance. Sephora concluded, Then we shall venture west in the North Galaxy. Roland had no objections. Earth was indeed an idyllic planet. However, the dilemma lay in its fragility. For Roland, who was in urgent need of strength, Earth would soon be deemed unsuitable. Thus, it was decided they would head to the western reaches of the Northern Galaxy. Sophia gazed at Roland, expressing her concern. But we lack a spacecraft. Relying solely on your abilities, I fear it may prove too taxing. Roland's teleportation skills were remarkable. Yet transporting two individuals simultaneously posed a considerable strain. Previously, when he had transported Sophia and Hertz from Vegeta, it had nearly cost him his life. At that moment, the superiority of the Yardrat people's instantaneous movement was evident. With a faint smile, Roland cast a glance at Sophia and stated candidly, "Who said we have no spacecraft?" He then retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it out. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing a sleek, black, oval-shaped vessel before them, a gravity ship modified by Dr. Briefs. This ship, engineered by a human genius, boasted a fully upgraded power system, rivaling even the most advanced vessels of Frieza's army. The front chamber of the ship contained not only the cockpit but also 4 rooms dedicated to showcasing the ship's capabilities. When Sophia and Hertz learned that the ship was equipped with devices capable of altering gravity and atmospheric pressure, curiosity sparked in their eyes. Upon entering the ship and experiencing the allure of the gravity training room firsthand, they swiftly grew fond of it. "This is incredible! With this training room, my strength will increase significantly. Why don't we postpone our journey to the western northern galaxy and find a tranquil planet to cultivate for a while?" Sophia's fair face flushed with excitement. For her, the enhancement of strength was paramount. Indeed, possessing sufficient power ensured greater safety, a sentiment Hertz wholeheartedly agreed with, having just endured the destruction of his home planet. Observing this, Roland nodded slightly, realizing that despite being merely 5 years old, he had unwittingly become the core of the trio. He then accessed the ship's database, and after some searching, they pinpointed a planet far from Frieza's surveillance. It was a mid-level planet, showing signs of life yet lacking any developed civilization. Chapter 36. Planet Fry. In the western part of the northern galaxy lay a planet known as Fry, a mid-level world. One day, a massive obsidian vessel suddenly descended upon this planet, slicing through the atmosphere with a thunderous roar. The blinding red light and swirling dust sent the indigenous inhabitants of Fry into a panic. Many believed the gods had descended and prostrated themselves in worship. With a click, the ship's hatch opened, and a man and a woman emerged, followed closely by a childlike figure, Roland. He activated his scanner to measure the energy readings from the planet, soon detecting several energies exceeding 1,000 battle power. There were 7 such readings, located 137 kilometers to the east and 546 kilometers to the south. As he relayed these findings, it became clear that this was a relatively primitive planet, one where civilization had yet to emerge. And those energy readings likely belonged to some primal beasts. Roland's scanner was his own, as Sophia's and Hertz's devices had been destroyed upon leaving Vegeta. "I will eliminate those creatures," Hertz declared decisively. After their interstellar journey, they had arrived at Fry, and to ensure an uninterrupted training period, any beings exhibiting strong energy signatures could not be allowed to remain. "Consider it done," Roland responded, handing the scanner to Hertz. Hertz nodded, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of white light and vanished. With a battle power of 4,300, he was more than capable of handling the beasts of a mid-level planet. Once Hertz departed, Roland and Sophia unleashed energy waves to clear the surrounding area. The resounding force of their attacks created magnificent mushroom clouds, obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius, flattening the mountains with sheer destructive power, leaving the barren land emanating wisps of heat. Subsequently, Roland retrieved makeshift housing from the universal capsule, completing their temporary abode. "Bring out your other gravity chamber," Sophia instructed. Roland glanced at her before producing the second gravity training room. "What do you intend to do with it?" he inquired. Sophia replied, "This gravity chamber will be for my training from now on." With that, she tossed her hair back and stepped into the chamber, slamming the door shut. As the gravity room soon buzzed to life, Roland stood in astonishment at her assertiveness, bemused by her actions. This woman is quite domineering, after all. "This is my training chamber." He chuckled softly, realizing that Sophia not only had a somewhat aloof personality, but also shared a passion for training akin to Vegeta's. However, he admonished her inwardly, "Don't overexert yourself. While the Senza beans can heal all injuries, they do not cure ailments." Historically, Vegeta had wielded the gravity chamber without adverse effects, suggesting it would likely pose no significant issues. Yet, one could not overlook the individual variances in physiology. After all, Goku had inexplicably suffered from heart disease. a condition with unclear origins, which could not be dismissed as unrelated to the gravity chamber. Should I wish for a perpetually healthy body with the Dragon Balls? Roland pondered whimsically as he stepped into the gravity chamber himself, activating the 20-fold gravity. He struggled to train his body in such harsh conditions. Hours later, Hertz returned to the landing site after eliminating high-energy life forms on Fry, finding Roland and Syphilia engrossed in their training. He quietly set off to search for food. Saiyans had a voracious appetite, needing to consume the equivalent of hundreds of individuals in a single meal. As evening fell, the trio gathered around a crackling campfire, devouring their meals with gusto, surrounded by a towering pile of skeletal remains. Syphilia, my battle power has reached 5,000. Hertz announced between bites, proud of his progress. The gravity chamber was indeed the optimal tool for Saiyan training, and in just a few short weeks, Hertz's power had soared, being a naturally gifted elite warrior. It came as no surprise that he had surpassed 4,000 battle power at the tender age of 26. Syphilia tore off a chunk of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, her actions large yet devoid of any rudeness. I am close to reaching 6,000 battle power, Roland remarked, wiping grease from his mouth. Meanwhile, I still haven't even hit 1,000. Roland, you are still quite young. When I was your age, I couldn't compare to you, Hertz asserted, having long believed Roland to be an elite warrior. Syphilia lowered her head as she ate, and one should refrain from praising him. This young lad only focused on enhancing his energy, while his combat skills were utterly lacking. When faced with an opponent of equal strength, he wouldn't even know how to meet his demise. Roland cast a sidelong glance at Syphilia and said, Sister, could you please stop discouraging me? Do you think you're so formidable? As Saiyans, we are renowned for our combat prowess. Yet your practical skills are inferior even to those of a child fresh out of the training camp. Syphilia's bright eyes turned towards Roland, a chilling aura emanating from her that left him defenseless. As her brother, Syphilia was dissatisfied with his current state, for it was essential to develop one's strength in a balanced manner. The determinants of victory in battle are merely combat skills, attack speed, attack power, resilience, and recovery ability. Among these, attack speed, power, and resilience can be honed through rigorous training, but only combat skills are gradually accumulated through extensive battle experiences. While Roland busily devoured roasted meat, he acknowledged Syphilia's critique as valid. He indeed lacked combat experience. Only through the crucible of real combat could his skills be significantly enhanced. Hertz interjected, do not be upset. Roland is still young, and at this stage, enhancing his energy is of utmost importance. Syphilia furrowed her brow slightly, and after a moment, she suddenly declared, starting tomorrow, I shall serve as your sparring partner. We must elevate your combat experience. Really? Roland exclaimed with delight. In the past, Syphilia's training focused merely on improving his resilience, devoid of any combat techniques. Although Saiyan children are imparted with some combat skills by computers during missions, nothing could compare to the personal guidance of Syphilia. Of course it's true. Prepare yourself mentally, Syphilia said elegantly while consuming her food, her gaze coldly fixed on Roland. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his smile stiffened as memories of the times he had been ruthlessly trampled by Syphilia flooded his mind. Roland began to regret not allowing Hertz to train him. When Syphilia went on a rampage, she never showed mercy, especially knowing that he possessed the sacred beans. It was even more improbable to expect her to hold back. Chapter 37. Rapid Growth. Who told you to go all out when you strike? In battle, there's no room for retreat. Just wait to be dealt with. With a dissatisfied scold, Syphilia's graceful figure suddenly appeared beside Roland. Her fair hand thrust forward, delivering a powerful blow that sent him reeling backward, a fierce gust of wind swirling around him. Get up. In real combat, does the enemy grant you a moment's reprieve? Without any surprise, another fierce attack came swiftly. With a splatter, Roland couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, lifting his head only to meet Syphilia's menacing expression. It was an ordinary morning, bright and sunny, with gentle clouds and pleasant weather, yet for Roland, this period could only be described as a nightmare. For over 10 days, Syphilia had trained him daily. And indeed, it was different from before. She instructed him on numerous critical aspects to consider in battle, allowing him to learn swiftly. However, the one unacceptable aspect was her utter lack of leniency. Each time she struck, she did so with incredible ferocity, refusing to relent until he was nearly beaten to a pulp. According to Syphilia, a true enemy will not grant you the opportunity to rise again. What profound wisdom. Roland rose from the ground, his eyes filled with determination as he gazed at Syphilia. His body zipped forward like a swiftly shot arrow, appearing instantaneously beside her. Syphilia nodded slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Just as Roland thought he would succeed, Syphilia deftly leaned aside, evading his attack and drawing her slender arm through the air in an elegant arc. A crystalline radiance burst forth, reminiscent of twinkling starlight, and once again, Roland was sent flying like a projectile. The battle continued. Roland's movements gradually became more agile, and during combat, he began to consciously think and reflect on his successes and failures. Under Sophilia's intentional guidance, his body quickly absorbed the nutrients of battle. Keep up with my speed. I will match my strength to yours. If you can withstand my attacks, then you shall be deemed a qualified warrior. Amid the howling winds, Sophilia's figure flickered continuously, her black hair dancing wildly. Her gaze fell upon Roland in the distance. Suddenly, she vanished from her original position, becoming a blur, and reappeared beside him. With a swift pivot, she unleashed a straight punch. Afterimage. Upon witnessing this, Roland narrowed his eyes, his mind racing as he searched for Sophilia's presence. Suddenly, a subtle shift in the air drew his attention. He reacted swiftly, his body swaying as he executed a feint 10 meters away. Just as Roland's figure vanished, a slender hand struck towards him. Finally showing some progress, Sophilia nodded, continuing her assault on Roland. With a gasp, a sharp pain surged through his chest, followed by a resounding impact. Sophilia had indeed injured him. Roland grimaced, panting heavily. After a brief skirmish, his stamina had rapidly diminished. He leaped into the air, swiftly changing direction, and just a step away from Sophilia, his body morphed into a blurred afterimage. Remarkably, he appeared behind Sophilia, his hands reaching for her tail. His combat skills had met the standard, yet his experience was insufficient. Sophilia's cold voice rang in his ears, and a warm sensation sent a chill down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. He swiftly turned and fled. With a light chuckle, Sophilia extended her fingers, forming them like a sword. Airstrike, she coldly uttered, and the air seemed to stir, boiling in an instant. A radiant wave of energy burst forth, and confronted with this situation, a spark ignited in Roland's eyes. He raised his arm, clenched his fist, and a youthful seriousness enveloped his face. Starry Sky Cannon. He unleashed a punch. An infinite starlight flickered to life. A surge of power erupted abruptly, as if a dam had burst, flooding forth uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom. The two energies collided midair, creating a cataclysmic explosion, a massive mushroom cloud rising from the ground as the earth cracked beneath. A powerful shockwave stripped away layers of soil, leaving behind a circular depression. Coughing, Roland coughed up blood, his clothes tattered. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he succumbed to unconsciousness from the overexertion of energy. After Roland fell, Sophilia's figure appeared beside him, lifting him and carrying him to a nearby lake, where she submerged him in the water. With a flash of light, Hertz emerged from the gravity chamber, approaching Sophilia. Roland has remarkably mastered all techniques within just a few days, becoming a true warrior. Such a learning ability is astounding. I recall reaching his level at around 10 years of age. Mastering a combat power of 1,000 by that age is quite exceptional, even among higher-ranked warriors. As Hertz, a superior warrior, has endured countless battles, he only attained a combat power of 1,000 after the age of 10, and reached 4,000 by the age of 26. Sophilia gazed blankly at Roland in the pool, nodding in acknowledgement. While others remained oblivious, she was acutely aware that Roland was not a superior warrior, but rather an ordinary intermediate warrior. Yet, this intermediate warrior exhibited a training speed that astonishingly surpassed that of superior warriors. Although his energy training could be attributed to the gravity chamber, his combat techniques and experience could only be honed through actual combat. Sophilia genuinely felt Roland growing each day, absorbing her combat philosophies like a sponge in mere days. Roland, her younger brother, likely possessed a terrifying capacity for learning. Soon, Roland awakened from the pool, and upon hearing that Sophilia had tossed him in and proceeded to the gravity chamber without a second thought, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. His fervor for training rivaled even that of Vegeta. Whenever he could not find her, he knew she had gone to the gravity chamber again. It was vital to understand that proper rest was essential for bodily recovery, and balancing work and rest was just as beneficial as arduous training. But alas, Sophilia could not grasp this notion. Roland, I have something to give you. After their meal, Sophilia produced a disc-like object. What is this? Roland inquired. As she ate, Sophilia replied, this is data I copied from the communication records of the Ugurans during the destruction of their command center. It seems to contain all the mission information regarding the Saiyans. What? Roland exclaimed in surprise, quickly wiping his greasy hands to take a closer look. Upon hearing that it contained Saiyan information, Hertz's expression grew serious. Does this mean we can locate our scattered kin? Sophilia responded, perhaps. If the Frieza force did not manage to find them in time, there should be many survivors. However, organized Saiyan squads likely perished along with planet Vegeta. The scattered Saiyans are mostly lower-tier warriors or weaker non-combatants. Intermediate or superior warriors had their own squads and returned to planet Vegeta upon receiving orders from the Frieza force. Only those lower-tier warriors or exiled progeny would remain unaccounted for. They might still be surviving on some remote planets. Chapter 38. Surviving Saiyans. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? Hertz, filled with excitement, reproached Syphilia for not presenting this information earlier. Syphilia glanced at Roland and candidly explained, at that time, Roland's abilities were insufficient to relocate everyone, and the spacecraft was too conspicuous. Even if I had produced this database, it would have been of little use. Hertz paused, sighing. Indeed, that is true. Syphilia continued, but now it is different. With Roland's growing strength, relocating others is no longer as difficult as before. With the support of the Sins of Beings, we might be able to bring back some of our kin. Yes, we definitely can, Hertz exclaimed, buoyed by hope. Over a month had passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta, and despite the rapid actions of the Frieza force, some Saiyans on distant planets should still remain undiscovered. The Saiyan race had not been entirely eradicated. Hertz felt a surge of hope. Initially believing that only the three of them remained, he was reminded of his wife, and the continuation of their lineage could only rely on Syphilia and Roland. However, even that would only last a generation, inevitably leading to extinction. But now, with this database in hand and Roland's ability to relocate, there was a genuine chance to find some kin before the Frieza force could. A couple of hundred would suffice, provided there was a balanced number of males and females, ensuring the survival of the Saiyan race. Let us extract the data within, Roland suggested. The group quickly washed their hands and cautiously connected the vital data disk to the spaceship's interface. The ship's computer swiftly recognized the data, and the expansive screen displayed a myriad of information about various planets and the Saiyans assigned to missions. There is indeed quite a lot. We need to carefully sift through it. After deliberation, they decided to begin their search with the nearest planets, likely seeking out those with promising potential. Roland posed a pertinent question. What if those individuals refused to return with us? Saiyans were known for their rebellious nature. It would not be as simple as wanting to take them back. There would inevitably be some unruly and audacious individuals. Syphilia's eyes glinted coldly. Those who refuse will be taught a lesson. If they remain obstinate, they will be eliminated. Hertz shared her fierce resolve. I concur with Syphilia's approach. Until we have gained sufficient strength, we must keep our movements concealed. Roland nodded. Eliminating those who opposed them was the most straightforward solution. After all, they would eventually be killed by the Frieza force anyway, making it pragmatic to select suitable candidates to bring back. Roland was determined not to return with ungrateful individuals after all their efforts. Roland, I will accompany you, Syphilia declared, her bright eyes fixed on him. Yes, having Syphilia with you will ensure your safety, while I will remain here on planet Frey, awaiting your return. Hertz nodded in agreement, for Roland's safety was paramount. Roland contemplated for a moment before agreeing. All right, let us go together. Though Roland's combat power was nearing 1,000, a level not considered weak in the cosmos, after all, Raditz. With a power level of 1,500, traverse the universe with impunity, he was aware that he could not be deemed exceptionally strong. For his own safety, having a guardian was crucial. And between Syphilia and Hertz, Roland naturally chose his sister. After all, she was not only his sibling but also an enchanting beauty, and being in her presence was a delightful experience. With preparations complete, Roland instructed Syphilia to hold him tightly, and he began to execute his teleportation technique. Feeling a gentle touch, Roland smirked as the technique swiftly activated. With a flash of white light, their figures vanished from planet Frey. Watching the siblings disappear, Hertz's lips quivered slightly as he clenched his fists tightly. The survival of the Saiyan race now rested upon them. Several star systems away, Roland and Syphilia suddenly materialized. This is the place, Roland proclaimed, scanning the data that indicated the presence of a lower-tier warrior on this planet. He activated the scanner, quickly retrieving data from the planet. A smile creeping onto his face. It seems fortune favors us. That Saiyan is still alive. Let us go. Syphilia lifted Roland, her power of 6,000 surging forth as a straight beam of energy shot skyward. Together, they swiftly approached the energy source. They traversed through dense jungles and vast grasslands, scaling several mountains until they arrived at a relatively open hilly area, flanked by undulating peaks. In the serene old forest, the sounds of chirping birds filled the air. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, followed by a tremor that shook the earth, as mighty trees crashed to the ground, and a thick plume of smoke ascended above the forest. Amidst the woodland, a child who appeared to be no older than 8 or 9 years was engaged in a fierce struggle with a colossal dinosaur. The intensity of their clash grew, shaking the ground and clearing a space in the dense thicket. The child laughed heartily. a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he unleashed waves of cerulean energy that struck the beast, eliciting a mournful wail from the gigantic creature, which then collapsed. Its long neck swaying to the side, rendered unconscious. Observing his quarry finally subdued, the child erupted into laughter. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had drawn the attention of two onlookers. Floating in the air, Roland smirked slightly. This was the one, Asa, age 10. A lower-tier warrior with a combat power of 280, which was commendable among his peers. Safiria observed with indifference, suggesting they simply incapacitate him and take him away, without inquiring about his consent. Indeed, if they brought him back and he refused to cooperate, it would be a waste of the precious mystical beings they had consumed along the way. Safiria regarded those beings as exceedingly valuable. "Who are you?" Asa, the Saiyan, inquired upon noticing Safiria and Roland. Just as he was about to ask further, Safiria swiftly appeared beside him and crushed the energy detector near his ear. With a resounding crack, Asa, witnessing the destruction of his device, exclaimed in anger, "What are you doing? You destroyed my detector." Safiria's expression turned cold as she released an imposing aura, warning, "You'd best behave, little one." Okay, Asa stammered, his face draining of color as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Safiria, his gaze filled with trepidation. Chapter 39. Searching for survivors. Is it true that planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Asa's voice quivered upon receiving the news, his previous arrogance evaporating. Safiria's cold gaze rested upon him. "Indeed, you now have two choices. First, accompany us to a planet where no one will find you. Second, remain here, and we shall not intervene. Choose now. You want to harm me?" "Correct." Safiria's eyes glinted subtly as she regarded him. If the Saiyan made the right choice, all would be well. However, should he choose to stay, for the sake of secrecy, Safiria was resolved not to spare his life. After a moment's contemplation, Asa finally spoke softly, "I will follow you." A wise choice, Roland commended, recognizing the boy's astuteness had spared him. He understood that Safiria had harbored lethal intentions moments ago and reflected on her decisiveness. Realizing he might not have been as ruthless in her position, an area in which he could learn from her. "Your choice is correct. There are few of us remaining, and we should not be suspicious of one another." Safiria smiled warmly, shedding the frosty demeanor she had just displayed. Roland cast her a glance, remarking, "You were indeed contemplating murder a moment ago." Safiria smiled back, causing Roland to momentarily pause before joining her laughter. Asa, too, joined in, asking, "How will we leave? You came by spaceship, didn't you?" "There is no need for such complications. The spacecraft would only reveal our whereabouts." Subsequently, Roland and Safiria followed Asa to the site where his ship had landed, discovering the spherical white spacecraft. They unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the vessel, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the craft ignited, releasing a foul odor of charred material. "Ah, you've destroyed the spacecraft. How will I leave?" Asa exclaimed nervously. "Fear not. We have our methods," Roland replied calmly. Asa looked at him in confusion, and Roland, with a mysterious smile, seized him and initiated a teleportation technique. Safiria naturally moved closer, and with a flash, the three vanished from the planet. Of course, Roland did not take Asa directly to planet Frieza. Instead, after several teleportations, they landed on a nearby low-tier planet known as Kasha. This planet was rich in wildlife but devoid of valuable mineral resources, thus not a target for Frieza's army. Roland intended to gather all the Saiyans he could find here, observing them for a time, and once their loyalty was assured, he would devise further plans. After all, Saiyans were inherently rebellious, and Roland found it difficult to trust them easily. "Stay here. More Saiyans will arrive shortly, and do not engage in conflict," he instructed. All right, Asa replied, his face pale as he nodded vigorously, gazing at Roland with a mix of awe and respect. Nodding towards Safiria, Roland said, "Let us move to our next target. Don't you need to rest?" Safiria asked with concern. Roland shook his head, consuming a mystical being. "No, our time is quite limited." Safiria nodded, leaning into Roland as he wrapped his arm around her waist, and in the awestruck gaze of Asa, they vanished in a flash of light. On the next planet, Roland located their target, a female Saiyan just over 4 years old. Due to her tender age, she posed no resistance to Safiria and Roland. Through a combination of intimidation and persuasion, they soon led her to Kasha. In the days that followed, Roland and Safiria traversed various planets, bringing back an increasing number of Saiyans. However, the journey was not without its challenges. They encountered numerous adversaries. Several Saiyans disbelieved Roland's claims, or if they did believe, they were unwilling to leave. All such individuals were decisively dealt with by Safiria. As time passed, the trail of the fugitive Saiyans grew more elusive. They either dwelled in remote areas where searching proved futile or had already fallen victim to Frieza's forces. On several occasions, Roland and his companions directly confronted Frieza's soldiers, typically possessing combat powers around 1 to 2,000. Roland was no match for such formidable foes, but under Saphiria's protection, he sustained no injuries. When encountering opponents of similar strength, Saphiria would first destroy their communication devices, allowing Roland to gain practical battle experience, yielding unexpected benefits. Approximately 2 months later, Roland ceased his search for the Saiyans. Having gathered around 200 in Kasha, the majority of these Saiyans were minors, with only 60 being adults. Fortunately, the gender ratio was balanced, ensuring the continuation of the Saiyan bloodline. In time, should these Saiyans reach maturity without significant loss, they could potentially form around 100 pairs. If each pair bore 3 or 4 offspring, the Saiyan population would gradually recover. In the pursuit of locating these Saiyans, Roland expended a considerable quantity of Senza beans. Initially, he had procured 10,000 beans from Master Cat, but now only a little over 5,000 remained, which caused him considerable anguish. However, one must invest effort to reap rewards. In the future, as these Saiyans mature, he could potentially establish a significant force within the universe. Regrettably, they comprised primarily low-level warriors, with only 10 of them possessing the potential to become mid-level fighters. Observing the 200 Saiyans before him, Roland felt a twinge of disappointment. Among these 200 Saiyans, only 10 exhibited the potential for mid-level combat prowess, and the combined battle power of the low and mid-level warriors that exceeded 1,000 was a mere 5 individuals. Compared to the Saiyan race at its peak, they appeared almost pitifully weak. Saphilia remarked that low-level warriors constituted the majority of Saiyans, with some being non-combatants destined never to reach a battle power of 1,000. It was already commendable to find 10 mid-level warrior potentials among the remaining kin. Hertz beamed with joy, affirming that with these individuals, the continuation of the Saiyan bloodline was assured. It was a lamentable situation, once a formidable race. The Saiyans now had to meticulously calculate the survival of their lineage. Chapter 40, Talent Silence. After more than 200 Saiyans gathered on Kasha Star, Saphilia soared into the air, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the assembly below. An intense aura of oppression has suddenly descended upon all, constricting their chests. Feeling the weight of her presence, all Saiyans fell silent, gazing up at the commanding figure of Saphilia, their faces paling. I am Saphilia, an upper-class warrior. As she introduced herself, she noticed the Saiyans below, intimidated by her power, dared not speak, and she nodded in satisfaction. I understand you have many questions, but I require silence. I lack the time to address each of you individually. I brought you here solely to prevent the complete extinction of the Saiyan bloodline from the universe. Her tone remained stern as she continued, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. You are among the few surviving Saiyans from that world, and from now on, you will reside temporarily on this planet, which has ample water and food to meet your needs. The destruction of Planet Vegeta stemmed from our insufficient strength. I need you to keep this resentment in your hearts. It is our weakness that allowed others in the universe to strike against us, leading the mighty Saiyan race to the brink of annihilation. Although the majority of you are low-level warriors, and some may never achieve a battle power of 1,000, as long as the Saiyan bloodline endures, hope remains. At this juncture, a chilling glint ignited in Saphilia's eyes as her demeanor turned ruthless. However, let it be known, internal conflict is absolutely forbidden here. This is an unbreakable rule. Any who violate this command shall be executed. Do not mistake my words for jest. Now that you are here, comply without question. Should you contemplate rebellion, be prepared for death. Regardless of your agreement, you will follow the forthcoming arrangements. The situation facing the Saiyans is dire, and from this moment on, adult Saiyans must be responsible for training the younger ones, ensuring their proper development, regardless of the intensity of the training. Saphilia exuded an aura of authority, akin to a queen, her fierce presence rendering all beneath her unable to lift their heads. The Saiyans, accustomed to a culture of might, felt the overwhelming strength of Saphilia. This seemingly youthful Saiyan possessed power far surpassing their own. Coupled with her status as an upper-class warrior, her strength and position swiftly quashed any thoughts of rebellion among the Saiyans, who obediently followed her directives. Saphilia instructed them to establish a communal living space, and they complied without hesitation. The adult Saiyans began leading the training of the younger children, and everything seemed to progress in an orderly fashion. Observing the response of the Saiyans, Hertz chuckled and remarked to Roland, your sister inherently possesses the aura of a leader, making her exceptionally suited for this role. Her reputation as a genius was already well established when Planet Vegeta still thrived. Had Vegeta not been destroyed, she would have undoubtedly achieved great things. Roland nodded in agreement. Although Sophilia's demeanor was typically aloof, her commanding presence was undeniable, and she was ruthless enough that anyone standing beside her would undoubtedly feel immense pressure. Sophilia's exceptional talent was on par with that of Prince Vegeta, and her remarkable potential and training was unmatched. While others may not have been able to endure Vegeta's scrutiny, Sophilia had managed to survive, likely due to her identity as a female Saiyan. Such an extraordinary woman might have already been considered for a significant future by King Vegeta. Thank goodness planet Vegeta was destroyed. Roland mused, gazing at Sophilia, who exuded an imposing confidence from above. After calming the Saiyans, Sophilia approached Roland and the others. Let us return to planet Frieza. Allow these individuals to remain here. Are you not going to oversee them? Roland inquired. Sophilia offered a placid smile. I can scarcely attend to my own training. Why should I concern myself with them? Let them fend for themselves. Roland rolled his eyes. You spoke so passionately earlier. I thought you intended to recruit them. Sophilia replied, I am not so trivial. These low-level warriors may only reach a few thousand in battle power at best. What use have I for them? Moreover, who knows if they will even be loyal? We shall observe for a few years. Hertz shrugged nonchalantly. As long as the Saiyan bloodline continues, their strength is not of paramount importance. There is a low-level warrior on Earth who could become a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Roland couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Of course. Sophilia and Hertz could not foresee the future events, including the rise of a low-level warrior named Goku, who would eventually surpass even upper-class warriors through his training. From their perspective, it was indeed reasonable to regard low-level warriors as inferior to their mid- and upper-class counterparts. The potential of Saiyans is largely determined by their battle power at birth and subsequent training, with the latter holding greater significance. The reasons behind Goku and Vegeta's repeated breakthroughs of their physical limits to attain Super Saiyan levels are far more complex than simply relying on Saiyan blood and training in a gravity chamber. Indeed, while gravity training greatly aided Goku and his companions, it was merely a supplementary factor. The universe is teeming with planets with high gravity, and Saiyans have encountered many during their battles, yet they did not experience substantial growth. Goku and his companions' rapid advancement was primarily due to their knowledge of advanced training techniques. Reflecting on Goku's journey, he initially trained under Master Roshi, later receiving guidance from Master Cat on Karin Tower, and eventually learning from the Supreme Kai and North Kai. More importantly, Goku possessed a pure heart, allowing him to focus entirely on his training. These gradual experiences laid a solid foundation for him to transcend the constraints of his innate talent. Vegeta, a naturally gifted elite warrior, possesses innate training abilities. His extensive experience and comprehension allow him to quickly grasp the manipulation of energy merely through combat with Goku. Such talents are unparalleled among ordinary Saiyans. Indeed, innate ability often holds great significance. The Saiyans of Vegeta's planet are generally not exceptionally remarkable. For them, the Super Saiyan is but a legend. Few Saiyans, like Goku and Vegeta, continuously transcend their limits. For the majority, a battle power exceeding 10,000 is the pinnacle, and further advancement necessitates profound training. Ordinary Saiyan warriors, unaware of advanced training methods, cannot achieve miraculous growth akin to Goku's, even with a gravity chamber. The aspiration of becoming a Super Saiyan is entirely unattainable for most. There exists another perspective on Saiyan potential, suggesting that the formidable reputation of their race derives solely from the prowess of Goku and Vegeta. Roland finds this assertion somewhat biased. For, in his view, Saiyans indeed possess considerable talent. Their physical prowess and Oozuru transformation capabilities surpass many extraterrestrial beings. Returning to the main subject. After ensuring the continuation of the Saiyan bloodline, Sophilia and Hertz felt significantly less pressure. After making the necessary arrangements, they had no desire to maintain further oversight. Although Roland harbored intentions of organizing these Saiyans into a cohesive force, his relatively modest strength held him back from taking the initiative. Leaving over 200 Saiyans on Kashyyyk, the trio promptly vanished in a flash of light, returning to planet Fry, where they resumed their tranquil training. Chapter 41. A Hope for Resurrection on planet Fry. The weather gradually turned cooler. As night fell, a gentle mist enveloped the forested mountains. After settling the 200 exiled Saiyans on the nearby Kashyyyk, Roland and his companions devoted themselves to their training once more. Time passed steadily, and Roland felt himself growing stronger each day. Although he consistently fell short in battles against Sophilia, it was solely due to her overwhelming strength. He was indeed becoming more powerful, as evidenced by a recent test of his battle power, 1000. This vivid figure invigorated Roland, providing a tangible benchmark for his progress. Akin to conquering levels in a video game, a truly exhilarating sensation. As they trained, a sudden flash of white light pierced the air, advancing in a straight line. While a fierce wind howled around them, creating a swirling vortex centered on Roland. With agile movements, he generated deceptive afterimages, unleashing all his might in an assault against Syphilia. She observed with a calm demeanor, stifling a yawn before striking in a specific direction. With a resounding slap, Roland was sent flying. Quickly stabilizing himself, he twisted his body, his toes lightly touching the ground before launching forward like a cannonball aimed at Syphilia. He followed with a mighty punch, the air trembling with the force of his attack. Syphilia, with a mocking smile, extended her arm and effortlessly seized Roland's fist, halting his powerful strike abruptly. "Your attacks lack sufficient ferocity, Roland," she remarked, tossing him into the air before swiftly vanishing and reappearing above him, fists clenched and crashing down with ferocity. With a thunderous impact, Roland was struck hard, blood spilling from his mouth as he plummeted. Yet, just as he neared the ground, Syphilia's graceful figure appeared even faster, expressionless as she delivered a fierce kick that unleashed a formidable shockwave. Roland quickly shielded his chest with his arms, but the overwhelming force sent him soaring once more. He spun through the air, landing with his feet firmly embedded in the ground, causing the earth to shatter around him. "Impressive. Your combat capabilities are now those of a qualified warrior," Syphilia praised, floating gracefully to Roland's side. He gasped for breath, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, a testament to his sister's rigorous training. "Indeed," Syphilia replied, the moonlight illuminating her flawless visage, momentarily captivating Roland. "What are you staring at?" Syphilia inquired. "At you," Roland blurted out. With a swift tap on his head, Syphilia chuckled as he began preparing dinner. The campfire blazed, filling the air with the rich aroma of roasting meat, as droplets of fat sizzled and smoked above the flames. Nearby, the gravity chamber emitted a low hum, where Hertz was diligently training in the oppressive gravitational environment. As Roland enjoyed his meal, he remarked to Syphilia, "Hertz has been training exceptionally hard lately." "He is longing for his wife," Syphilia replied. "Oh," Roland nodded, recalling that Hertz's wife, Asita, was his childhood companion, now a non-combatant working in the capital's childcare department due to her lack of combat prowess. Hertz had not seen her since returning home. Planet Vegeta had already been destroyed. Although Hertz appeared unfazed, Syphilia, as his teammate, sensed the sorrow in his heart. Death is an irreversible state, yet the warrior race views it with a certain detachment. Conveniently, there are a few suitable female Saiyans on Kasha Star who might be arranged for him. Just because someone dies doesn't mean they cannot be resurrected, Roland mused softly. "What are you saying?" Syphilia's keen hearing caught his words. After pondering, she looked at Roland incredulously. "Is there truly a way to bring someone back to life?" Roland considered for a moment before responding. "Sister, do you remember when I intended to teleport you to Earth?" "Of course, I remember. By the way, I was just about to ask, how did you manage that? Could that power also bring someone back to life?" "Yes, that is the power of the Dragon Balls. In the universe, there exist mystical orbs. Gathering 7 of them summons the eternal dragon, who can grant a wish within reasonable limits, including the revival of the deceased." Subsequently, Roland recounted his and Tai's quest for the Dragon Balls. Syphilia listened, stupefied. "So, Hertz's wife could be resurrected?" "Indeed, as long as she has not been reincarnated. The eternal dragon can restore her," Roland explained, noting that, given the Saiyans' circumstances, most would descend to hell after death, making reincarnation unlikely for the time being. "Roland, is what you say true? Does Asita still have a chance at resurrection?" Hertz, with a trembling voice and an expression filled with excitement, approached Roland eagerly. "Yes. But once a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls enter a dormant period of 1 year. The set I used still has half a year remaining. If you wish to resurrect your wife, you must wait 6 months, Roland replied. "That's wonderful. Asita can come back. You mentioned those orbs are called Dragon Balls." In a moment of excitement, Hertz suddenly recalled hearing about such orbs before. A flash of insight struck him, and he inquired, "Are the Dragon Balls you speak of created by the Namekians?" Roland affirmed, "Indeed, so you have heard of them too." Syphilia asked, "Are the Dragon Balls well known?" Taking a deep breath, Hertz's face flushed. "During past missions, I had heard that the Namekians possessed extraordinary powers, but their planet suffered a great calamity 300 years ago, leading to the demise of their entire race. No, there are survivors on Namek," Roland asserted. Syphilia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, the Dragon Balls may still exist on Namek." "There are indeed some, and they are even more powerful than the ones I have used. However, there are formidable beings on Namek, given our reputation as Saiyans. We might be expelled by their experts upon arrival. It would be wise to wait until the Dragon Balls I used have been restored." Chapter 42, 3 Wishes on Namek. There exists a Namekian named Nail, who serves as the guardian of the Elder. The original storyline indicated that he possessed a combat power of 420,000. Considering the longevity of the Namekians, even if Nail had not reached his original power level, he would still possess a combat power of at least 20 or 30,000 by now. If they were to visit Namek and encountered Nail, they would undoubtedly return empty-handed. Should luck be against them, they might even lose their lives there. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Roland valued his life greatly and would not venture to Namek without absolute certainty, even if the rumors spoke of the Namekians' kindness. However, Hertz could not afford to ponder such matters. Upon learning that his wife could be resurrected, he could not wait any longer. His sole desire was to bring her back to life. I cannot delay any longer. Planet Fry is not far from Namek. If I pilot a spaceship, I can reach it in a month. Please lend me your ship. Hertz did not request Roland to accompany him, but chose to pilot the ship himself. Roland observed him and cautioned, Namek is home to powerful beings. Although your strength has reached over 5,000, you are still no match for them. You might end up losing your life without even acquiring the Dragon Balls. Hertz replied earnestly, I wish to give it a try. Roland scrutinized him for a long moment, and upon seeing his resolute demeanor, he nodded. Very well, take the gravity ship. Exercise caution. The Namekians are a gentle race, and do not display any hostility. Perhaps if you negotiate with them amicably, you might have a chance to borrow the Dragon Balls. Hertz committed Roland's advice to memory. At that moment, Sophia suddenly suggested, by the way, Saiyans can significantly enhance their strength when on the brink of death. We have Senza beans. Shall we try this method to see if we can elevate Hertz's power? I am willing to give it a try. Hertz exclaimed boldly. Roland contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, Saiyans often experienced a substantial power boost upon returning from the brink of death. However, the concept of the brink of death was elusive. It differed greatly from mere injury, and a slight miscalculation could lead to actual demise. Sister, aim near Hertz's heart and be cautious. Do not accidentally kill him, Roland warned. Sophia glanced at Roland, as if to say, do you think I would not know, and calmly nodded. After Hertz placed a Senza bean in his mouth, Sophia positioned her hand near his heart. With a swift motion, a sharp beam of energy was unleashed. Hertz's body could not withstand such an assault. The energy pierced through his chest and exited his back, causing blood to spurt forth and saturate his battle attire. Hertz coughed lightly, blood escaping his lips, and his gaze grew hazy. Quick, bite down on the Senza bean, Roland urged loudly. Hertz struggled to bite through the Senza bean, and a miraculous energy began to fill his mouth. The wound on his chest healed instantaneously, and a surge of immense power erupted from every cell within him. The energy detector in Roland's hand emitted a series of beeps as the numbers fluctuated, quickly ascending from 5,100 to 6,700. He truly has grown stronger, Sophia exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as if she had discovered a gold mine. Hertz let out a sigh of relief, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. It was his first experience returning from the brink of death, an entirely different sensation from his previous injuries. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though his soul had briefly crossed into the afterlife. Yet, thanks to this experience, his strength had indeed surged significantly. Clenching his teeth, Hertz declared, let us do it again. All right. Roland's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He too wished to explore whether the power boost from the brink of death could be repeated indefinitely. If so, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Sophia, once more with a Senzu bean in hand, unleashed her attack again. After recovery, Hertz's power climbed to 8,000, though the increase was less pronounced compared to before, indicating that the effects were beginning to wane. Hertz continued his experiments. After the third, fourth, and fifth attempts, the enhancements diminished further until his power no longer increased. Ultimately, Hertz's strength reached 12,000, more than doubling his previous capabilities. Finally, it has ceased to grow. Hertz could hardly contain his joy. It seems this ability requires accumulation. The effects diminish over a short period, Roland reflected. According to his understanding, a Saiyan's experience of near-death was a release of potential accumulated during prior battles and training. Once this potential was fully expended, further accumulation was necessary. One could not rely on near-death experiences indefinitely to achieve breakthroughs without sufficient reserves. With such power, I am far more confident about heading to Namek. Hertz laughed heartily. During its peak, Planet Vegeta had 5 warriors with combat powers exceeding 10,000. A power level of 12,000 was rare even back when Planet Vegeta existed. Now, Hertz had attained such heights, and with the hope of resurrecting his wife within reach, how could he not be elated? Your strength seems somewhat unstable. It would be wise to train in the gravity chamber, Sophia advised, aware that a sudden surge in power without proper control could be detrimental. After his initial excitement, Hertz calmed himself and responded, I will master this newfound power on my journey to Namek. Roland added, by the way, the Dragon Balls on Namek can grant 3 wishes. Since Planet Vegeta has vanished, the first wish should be to summon your wife's soul to Namek, and the second wish to resurrect her. This is where the Dragon Balls of Namek differ from those of Earth. The Namekian Dragon Balls can only resurrect one individual at a time, but allow for multiple resurrections. While the Earth Dragon Balls can revive many individuals at once, but each can only be brought back to life once. So, 3 wishes can indeed be granted. Syphilia remarked in surprise. Yes, I will remember that. Hertz expressed his gratitude towards Roland. At that moment, Roland continued, for the 3rd wish, I hope you, Hertz, can wish for us 3 to gain all the martial knowledge possessed by the Earth's Guardian. This will be immensely important for our future. Be sure to remember it. The essence of Earth martial arts is contained within the teachings of the Guardian, particularly in the methods of energy cultivation. In the original story, after consuming the super divine water, Goku unlocked his potential, experiencing a massive surge in power while being able to vaguely sense energy. However, at that time, Goku's mastery of energy was still quite rudimentary. He could only roughly perceive the presence of powerful beings. Upon ascending the temple, guided by the celestial beings and Bobo, I engaged in meditation and cultivation, ultimately grasping the essence of energy. I learned to close my eyes and rely on my breath to engage in combat, elevating my fighting style to an entirely new realm. The masters who have mastered the utilization of energy are undoubtedly the Earth's celestial beings and their servant, Bobo. As a side note, the turtle sage, who has not undergone training in the temple, likely has yet to learn how to harness energy in battle. Knowing that a personal visit to Earth might not guarantee the complete transfer of knowledge, I instructed Hertz to wish upon the Namekian dragon. This wish should be within the capabilities of the dragon, Purunga. In truth, what I yearned for was the martial knowledge of the North Kai, yet his exalted status, surpassing even that of the great elder of Namek, evidently exceeds the dragon's reach. Observing my serious demeanor, Hertz understood the importance of this matter and nodded vigorously, affirming, I will remember this wish. You must return alive. Having prepared several sins of beans for Hertz, I, along with Syphilia, watched as the gravity spaceship ascended slowly, eventually breaking free from the atmosphere amidst a brilliant explosion of light. Chapter 43. Abundant knowledge. Do you think Hertz will be all right? Syphilia inquired after the gravity ship disappeared beyond the horizon. I blinked. Perhaps. If something were to happen, we can always use the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect him. Upon hearing this, Syphilia immediately felt reassured. Then, with resolve, she declared, Roland, attack my chest. Are you certain about this? I remarked, eyeing Syphilia's alluring figure, marred only by the unappealing combat attire of the Frieza force. She bit her lip. Come on, I'm ready. Witnessing Syphilia's determination to enhance her power, I nodded slightly and placed my hand on her chest. The gentle contact made her shudder, but she looked at me with unwavering resolve. Let us begin. I cautiously released an energy wave. The brilliant blue energy surged through Syphilia's body, and vibrant blood splattered forth. Her complexion turned pale in an instant, prompting her to hastily bite into a Senzu bean. Only when her color returned to a healthy hue did I finally exhale in relief. I almost thought I would need to use the Dragon Balls to bring you back. Syphilia smiled gently, her expression radiant. I am not that fragile. Following this, she faced near-death experiences several more times, ultimately elevating her power level to 18,000, a level achieved by Vegeta during his invasion of Earth, which Syphilia had reached years ahead of schedule. Next was my turn. I too wanted to experience this extraordinary method of enhancement. However, to be cautious, I retrieved the communicator connected to Ties and handed it to Syphilia. If anything happens to me, ensure Ties gathers the Dragon Balls to revive me. Syphilia accepted the communicator, her slender fingers generating a burst of energy rays. I nodded firmly. We can commence. With a sudden burst, a metallic clang echoed in my mouth, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. It felt as though my soul were detaching from my body. The sensation of nearing death was utterly distinct from mere injury, a pale helplessness that threatened to tear my very essence apart. In the haze, a frantic voice echoed in my ears. It was Syphilia calling for me. I jolted back to awareness, struggling to bite open the Senzu bean in my mouth, and a vision of an enraged giant ape erupted in my mind, awakening my latent potential. Once my body recovered, I felt a surge of dread. This half-alive sensation was dreadful. Shaking my head, I sighed and endured several more of Syphilia's strikes, finally stabilizing my power level at 3,600. Considering my status as a mid-tier warrior, I deemed this quite commendable. I lay in Syphilia's embrace, my fingers idly twirling her silky hair. Syphilia tossed me aside, exclaiming, Mid-tier warrior? I suspect you are an upper-tier warrior. I twirled in midair before landing gracefully, jesting, by birth, I am indeed a mid-tier warrior. Syphilia rolled her eyes at me, and after some playful banter, We began discussing the intricacies of cultivation. While the Saiyan training methods may not be as precise as those of Earthlings, their combat techniques and training regimens were certainly worthy of thorough exploration. In the days that followed, I trained alongside Syphilia on planet Fry, mastering the power within me. Occasionally, I would visit nearby planet Kasha to observe the Saiyans, reassured by their obedient and stable lives. With my newfound strength, my internal energy surged tremendously, making my teleportation between Fry and Kasha effortless without the need for sins of beans. Crack! A symphony of crisp sounds erupted from my body, reminiscent of popping beans. During this time, I comprehensively mastered my strength. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from within, causing the ground to tremble as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves crashing forth. Influenced by this potent energy, smaller stones began to defy gravity, floating skyward. Feeling the torrent of energy within, I laughed heartily. At that moment, a radiant white light enveloped me, and a deluge of profound knowledge surged into my mind. The overwhelming influx left me dizzy, but upon careful examination, unrestrained joy illuminated my face. Ha! What a fortuitous turn of events. This knowledge is from the celestial beings of Earth. The intricate insights seemed etched into my brain, with the core knowledge revolving around the utilization of energy, accompanied by many intricate techniques and mental states. To my astonishment, I retained it all with a mere glance. Out of nowhere, a fierce wind swept through, and Syphilia's graceful figure appeared beside me, her face equally radiant with joy. Roland, my mind has been filled with knowledge. I replied, this is the pinnacle of earthly martial arts. It seems Hurt successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. How marvelous. If I cultivate according to this method, my strength will soar even further. Syphilia's rosy lips quivered slightly, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. I smiled, admiring Syphilia's delighted expression. Her proud nature made her smile truly enchanting. Unlike the extraterrestrials and Saiyans who possessed inherent might, Earthlings like the Turtle Sage, after decades of relentless training, could only master energy manipulation. The frail constitution of Earthlings compelled them to delve deeply into meticulous studies, sparing no effort in conserving energy, which led to profound insights into energy manipulation. The defining characteristic of Earth martial arts lies in their ability to triumph over the strong with the weak, unleashing tremendous power from seemingly feeble sources. While ordinary extraterrestrials and Saiyans might experience explosive energy surges during intense emotional shifts, only Earthlings can harness this explosive technique to its utmost potential. Armed with the knowledge residing in her mind, she realized how crude her previous understanding of energy had been. No, she resolved to enter seclusion for a period, determined to master this knowledge completely. Sephira, ever decisive, acted on her thoughts without hesitation. However, Roland interjected, "Sister, wait. There's no rush to enter seclusion. You should first organize the memories in your mind." At his words, Sephira's cheeks flushed, and she quickly recognized her own impatience, noting that she needed her brother's reminder. Chapter 44. Exceptional Learning Ability. The descriptions of Chi in Earth's martial arts are profoundly intricate, representing the distilled wisdom of ancient Earthlings who, over countless years, developed these concepts in response to the planet's frail condition. As Roland briefly reviewed these memories, he felt a deep reverence, followed by a surge of excitement. If he could fully grasp this power, it would significantly enhance his future cultivation. His growth depended upon it. He resolved to master it completely. However, practicing Earth's martial arts was no simple task. It encapsulated the straightforward wisdom born from ancient struggles, emphasizing the simultaneous development of body and mind. This approach starkly contrasts with the Saiyans' long-standing, aggressive combat style. To shift this paradigm would require time. Roland glanced through the material and began to collaborate with Sephira on their training regimen. Theory alone was insufficient. Practical application was essential for true understanding. "Sister, it seems we must start with the fundamentals. The first step is breathing, which may appear trivial but is crucial to the foundation." "Indeed," Sephira replied, her expression growing serious as she diligently reviewed the knowledge in her mind. Roland was correct. Earth's martial arts reveal their intricacies as one progresses, highlighting the significance of details. From the initial breath control to later mastery of sensing chi and achieving a tranquil mind akin to the sky, as well as extraordinary speed, all these principles were interconnected. Thus, Roland and Sephira began to explore how to adjust their breathing. Everything must commence with the minutiae. If the details falter, the breath will be disrupted, and the rhythm will be off, leading to flaws in their movements. For a Saiyan unacquainted with Earth's martial arts, comprehending these teachings would be daunting, unless one possessed extraordinary talent. Fortunately, Roland and Sephira had the complete martial memories from the gods, enabling them to cultivate according to the detailed methodologies. They fashioned a wind chime from resonant tin, wearing it while training so that each movement would produce a melodic sound. The first stage of their training would conclude when the chime ceased to ring during their motions. Initially, the siblings struggled to adapt to this training method. But with careful consideration, they gradually unraveled its subtleties. For several consecutive days, Roland and Sephira engaged in fundamental training. As time passed, they absorbed the principles of Earth's martial arts like sponges, integrating them with their physical movements. Slowly, their actions began to exude a sense of calm, harmonizing with nature. As time slipped by, after 7 days, Roland had mastered all the martial knowledge ahead of Sephira, applying it effectively in combat. He could now contain his chi. No longer radiating the same overwhelming presence as before, his combat power registered below 100 on the energy detector. Sephira gazed at Roland incredulously. "Why is your training progressing so much faster than mine?" Roland tilted his head, pondering. "I'm not sure. It just feels easy to learn." This statement struck Sephira hard. As an elite warrior, she couldn't comprehend why her learning pace lagged behind Roland's. In truth, Sephira's learning speed was commendable. She had grasped the basic applications of chi in just a few days, though Roland's extraordinary comprehension set him apart. He sensed that this was likely his advantage over Sephira. The ability to learn and comprehend played a crucial role in the later stages of the Dragon Ball saga. However, no matter how formidable one's learning capacity, without a solid foundation or effective study methods, it would be utterly futile. For instance, during his early days on planet Vegeta, Roland struggled to grasp the concept of chi without any reference, resulting in a complete lack of understanding. This situation is akin to a mathematical prodigy who, after learning foundational theories and concepts, finds it relatively easy to develop new theories after further study. Conversely, if that prodigy had never encountered mathematics or was unfamiliar with numbers, it would be nearly impossible for them to independently formulate advanced theories. Roland possessed an exceptional ability to learn and comprehend. Although his lineage marked him as merely a mid-tier warrior, a slight opening would allow his formidable learning capacity to flourish, enabling him to synthesize and even innovate more profound concepts. "I am an elite warrior. How could my learning ability be inferior to yours?" Sephira glared at Roland, feeling her dignity as an elder sister severely challenged, and thus she immersed herself in rigorous training. Roland's spirits soared. He finally had a lead over Sephira. With a proud smile, he resumed his foundational studies. After half a month, Sephira had also begun to learn to harness chi, yet by that time, Roland had significantly outpaced her. Frustrated, Sephira seized Roland, determined to uphold her dignity as the elder sister. The two siblings continued their training, advancing steadily as time passed. Nearing the 1-year mark since the destruction of planet Vegeta, at the center of the galaxy, there existed an organization known as the Galactic Patrol. This organization stationed its officers across various star systems, committed to maintaining peace throughout the galaxy, with its headquarters located within a gyroscopic structure at the galaxy's core. On this day, within a hexagonal chamber resembling a beehive, the supreme leader of the Galactic Patrol, the octopus-like Galactic King, was addressing a young patrol member in the company of several officers. The green-skinned Galactic King wore a golden crown atop his head, with numerous long arms waving in the air. Opposite him stood a purple-skinned alien clad in the Galactic Patrol uniform, sporting large eyes and devoid of any hair, resembling a wild Ultraman. This young officer, named Jack, was responsible for overseeing 3-star regions that included Earth and was one of the younger members of the Galactic Patrol. Although Jack's combat prowess was not particularly remarkable, he possessed exceptional eyesight, enabling him to perceive even speeds beyond light. "Jack, an important mission awaits you. It must be accomplished," the Galactic King declared, gesturing emphatically. Jack's golden eyes widened with excitement. "At last, it's my turn to shine. What is the mission?" The Galactic King replied, "Recently, the advanced planet Vegeta was destroyed. However, our personnel detected a spacecraft heading towards your jurisdiction just before the planet's demise. You must immediately proceed to a planet known as Earth. Planet Vegeta, the home of the Saiyans, is infamous for its barbarity, though fortunately, most of them have perished recently. Earth, a relatively primitive and underdeveloped planet, would undoubtedly suffer immense destruction should the Saiyans arrive. However, the Saiyans aboard that spacecraft are still in their youth. With your exceptional abilities, you could easily eliminate them, couldn't you?" Upon receiving praise from the Galactic King, Jack bowed with delight, assuring, "Rest assured. Leave it to the remarkable me. I shall undoubtedly accomplish the task." "Very well, then you may proceed." The Galactic King waved his arm, and Jack eagerly boarded the spacecraft, setting course for Earth. "Your Majesty, assigning this mission to Jack, this foolish yet talented officer, seems rather excessive, does it not? The Saiyans have been nearly exterminated and no longer warrant our concern," inquired a nearby aide. The Galactic King replied, "A mere child poses no significant threat." Yet Jack remains stagnant in his development. Let him undertake this minor task. If he fails even this, he shall have no face left to remain at headquarters. Each member of the Galactic Patrol has a designated area of oversight, and Jack is responsible for 3 sectors near Earth, yet he has neglected his duties, earning the Galactic King's disdain. Chapter 45, Galactic Patrol Officer Jack. Ahead lies Earth. Humph, that primitive planet should be grateful for my arrival. I have traveled thousands of miles to save you. As Jack piloted his craft closer to Earth, disaster struck. His spacecraft malfunctioned. What a disaster. What kind of spacecraft did headquarters provide me? It broke down so easily. In a panic, Jack managed to land on an island, surveying the vast, tumultuous sea around him. Feeling despondent, he lamented, "This is dire. Earth's technology is so primitive. How am I to return to headquarters?" He cursed the Saiyan, for if not for him, Jack would never have set foot on Earth. At that moment, he forgot his earlier bravado before the Galactic King. "Who are you?" An elderly man with a white beard approached, carrying a bucket. "I am Jack, an officer of the Galactic Patrol Organization," he proudly declared. "An actor in a production?" The old man queried. "Absolutely not," Jack retorted loudly. The old man chuckled and invited Jack to his home. This elderly gentleman, named Dr. Dashing, had once been a scientist who, after a tragic accident claimed his wife's life, altered his research focus to develop a time machine, achieving some preliminary success. Upon learning of Dr. Dashing's scientific background, Jack requested assistance in repairing his spacecraft, but the doctor was powerless due to a lack of essential materials. Reluctantly, Jack accompanied Dr. Dashing to the city in search of components. There, he encountered Ties, who was out gathering literary inspiration. After a brief exchange, they quickly became friends. Upon discovering Jack's mission to eliminate the approaching Saiyans, Ties realized that they were an extraterrestrial race, having initially believed them to be a minority group from a remote region on Earth. "Not all Saiyans are wicked. I know a young boy who is quite amusing," Ties remarked. "What? There are other Saiyans on Earth?" Jack exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Ties casually twirled her hair, sipping her drink. "Indeed, but he left over a year ago." Jack breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, he must have returned to planet Vegeta. That world is now destroyed, and the Saiyans are nearly extinct. Ties, let me tell you. The Saiyans are the most tyrannical race in the universe, having obliterated countless planets. One must never associate with such dangerous beings." "Oh," Ties gazed intently at Jack, refraining from mentioning her recent correspondence with Roland. As she sipped her drink, she pondered, "So the Saiyans are truly a formidable race. When do you expect the Saiyan you await to arrive on Earth?" "Very soon. I must find the most open area to wait," Jack declared, climbing to the highest point on a nearby island, his keen golden eyes scanning the sky. Possessing the finest eyesight in the galaxy, no minute detail could escape his notice. However, in a moment of inadvertent revelation regarding his bodily functions, he splashed Ties, who promptly shoved him off the coral reef. Just as he fell into the water, a spacecraft carrying Son Goku soared overhead, fortuitously avoiding detection by Jack. Otherwise, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world might have met an untimely fate. "Hey, Ties, what are you doing? If I fail my mission, it will undoubtedly be your fault," Jack exclaimed. Ties shrugged. "You certainly know how to shift blame." "Humph." Jack emerged from the water, yet he found himself waiting an unusually long time for a spacecraft to land on Earth. How strange, the time has come. But where is the spacecraft? Anxiety gripped him as he imagined the Galactic King's furious reprimands. In the eastern region of Earth, within the territory of Bowsy Mountain, a fiery sphere emitting a crimson glow crashed into the forest, obliterating a vast expanse of trees. The commotion startled Gohan, who was in seclusion nearby. Upon arriving at the crash site, he discovered a young child clad in peculiar battle attire. This child has a tail," Gohan observed. Recognizing the tail and recalling a remarkably powerful child he had encountered over a year prior. After some contemplation, Gohan resolved to adopt the child, naming him Son Goku, as he was unaware of the boy's age and considered the moment of discovery as his birth. In truth, Son Goku was already 4 years old, having spent time in a nutrient solution. Subsequently, due to an accident, the young Son Goku fell from a cliff, sustaining a head injury that erased all memories of his Saiyan heritage, resulting in a naive and oblivious Son Goku. Far away on planet Frieza, Roland remained oblivious to events transpiring on Earth, as he engaged in sparring with Syphilia. Since acquiring the martial arts knowledge of Earth's deities, Roland absorbed this information at a remarkable pace, integrating it into his combat techniques. While his combat prowess had not significantly increased over the year, the essence of his strength had undergone a profound transformation. If Roland had once been likened to a somewhat overweight individual with a battle power of 3,600, akin to a balloon ready to deflate, He was now a fit young man. His battle power remained unchanged, yet he exuded a grounded confidence, believing he could now defeat 10 versions of his former self. As night fell, the starry sky twinkled, the inky darkness resembling a colossal hand turned upside down. Roland sat on his bed in meditation when his wristwatch communicator chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Ties. Since departing Earth, their correspondence had been uninterrupted, occurring roughly every few days, establishing a remarkably close bond between them. The communicator connected seamlessly, and Ties' melodious voice resonated in Roland's ear. Roland. You never told me that Saiyans are an extraterrestrial race. I thought you were just from some tribe. Roland replied, I mentioned it long ago. You simply didn't believe me. Ties countered, oh, did you? You didn't explain it clearly. Roland rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ties, in her playful demeanor, was no different from other women. At such moments, it was best to listen quietly to her. Chapter 46, The Hertz Couple by the way. How did you learn that Saiyans are an alien race? Did your father tell you? Among Ties' family, only Dr. Briefs was aware of Roland's true identity. Ties replied, no, I met a galactic patrol officer named Gak, and he informed me that Saiyans are an evil and tyrannical race. So the galactic patrol had already arrived on Earth. This meant that Sun Wukong should have also arrived, though it was uncertain whether he had been located by the patrol. Upon inquiring, Ties informed Roland that Gak had not found that Saiyan, and later, with Bulma's assistance, he had repaired his spaceship and returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Honestly, where are you right now? Ties asked curiously. Roland had no intention of concealing his location and replied candidly, I am on a pristine planet in the northern galaxy, inhabited solely by natives who have yet to develop a civilization. Well, I envy you. I wish I could visit other planets as well. You will have the opportunity in the future, Roland smiled. At that moment, a series of splashing sounds reached his ears. Furrowing his brow, he asked, what are you doing? Taking a shower. Want to see? Ties' tinkling laughter echoed as she activated the video feature of the communicator. Instantly, Roland's screen revealed a bathroom scene, hazy with steam. Ties, with her hair tied up and covered in bubbles, flashed into view before quickly shutting off the video. How was that? Quite enticing, wasn't it? Roland felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that Ties, despite being in her home, was far from ordinary. Even though she was still a child, such jesting was inappropriate. If you have the ability, keep the video on. Hee, that one do. I can't let you see, Ties teased, emerging from her shower, her face adorned with a radiant smile reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. After concluding the chat with Ties, Roland shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his face. Unlike his serious and somewhat rigid sister, conversing with Ties brought an inexplicable sense of ease. This woman's thoughts could be whimsical at times, yet they often left one feeling mentally stifled. He recalled from the original story that Ties was passionate about traveling, remaining single while Bulma married and had children. If he were a few years older, he certainly would not let her off lightly. By the way, Mrs. Briefs once joked about giving Ties to him. Lost in thought for a moment, Roland returned his gaze to the shimmering tranquility of the night outside, slowly closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. The following morning, as the sun peeked over the hills, its rays pierced through the thick mist in the forest, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the earth. Early on, Saphira sought him out for training, particularly eager to engage in mutual sparring to adapt swiftly to a new combat style. After their practice, Saphira remarked, Hertz and his wife Ashida will soon return to Planet Fry. Roland, seated beside Saphira, said, once Hertz returns, I wish to venture outside for some experience. Saphira's bright eyes met his. No problem. Saiyans must grow through experience. But I want to accompany you. After more than a year without real combat, my body is nearly rusting. Roland glanced at Saphira and nodded with a smile. All right. The two siblings exchanged smiles, deciding that once Hertz returned, they would leave Planet Fry for some training. With Roland's current battle power of 3,600, he was no longer considered weak in the universe, even on lesser planets. He could dominate and rule. This was dictated by the vast cosmic environment, yet it did not mean he could wander carelessly through the universe. Roland understood that the Dragon Ball world was filled with formidable beings. While it may not be teeming with gods, the abundance of powerful individuals was undeniable, and the disparity between the strong and the weak was astonishing. Vulnerable beings, like Earthlings, possessed only single-digit battle powers and could hardly cultivate significant strength throughout their lives. Conversely, the mighty boasted powers in the millions, capable of shaking the universe with a mere gesture. The lower battle power beings constituted the majority on a cosmic scale. One thing was certain: top-tier experts could emerge from the enigmatic corners of the universe and deliver despair to the arrogant. Roland's journey in the universe, alongside Saphira, was the most secure option. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the sky, followed by a thunderous noise. Soon, a dark shadow descended upon the forest, landing in an open area. Once the spaceship stabilized, two figures emerged, Hertz and his wife Ashita. Ashita, a fair-looking female scion with a brown tail, had yet to exceed a battle power of 1,000, similar in strength to Sun Wukong's mother, Jine. Roland, Saphira, I'm back. Hertz's confident laughter filled the air. I can't believe you really obtained the Dragon Balls from the Namekians. We were preparing to resurrect you. Roland jested. Hertz reflected, the Namekians are a peaceful race, and the Elder is a wise old man. There is a Namekian stronger than him, and without the Elder's permission, I could not have used the Dragon Balls. Congratulations on your reunion. Roland and Saphira warmly welcomed them. Meanwhile, Ashita was observing Roland and Saphira. She had heard that her reunion with Hertz was thanks to their information. Noticing Saphira, Ashita nodded slightly, recognizing her husband's teammate from previous encounters. However, when she noticed Roland, she paused slightly. This child is still young, barely 6 years old, yet I hear his battle power has exceeded 3,000. Welcome. Roland greeted with poise, floating to Ashita's eye level. Hello. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to reunite. Ashita expressed her gratitude politely. It's nothing. Now, let us all come and eat. The resources on this planet are quite abundant, Saphira invited, and the four began to eat and chat. During the meal, Roland mentioned his intention to venture out for training with Saphira, to which Hertz had no objections, sharing his insights about various cosmic situations based on his experiences. Indeed, Hertz, we have been observing those Saiyans from Kasha Star for quite some time. After I leave with Saphira, please pay attention to them alongside Asita. If you ascertain that there are no issues, then proceed to impart the foundational training methods to them. Upon hearing this, Hertz maintained a composed demeanor and assured, rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on these matters. His mind was also enriched with the profound knowledge of Earth martial arts, which necessitated a careful and prudent approach in handling such affairs. This could be a pivotal element in the rise of the Saiyans. The depth of Earth's martial arts, combined with the Saiyans' combat lineage and supplemented by the gravity training chamber, could enable even lower-tier warriors to transcend their physical limits. Chapter 47, The Trade Planet Hertz, possessing knowledge of Earth's temple martial arts, served as a formidable guardian with a battle power exceeding 10,000, alleviating any concerns that Roland had regarding the Saiyans of Kasha Star. With appropriate training and the selection of perceptive warriors for focused cultivation, it is conceivable that within a few decades, a powerhouse akin to Sun Wukong could emerge from the Saiyan lineage. However, Roland was not overly optimistic, realizing that not all could achieve such greatness. Sun Wukong's extraordinary accomplishments were largely attributed to his pure-hearted innocence. His unwavering focus on self-improvement allowed him to reach such heights, continuing to convey the subsequent matters to Hertz. Roland entrusted him with the gravity spaceship. At this juncture, Roland's reliance on the gravity spaceship was not as substantial as anticipated. A single gravity chamber sufficed for gravity training, whereas Hertz, tasked with overseeing the Saiyans of Kasha Star, frequently required it. Roland, Saphira, do not worry, I will take good care of our kin, Hertz solemnly assured them. With you around, we are at ease, Roland replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Saphira then fixed her gaze upon Hertz and his wife, stating, You two should hasten to have children. The Saiyan population is currently limited, and contributions to the continuation of our race are essential. Asita blushed at Saphira's words and shyly retorted, What are you saying, Saphira? Hertz, more boisterous, embraced Asita and replied, Fear not, we shall strive to do so. You two are speaking nonsense. Asita's cheeks flushed crimson. After a round of farewells, Roland, with Saphira's waist tightly embraced, activated the teleportation technique. In a brilliant beam of light, their figures gradually blurred and swiftly vanished from Planet Fry. Once Roland and Saphira departed, Hertz clapped his hands and declared, All right. Let us proceed to Kasha Star and see which of our kin are worthy of receiving martial teachings. Indeed, Asita nodded slightly, as long as she was with her husband. She felt an overwhelming sense of security. Meanwhile, Roland transported Saphira to a remote planet. After a brief respite, Saphira inquired, Where shall we go next? If we are to undergo trials, it would be best to select planets in turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, Roland replied, I wish to explore the western region of the North Galaxy, the birthplace of the Saiyans. Although Planet Salad has been destroyed, restoration is possible with the Dragon Balls. So I intend to assess the situation there. Saphira, intrigued by the Saiyans' origin, nodded in agreement. The western North Galaxy is quite distant. Even the influence of Frieza's army does not extend that far. Roland continued, Thus, we shall require a new star map. I have noted that a small trade planet lies half a month's journey from here. where we should be able to procure a more detailed star chart. Sophia rested her hand on Roland's shoulder. Sometimes I truly envy your ability to teleport. Roland chuckled and mentioned a planet named Adrad, renowned for its instantaneous travel techniques. Upon hearing this, Sophia's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to visit Adrad at once. After Roland elaborated that Adrad, much like Namek, could potentially harbor extraordinary experts, Sophia, considering Roland's safety, decided to temper her enthusiasm, yet she firmly etched the name Adrad in her memory. In truth, Roland was not entirely informed about the situation on Adrad. The original tale indicated that this planet was initially targeted for conquest by the Jinyu force but fatefully became the destination for Sun Wukong. However, given that the Jinyu force was required to subdue it, it must be deemed a high-level planet. Alien Star, a celestial body situated in the western North Galaxy, is relatively peaceful. Its stable circumstances have attracted various trading races, gradually transforming Alien into a trade-centric planet where numerous species converge to exchange their goods. In the main marketplace of Alien Star, a young man and woman traversed the bustling streets. The woman appeared to be around 18 or 19, strikingly graceful with flowing hair. The young boy, seemingly 5 or 6 years old, was considerably smaller in stature. These two were none other than Roland and Sophia, having arrived from Planet Fry. As they walked through the expansive thoroughfare, the myriad of goods on either side dazzled their senses. Given the confluence of various races from nearby stars, Alien Star boasted an extensive array of products. One could observe an assortment of uniquely featured extraterrestrials. Some resembled dinosaurs, while others bore heads akin to those of chickens. Though their combat prowess was generally modest, due to the significant and varied differences among races, Alien had established a specialized industry focused on protection. Wealthy extraterrestrials typically employed several bodyguards for safety and to signify their status, with these guards possessing combat strength around 1,000. Meanwhile, the average individual would endeavor to ensure their own protection, adhering to the unwritten rule that all who entered Alien Star should avoid trouble. In a trade planet, as long as one refrains from causing disturbances, safety concerns are generally minimal. The planet's administrators have even established security forces dedicated to safeguarding visitors. After all, a trade planet that cannot guarantee personal safety would struggle to thrive. As Sophia strolled through the streets, they had wrapped their tails around their waists. Yet they still drew the attention of passers-by. I need to procure several new battle outfits, Sophia remarked, her current garb worn and tattered, no longer capable of mitigating combat damage. Roland inquired, do you possess any universal currency? In the cosmos, transactions are conducted using a precious metal called Hyken, a silver-white metal strip approximately 5 centimeters long and the width of a pinky finger, infused with various rare ores. Hyken boasts substantial purchasing power and is universally accepted. A single strip can sustain a cosmic being's lavish lifestyle for an entire year, often with a surplus. Frieza compensates his extraterrestrial subordinates with this metal. Sophia cast a sidelong glance at Roland and retrieved 4 gleaming metal strips from her pocket. This is my earnings from missions on planet Vegeta. 1 Hyken can purchase hundreds of battle outfits. I never realized you were such a wealthy lady, Roland jested. Sophia gave a light tap on Roland's head, handing him a Hyken. You can use it to purchase a complete star chart. A second spacecraft will likely cost about the same. Roland accepted the Hyken, examining the 5-centimeter metal strip in his hand, surprised by its considerable purchasing power. Chapter 48. The Frieza Army after parting from Sophia with the Hyken in hand. Roland wandered alone through the bustling commercial street, browsing the shops and searching for a place that sold star charts. The commercial district of Orlan was replete with an array of goods, as it was a small trade planet where most products were common items traded throughout the cosmos, such as battle suits, energy launchers, and detectors, along with some renowned local specialties from nearby planets. As he strolled along the street, Roland entered numerous shops. But upon seeing the prices tagged on the items, he felt a pang of regret. Although the Hyken possessed significant purchasing power, it was earmarked for the acquisition of a star chart, leaving him with no extra currency for other purchases. Disappointed, he exited the shops and located a store specializing in spacecraft, reasoning that they would likely have accompanying star charts. This establishment offered personal flying devices, each under 10 meters in length, suitable for short interstellar journeys, priced around 1 Hyken. After a brief conversation with the shopkeeper, Roland successfully obtained a brand new star chart. This chart displayed all the planetary information on the western side of the North Galaxy, which could be directly connected to the spacecraft's computer if he had a suitable vessel. The shopkeeper produced a sleek black cube, its surface smooth and devoid of any visible signs of artificial construction. Can it display the star chart directly? Roland inquired, examining the cube, reminiscent of a small Rubik's cube. Indeed, the shopkeeper replied, Simply press the 2 diagonal points on the cube, and the star chart will be projected in midair. Nodding, Roland followed the instructions, and upon pressing the specified points, a radiant azure light illuminated, projecting a vast cosmic star field before him, with swirling spiral galaxies gracefully rotating. Each of these spiral galaxies resembled the Milky Way from his previous life. In the world of Dragon Ball, the North Galaxy encompassed countless such galaxies. When he touched the projection in the void, the galaxies responded to his gestures, magnifying or shrinking accordingly, with each planet marked by its name and coordinates. Satisfied by the enchanting cosmic projection before him, Roland nodded in approval, then searched for the location of planet Shalata as indicated by Hertz, only to find that the area was devoid of any trace of the planet. It was evident that planet Shalata had long since perished. Regrettably closing the star chart, Roland inquired about its cost. How much does this cost? The shopkeeper answered. This star chart encompasses the vast majority of the western part of the North Galaxy, thus it is relatively expensive, 1 Heiken. Roland replied without hesitation, I'll take it. Very well, it seems you're quite knowledgeable, the shopkeeper acknowledged. The star chart cube was a standard configuration for spacecraft. A personal flying device also cost only 1 Heiken, making the star chart reasonably priced. If it were a large star chart documenting the entire North Galaxy, it would fetch at least 50 Heikens. But such premium charts were not available in this small shop. Ultimately, Roland purchased the star chart cube for 1 Heiken and departed the store under the watchful gaze of the shopkeeper. As he toyed with the black cube in his hand, he realized he had no currency left. Even if he desired to buy something else, he had no means. Should I acquire some funds? He pondered, but ultimately shook his head. The methods of extorting money on a trade planet were ill-advised. A careless act could attract the attention of the security forces, potentially leading to a galaxy-wide manhunt. Although Roland might not fear such consequences, it was prudent to adhere to the local customs on a trade planet. The most valuable items he possessed were the sins of beans and the universal capsules, but these were not suitable for trade in the universe at this time. After considerable contemplation, he abandoned the idea of selling items for Heikens. In the cosmos, one could not survive without money. Even Frieza relied on selling planets to pay his subordinates. Should I establish my own trade planet in the future? He mused whimsically as he continued to stroll down the street. Suddenly, a figure clad in the Frieza army's battle attire caught his eye. Roland's expression grew stern, and he quickly concealed his energy signature, soon noticing several other Frieza soldiers approaching in formation. Among them, a pink-skinned alien with spines protruding from his body drew his attention. It was Dodoria, Frieza's right-hand man. Dodoria. There are no signs of Saiyans on the nearby planets. All of them should have been exterminated, a subordinate reported sycophantically. Dodoria, tearing into a piece of meat, scoffed. In pursuit of these Saiyans, my forces have suffered considerable losses. However, it is fortunate that all those detestable Saiyan monkeys have been eliminated. Yes, let us contact Shambo. We can return home. Yes, responded the alien beside him emphatically. It's all the fault of those Saiyans for making me waste a year out here, Dodoria sneered, eager to return to headquarters after the exhausting pursuit of the Saiyans. At that moment, Dodoria's gaze flicked toward Roland, his dark hair catching his attention. But in the next instant, the figure vanished from sight. Am I seeing things? Dodoria wondered, perplexed. I thought I saw a Saiyan. Never mind. Let us rendezvous with Shambo as quickly as possible. Carelessly, Dodoria dismissed the oddity, and his subordinates failed to catch a glimpse of Roland's figure, thus disregarding it entirely. Meanwhile, having used a teleportation technique to shift into a narrow alley, Roland was now drenched in cold sweat, his face paling. The fact that Dodoria was also on Orlan, and possibly Shambo as well, was alarming. I must notify Syphilia immediately. If she encounters Dodoria and the others, it would spell disaster. Both Dodoria and Shambo possess battle powers exceeding 20,000. While Syphilia is formidable in her own right, she is certainly no match for them at this moment. With this thought, Roland quickly sought out Syphilia's energy signature, swiftly locking onto her location. Focusing intently, he activated the teleportation technique. A few kilometers away, Syphilia was selecting a new style of battle suit in a shop, where the designs were far more attractive than those of the Frieza army. As she changed clothes in the fitting room, Roland appeared before her. Chapter 49. Explosion. Roland's abrupt entrance startled Syphilia, prompting her to instinctively grab her clothing to shield her body while conjuring a sphere of azure energy in her other hand, ready to hurl it at the intruder. Syphilia. It's me, Roland exclaimed hurriedly. As Syphilia recognized the intruder as Roland, her expression softened, only to harden shortly after, her gaze sharpening. Roland, what are you doing in the women's changing room? As Luolan observed the alluring figure of Syphilia, he swallowed hard and urged, we must hastily depart from Orlan Star. I have spotted members of Frieza's army here. What? Members of Frieza's army? Excellent. I shall eliminate them, Sephilia declared, her expression fierce. Luolan quickly interjected, no? The leader is Dodoria, whose combat power exceeds 20,000. It's possible that Shambo could also be nearby. Dodoria, that rotund fool? Upon hearing Luolan mention Dodoria, Sephilia fell silent for a moment, her brows slightly furrowing. Dodoria and Shambo were high-ranking officials within Frieza's army, often regarded as Frieza's right and left hands. The strength of these two was only surpassed by the Jinyu force within the entire Frieza army. If Sephilia were to exert her full strength, she might stand a chance against them. However, the risks were too great. A careless move could prompt a widespread manhunt by Frieza's forces. Indeed, I would not mistake them. They appear to have just completed a mission to hunt down the Saiyans and are now preparing to return to planet Frieza. Luolan recounted what he had seen. Sephilia squinted her eyes. If it was indeed him, a direct confrontation was inadvisable. Yet letting them go unchallenged was not an option either. I must prepare a grand welcome for them. What do you intend to do? Luolan inquired, puzzled. Sephilia let out a cold laugh without answering his question, then turned to him with a slightly frosty tone. Aren't you leaving yet? I need to change. Oh, right. Luolan realized, awkwardly vacating the changing room. Truth be told, Sephilia's figure was truly remarkable, her perfect curves devoid of any excess flesh. A testament to her life as a battle-hardened adult Saiyan. After waiting outside the changing room for a moment, Sephilia emerged clad in a brand-new battle suit. The white uniform, far more elegant than that of Frieza's army, complemented by a few strands of her naturally flowing hair, exuding a refreshing vigor. Truly beautiful. Luolan remarked sincerely. Do you know what beauty is? Sephilia's mood seemed to brighten. Of course. You and Tais are the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Sephilia scoffed. You've only seen the two of us, haven't you? But is Tais really as beautiful as you say? Luolan detected a hint of displeasure in Sephilia's tone and regretted mentioning another woman while praising her. It was a misstep. Of course, you are more beautiful, sister. Should I believe you? Sephilia hummed, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Let's go find Dodoria. You won't engage him in battle, will you? Certainly not. A glimmer flickered in her jewel-like black eyes. She understood that now was not the time for a formal encounter. Yet, it was also not her style to let Dodoria slip away unchallenged. With her assurance, Luolan, albeit with some skepticism, accompanied her to Dodoria's location. With their ability to sense energy combined with their teleportation skills, they could move across small distances almost instantaneously, albeit at a considerable energy cost. At the docking site of Orlan Star, Dodoria and his subordinates were preparing to return to planet Frieza. Soon, the handsome Shambo, with his green hair, also led his team to converge. As the two groups met, the alien subordinates began unloading the supplies procured from Orlan Star, while Dodoria and Shambo conversed beside the spacecraft. That is their spaceship, Luolan whispered, concealing himself behind a stone pillar and minimizing his energy output. To think Shambo is here as well. Sephilia's expression turned grave. Facing just Dodoria would be challenging enough. With Shambo, who was even stronger, a confrontation was surely out of the question. What is your plan? Once their spaceship takes off, we shall bid them farewell with energy waves. Sephilia's gaze lingered on the distant spacecraft. Although Frieza's craft would be considerably smaller, an explosion in space would undoubtedly be quite a spectacle. I understand. Luolan realized Sephilia's intentions. He thought that after properly preparing his energy wave, he would immediately teleport away, ensuring Dodoria and his crew would be unable to trace him. He nodded in agreement with her plan. In truth, even if Luolan disagreed, Sephilia's determined nature would compel her to act on her convictions. After waiting behind the pillar for a moment, Frieza's aliens loaded all the cargo onto the spaceship, which then hummed to life, illuminating a white beam as it slowly ascended. Now, Sephilia exclaimed, her body gracefully rising into the air. She concentrated super high-energy waves in each hand, then fused them before releasing. Simultaneously, Luolan unleashed the energy he had prepared. Full Sky Strike. Starry Sky Cannon. The two dazzling energy waves intertwined and surged forth, piercing through the heavens. Like two dragons soaring into the sky, the combined energy of Luolan and Sephilia, with a battle power of 18,000, coalesced into a shockwave that erupted outwards, its scorching aura causing the very heavens to change color. Stars exploded, and waves of energy surged, a thunderous roar rapidly breaking through the void. With a thunderous crack, the potent energy sliced through the invisible barrier between the sky and the cosmos, barreling toward the spacecraft that was about to breach the atmosphere. Inside the spaceship, Dodoria was boasting to Shambo about his recent achievements, gesticulating excitedly as he spoke. Shambo listened with polite humility, his demeanor that of a refined gentleman. Yet beneath that handsome exterior lay a cruel and bloodthirsty soul. At this moment, the spaceship's warning system detected an immense energy response. Red alarm lights flashing and a piercing siren blaring, signaling that an overwhelming force was approaching. What is happening? Dodoria frowned, displeased. Dodoria-sama. We have a powerful energy approaching the spaceship. It will soon collide. What? Dodoria leapt to his feet, his spiny body quivering violently. Shambo's brow furrowed deeply, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This is bad. We must evacuate the spaceship. Before Dodoria could fully comprehend the situation, an immense energy surged toward the spacecraft, culminating in a fierce explosion. A colossal fireball illuminated the edge of Orlan Star's atmosphere, the air violently expanding outward before abruptly collapsing inward. Chapter 50. The ruins of Salad Star. The explosive fury unfolded at the edge of the atmosphere, a searing fireball rapidly expanding, then transforming into a cloud of black smoke. Frieza's spaceship was obliterated into countless fragments, pieces raining down from the sky. As the smoke dissipated, Dodoria and Shambo's disheveled forms floated amidst the chaos, their battle suits stained with soot, while their alien companions perished in the blast. Such a violent explosion immediately drew the attention of others on Orlan Star. However, upon realizing that the vessel was part of Frieza's army, they prudently opted to distance themselves, wary of the potential trouble. How audacious! To attack a Frieza army spaceship. Dodoria seethed, his pink skin marred with injuries. Shambo's face was shrouded in a cold demeanor, his deep green eyes glimmering with a chilling light. He retrieved an energy detector, scanning the surroundings. However, after a few beeps, the detector failed to register any significant energy response. How strange. There were no signs of intense energy nearby. It was implausible. The strength of the energy just moments ago indicated that its wielder possessed a combat power of at least 10,000. Doria, with a skeptical expression, took out his own detector, yet it yielded the same results, leaving him astonished. Truly, there was nothing. Could it be that the adversary employed a newly developed energy weapon? Even so, there should be some residual energy detectable. Shambo's eyes flickered as he turned off the energy detector and spoke in a low voice. It is said that certain extraterrestrial beings can freely control the energy within them. When encountering such individuals, energy detection becomes ineffective. Upon hearing this, Doria's voice rose in indignation. It must be precisely that. How dare they attack me? I will not let them escape unscathed. Doria, not particularly quick-witted, redirected his fury towards an imagined race based on Shambo's suggestion. Shambo, however, found it hard to believe that anyone could unleash such formidable power and then disappear so swiftly. Thus, he concluded that their assailant must still be concealed within the confines of Orlan Star. Those who dared to provoke the Frieza force must face consequences. However, as Orlan Star is a commercial planet, its overseers hold a notable position among the cosmic elite. We must first inform the planet's administrators to avoid unnecessary discord. After a moment of contemplation, Shambo regained his composed and gentlemanly demeanor. Doria, having quelled his initial rage, sought out the local administrator, determined to demand an explanation. Were it not for the consideration that Orlan Star is a commercial planet, Doria's brutal nature might have compelled him to notify the Frieza Force headquarters immediately and lead an army to raise the place. Nevertheless, commercial planets are different. Each has registered with the Cosmic Commercial Headquarters upon establishment and enjoys its protection. The Cosmic Commercial Headquarters, akin to top-tier forces such as the Cosmic Assassins and Galactic Police, wields considerable influence throughout the universe. Although the Frieza Force is infamous, their dealings must remain somewhat restrained in the realm of commerce. Shambo nodded slightly, then joined Doria in seeking out the administrator of Orlan Star. Upon their aggressive arrival, the administrator, already aware of the situation, greeted them warmly while sweating profusely, carefully attending to their needs and dispatching personnel to investigate the assailant. As it turned out, there were no leads, for at that very moment, Roland had long since departed the planet with Safiria after completing their task. I apologize, esteemed lords, we have been unable to locate the individuals you seek. However, we have escalated the matter, and the Cosmic Commercial Headquarters will conduct a thorough investigation, ensuring your satisfaction. The administrator of Orlan Star humbly apologized. Shambo, seated comfortably with a cup of steaming tea in hand, remarked, due to your administrative shortcomings, the Frieza Force has suffered considerable losses. The administrator quickly responded, this is a failure on our part. We are prepared to offer compensation. With a light chuckle, Shambo accepted the compensation, knowing that the death of a few Frieza soldiers would not disturb him. However, extracting some benefit from a commercial planet was merely an exercise in resourcefulness. The Frieza Force, while interacting with the Cosmic Commercial Headquarters, must extend a modicum of respect. Just as Shambo was demanding compensation on behalf of the Frieza Force from the administrator of Orlan Star, Roland and Safiria had already soared away. entering the star domain where Salada Planet resided. Before its destruction, Salada Planet was situated in the western region of the northern galaxy, relatively close to the border of the western galaxy. After numerous jumps, the siblings finally arrived at their designated location, within the deep expanse of space. Faintly illuminated by a red glow, a scorching star stood steadfast in the void. The annihilation of Salada Planet had brought catastrophic ruin to the entire planetary system, which took eons to regain stability. To this day, a small asteroid belt remains in the original orbit of Salada Planet, composed of debris left behind from its destruction. Suddenly, a distortion rippled through the void, and Roland and Safiria gracefully emerged from the ether onto a planet within the gravitational influence of the Salada asteroid belt. This planet, situated within the habitable zone, possessed an atmosphere, albeit with half the gravity of Earth due to its smaller size. In truth, this planet was a remnant of material that coalesced after the obliteration of Salada Planet, reshaped by the laws of the universe. According to the records, the very ground beneath them was a fragment of what remained after the downfall of Salada Planet. Roland surveyed his surroundings, noting the diminutive size of the planet, with the horizon visibly curving in the distance, perhaps due to the presence of deities such as the Supreme Kai. The evolution of planets in the Dragon Ball world progressed more rapidly than that of Earth in his previous life. Safiria gazed at the scenery, her hair lightly tousled, her autumn water-like eyes shimmering with a glint of nostalgia. What a pity. Were it not for that foolish ancient war, the Saiyan race would not have lost their home here. Roland replied, reconstruction is certainly feasible. Safiria nodded slightly, but at that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Looking up, they saw the bright moon hanging above them. Positioned within the asteroid belt, the planet frequently faced meteor strikes, creating a harsh environment. However, this particular thunderous sound was not from a meteor impact, but rather the descent of a spacecraft. Sure enough, a triangular winged vessel spiraled downwards, trailing black smoke, pursued by a fleet of smaller crafts as if they were under attack. With a resounding crash, the triangular winged ship plummeted onto a marshy expanse. The hard soil upheaved upon impact, sending clouds of dust swirling within a radius of hundreds of meters. Roland observed the entire descent, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the numerous pursuers trailing behind. The ship seemed to be the target of a relentless chase by cosmic marauders, a common predicament in the universe. Yet, those pirates appeared to be mere small fry, only daring to prey on isolated vessels, scuttling away at the sight of Saiyans. Safiria, with a slight disdainful glance, revealed her indifference to the unfolding scene, as if such occurrences were nothing new. Should we investigate? She inquired. Certainly, for this is our territory. She replied nonchalantly, her lithe figure already moving 100 meters away in an instant. Seeing this, Roland followed suit, his form transforming into a streak of light. The remnants of the Salada Planet lay in a remote corner of the northern galaxy, far removed from the operational range of the Frieza force. Even if their Saiyan identities were discovered, it would pose little risk. The site of the spaceship's crash lay in ruins, a 50-meter radius rendered unrecognizable by the destructive impact. At the center of a circular pit, a triangular winged vessel was partially buried beneath the debris, its structure grievously deformed, emitting wisps of black smoke from its wounded body. Suddenly, the hatch opened, and a round-headed, tangerine-hued alien struggled to emerge from the craft. What a disaster! To have fallen onto such a desolate planet. Goku surveyed his surroundings, his face a mask of despair, a chill settling in his heart. He had to leave this place quickly, where he would soon be discovered by the bandits who had shot him down. Hastily collecting his belongings, he grabbed a backpack and prepared to flee. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside him. Goku, fearing they were the very space pirates responsible for his crash, felt his knees buckle, and he collapsed to the ground, his face paling. Please, I'll give you anything you want. Just spare my life, he cried, sobbing on the ground, begging for mercy. Roland stared at the round-headed alien before him, tears streaming from its eyes. A few dark lines appeared on his forehead. Did he resemble a bandit? Although he had pilfered from the cat fairy back on Earth, he had always considered himself above such petty roles. Observing the alien closely, he noted its orange skin, round head, elongated facial tendrils, and flamboyantly adorned attire, encrusted with colorful gems, reminiscent of a nouveau riche. This was a Lana alien, a species engaged in commerce. Not particularly powerful, yet exceedingly wealthy, an ideal target for cosmic marauders. Safiria, casting a sidelong glance at the pleading alien, felt disdain for such a powerless race. Wealthy, you say? Roland's eyes lit up suddenly. The Lana people were known for their vast fortunes. Many planets conquered by the Saiyans had been sold to them. Please, spare me. I'll give you all my money. Goku exclaimed upon realizing the strangers recognized his race, hastily opening his backpack to reveal gleaming metallic bars, pure Higgin, all of them. There were at least 200 bars in that bag. Roland was momentarily blinded by the sight of the Higan, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are wealthy. After years of missions, I've never amassed such a fortune." Saphilia furrowed her brow slightly. In comparison to the Lana alien before her, she suddenly felt her past endeavors were trivial. No wonder those cosmic bandits targeted this individual. A single haul of Higan could sustain them for years. "Please, this is all my savings. Don't kill me." Goetia's voice trembled, filled with regret for not hiring bodyguards before venturing out, which might have spared him this perilous situation. "Get up. We are not bandits," Roland assured him. "Really?" Goetia, still skeptical, rose cautiously, stealing a glance at Roland and Saphilia. Upon noticing their furry tails, he gasped, "Ah, you are Saiyans. I thought they were extinct." "It seems there are survivors. Saiyans will not be wiped out," Saphilia replied coldly, disliking any mention of her race's supposed extinction. "Yes, I'm sorry. That's what everyone says," Goetia stammered, now less fearful upon recognizing their identity. Although Saiyans had a fearsome reputation and had destroyed many planets, they were known for their integrity in dealings, far more honorable than the filthy, despicable space bandits. "My uncle is a famous tycoon. If you help me, you will surely gain the friendship of the Lana people." Clinging to this lifeline, Goetia made his plea. "You wish for US to take you off this planet?" Goetia nodded vigorously. "My ship is damaged. If you assist me, I'll give you all my Higan." Roland pondered for a moment. This deal was indeed worthwhile. "I can help you eliminate those pursuing you, and you can escape on their ship." Goetia, still apprehensive, murmured, "Can you escort me away? I mean, what if we encounter bandits again along the way? I wouldn't stand a chance." Seeing the pitiful expression on Goetia's face, Roland glanced at Saphilia, who remained silent and composed. He then decided, "All right, but it will cost extra." "Not a problem. If you can ensure my safe passage, I'll offer you quadruple the reward." Goetia exclaimed, raising 3 fingers, then quickly converting it to 4. Quadruple the reward would amount to over 800 Higan. Truly, a wealthy individual. The aura of opulence emanating from Goetia almost tempted Roland to consider robbery himself. Saphilia, however, remained expressionless, forcefully stomping her foot, causing the ground beneath to crack with numerous fissures. Her icy demeanor turned to Roland as she whispered, "That is likely my entire salary from a century of service under Frieza." The Lana alien was indeed generous. Saphilia had saved for a long time, managing to set aside only 4 Higan after daily expenses, which already marked her as affluent. "Roland, we will accept this mission. You go and eliminate those bandits." Observing Saphilia's displeasure, Roland shook his head in confusion, unsure why she was in a foul mood. He thought perhaps it was that time of the month. Chapter 52. Goetia's employment now was not the time to provoke Saphilia's ire. Keeping this thought in mind, Roland, mistakenly believing Saphilia was experiencing a hormonal episode, nodded and vanished in a flash of light, reappearing thousands of meters away among the cosmic bandits. "Is that little boy all right?" Goetia asked anxiously, his facial tendrils quivering. Saphilia's emerald eyes, clear as a lake, glanced at Goetia as she replied coolly, "My brother can handle them all alone." "Oh," Goetia stammered, his words caught in his throat by her icy indifference. Meanwhile, the bandits, having just disembarked from their ship, began searching for Goetia. The leader spotted a 6 or 7-year-old boy and was perplexed, preparing to interrogate him when they were met with a fierce onslaught. In a flash, Roland's figure darted through the scene, and suddenly, the leader was confronted by an enlarged visage, chilling them to the bone. Before the bandits could react, Roland had circled around them. A wave of powerful attacks ensued, punctuated by the sounds of chaos as bodies were hurled in all directions, turning the scene into utter disarray. "Where did this kid come from? He is incredibly strong," the bandit leader exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice as he issued urgent commands. "Quick! Aim the laser guns at him." With that, a barrage of fiery energy beams erupted from their weapons. The combat prowess of these cosmic bandits barely reaches 1,000. Typically, they rely on their numerical superiority to pillage weaker races, but when faced with Roland's onslaught, they find themselves devoid of any capacity to resist. They flail about like headless flies, brandishing energy guns and firing indiscriminately, yet completely failing to target Roland's elusive form. A cold smirk graces Roland's lips as a frigid glint ignites in his eyes, propelling his speed to new heights. With a crackling sound, countless ephemeral afterimages flit between them. And in mere moments, this band of cosmic marauders is ruthlessly dispatched by Roland. He then leaps high into the air, reaching a height of 100 meters above the ground, and with arms crossed, unleashes a formidable attack. Starry Sky Cannon. A resounding boom erupts, as dazzling starlight cascades down like an entire galaxy, pouring forth an overwhelming torrent that annihilates everything in its path. After a brief interlude of silence, A vibrant crimson mushroom cloud suddenly rises from the surface as fierce winds laden with terrifying energy sweep outward in all directions. With everything settled, Roland claps his hands and gazes upon the scorched earth, where a crater spanning 100 meters stands out starkly. A relaxed smile graces his face as he flickers back to the side of Gusha and the others, who have already been dispatched. Gish's eyes widen in disbelief. Is that it? It's resolved? Roland adopts a stern expression. Such insignificant beings with a mere 1,000 in combat power could hardly pose a challenge. Guisha struggles to catch his breath, realizing the legendary combat prowess of the Saiyans is indeed formidable. A mere 6 or 7-year-old boy possesses such strength. My brother's combat power is 3,600. Sophilia, with a calm demeanor, unconsciously reveals a hint of a smile when mentioning Roland's power. 3,600, truly the mark of a warrior race. I cannot fathom the extent of this young lady's strength. Guisha swallows hard, his voice trembling as he inquires about Sophilia's combat power. She meets his gaze and coolly states, my combat power is 18,000. 18,000 combat power. Guisha can scarcely believe his ears. After confirming the astonishing figure, he is left in a daze, overwhelmed by shock. In the universe, beings with lower combat power are predominant. Surpassing 1,000 is already commendable, while 3,000 to 4,000 is enough to dominate a region. A combat power of 10,000 is exceedingly rare, and here stands a girl of such formidable strength, a true testament to the warrior race. Guisha feels as though his head has spun, engulfed in both shock and elation at the prospect of hiring 2 such powerful warriors, ensuring his safety. Subsequently, he transforms from a wealthy magnate into a sycophant, eager to please Sophilia, inundating her with questions. Observing the portly alien's incessant flattery, Roland's patience wanes, and he forcibly knocks Guisha to the ground. If you continue to be bothersome, I shall end you, Roland states flatly. I apologize. I shall refrain from such behavior. Guisha hastily responds, noting the seriousness in Roland's demeanor. Roland nods. State your destination, and upon completing the task, provide your payment. I reside on the planet Situno, my private vacation world. Just take me there, Guisha whispers. A true man of wealth, even possessing a private planet. Roland glances at him, producing a star map cube to locate Situno's position. It is quite distant from the original site of Sharada, and traveling aboard the bandit's ship would take over a month. Never mind, I shall take you there directly. Initially intending to use the bandit's ship, Roland decides against wasting time and resolves to utilize his own abilities. With a nod to Sophilia, he seizes Gish's hand and activates his teleportation technique. In a flash, the scenery around them transforms, and Gusha, experiencing spatial transfer for the first time, is caught off guard by the sudden leap. Before he can gather his senses, the 3 of them find themselves in an unfamiliar star domain. Gusha, already weak in strength, struggles against the jarring sensation of spatial transfer, turning pale and retching uncontrollably. Roland remains indifferent to his plight, executing several more transfers until they finally arrive on a verdant planet. Here we are. This is Situno, Roland announces abruptly. Guisha, still dazed from the tumultuous journey, hears Roland's voice but takes a moment to grasp his surroundings. Indeed, it is the familiar Situno, and he gasps in disbelief. Heavens. I've truly returned. Brother Roland, you are simply remarkable. Roland deftly sidesteps Gish's impending embrace. Your payment is now due. Oh, of course. Guisha nods eagerly, still astonished at the rapid return. Chapter 53. Adrat Star Situno is Gish's private vacation planet, a common possession among affluent individuals like him. Guisha is baffled by Roland's ability to bring him here so swiftly, further deepening his sense of admiration for the mysterious and powerful young man. Upon arriving at Gish's opulent castle, he promptly instructs his servants to prepare a lavish feast for Roland and Sophilia. The interior of the grand castle is adorned with exquisite decorations, with walls embedded with vibrant gemstones, and furnishings crafted from the most precious materials, exuding the aura of opulence. At the banquet, Guisha savors a glass of wine, his face radiating contentment. Only after narrowly escaping death can one truly appreciate the value of peace. Amidst the clatter of utensils, Roland and Sophilia indulge heartily, devouring the abundant fare before them, their plates piling high in mere moments. Gusha, having heard tales of the Saiyans' prodigious appetites, is nonetheless taken aback by their gluttony and promptly orders more food to be prepared. As a wealthy individual, Guisha possesses all the resources of this private planet. A few meals are trivial in comparison. Brother Roland, it is thanks to you that I have escaped the clutches of the cosmic bandits. Guisha expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Think nothing of it. We merely fulfilled your request. Roland replies, his mouth full of food. Guisha beams, clapping his hands as an intelligent robot retrieves a metallic box from his vault. Upon opening it, they reveal it to be filled with currency. There are a total of 850 Heiken here, your payment for escorting me. Have you truly no desire to consider becoming my bodyguard? Guisha gazes at Roland with hopeful anticipation. Wiping his greasy hands, Roland accepts the box of Heiken, shaking his head. You are wealthy enough. Surely you do not lack for bodyguards? There are many skilled individuals in the universe. Perhaps seek someone more adept. While there are many experts in the universe, few possess the strength of you and your sister, Guisha replies, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yet he refrains from pressing the matter further. Should you have any future requests, do not hesitate to contact me. I have a few capable individuals at my disposal. Roland provides his contact information. Of course, it would be a great honor. Guisha promptly saved Roland's contact information. Having been unnerved by the dangers of the outside world during this outing, he was eager to forge a bond with the formidable Saiyan. Perhaps this relationship would prove advantageous in the future. Following a delightful banquet where both parties exchanged their contact information, Guisha courteously escorted Roland and her companions out of the castle. After watching them vanish before his eyes, Guisha reflected, what a pair of siblings, as powerful as monsters. With an elder sister so strong and a brother not far behind, establishing a connection with them certainly secures my future safety. A confident smile graced his face as he chuckled heartily, his heart lightened. Meanwhile, upon departing from the planet Zeno, Roland, burdened with a box of precious Heiken, felt the inconvenience of her situation. Frowning slightly, she paused to divide the Heiken into 2 portions, placing them into a blank universal capsule. Sister, please take care of this, she said, handing one of the capsules to Syphilia. Syphilia examined the capsule carefully before tucking it safely into her embrace, beaming in the past. I would have to work for Frieza's army for 100 years to earn such wages. This capsule is remarkably convenient. So many items can fit into such a small space. This is a universal capsule, invented by the father of Ties, a brilliant scientist, Roland explained. Though she had shared the tale of doctor briefs with Syphilia, her sister, focused solely on combat, showed little interest in technology. Looking up, her bright eyes sparkled with mirth. That Ties must be a few years older than you, right? Much older, Roland replied. Oh, Syphilia responded. You should consider leaving behind a quality lineage for the continuation of the Saiyans. That topic escalated rather quickly. I'm only 6 years old, Roland chuckled, bemused at her sister's suggestion. Yet, Syphilia remained unfazed, asserting that Saiyans mature mentally early, and even if their bodies have not fully developed, they should contemplate future matters. Roland waved her hand, unsure of Syphilia's intent, and chose not to pursue the topic further. Embracing Syphilia once more, she initiated the transfer, a faint fragrance wafting by. Glancing at Syphilia's exquisite features, even without makeup, she appeared strikingly elegant, her aura reminiscent of delicate orchids. Roland found herself lost in thought. What did her earlier words imply? Was she referring to Ties or herself? Could it be some kind of suggestion? Why aren't we transferring yet? Syphilia, who had been held for quite some time, grew impatient as the surroundings remained unchanged. Oh, we'll be transferring shortly. Roland snapped back to reality, dismissing her fanciful thoughts, and swiftly executed the transfer technique. Adelat, a mysterious planet on the edge of the northern galaxy, is inhabited by an eccentric race known as the Adelations. This gentle and extraordinarily wise species has never sought to expand beyond their secluded realm, yet they have devised countless wondrous techniques coveted by many, despite their reclusiveness. The Adelations are a formidable race, comparable to the Namekians, as depicted in the original tale, requiring the intervention of the Ginyu Force to subdue them. Fate, however, led Son Goku to arrive there by chance. On this day, the secluded planet welcomed 2 guests. Is this the Adelat you spoke of? Is it true that miraculous techniques exist here? Syphilia inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings, yet she sensed no particularly strong energy emanating from the planet. The techniques of the Adelations, the magic of the Namekians, and the martial arts of the Metamorans are exceedingly rare abilities in the universe. If we could learn even a fraction of them, the benefits would be immense, Roland replied. Syphilia, believing in Roland's words, grew increasingly eager about this planet. Conceal your energy, Roland cautioned. Though the Adelations are a peaceful people, any provocation could lead to consequences. We must maintain a humble demeanor as newcomers to this esteemed land. Chapter 54. The mysterious racer mode of arrival truly astonishes me. It resembles a form of instant transmission. A distant voice floated towards them, and a figure in peculiar attire appeared before Roland and Syphilia, with pink skin, an oversized head, long ears, and bulging eyes. This individual was clad in the same attire Son Goku wore upon returning to Earth from another planet, unmistakably an Adelation. The creature's strange entrance startled Roland and Syphilia, prompting Syphilia to instinctively unleash an energy attack. Wait, Roland exclaimed just as her attack was launched. The sharp energy beam pierced through the Adulation's body, striking a nearby rock and shattering it to pieces, yet the Adulation remained unscathed beside Roland. Instant transmission. Roland murmured in realization, eyes alight with understanding. Syphilia blinked at the Adulation, surprise evident on her face. I can't sense any energy from him. What a hasty girl you are. I had believed the Saiyans to be extinct, yet here stands a survivor, the Adulation chuckled. Aware of the Saiyans' reputation for aggression, the Adulations, known for their calm demeanor, would not target outsiders unless hostility was displayed. The Saiyans are not so easily extinguished, Syphilia remarked, her tone softened, perhaps wary of the Adulation before them. The Adulation laughed heartily, turning to Roland, your abilities are quite unique, young brother. I was unaware that Saiyans possess the capability to traverse the stars. This is the transfer technique of the Metamorans, Roland explained. Ah, so it is the legendary martial arts of the Metamorans, akin to instant transmission. That is indeed remarkable. The Adulation realized. It is said that Saiyans are straightforward warriors. I never imagined they would study the martial arts of other races. I'm eager to learn any skill that benefits combat and survival. That is our purpose for coming here. Upon hearing this, the Adulation nodded, his eyes widening with intrigue. You wish to learn the techniques of the Adulations? Roland did not beat around the bush, affirming, indeed. Your breath and emotional fluctuations are remarkably serene, indicating a mastery of intricate cultivation methods. It seems you were correct. Only those who diligently learn from others can continue to thrive, the Adulation remarked. Since you wish to learn, then follow me. Though the Adulations remained hidden, they were not ignorant of the outside world, fully aware of the Saiyan race. The Adulation found Roland's humility particularly admirable. With that, the Adulation turned and began to lead the way. Roland and Syphilia exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy as they hurriedly followed. As the Adulation led the way, Roland and Syphilia trailed behind, their figures shimmering and vanishing into the horizon. Roland pushed her speed to its maximum, yet she still lagged slightly behind the Adulation. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the alien from Yadrilat was not walking, but rather vanishing and reappearing, creating an illusion of movement due to the rapidity of its actions. Roland murmured in disbelief. The art of teleportation can be utilized in such a manner. Sephira extended her hand towards Roland, her bright eyes fixed upon him. Shall I accompany you? Roland shook his head. No need, let us follow behind. The two continued to trail the Yadrilat alien, and as Roland accelerated to his utmost speed, the alien suddenly halted, proclaiming, we have arrived. However, they found themselves in a vast desert, surrounded by swirling yellow sands, where the dry, warm winds carried grains of sand aloft. Oh, you merely perceive this place as a desert, the Yadrilat alien chuckled lightly, drawing an arc in the air with its palm. What unfolded before Roland and Sephira was a dramatic transformation. The desert morphed into an oasis, with towering mountains and trees sprouting from the ground like tinder grass. The air grew humid and refreshing. A mere illusion? Sephira whispered, her expression turning grave. In a combat scenario, such a situation would hinder her ability to discern friend from foe. Truly, it is a planet that rivals Metamor, Roland sighed, acknowledging the peculiarities of Yadrilat. It is but a simple trick. Come with me, for we welcome all who approach with goodwill. The Yadrilat alien led Roland and Sephira into their city, where the surroundings oscillated between reality and illusion, making it difficult to navigate without a familiar guide. This city encapsulated the vast wisdom of the Yadrilat people, making it a formidable fortress even against powerful adversaries. You may reside here. Should you wish to learn the secret arts, feel free to consult the locals. However, there is one stipulation. Whatever knowledge you acquire here must not be shared with outsiders. The Yadrilat were stringent in their control over the secret arts, permitting learning but forbidding indiscriminate teaching. Anyone wishing to learn must undergo their scrutiny. The Yadrilat secret arts involved techniques that influenced energy through mental focus. Incorrect learning could lead to one's ruin, the alien explained. We understand, Roland and Sephira replied in unison. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Yadrilat alien, they settled in the city. The Yadrilat possessed an array of unusual secret arts, including numerous supportive skills as well as many tailored for combat. Naturally, Sephira opted for those that would enhance her effectiveness in battle. Roland, captivated by the city's simple yet elegant architecture, sought to learn the art of teleportation, a skill that bore similarities to his own technique of transference, which he anticipated would be relatively easy to grasp. However, upon commencing his studies, he soon realized the vast differences between the two. The transference art of the Metamor people involved manipulating one's internal energy through specialized techniques, enabling one to exert strength far exceeding physical limits. It focused on spatial transference, akin to wormhole technology in science fiction, requiring prior knowledge of the destination and longer preparation times. making it impractical for combat. In contrast, the Yadrilat's teleportation technique resembled magic in its agility. By sensing an opponent's aura, one could directly transport their body to that location, proving advantageous in both daily life and combat scenarios. Its drawback lay in its inability to function where an aura was too faint or entirely absent. The combination of transference and teleportation could yield extraordinary results. Yet merging these two techniques demanded exceptional insight, something Roland possessed in abundance. With utmost confidence in his understanding, he dedicated himself to the intricate task of blending the two arts. Chapter 55. The moonlight is truly beautiful. On a verdant plain, lush with tender grass, a diminutive figure floated 3 meters above the ground. Roland, eyes tightly shut, suddenly radiated a soft white glow, and an upward force caused the debris of the earth to levitate. A fierce whirlwind surged forth, creating ripples akin to waves. Abruptly, Roland opened his eyes, and a flicker of crystalline lightning flashed within them. After a period of rigorous practice, he had successfully fused the arts of teleportation and transference. A smile graced his lips as his figure became indistinct, only to reappear atop a mountain 10,000 meters away. Grasping the steep rock face, he surveyed the distant landscape. Feeling the gentle breeze caress his face, bringing a refreshing coolness imbued with moisture. It had been a year since Roland had entered Yadrilat, and through diligent training, he had perfected the fusion of teleportation and transference. Now, with a mere thought, no spatial distance could confine him. Moreover, by combining the strengths of both techniques, he could execute teleportation without concern for energy depletion, allowing for effortless movement. Though Sun Wukong spent a year mastering teleportation, I have achieved a far more practical version in the same time. I dare say it rivals even G-Bit, Roland mused, satisfied with the comparison. Casting a glance at the picturesque scenery, he smiled gently before vanishing from the mountaintop. Sephira, how fares your training? Upon reaching Sephira's side, he found her deep in contemplation, striving to learn a technique known as Void Exchange. This art enabled the wielder to transfer most of an incoming attack's force to another dimension, effectively diminishing the opponent's assault while safeguarding the user from harm, a perfect choice for enhancing defensive capabilities in battle. Of course, for attacks exceeding the body's threshold. Void Exchange would also have its limitations. Sephira rose, her beautiful black hair flowing in the wind, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. I have yet to master it. Something feels amiss. Calm your mind. Clarity will come in time. Mastery of secret arts often relies on one's own insight. External assistance may prove futile. Have you perfected your teleportation? Indeed, Roland replied. Next, I intend to explore techniques related to storage. While the universal capsule is convenient, the loss of it would be a significant setback. Roland kept both the celestial beings and the Shijin within the capsule, though carrying it was not entirely secure. Tai had once experienced losing his universal capsule. Sephira deemed his concerns excessive, reminding him that they had managed without such conveniences before. In her words, it was being overly sensitive, akin to one who, having grown accustomed to delicacies, finds them lacking. If you wish to learn, then do so, do not disturb me, she said, dismissing him, and returned to her focus on Void Exchange. Roland chuckled softly, drawing closer to Sephira, entwining his fingers in her dark locks. And with a swift teleportation, he vanished just as she was about to express her annoyance. Humph! With a cold huff of indignation, Sephilia cast a glance at the spot where Roland had vanished, and unexpectedly broke into a smile, then closed her eyes, embodying a tranquility akin to a cluster of ethereal orchids. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Sephilia, Roland sought counsel from the nearby Adralitarians and indeed discovered a secret technique specifically designed for storage. He cherished this newfound knowledge, diligently studying it for approximately 4 months until he mastered the art. Pointing his finger at the void, he traced a circle, and a crystalline glow accompanied by sparks from a metallic clash illuminated the space, revealing a dimension solely for storage. After repeatedly opening and closing it to confirm its accuracy, he stored the majority of his celestial beings and Shijin in this alternate dimension, retaining only a small quantity for immediate use. As night descended, the hazy twilight enveloped the surroundings in an extraordinary stillness, akin to the placid depths of the ocean, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Roland and Sephilia had made their home on the planet Adralat, yet for the sake of their training, they had relocated from the Adralitarian city to a secluded valley on the opposite side of the planet. The low hum of the gravity training chamber resonated through the quiet night, its sounds distinctly pronounced in the stillness. It was rare to find a Saiyan as diligent and devoted as Sephilia, who continued her training late into the night. In the kitchen of their mobile abode, Roland prepared a midnight snack, contemplating how to reward Sephilia's industriousness with a delicious meal. The silvery moonlight streamed through the glass, subtly illuminating the room. After finishing the preparations, Roland smiled, intending to call Syphilia to join him for a meal. Stepping outside, he was struck by the brilliance of the night. The dense foliage was vividly visible, even the tiniest insects were discernible. Today's moonlight was truly exquisite. However, a sudden unease crept into his heart. The moonlight? Furrowing his brow, an unsettling feeling arose within him, and indeed, upon raising his gaze, he beheld a resplendent full moon hanging in the night sky, resembling a jade plate. Strikingly beautiful, a full moon. Today was unexpectedly a full moon, or rather, it was astonishing that a full moon existed on Adralat. Roland's heart quaked violently, his expression stiffening. Thump, thump. His heartbeat accelerated dramatically, as if his blood had boiled instantaneously. Red glimmers flickered in his eyes, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Under the influence of the moonlight, a Saiyan's tail would incite cellular mutation, transforming them into a colossal ape. Except for a select few elite warriors and royalty, most Saiyans would lose their reason and become mindless beasts when transformed. Therefore, Saiyans universally sought to avoid this transformation unless it was a matter of survival. This is disastrous. I am on the brink of losing my sanity. Roland gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to suppress himself, but the primal instincts of the Saiyan began to overpower his will. His expression grew vacant, his physique expanded, and coarse brown fur sprouted across his body. Roar! With an enraged bellow, Roland transformed into a towering giant ape. Over 20 meters tall, devoid of reason. He pounded his chest, leaping about wildly, causing the earth to tremble violently, and a catastrophic force rippled through the ground, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. Boom! Another crimson fireball ascended, accompanied by a resounding explosion, engulfing the surrounding area in thick smoke and flames. A suffocating stench permeating the air. Yet, at this moment, Roland had completely succumbed to madness, hurling anything he could grasp into the distance. A 5-meter-wide boulder was launched several kilometers away, crashing down from above with tremendous force. Bang! The earth suddenly fractured, fissures spreading like a web. The seismic sensation akin to being struck by a cannonball, leaving the vicinity utterly transformed. In the gravity training chamber, Syphilia suddenly sensed a powerful and savage aura rising nearby. Stepping out of the training room in confusion, she beheld the rampaging giant ape, Roland, and her expression darkened instantly. Damn it! Has he lost his sanity due to the transformation? Syphilia furrowed her brows, swiftly alighting upon Roland's shoulder. Roland, regain your senses. The giant ape, upon seeing her, redirected its attack, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth. Doesn't even recognize me. Syphilia's brows lifted, her delicate features suddenly imbued with a fierce intensity. An aura of chilling cold enveloping her. Just as she was about to teach Roland a lesson, the giant ape targeted her for an attack. Roar! A fiery energy wave surged towards Syphilia, who clenched her fists and struck back with all her might. With a resounding impact, the energy wave was deflected, crashing into a distant mountain peak, erupting into a massive mushroom cloud, the scorching shockwave immediately radiating outward. Seeing her attack yield no effect, the giant ape erupted in fury, relentlessly hurling energy spheres in all directions, swiftly transforming the landscape into a scene of devastation. Fool, this is Adralat. Syphilia bit her lip, her figure flickering as she approached the giant ape. Under normal circumstances, she might have overlooked extensive damage on an ordinary planet. But now they were learning techniques from the Adralatarians, only to wreak havoc on their world. This was utterly unacceptable. Full airstrike. As Syphilia shouted this command, the air seemed to ripple, and a radiant energy burst forth. Whoosh! The powerful energy collided with the giant ape's chest, igniting a fiery pain that elicited a pain roar from the beast. Syphilia, witnessing this, showed no mercy. A flash of cold light flickered in her eyes as she moved with the swiftness of a gale, raining down fierce blows upon the giant ape. In her philosophy, any entity deemed a threat must be incapacitated without granting them a chance for retaliation. Discussions could wait until after the adversary was thoroughly subdued. She had witnessed too many instances where excessive talking had turned the tide in favor of the opponent. Hesitating in battle was both disrespectful to the enemy and irresponsible toward one's own life, a folly Syphilia would never commit. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce assaults resounded continuously, as ethereal afterimages filled the air. Syphilia skillfully capitalized on her agility, her lithe form darting about, unleashing a torrent of strikes. Each blow rivaled the power of a nuclear bomb. Had they struck a city, they would have sufficed to obliterate it several times over. Roar! The giant ape swung its massive arms, unleashing a deafening roar that scattered the clouds in the sky, the thunderous sound piercing the eardrums and inducing dizziness. Syphilia's complexion paled slightly, and her movements began to slow. With a resounding smack, the giant ape's eyes glimmered with blood-red light. Its thick arms swung towards Syphilia in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Syphilia crouched, shielding her chest with her hands. Bang! The brutal assault struck Syphilia with an unstoppable force, instantly propelling her away. Her body collided with the rocky precipice of a distant hillside, causing a cataclysmic tremor that sent debris cascading down, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Coughing, a trickle of blood escaped Syphilia's lips, her pallid visage devoid of color. Observing the irritating fly she had swatted away, the giant ape, now transformed into Roland, reveled in his triumph, leaping and thumping his chest in delight. Roland's transformation into a giant ape had rendered him remarkably powerful. In terms of energy alone, he had surpassed me. Shaking her dizzy head, Syphilia realized she was no match for the giant ape's formidable state. However, she mused, "It is not solely you who can undergo this transformation." A hint of sardonic amusement graced her lips as she lifted her gaze towards the luminous full moon. The ability to transform into a giant ape is a Saiyan's lifeline, triggered by stimulating the tail to induce a physical metamorphosis. While this transformation amplifies energy tenfold, it harbors a significant flaw. Only a select few elite warriors and royal bloodlines can tame the ferocity that accompanies this change. Mid-tier and lower-tier warriors, once transformed, succumb to madness. The silvery moonlight stimulated Syphilia's tail, awakening her ancient bloodline, releasing a primal aura that surged forth. Her physique expanded rapidly, soon resembling a colossal ape over 30 meters tall. This form is truly grotesque. Were it not for necessity, I would never consent to such a transformation, Syphilia lamented. Although the giant ape form bestows immense strength upon a Saiyan, its considerable mass renders it cumbersome, making one an easy target if an attack fails. This sacrifice of speed is not to Syphilia's liking. In real combat, if one cannot even strike their opponent, even immense strength is futile. This is why characters like Shanbua in the original story, despite knowing Vegeta would transform, still underestimated him. It seems my battle power has not increased to tenfold. Feeling the latent power within her, Syphilia noted her energy augmentation was less than anticipated, with her original battle power exceeding 20,000. Her giant ape transformation should have reached 200,000. However, she estimated her battle power in this state to be merely 120,000. Perhaps there exists a ceiling to the giant ape transformation, Syphilia pondered. During the era of Vegeta's planet, Saiyans exceeding 10,000 in battle power were extraordinarily rare, leaving few aware of how much stronger a Saiyan could become in their giant ape form. Chapter 57. The dust settles. While my power may be diminished, the lesson for Roland has been sufficient. Contemplating her giant ape form with dissatisfaction, Syphilia's gaze turned toward another giant ape in the distance, her eyes betraying a savage intensity. Standing at over 30 meters tall, Syphilia towered over Roland, who appeared as a mere child, though he was indeed still a minor. With a powerful stride, her foot struck the ground, causing the earth to quake violently as if it had endured the impact of hundreds of tons plummeting from a great height, sending soil flying in all directions. Sensing impending danger, giant ape Roland emitted a frantic roar, retreating until escape was impossible. In a desperate act, he unleashed a massive wave of fiery energy from his throat. Observing this, Syphilia scoffed, her body brimming with furious strength, and with a single punch, she dispersed Roland's energy wave. She then approached him, akin to an irate guardian confronting a disobedient child, and delivered a resounding slap, sending the colossal ape crashing to the ground with a thunderous quake that split the earth. The commotion from Roland's side naturally attracted the attention of the Adration people, who teleported from the nearby city only to witness two enormous apes battling in the valley, nearly flattening the entire expanse, with the larger one clearly holding the upper hand. Is that the Saiyan giant ape transformation? Terrifying. It is astonishing that such immense power lies dormant within Saiyans. Yet this transformation evidently carries significant drawbacks, as the frenzied strength can easily disrupt one's mental state. Fortunately, that girl named Syphilia has not lost her sanity. A battle power exceeding 100,000 is truly a rarity in the universe. Many Adration citizens were relieved that Syphilia retained her composure during her transformation, for otherwise, their planet would have faced dire consequences. After all, beings with battle powers in the hundreds of thousands can effortlessly obliterate a planet, and no matter how formidable their defenses, they could not withstand the devastation wrought by planetary annihilation. Let us continue to observe. This crisis should soon reach its conclusion. The Saiyan race is indeed remarkable, mused the Adration citizens, who attentively monitored the situation between Roland and Syphilia while employing their powers to manipulate the surrounding environment. Some utilized secret techniques to limit the energy wave's range, while others restored the damaged landscape. In the distance, the two giant apes locked eyes, and Syphilia tilted her head before suddenly unleashing a thunderous shout, her hands clasped together as she directed an energy attack, toward Roland. An empty strike. The air compressed violently, and a brilliant flash of light momentarily illuminated the night, as a brilliant white energy sphere shot forth like a laser, transforming the deep darkness into daylight. In a position of advantage, Syphilia opted for a less potent empty strike instead of her most formidable attack. ZZZ. The fearsome assault struck Roland, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent the giant ape howling in agony, his massive form propelled into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Syphilia declared, "This ends now." Softly murmuring, she condensed a thin blade of energy in her hand, aiming for the giant ape's tail. The delicate blade, as light as a cicada's wing, traced a graceful arc through the air before severing the enormous tail with a decisive cut. As the tail fell, Roland's form gradually shrank until he reverted to his original state. Syphilia cradled Roland in her hands, turning her back to the moonlight as she sat down. "Miss Syphilia, it seems the crisis here has been averted?" A voice inquired as the Hydration people approached her. The giant ape form of Syphilia lowered her head and replied, "It is over now. I apologize for the unforeseen incident caused. As long as it is resolved, it appears necessary to enhance your brother's mental training. Otherwise, should such a situation arise again, the Hydration planet may not withstand it. Even if the Hydration people are inherently peaceful, they would prefer not to have someone capable of going berserk at any moment on their planet. I will ensure he undergoes this training. By the way, how often does a full moon occur on your planet?" Roughly once a year. As long as one does not gaze at the moon during a full moon, there should be no issues, and since I have severed Roland's tail, there is no need to worry about a rampage. That puts our minds at ease. Several Hydration citizens nodded in agreement before swiftly vanishing from sight. Syphilia gently lowered Roland to the ground, where he had succumbed to unconsciousness. With a light flick of her finger against his forehead, she murmured, "What a useless creature, losing your wits merely from gazing at a full moon. Whatever happened to the snacks you promised to make for me? They must surely be gone now." A gentle breeze stirred, raising dust and sending withered branches and leaves dancing in the air, as everything settled into silence. After a considerable time, the massive ape-like transformation that enveloped Syphilia began to dissipate, restoring her to her human form, slender and graceful, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. "Humph. After a fight, I'm all sweaty," she remarked, feeling a sticky sensation on her skin. Not pleased, she stood up and dragged Roland toward a nearby lake, carelessly depositing him on the shore before plunging into the water. The icy lake enveloped her, and she unfastened her combat attire, relishing the refreshing immersion. Under the pure, silvery moonlight, her beautiful hair cascaded like a waterfall, glistening with droplets that lent it a delicate, silky sheen, ethereal in its beauty. After a while, Roland stirred from his stupor, realizing that half of his body was submerged in the lake. Shaking his head, he was struck by a wave of excruciating pain. "What has happened to me?" he pondered, slowly recalling the events that led to his current state. The memory of losing his sanity upon seeing the full moon came flooding back. Turning to glance behind him, he noticed that his tail had been severed, a stinging sensation lingering at the wound. It must have been Syphilia's doing, but thankfully it hadn't resulted in a greater calamity. A sigh of relief escaped him as fragmented memories of his transformation returned, and he couldn't help but think how ruthless Syphilia had been. It felt as though she had mercilessly beaten him. When would she ever change her ways? "What are you mumbling about all by yourself?" A melodious voice chimed, accompanied by the sound of water splashing. Following the sound, Roland beheld Syphilia's graceful figure emerging from the lake, her dark, lustrous hair clinging to her body, droplets cascading down her fair skin, resembling a lotus flower in bloom, captivatingly enchanting. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her silhouette was truly a sight to behold. Unable to contain himself, Roland blurted out in admiration. Syphilia cast a fleeting glance at him, gracefully descending and nonchalantly drying her skin of water droplets before donning a fresh combat outfit. "Focus your gaze. There are matters we must discuss," she chided, playfully tapping him on the head. "All right, I'm listening," Roland replied, sitting up straight. Syphilia regarded him with mild discontent. "If you can't even withstand the mere stimulus of moonlight, there will be no one to save you the next time you transform uncontrollably." Though he wished to remind her that she would always be there, the stern look in her eyes silenced him. Continuing, Syphilia advised, "The Adretarians suggest you enhance your mental fortitude, and I find their counsel quite reasonable. Henceforth, engage your mind and utilize your insight to overcome the challenge of losing your sanity during transformation." Roland's expression darkened. "That's no easy task. This issue must be resolved. We cannot resort to severing your tail each time the full moon rises," Syphilia asserted gravely. Chapter 58. The Tail Dilemma. Roland contemplated her words. Indeed, Saiyans' tails would trigger cell mutations under the moon's influence, and if he could not control the ensuing surge of feral power, chaos was inevitable. He couldn't simply lock himself away every full moon or resort to the drastic measure of removing his tail like Sun Wukong. Though he had considered the latter, it felt excessively simplistic, akin to treating a headache by merely addressing the head. Moreover, the transformation into the giant ape form was not without merit. It could save lives in dire situations. Amidst his thoughts, another notion lingered, concerning the transformation of Saiyans. The Saiyans of the 7th universe differed fundamentally from those of the 6th. The latter possessed innate formidable combat prowess, while those of the former were comparatively weaker. Perhaps the crux of the matter lay in their tails. Whether possessing a tail was advantageous or not was a complex question. In the era of Planet Vegeta, Saiyans considered their tails a liability, never fully exploiting their potential. The giant ape transformation was merely a rudimentary application of the tail's capabilities. With a resolute nod, Roland declared, "I shall intensify my mental training and strive to maintain my composure." "That is the correct mindset," Syphilia smiled. Higher-tier warriors find it easier to control the power of the giant ape, likely due to innate talent. However, as they currently resided on Adrat, there might be methods available to enhance mental training. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from Syphilia's stomach, and Roland, sitting nearby, immediately caught the sound. "You must be hungry." "Unfortunately, the late-night snacks I had prepared were ruined." "Just wait a moment. I will have something ready for you shortly." "Make it quick," Syphilia insisted, her expression stern yet feigning calm. It was only in moments like this that Syphilia lowered her guard. After all, Roland's culinary skills far surpassed her own. After tasting his cooking, her own meal seemed utterly bland. With an assuring glance, Roland smiled brightly and went to prepare the food. Though their previous shelter had been obliterated during his transformation, he still possessed a mobile home, fully equipped with various amenities. Skillfully setting up a stove, he retrieved a complete set of cooking utensils from his capsule, and soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Syphilia's bright eyes sparkled as she eagerly awaited his creations. Observing her act of feigned indifference while occasionally peeking, Roland chuckled as he presented several steaming dishes. Syphilia accepted the food, savoring each bite, her eyes closing in bliss as the exquisite flavors danced upon her palate. "This is delicious. I truly wonder how you acquired such culinary prowess," she complimented, continuing to relish the delightful meal. Saiyans had hearty appetites, and Roland's carefully prepared snacks quickly vanished under Syphilia's enthusiastic consumption. With a satisfied smile, Syphilia rubbed her belly, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she reveled in the enjoyment of the meal. "It's a gift. I believe mastering a skill is quite rewarding," Roland replied, grinning. "Especially culinary skills. They are immensely valuable," Syphilia nodded in agreement. "From now on, I entrust my meals to you." "Not a problem, I assure you." "I'll make you plump and healthy," Roland exclaimed without hesitation. Syphilia shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Do I really need you to take care of me? That sounds rather peculiar, as if you're trying to take advantage of me." "Huh. You're overthinking it," Roland said, scratching his head with a silly grin. "Am I really overthinking?" Syphilia gazed at him with suspicion, her mood suddenly darkening as she huffed in annoyance. As an adult female Saiyan, Syphilia embodied both delicacy and sensitivity, often masked by her usual pride and aloofness, leaving her true emotions unexpressed. As a proud elite warrior, the only remaining clan member who truly caught her eye was her younger brother, Roland, though merely an intermediate warrior. His extraordinary talent sometimes compelled even her to regard him with admiration. With the day drawing to a close, she suggested they retire for the night. Nonchalantly, Syphilia rose from her seat. "Oh, I too shall rest," Roland thought, feeling a peculiar allure in Syphilia's gaze. Since their previous dwelling had been destroyed, Roland and Syphilia were confined to a mobile home, but fortunately, Roland had invested significantly in it, providing ample space and modern amenities, making their stay quite comfortable. The following morning dawned bright and clear, with a refreshing breeze wafting through the air. Rising early, Roland prepared breakfast for Syphilia before heading outside to train. As the sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth upon him, he eventually paused, beads of sweat glistening on his cheeks. The absence of a tail had left him somewhat unbalanced, but after some time, he adapted, ensuring his combat prowess remained undiminished. After sharing breakfast with Syphilia, Roland levitated into the air, teleporting in a blur of light to the city of the Yadlatrans. The issue of the Saiyan tail had troubled him greatly, and he sought a means to overcome this weakness among the Yadlatrans. Upon his arrival, the Yadlatrans suggested he practice a secret technique to enhance his mental faculties. Nodding in agreement, Roland began his studies. His remarkable comprehension and learning abilities soon shone through, as mastering the Yadlatrans methods posed a significant challenge. Even the average individual would find it commendable to learn just one. After months of diligent practice, he finally grasped the mental techniques, allowing an enchanting aura to emanate from him, a sign that his mental energy was not yet fully contained. This peculiar presence occasionally drew strange glances from Safiria. After dedicating more time, he successfully contained his mental energy, sensing that even if he transformed into a giant ape again, he would maintain control. Chapter 59. A battle power of 13,000 time flew by, the seasons changed, and it seemed as if time possessed an invisible magic, quietly transforming everything in the world. 3 years had swiftly passed since Roland and Safiria entered Yadlatra. During this time, Roland's strength surged remarkably. He mastered techniques such as teleportation, void displacement, and spatial storage, continually enhancing his physical resilience. His battle power now reached an astonishing 13,000. At merely 9 years old, this level of power was exceedingly rare even in the days of Planet Vegeta. One could argue that he had already attained a high tier among the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Especially considering he had yet to enter the prime of his power growth, one could only imagine the significant increase he would experience upon entering adolescence. However, this enhancement did not instill arrogance in Roland, for he was acutely aware of the numerous formidable warriors scattered throughout the universe, some capable of shattering a planet with a mere finger, others able to collapse an entire star system with a breath. Compared to such powerhouses, his own strength seemed trivial. It was entirely possible that a random individual emerging from a hidden corner could easily defeat him. Nonetheless, a certain joy lingered. At least he could stand tall before Safiria, a strikingly beautiful yet aloof sister, giving him an exhilarating sense of impending ascendance. Yet, there remained a tinge of regret. He had initially believed that mastering the mental techniques would grant him complete control over his giant ape form, but reality proved him overly optimistic. While the mental techniques significantly mitigated the chaotic power within the giant ape, they did not provide absolute control. One day, atop a high plateau, Roland was diligently practicing a secret technique known as the Universal Fist. This technique, akin to King Kai's Kaioken, could bolster attack strength, though it was considerably less potent, enhancing power by approximately 30%. However, one should not underestimate the value of this modest increase. Even the slightest enhancement could prove crucial in evenly matched battles. The Universal Fist and Void Displacement complemented each other, one serving as an offensive maneuver and the other as a defensive tactic. With a sudden surge, the atmospheric pressure above the plateau trembled violently, rippling outward from Roland's position and forming a seemingly vacuumed area. Abruptly, the surrounding air began to collapse, igniting into a brilliant explosion of light. Universal Fist. With a commanding shout, Roland's pressure intensified, his battle power exceeding 10,000 and growing significantly stronger. Although the increment was modest, the potency of his technique amplified impressively. With a resounding crash, a distant mountain crumbled, thick clouds of dust spiraling upward to merge with the sky. Moments later, a tidal wave of shockwaves surged toward Roland, who narrowed his gaze, summoning a formidable barrier to shield himself from the encroaching debris. 13,500 battle power. This was truly a staggering figure. Breathing slowly, he exhaled with a smile playing at his lips. Unlike explosive techniques that drastically increased battle power, the Universal Fist aimed to unleash a greater offensive force without imposing additional strain on the body. Suspended in midair, he gazed at the vast circular crater he had created, with hot vapors rising within, connecting to the horizon. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the dust and evoking a sense of boundless grandeur. My strength is among the rarest in the universe. As long as I avoid provoking monsters, few can stand against me. If I continue to train diligently, it won't be long before even Frieza's Ginyu Force will be no match for me. Roland mused with anticipation. Just then, a sharp attack suddenly hurtled toward him. Turning his head, he caught sight of a graceful figure. A smirk crept onto his face as he leaned back, releasing a whirl of energy from his feet, propelling him backward with immense force. Airstrike. The atmosphere quivered as Safiria launched her assault from a distance. Roland traced circles in the air, countering Safiria's attack before retaliating with an energy blast. Starry Cannon. Safiria's bright eyes flickered with light as she countered Roland's assault with her fist. An explosive roar followed, and a torrent of energy surged, creating a thunderous sound that pierced the air. Safiria's lithe form moved swiftly, soon arriving at Roland's side. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she exerted her strength. With a resounding thud, Roland was sent hurtling toward the ground. Grinning, he prepared to unleash the Universal Fist just before impact. In an instant, he activated his teleportation ability and swiftly appeared before Safiria, delivering a punch aimed at her chest. You think you can ambush me? You're far too early for that. With a delicate pursing of her lips, a glint of light flickered in her eyes. She deftly turned her hand and struck out a palm, catching Roland's fist. A surge of hidden energy erupted from her palm, forcefully sending him crashing to the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently, and Roland's body lay rigid in a crater, surrounded by twisted cracks that extended for dozens of meters, the destruction reaching far beyond. The fierce wind subsided, and Roland found himself lying in the shattered pit, gazing vacantly at the drifting clouds above. Just then, a shadow loomed into his view as Syphilia leaned down, her silken hair cascading over her shoulders. "Hey, it's time to get up," Roland replied with a smile. "Lying here watching the sky isn't so bad." Syphilia scoffed lightly. "Have you lost your mind?" With that, she leaped gracefully, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light before vanishing from sight. Did she come all the way just to give me a beating? Roland sat up and cast a glance at the spot where Syphilia had disappeared, unable to suppress a chuckle. Over the past 3 years, neither Roland nor Syphilia had undergone significant changes. Roland still stood just over a meter tall, while Syphilia retained her youthful and radiant appearance. The Saiyan race experiences its longest phases during childhood and youth, which occupy a substantial portion of their lives. In all honesty, Roland wished his body would mature more rapidly. Chapter 60. News from Ties. Have you been in touch with Hertz and the others lately? Roland inquired during their meal. No, why? Syphilia shook her head, fully engrossed in her training and oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. Roland continued, Hertz and Vegeta have welcomed their children into the world, twins. A boy and a girl. They should have had children long ago. By the way, how is their potential? Syphilia expressed her curiosity regarding the offspring of Saiyans. The son is a mid-level warrior, while the daughter is merely a low-level warrior. However, the standards for Saiyan offspring have shifted, and it's not uncommon for a low-level warrior to surpass a mid-level one. Well, that's acceptable, Syphilia nodded slightly. In the past, she might have contested this statement, given her status as a high-level warrior and her sense of superiority regarding rankings. But now, she recognized that rigorous training and skillful techniques could compensate for inherent disadvantages. Roland was a living testament to this, and even disregarding his exceptional case, the low-level Saiyans on Kasha's star, after receiving Hertz's training, had demonstrated abilities far exceeding their contemporaries. Proving this point, even the non-combatants on Kasha's star, who were unlikely to surpass a battle power of 1,000, now had the potential to become warriors. Of course, potential still significantly limits a Saiyans' achievements. For instance, if a mid-level warrior and a low-level warrior underwent precisely the same training, the mid-level warrior would still stand out slightly. However, compared to the era of Vegeta's star, the distinctions were no longer as pronounced. The rigid classifications among different levels of Saiyans had dissipated. After finishing their lunch, Roland and the others engaged in their usual sparring sessions. As Roland's strength gradually increased, Syphilia could no longer afford to be complacent when facing him. His hands were quite crafty, often taking her by surprise with unexpected advances. Previously, Syphilia would have brushed it off, but recently, she seemed increasingly aware of it. After a bout of sparring, Syphilia's battle attire bore signs of damage, unable to fully cover her form, leaving patches of her fair skin exposed. She frowned, muttering that she was off to take a shower, and hurried into the RV to change. Roland stared blankly at Syphilia's retreating figure, then chuckled to himself. At that moment, his communicator emitted a series of urgent beeps. Upon checking, he was surprised to find it was Ties. It had been quite a while since he last contacted her. After connecting with Ties, he set down the communicator, his expression turning peculiar. She was reaching out to him for help. The reason being, she had been out in the universe training with a galactic patrol officer named Gak, but had inadvertently provoked a group of extraterrestrials. Their spaceship malfunctioned, forcing them to make a crash landing on a frigid planet. Ties had certainly grown bold, venturing into the cosmos with such limited strength, though she hadn't encountered any dangers in the original narrative. Regardless, she was someone he knew personally, and her direct plea for help compelled Roland to act. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the bathroom door and knocked lightly. Inside, the sound of running water filled the air. Syphilia was showering. "What's up? Can it wait until I'm done?" came her annoyed voice from within. "I have a friend in danger and need to go rescue her," Roland explained. With a swift motion, the door swung open, and Syphilia poked her head out to scrutinize him. "Is it that Ties?" Roland was taken aback. "Yes, that's her." Syphilia assessed him for a moment before saying, "Then go save her. You've learned enough on Adrat's star. Once I master teleportation, I'll come find you." "Oh, all right." Roland nodded, feeling a strange sensation in Syphilia's gaze, as if she viewed him as a prized cabbage about to be devoured by a pig. "Why am I thinking of cabbages? I must be overthinking." He shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion, and gestured to Syphilia before vanishing in a flash of teleportation. After Roland's figure disappeared, Syphilia's crescent-like brows furrowed slightly, and she closed the bathroom door. On a freezing planet, piercing winds mixed with snowflakes created a hazy landscape, blanketed in white. In the northern hills, snow capped the mountains, presenting a stunning yet stark beauty. As cold gusts swept through, snowballs fell from the treetops. In a cave, Tais and Gak huddled around a meager campfire, the flickering flames providing them with a modicum of warmth amidst the extreme cold. Outside, the snow continued to fall without any sign of letting up. Tais treated her injuries with a spray while simultaneously chastising Gak. It's all your fault for not piloting the ship fast enough, leading us to crash on this planet. How can you blame me? You insisted on coming with me. We had agreed to wait until next year for you to join me for new experiences, but you insisted on coming now, and when things go awry, you put the blame on me. This patrolman is suffering because of you. Gak's eyes widened, his purple skin taut with tension. Tais pouted, realizing her fault, and curled up, hugging her knees. A few years prior, she had aspired to become a renowned novelist. After Roland left Earth, she drew inspiration from it, integrating elements like battle power, kainta, and deities into her writing, resulting in a novel that briefly garnered her some fame. However, as the hype faded, everything returned to normal, and her subsequent works performed rather mediocrely. After all, for Earthlings who do not regard martial arts as mainstream, the legend of Kailinta and the celestial beings may offer a modicum of novelty. Yet it merely serves as a trivial distraction to alleviate the monotony of life, merely a spectacle to behold, with few taking it to heart. Filled with anticipation, Tais was disheartened by such an outcome. Later, after becoming acquainted with Gak, she drew inspiration from him to craft several novels. However, whether due to a depletion of creativity or Gak's lack of popularity, her works garnered only modest acclaim. Reflecting on her disappointments, Tais contemplated whether to shift her creative direction. At that moment, she heard that Roland was traveling through the cosmos, prompting her to reach out to Gak to embark on an adventure beyond Earth. Yet, to her astonishment, their journey was abruptly interrupted by a group of oppressive extraterrestrials. During their hasty escape, Gak's spacecraft was struck by an energy cannon, necessitating an emergency landing on a frigid planet. Had it not been for her insistence on Gak accompanying her, they might have avoided such perilous circumstances. Wondering whether their attackers were still in pursuit, Tais expressed her fears. If they find us, I will have no means of resistance. Gak, will you protect me? Gak retorted, do not be naive. While I am an elite officer of the Galactic Patrol, my combat abilities leave much to be desired. Besides, those individuals belong to the Frieza Force, and I have no desire to engage them in conflict. You are afraid of them, Tais exclaimed, to which Gak awkwardly chuckled. How could that be? The Frieza Force is merely a trifling concern. Tais gazed at him intently, causing Gak to feel uneasy and divert his gaze. Disheartened, Tais pondered how Gak had managed to become a member of the Galactic Patrol. If such individuals comprised their ranks, the organization's future seemed bleak. Allow me to recommend a book, Reality Demon Sealing Game, wherein spiritual energy resurfaces, heralding a new era of evolution. Creatures once confined to folklore no longer exist solely in legend. They are collectively known as demon souls. Concurrently, a group of humans, self-proclaimed demon sealers, emerge. They command fire and wind, subduing and mastering powerful demon souls, forging formidable artifacts, and standing proudly in the world. This book is a riveting tale, centered around the recovery and cultivation of demon souls and battles fought alongside them. It is a must-read for enthusiasts of the supernatural. Chapter 61. Reunion. Gak, can you repair the spacecraft? To restore it, I would likely require 10 million cosmic gold. Of course, having some hyper gold would be even better. I could simply exchange it for another ship, Gak remarked, his golden eyes fixed intently. In such an icy wasteland, where could one possibly find a spaceship to exchange? Precisely. You understand the situation here. How could I possibly repair the ship? I hope that the headquarters discovers our plight soon and sends someone to rescue us. I always knew you were unreliable. Tais scoffed. Humph. I've already contacted my dear friend. He will undoubtedly come to our aid. She proudly raised her wrist communicator, casting a triumphant glance at Gak. You have friends in the cosmos? Gak asked, bemused. Indeed. My friend is named Roland, someone I've known for quite some time. Gak paused, pondering when Tais might have made acquaintances in the universe. He inched closer, ingratiatingly asking, are you certain your friend will come to rescue us? Did you inform him we are being pursued by the Frieza Force? I did not disclose that, nor should you. Otherwise, no one will come to our rescue. Tais, upon hearing this, pushed Gak away in displeasure. I have informed him that we are being hunted. Ah, how could you say that? If they learn they are facing the Frieza Force, they may not come at all. Gak exclaimed in exasperation, glaring at Tais. I would not betray you like that. Moreover, Roland is a Saiyan. Regardless of the Frieza Force, he will surely come. Tais replied with a smirk. What? Your friend is a Saiyan? Haven't they been exterminated? Roland escaped when his home planet was destroyed. Tais shot back, rolling her eyes at Gak. Gak suddenly stood upright, trembling as he pointed at Taze. He recalled that 3 years prior, he had received orders from the Galactic King to eliminate a Saiyan who had fled to Earth. If Roland learned of Gak's previous mission against his kin, it could spell trouble. Cold sweat broke out as Gak quietly asked. "You haven't mentioned my past to him, have you?" "Well, I may have mentioned a little," Taze replied, recalling past conversations with Roland. "Fool, you are going to get me killed," Gak exclaimed, becoming increasingly agitated. He anxiously inquired about Roland's capabilities, and upon learning that Roland was only 9 years old, Gak's confidence as a Galactic Patrol officer surged once more. Taze regarded Gak's cowardice with disdain. "By the way, is Frieza truly formidable?" Taze inquired with curiosity. Gak replied, "Did I not mention before? Frieza is the most nefarious being in the North Galaxy, responsible for the destruction of countless planets. He is a true villain. Even before the annihilation of the Saiyans, they served as his warriors." "Oh." Taze nodded vigorously, eager to take notes. "Aha. Taze, after such a long time. You haven't changed much." A light, teasing voice suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. Roland's slender figure stepped into view. "Roland," Taze exclaimed joyfully, leaping to embrace him. "You truly came. I am so happy." Allowing Taze to hold her, Roland enjoyed the moment. Then turned her gaze to the other occupant of the cave, a being with purple skin, a round head, and golden eyes, clad in Galactic Patrol attire. "Gak," she acknowledged. A glimmer of recognition in her eyes. As Roland regarded Gak, he scrutinized her in return, a Saiyan indeed, yet her energy was perplexingly both tranquil and ferocious, an intriguing contradiction. "Roland, have you not grown at all?" Taze inquired after releasing her, noting that Roland had remained the same height since they first met 4 years ago. This is due to the extended maturation period of Saiyans, particularly from childhood to adolescence. Do not underestimate her. Her stature is merely a facade. Her true form nearing that of a young adult, Gak elucidated, maintaining a cautious stance towards Saiyans. "You are the Galactic Patrol officer Taze mentioned, Gak." Roland remarked with a gentle smile. "Humph. Do not expect to curry favor with me," Gak retorted, though Roland appeared unfazed, continuing to address Taze. "What led you to be attacked by extraterrestrials?" Taze shrank back slightly, hastily explaining, "We did not provoke them. They attacked us upon sighting our ship. I believe they are from the Frieza Force." "The Frieza Force?" The expression on Luo Lan's face shifted slightly. He was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a light chuckle. It seemed fate had conspired to bring them together once more, having already crossed paths several times. "By the way, have you seen their faces? If so, it could complicate matters. The Frieza Force is a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, and they will not let go of their prey." "Surely not," Taisi replied, somewhat uncertain. Luo Lan nodded. "Regardless, we cannot let these fiends escape. I shall take care of them," Jack reminded him. "These Frieza Force members possess a combat power of at least 1,000. "Ah, isn't that stronger than you, Luo Lan?" Taisi's face paled. Having traveled the cosmos for a time, she understood the significance of a combat power of 1,000. It marked the threshold between low and mid-level planets. A planet boasting such superior strength was classified as mid-tier. For instance, Earth, where she had grown up, was merely a low-level planet, with its mightiest beings possessing only a few hundred in combat power. Luo Lan laughed heartily, dismissing their concerns. "Is a mere 1,000 combat power enough to frighten you? Rest assured, they are no match for me." Extending his senses, Luo Lan quickly detected over a dozen energies surpassing 1,000 in combat power, the strongest registering approximately 1,500. "I shall be back shortly. Stay here." "Wait." Taisi attempted to intervene, but Luo Lan had already vanished in a flash. "Will he be all right? They are formidable opponents." Taisi's anxious expression betrayed her worry. If anything were to happen to Luo Lan while he was rescuing her, she would feel immense regret. At that moment, Jack gazed gravely at the cave's entrance. Outside, snow fell heavily, obscuring visibility, yet Jack sensed the powerful energies on the planet diminishing one by one. Within moments, those he regarded as formidable foes from the Frieza Force had entirely vanished. "No, it can't be. How could that Saiyan child be so powerful?" Jack exclaimed in disbelief. "What is it, Jack?" Taisi inquired. "How do you know that remarkable child?" Jack continued. "I just sensed an overwhelming force, and then those Frieza Force members simply disappeared." Chapter 62. Chioi. Upon hearing Jack's words, Taisi's eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate brows slightly arching as her lips parted. "Are you saying that those pursuing us are all dead?" "Yes," Jack replied, incredulous. In mere seconds, the Frieza Force had vanished. Undoubtedly at the hands of the Saiyan named Luo Lan. What was most astonishing was that he was only 9 years old, even if Saiyans were a warrior race. It was unfathomable for one so young to possess such might. Yet the evidence stood before him, leaving no room for doubt regarding the prowess of the young Saiyan named Luo Lan. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Jack suddenly shuddered. the thought taking root in his mind. The Galactic Patrol's records chronicled much of the universe's history, including the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. Consequently, they had some knowledge of the Super Saiyan legend, though it had long been relegated to myth due to the passage of time. However, upon witnessing Luo Lan's extraordinary strength at such a tender age, Jack naturally made the connection to the fabled Super Saiyan. Tai Si, unaware of Jack's inner turmoil, simply felt grateful for her little brother's timely rescue. Luo Lan was exceedingly reliable. She clapped her hands, a thrill of excitement evident on her face. Before long, Luo Lan returned to the cave where Tai Si and the others awaited. Jack's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, his obsequiousness eliciting an urge in Luo Lan to deliver a slap. "I've dealt with the Frieza force. You need not worry about them bothering you again," Luo Lan stated. Tai Si nodded in delight, suddenly embracing Luo Lan from behind, her soft form against him bringing a refreshing sensation. "Earlier, I noticed them inspecting a downed spacecraft. That belongs to you, doesn't it?" "Yes, it's Jack's ship, but it's been destroyed," Tai Si replied. "For repairs, it will cost at least 10 million zeni," Jack added. Zeni was a common currency in the cosmos, with a purchasing power significantly lower than that of the galactic credit. 10 million zeni equated to roughly 1 galactic credit, sufficient to purchase an ordinary spacecraft. However, the advanced technology of the Galactic Patrol's vessels made them considerably more expensive. Upon hearing this, Luo Lan nodded and prepared to lead them away. At that moment, Jack awkwardly interjected, I'm a bit short on funds. Could you lend me some zeni for the repairs? I promise to repay you once I return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters." It was quite embarrassing for a member of the Galactic Patrol to borrow money from a Saiyan. Nevertheless, for Tai Si's sake, Luo Lan lent Jack an amount worth 1 galactic credit. Jack was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude, showering Luo Lan with compliments, claiming he had never met a Saiyan quite like him. He assured Luo Lan that should he encounter any trouble in the future, he would be there to assist. Luo Lan regarded Jack's words with skepticism. Being familiar with the original story, he understood the type of person Jack was. If he ever found himself in a position where he needed Jack's help, it would be a dire circumstance indeed. However, considering that Jack was a member of an official organization like the Galactic Patrol, cultivating a relationship could prove beneficial. Afterward, they retrieved Jack's damaged ship from the snowy expanse, clearing the accumulated snow. Luo Lan then activated instant transmission, transporting them to a nearby civilized planet. This planet should have the technology to repair your ship. If it cannot be fixed, we might as well replace it, Luo Lan suggested. Exactly. Jack, your ship is small and prone to malfunction. It would be better to get a larger one, Tai Si chimed in. Jack's ship had encountered issues more than once, the last time it malfunctioned on Earth. He had only managed to return home thanks to Bulma's assistance. With this latest breakdown, it was becoming intolerable. Jack, however, shook his head. I wish I could replace it. But this ship was assigned to me by the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and I can't simply swap it out. Tai Si replied, then you should repair it here. Luo Lan, do you have time? Accompany me as I explore this place. I want to document the local customs for my next novel. I am determined to write a masterpiece that will stun the world. Your previous novel flopped, didn't it? It did, Tai Si nodded. Jack was clearly unsuitable as a protagonist. Any novel based on him had performed poorly. How about making your next book feature him as the main character, specifically focusing on Saiyan stories? Tai Si suggested, tilting her head, her dark eyes sparkling like the moon. Luo Lan shrugged nonchalantly. Write as you please, just don't reveal my identity. Tai Si nodded eagerly, indicating her understanding. Next, Tai took Roland's hand and strolled around the planet, laughing and capturing the alien customs and scenery with her camera, while Roland accompanied Tai on her exploration. In another star domain not far from them, on planet Frieza 79, a being with deep purple skin slammed his drink down, his expression darkening. What? My men have gone missing in Sector 80? It was reported that they had encountered members of the Galactic Patrol, but according to the latest intelligence, they should have shot down the patrol's ship. However, contact had been lost for reasons unknown. An alien tracking the movements of Frieza's forces reported they must have been ambushed. This alien, named Chioi, served under Frieza and was responsible for Frieza's Squad 79. In the original story, he harbored disdain for Vegeta, especially after Vegeta's defeat on Earth, ultimately meeting his demise at Vegeta's hands. Sir Chioi, should we report this to headquarters? One of his subordinates inquired. Chioi shook his head. No need. This minor issue does not warrant troubling King Frieza. I can handle it myself. Have everyone in sectors 79 and 80 search for the Galactic Patrol members. I refuse to believe we cannot find them. Understood. I will make the arrangements, his subordinate responded promptly. Shortly thereafter, the subordinate returned with news of the Galactic Patrol's whereabouts. Sir, we have located their ship on planet Barney. Huh. They managed to reach planet Barney so swiftly? Bring my ship. I need to head there immediately, Joey laughed, his two antennae quivering with excitement. But Sir Joey, King Frieza has ordered us not to provoke the Galactic Patrol lightly, one of his subordinates cautioned. Joey's expression grew solemn as he waved his hand dismissively. I know. But my squad members cannot simply be killed without reason. It is settled then. Chapter 63, Cultivating the Seeds of Life Ultimately. Joey disregarded his subordinate's advice and resolutely decided to seek vengeance against the Galactic Patrol members who had slain his comrades, setting his sights on Roland and ties on planet Barney. As a fleet of ships swiftly traversed the void, Joey drew ever closer to Roland and ties. Unbeknownst to him, when he finally encountered Roland, he would realize he was targeting an individual far beyond the typical Saiyans' prowess, and perhaps he would regret his reckless advance. Roland, oblivious to the fact that they had been marked as targets and pursued, continued to enjoy his time with ties on the planet. Barney was a technologically advanced world, its architecture exuding a futuristic aesthetic, with tall white structures topped by spherical platforms. Each platform served as a docking station, facilitating the arrival and departure of various spacecraft. In this brief time, numerous vessels were seen either taking off or landing, creating a bustling atmosphere. Overall, Barney's technological level was evidently several tiers above that of the Maper planet Roland had previously visited. Ties, holding her camera, snapped pictures with an excited smile lighting up her youthful face. Roland, take a picture of me, she called out, tilting her body slightly, her delicate hand holding onto her loose hat, striking an elegant pose. Click. Roland pressed the shutter, capturing the moment. Moments later, the photo emerged from the camera, and Ties gleefully tucked it into Roland's arms as a keepsake. Looking at the image, Roland saw the girl with her golden hair flowing and a particularly sweet smile. A delightful addition to his collection. When we return, we must have Syphilia take some photos too, Roland thought to himself, continuing to take a series of pictures of Ties, which he then stored in a dimensional space. Ties gazed at Roland with wide eyes, clearly astonished by his abilities. Roland chuckled, floating to her eye level. No need to be surprised. These are basic operations. Now, let us purchase some energy detectors. But you already have a detector. Why buy another one? With your abilities. It seems unnecessary, Ties questioned, puzzled. Roland replied, I may not need it for myself, but it can be beneficial for my kin. I intend to rebuild the Saiyan race. He then recounted the events on planet Kasha regarding the Saiyans, to which Ties responded with admiration. That's impressive. The Saiyans will surely thrive under your guidance. Roland shook his head. I have no interest in leading them. I will let my sister manage, as she is far more suited for it. Ties grew curious about Roland's sister, her eyes widening in surprise when she learned that Syphilia was even stronger than Roland, contrasting sharply with her own meager power level of 7, which would seem pitiful on any planet. Yet, to be fair, if not for Ties' training in martial arts, her combat power might have been even lower. Her abilities already surpassed those of the average adult on Earth. The two chatted cheerfully as they entered a shop selling energy detectors, where they purchased over 100 sets, gifting one to Ties for her amusement. When Roland generously paid with his Higgin, the shopkeeper, noticing Roland's lavish spending, mysteriously led him into the back room of the store. Confident in his strength, Roland followed without concern. Inside, the shopkeeper produced a small vial containing a green solution, whispering, These are the seeds of the cultivator, a rare life form from an exotic planet. I have 3 seeds available for the price of 3 Higgin. Cultivators? The green vegetable beings that Vegeta and Nappa planted upon entering Earth? Roland queried, astonished, eyeing the vial closely. Indeed, within the green liquid, 3 seeds lay. Aren't cultivators supposed to be treated with growth liquid before use? He asked nonchalantly. The shopkeeper responded, This is a suppressant, specifically designed to prevent premature growth. Since you are familiar with cultivators, you must understand their value. Planting a seed will soon yield a bodyguard with a combat power close to 1,000. 3 Higgin for such strength is undeniably a bargain. Roland nodded silently. Cultivators were peculiar life forms in the universe, their origins ambiguous, either natural or artificially synthesized. They could fight and served as convenient tools, yet procuring seeds for cultivation was arduous, making them scarce and precious commodities not easily accessible. A planted seed would quickly yield a combat power exceeding 1,000, a formidable force for lower-tier planets. However, to be frank, acquiring 3 seeds for 3 Higgin was beyond what most could afford. To put it into perspective, 1 Higgin equated to 10 million Kong gold, sufficient for a being to live lavishly in the cosmos for an entire year, demonstrating the immense purchasing power of Higgin. Even during her years on Vegeta, Syphilia managed to save only 4 Higgin. Although Roland is not in need of money at the moment, he sees no reason to squander his wealth unnecessarily. Moreover, with his prowess, there is truly no need for a cultivator. If the price is lower, I will buy it for 2 Higgin, he stated. After a moment's hesitation, He glanced at ties beside him and ultimately decided to purchase the cultivator. The owner, after some deliberation, gritted his teeth and agreed, saying, "Fine. Let us consider it a loss on my part." In the end, the transaction was completed with money exchanged for a bottle containing 3 cultivator seeds, along with a small vial of growth liquid specifically designed to promote the cultivator's development. Upon leaving the shop, Roland handed the 2 bottles to Ties, saying, "Here. Take care of this." Ties fumbled to receive the bottles, exclaiming, "Roland, this is far too precious." The value was a staggering 20 million empty gold, and even Ties, the daughter of Earth's wealthiest, could not afford such an expense. "This is for your protection. Should you encounter Frieza's soldiers again, this could save your life." Roland's assertive tone deeply moved Ties, who bashfully lowered her gaze and shyly accepted his gift, carefully placing the seeds into her bag for safekeeping. "Roland, you are truly too kind to me. Are we not friends?" Roland dismissed her sentiment with indifference. "Indeed." Ties nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Chapter 64. My strength is impressive. After spending some time on Barney Planet, when they next encountered Gak, his ship was still undergoing repairs in the dock. When asked how long the repairs would take, Gak wore a troubled expression and could not provide a clear answer. Tai suggested, "Perhaps it would be better not to repair it. Instead, you could apply to the Galactic Police headquarters for a new ship. The time wasted on repairs could be spent on many other endeavors. Indeed, I am an elite of the Galactic Police, and there are countless planets awaiting my maintenance. I cannot afford to squander time on ship repairs. For the sake of those planets, I should apply for a new ship." It seemed Gak had found his justification for a ship replacement, and he clapped his hands in realization. "I merely suggested you not waste time." "You really consider yourself an elite?" Ties rolled her eyes at Gak's self-importance. If all Galactic Police officers were like him, it would be best to disband such an organization sooner rather than later. Gak chuckled awkwardly, still wanting to borrow money, but Roland promptly refused. His funds were not to be carelessly spent. He had already purchased gifts for Ties, who was undeniably a beauty. Investing in her now might yield substantial returns in the future. Gak's pleas fell on deaf ears. He was not worthy of Roland's attention, having failed to secure any funds. Gak reluctantly returned to the repair facility, instructing the workers to cease repairs. "Boss, how about my ship? The standard model for the Galactic Police performs quite well. How much are you willing to offer for it?" Gak attempted to sell his ship, knowing the Galactic Police vessels retained considerable value. Observing this, Roland sighed and remarked to Ties, "You should avoid associating with him in the future. Consider yourselves fortunate this time that no mishap occurred." "I understand." After this series of events, Ties also found Gak to be unreliable. "If I wish to travel through space in the future, may I seek your assistance?" "Of course, if I have the time." The agreement was made, and Ties smiled. Meanwhile, Gak successfully persuaded the repair shop owner to take his ship, proudly waving a bag filled with empty gold. He was set to purchase a new ship, although it would surely not match the performance of the standard Galactic Police model. Once he acquired the ship, Gak flew around in his new craft several times before landing in a clearing on the outskirts. He jumped out, striking a silly pose, and declared, "Perfect. Although it cannot quite match an elite officer like me, it will suffice for now. Once I return to headquarters, I will demand upgrades." "It certainly looks much better than before," Ties remarked, admiring the sleek exterior of the ship. The new vessel gleamed with a silver hue, its streamlined shape reminiscent of a raindrop, exuding a sense of advanced technology. It was one of the best-selling ships on Barney Planet, boasting ample interior space and lavish decor, capable of accommodating a dozen individuals. The only drawback was its speed, which paled in comparison to Gak's previous ship. Nonetheless, this was expected in terms of technology. The Galactic Police organization was remarkably advanced. "Haha, Gak of the Galactic Police, set forth." Gak was brimming with enthusiasm, completely shedding his earlier despondency. Just then, on the outskirts of Barney Planet, a menacing group of individuals radiating a chilling aura approached the planet, swiftly breaching its atmosphere. "What is happening?" Roland, who had been joking with Ties, suddenly turned his gaze skyward, his expression sharpening. "What is it?" Ties followed his gaze, but saw nothing unusual. Gak's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "What is going on?" "A powerful energy has arrived at Barney Planet, and it appears to be hostile. They are coming for us," Roland stated calmly. In his perception, the approaching presence was steeped in a deep, murderous aura, a testament to the countless brutal battles they had endured to cultivate such a bloodthirsty essence. Could it be Frieza's soldiers? Ties immediately thought. "Very likely," Roland replied. "Ah, then let us escape before they land." Gak, lacking any sense of decorum, was the first to think of fleeing. "Is that truly your choice?" Ties regarded him with disdain. Gak, exasperated, shouted, "You have no idea of their strength. In my perception, those entering Barney Planet possess combat power of at least 12, 000, definitely high-ranking members of Frieza's army. We cannot afford to provoke them. Ties gasped, alarmed. Previously, they had been pursued by lesser foes with combat powers of over 1,000. And the thought of facing someone with a power level of 12,000 was indeed frightening. Roland, I think we should leave quickly, Tai suggested uneasily. Yes, Gak urged. His newly acquired ship was inferior to the original, and if they hoped to evade Frieza's pursuit, they would need Roland's extraordinary abilities. Roland smirked, shaking his head. Why should we leave? This seems rather intriguing. I am eager to encounter such formidable opponents. Gak's expression froze, and he could not help but shout. Their combat power is at least 12,000. Even at their peak, there were few Saiyans with such strength. Roland, unfazed, replied, regardless, I will not leave. Having surpassed a power level of 13,500, he had yet to test his abilities in true combat, with Frieza's soldiers now within reach. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? To him, the approaching member of Frieza's army was merely a tool for testing his strength. Seeing that Roland was resolute in his decision to remain, Gak was at a loss, pacing anxiously. Without Roland's assistance, he had no means of escaping Frieza's pursuit. Indeed, Saiyans are stubborn beyond reason, Gak lamented, plopping down in frustration. Perhaps Roland will think of something, Ties consoled. Gak cradled his head and shouted with irritation, Ties, you must be unaware that a warrior with a battle power of 12,000 is exceedingly rare even in the cosmos. I concede that your friend may be one of the few formidable Saiyans, but can his strength truly surpass that of a 12,000 battle power? Ties found herself at a loss for words in response to Gak's retort. Although she firmly believed in Roland's might, his youth posed a limitation, regardless of his talent. His strength at this age could only stretch so far. Roland cast a fleeting glance at Gak, his gaze shifting to the vastness of space, becoming profound. In truth, my battle power exceeds 12,000. What? Gak was momentarily stunned, his face a portrait of disbelief as he stared at Roland. Ties, too, covered her mouth in astonishment. Her eyes wide. Roland, did you just say your power is above 12,000? Roland confirmed with a nod. Indeed, my battle power is conservatively estimated at around 13,500. And that's an understatement. So you need not worry about those Frieza Force members. Are you really that strong? Gak's eyes widened, unable to fathom Roland's claim. Well, what do you think? Roland slightly released his aura in Gak's direction, unleashing a terrifying force that surged upon Gak like a flash flood. Poor Gak had yet to react before he was overwhelmed by the torrent of energy, struggling to breathe. Stop. I believe you, Gak cried out in haste. Roland withdrew his aura, regarding him with an indifferent gaze. Gak, how are you feeling? Seeing Gak seated on the ground gasping for air, Ties expressed her concern. Are you all right? That was terrifying. Roland's strength truly surpasses those of the Frieza Force. Gak wheezed, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had clearly underestimated Roland. This individual was undoubtedly a Super Saiyan. Does that mean we will not be in danger? Ties asked, her voice brimming with hope. Gak nodded, absolutely. The Frieza Force that has come to Planet Bonnie is doomed. Wonderful, Ties exclaimed, her lovely face slightly flushed with excitement. Roland cast a glance at Ties and Gak, advising, I suggest you both find a place to hide quickly. Once the battle begins, I will have no time to look after you. Should you be harmed by the energy unleashed during the fight, I shall not be responsible. Yes, we must leave at once. Engaging with a warrior of over 10,000 battle power is no trivial matter. We leave this to you. Gak, recovering from his shock, hurriedly pulled Ties onto his spaceship and swiftly darted toward the opposite side of the planet. Hiki. After Gak and Ties departed, Roland smiled gently and then looked up at the expanse beyond the atmosphere, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After a moment's thought, he released a small amount of energy to draw the Frieza Force's ships closer. Before long, several small black dots appeared in the azure sky, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds as 3 ships descended. A deep purple alien disembarked first, followed closely by 20 others from the Frieza Force. Apart from their leader, who wore a purple hue, the remaining members of the Frieza Force were armed with handheld energy blasters, specifically designed to augment the attack power of those with insufficient battle strength. Is that a mere child? Chio-E observed Roland with astonishment, his expression darkening upon noticing the tail behind Roland. He was taken aback to discover a surviving Saiyan, realizing that the last purge had not been thorough enough. If Frieza knew I had eliminated a Saiyan, he would surely be pleased. Meanwhile, Roland scrutinized Chio-E and, upon noticing the Frieza Force battle uniform he wore, nodded slightly. The aura emanating from Chio-E indicated that his battle power was indeed just over 12,000. The thought of facing such a formidable opponent ignited a thrill within Roland. causing his blood to boil with anticipation as he yearned to unleash his own energy. "Let me see your battle power, little one," Chioi mused. Reaching for a frame-like detector, it seemed that every member of the Frieza force was particularly dependent on energy detectors. Upon scanning, Chioi noted that Roland's battle power registered at a mere 600, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Strange, why is it only 600? I clearly felt more than that when I was drawn here. Could there be others lying in ambush? You lot, search the area nearby. There must be others. If you find them, eliminate them immediately. Seemingly aware of Roland's ruse, Chioi coldly commanded his subordinates. Understood, his subordinates replied. Chioi stretched his arms, awaiting a report from his men. In his mind, Roland was certainly not alone. The appearance of a mere child before him was but a ruse to lower his guard. Chioi was not one to fall for such tricks. The Galactic Patrol may well be lurking nearby. At that moment, Roland's voice resonated. "No need to search. There is no one else here. The one who lured you here is me." Chioi frowned. "Why would you do that?" "Simply to eliminate you." Haha. It seemed Chioi had heard the most amusing thing in the world, bursting into laughter. "You, a mere Saiyan, dare to declare you will kill me? How ludicrous. Even your prince, Vegeta, is no match for me, let alone you. To frighten you further, my battle power stands at an astonishing 12,400, proudly boasting of his prowess. Chioi eagerly anticipated Roland's terrified reaction upon hearing his battle power. However, to his disappointment, Roland displayed no sign of fear. Instead, a flicker of realization crossed his face, mingled with disdain. "So, you were Chioi, the one who mocked Vegeta in the original story and was easily slain by him." Upon recognizing Chioi's identity, Roland felt a hint of surprise. In the original narrative, this individual possessed a battle power of 18,000. To think that years in advance, he already wielded 12,400. This implied that over the next 20 years, he had only enhanced his strength by less than 6,000, a rather slow progression. Of course, possessing such strength warranted Chioi's pride. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Roland today. "I am not a Saiyan like Vegeta. Do not conflate me with him." A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Roland's eyes, a hint of murderous intent gracing his expression. In an instant, he shot forth, his energy surging dramatically as he executed a powerful strike. In a flurry of dazzling movements, Roland circled Chioi's subordinates in the blink of an eye. With a cacophonous crash, 20 aliens fell, lifelessly sprawled across the ground. Chioi, witnessing the sudden demise of his subordinates, felt his pupils constrict. When he pressed the energy detector to his ear again, the readings began to fluctuate wildly, sometimes displaying 600, at times 2,000, and even leaping to 10,000, clearly indicating irregular data. "It seems I underestimated you," Chioi realized. Roland shrugged lightly, suddenly adopting a serious expression. "Now it's your turn. In my view, your journey from afar is akin to a march toward death." His voice, cold and piercing, resonated like a death knell from the depths of hell, sending an involuntary shiver through Chioi's body. Chioi's face turned pale, with the fleshy tubes on either side of his head exhaling hot air like vents. Chapter 66. The death of Chioi, the arrogant Saiyan, a mere child, thinks killing me will be an easy feat. The one destined to perish today is you. With a furious roar, Chioi's muscles bulged, and an energy level soaring to 12,400 began to envelop him. Observing this, Roland allowed a faint smile to creep across his lips, subsequently raising his own energy. Beep, beep, beep. The energy detector by Chioi's ear surged frantically before stabilizing at 13,500, a figure that surpassed his own combat power. It was inconceivable. How could your battle strength exceed mine? Staring incredulously at the readings, Chioi's voice trembled slightly as a chill surged from the soles of his feet. Warriors with a battle power exceeding 10,000 are a rarity even among Frieza's ranks. It is worth noting that during its peak, the planet Vegeta had only a handful of warriors surpassing the threshold of 10,000. The shock of being surpassed by a mere child was unfathomable for Chioi. What astonishes you is merely the beginning. As his words fell, Roland's figure darted forward like a gust of wind, accelerating abruptly and appearing at Chioi's side. 2 fingers poised to strike at his head. Startled, Chioi swiftly turned, his muscles exploding with astonishing speed in a fraction of a second. With a swish, a sharp energy beam grazed past Chioi's head, the intense heat singeing his skin and eliciting a searing pain. Cold sweat broke out as he realized that had his reflexes not been a fraction faster, the attack would have struck true. Damn it. How can this Saiyan be so formidable? Even the Vegeta I have encountered pales in comparison to this child, he thought, a sense of urgency gripping him. This information must be reported to Lord Frieza. With that thought, Chioi lost his desire to fight. He began to retreat while still engaging in combat, intending to leave Planet Bonnie. Yet Luo Lan, having finally encountered an opponent upon whom he could unleash his full power, would not let him escape so easily. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of energy beams descended from above, fortuitously obliterating Qiu Yi's spacecraft. As the thick smoke dissipated, only shattered remnants of the craft remained. Qiu Yi's eyes turned crimson as he beheld his destroyed spacecraft, unleashing a furious roar. Now he had no choice but to stake everything on this battle. If you insist on fighting, then I shall kill you. You will learn that Frieza's forces are far from what you imagine. With Qiu Yi's roar, the vents at his sides erupted with even hotter air, as his energy level surged past 12,000. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Powerful energy stirred the charged particles in the air, creating a spectacle of ionization. Crackling sounds echoed as the ground trembled, with smaller stones levitating. Come on. Let us fight with abandon. The warrior spirit inherent in the Saiyan blood coursed through Luo Lan's veins, heightening his excitement. With a whoosh, Luo Lan's body became ethereal. His movement swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was at Qiu Yi's side. Qiu Yi, his face contorted in rage, fixed his fierce gaze on Luo Lan and unleashed a punch. Bang! Their fists collided mid-air, erupting in sparks akin to steel clashing. In an instant, shockwaves visibly rippled outward. Affecting a radius of several hundred meters, the earth cracked and stones flew, leaving a trail of grotesque fissures extending for miles, the ground around them transforming into smoking wasteland. Countless blurred afterimages flickered as Luo Lan and Qiu Yi engaged in violent exchanges, their forms alternating between the sky and the ground, each collision wreaking untold havoc, causing the entire planet Bani to tremble restlessly. The inhabitants of planet Bani remained unaware of the cataclysm unfolding, hiding in their homes, awaiting the storm to pass. Meanwhile, some with energy detectors sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations and, filled with trepidation, began plotting their escape, with some even boarding ships to flee the planet. Bang! A brutal attack struck Qiu Yi, whose face contorted in agony as he endured the excruciating pain akin to having his insides shredded. Gritting his teeth, he fought back desperately. At that moment, Luo Lan let out a cold laugh. An energy wave surged forth, which Qiu Yi narrowly evaded. Luo Lan twisted his arms, redirecting the energy wave. Boom! Upon striking its target, Luo Lan dashed to Qiu Yi's side, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. In truth, Luo Lan's combat power surpassed Qiu Yi's. Be it through exquisite martial arts, the enhanced force of the universal fist, or the void exchange technique that diminished his opponent's attacks, he could have quickly dispatched Qiu Yi. Yet, Luo Lan chose to engage in a sheer contest of brute force, relishing the impact of their fists. Delightful. Again, Luo Lan bellowed, throwing himself at Qiu Yi with fervor. He reveled in the thrill of combat. The visceral sensation of fists meeting flesh was something he could never experience with Safiria. He wished for this battle to endure a while longer. To put it plainly, this was the blood of the Saiyan race stirring within him. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors of their battle radiated hundreds of kilometers away, and within a grove, Gak felt the intensity of the conflict. May the heavens bless, Luo Lan must win. Gak prayed with hands clasped. The ground shook violently, the entire forest quaking as if an earthquake had struck. Ancient trees with diameters of several meters toppled, raising clouds of dust as startled birds took flight for safer grounds, disappearing in an instant. How terrifying, even from such a distance. The aftermath of the battle still reaches here. Gak swallowed hard. Wow, Gak, is this what a battle between masters looks like? Truly astounding. Tai Si clung to a massive tree, struggling to maintain her balance while her eyes sparkled with excitement. What a reckless individual, Gak muttered, keeping a protective eye on Tai Si amid the chaos. He gazed at the distant horizon, where mushroom clouds rose into the sky. With every sighting of a mushroom cloud, his heart raced, knowing that had he been forced to fight, he might not withstand even a single blow. He hoped the battle would conclude swiftly. In the midst of the clash between Luo Lan and Qiu Yi, Luo Lan stood impeccably composed, a cold smile gracing his face. At this moment, he had fully relished the thrill of battle, an exquisite pleasure that invigorates both body and soul. In stark contrast, Qiu Yi's condition was lamentable. His face was battered and bruised, one cheek rendered nearly incapacitated, and his combat attire lay in tatters. It was time to dispose of this adversary. A glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in Luo Lan's eyes as he leapt into action, instantly teleporting closer to Qiu Yi. Then, with both hands clenched into fists, he struck down with great force. Whoosh! Qiu Yi's head suffered a devastating blow, and instantly, he was seeing stars, his body plummeting straight down. Yet, just as he was about to hit the ground, Luo Lan was faster, arriving below him and bracing his hands, beginning to gather energy for a powerful energy wave. The searing energy emanated a resplendent glow from his hands. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming force transformed into waves of violent energy. Starry Sky Cannon. As if the brilliant stars of the galaxy had ignited simultaneously, a shockwave imbued with boundless energy surged forth with the might to annihilate all in its path. Overwhelming Chio-E in a torrent of energy. No, Chio-E let out a desperate scream, but no matter how fiercely he resisted, his struggle was feeble against the boundless sea of energy. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, a blazing fireball rising slowly. As Chio-E was reduced to mere dust in the aftermath of the colossal blast, Chapter 67 Departure. The smoke of battle gradually dissipated, and the scorched earth continued to emit intense heat. Surveying the surroundings, numerous circular craters from explosions were clearly visible, and aside from a few scattered fragments of combat attire, Chio-Yi's figure had vanished. He had been utterly obliterated by Luo Lan's energy wave in the recent explosion. Luo Lan continued to observe his surroundings, and upon confirming the complete disappearance of his opponent's presence, he felt a slight relaxation in his spirit. Phew, though not entirely at ease, it was a satisfying release. In truth, Chio-Yi's strength paled in comparison to Luo Lan's, and thus the recent confrontation posed little challenge for him. His gaze swept over the ravaged landscape, a faint smile gracing his lips as he instantaneously teleported to the location of Tai's and the others. In a small grove several hundred kilometers away, the fierce wind continued to whip through, with Tai's clinging tightly to a tree, nearly being swept away. Gak, check the situation over there, she urged. Gak swallowed hard. Incredulity etched on his face. Oh my, the energy of that Frieza army officer has vanished. Tai's exclaimed excitedly. So, Luo Lan won? Gak nodded stiffly. Yes, he won. It's hard to believe that such a formidable individual has emerged among the Saiyans. It would undoubtedly cause an uproar if publicized. The Saiyans had long been renowned as a warrior race, a reputation forged through years of collective strength, particularly in a universe where weaker life forms predominated. A race like the Saiyans, with formidable combat prowess across the board, was indeed a rarity. Yet, when it came to truly exceptional and universe-shattering masters, the Saiyans had been lacking. However, Gak believed that the true master of the Saiyans was now emerging, at just 9 years of age. Luo Lan possessed such formidable combat strength that, if allowed to mature, he would surely instill fear across the galaxy. Wow, that's incredible. Tai's thoughts were rather straightforward. Unlike Gak, she did not ponder deeply. Upon hearing the news of Luo Lan's victory, she immediately erupted in joyous exclamations. Yet, she seemingly forgot her current predicament, as a slight release of her grip allowed the howling wind to sweep her slender form away, prompting her to cry out desperately, "Help! I'm being blown away. Someone save me." At that moment, Luo Lan appeared, his figure darting like lightning to Tai's side. He swiftly extended his arm, catching her and bringing her back to the ground. "Luo Lan, you can let go of me now," Tai said, her expression revealing some discomfort. During the rescue, Luo Lan had inadvertently touched her in an inappropriate manner, causing even the typically carefree Tai to feel a tinge of embarrassment. "Oh," Luo Lan replied, releasing his hold on her. "That cannot happen again," Tai admonished, her fair cheeks still dusted with a faint blush. "It was merely an accident," Luo Lan nodded repeatedly, saying this while secretly amused. It was amusing to recall how Tai had previously dared to video chat with him while bathing, thinking her boldness was limitless. Yet, in this moment of peril, she was more timid than anyone. Indeed, Tai was the type to speak boldly but harbor a pure heart. Nevertheless, Tai had a commendable figure, rivaling that of his sister, Safiria. As his gaze lingered on Tai's graceful form, Luo Lan said, "Tai, the vastness of the universe is fraught with danger. With your current strength, it would be wise to refrain from venturing out." "Exactly. Going out will only attract trouble. You should return to Earth as soon as possible. My duties as a galactic patrol officer are quite demanding," Gak chimed in eagerly. Agreeing with Luo Lan's counsel to send Tai back, Gak nodded hastily. Tai, upon hearing this, shot Gak an annoyed look. "Who said I would follow you? With Luo Lan here, I no longer need you, useless galactic patrol officer." Gak opened his mouth, intending to retort, but upon reflection, he realized this was a perfect opportunity to rid himself of Tai, so he turned his head away and remained silent. "Luo Lan, I still wish to travel through the universe for a while longer. Would you accompany me for my protection?" Tai looked at Luo Lan with sincerity. Luo Lan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Since I have nothing pressing, I can accompany you nearby for a stroll. However, let it be clear, after our outing, you must return to Earth. If anything were to happen in the universe, Dr. Brives would be heartbroken." Upon hearing Luo Lan's willingness to compromise, Tai eagerly nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her delicate features. "Humph, when I was taking you out, you weren't this happy," Gak muttered under his breath. "Gak, what are you mumbling about?" "Haha, I said nothing," Gak replied sheepishly. "Well, since such a formidable Saiyan will be accompanying you, Tai, your safety is assured." I must now return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Gak stated. I wonder how long it will take to return to headquarters in this vessel. Next time, I must insist on a better ship. Waving goodbye to Roland and Tais, Gak hopped into the teardrop-shaped spacecraft, preparing to ascend. Just then, Roland cast a far-reaching gaze at him, warning, "Do not reveal my identity to other patrol officers. The consequences will be dire." "I understand," Gak replied after a moment's thought. After all, exposing Roland's identity would yield no benefit for him, and it would only make the Galactic King believe he had not completed his previous tasks thoroughly. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Roland's request. The teardrop-shaped spacecraft ascended slowly, the surrounding winds swirling chaotically. With a sharp sound of slicing air, the ship accelerated, transforming into a flash of light as it exited the atmosphere of Barney Planet, embarking on its journey toward the galaxy's center. After Gak piloted the spacecraft away, Roland prepared to depart Barney Planet with Tais. "We should leave. This place will soon attract attention." Tai let out a soft sound, struggling slightly. "Could you lower your hand a bit and place it on my waist?" "Of course," Roland replied, shifting her hand and revealing a radiant smile. Chapter 68. Chio-E, fallen in the line of duty. In the North Galaxy, at the headquarters of Frieza's army, a planet transformed by modern technology held a particularly significant status for the entire Frieza army, as it was home to their supreme ruler, Frieza. Typically, the personnel on this headquarters planet were scarce. Only those who had achieved a certain rank or occupied special positions due to work requirements were permitted entry. On this day, Frieza sat comfortably in his throne, engaged in discussions with Belibulu, Jacono, Shanbua, and Dodoria regarding the next planets to conquer for sale. Bogstar and the 3 nearby planets are our upcoming targets. We need to arrange personnel to seize them promptly. Additionally, we must expedite the disposal of the 4 previously conquered planets, as the buyers are growing impatient, Frieza remarked with a squint, maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Belibulu, with a sharp expression, retorted, "Isn't it due to your actions, Lord Frieza? Without the Saiyans as formidable warriors, our strength has yet to recover in these past years." Frieza chuckled lightly. "Belibulu, you mustn't dwell on the Saiyans. It was Lord Beerus's directive." Jacono interjected, "Over these years, we have recruited a new batch of skilled fighters. Our strength has returned to what it was before planet Vegeta's destruction. So, Belibulu, please show some respect to King Frieza." Frieza waved a hand dismissively. "Mr. Jacono, no need to be tense. I harbor no anger. Among the entire Frieza army, only Belibulu dares to speak to me like this. It is indeed my honor." Belibulu floated languidly, hands clasped behind his back. Hehehe, Frieza chuckled softly, always maintaining a humble stance before the senior officials of his army, especially the older veterans from the Kakarot army era. Even if they slightly offended him, Frieza would choose to tolerate it. "By the way, how's the situation with Vegeta and his group?" Frieza inquired. Shanbua stepped forward, his voice magnetic, "Still the same. They are diligently completing the tasks assigned by headquarters. They seem unaware of the truth behind planet Vegeta's destruction. However, recently, their team has suffered casualties, and 1 Saiyan fell in battle. Just a Saiyan, 1 less doesn't matter." Frieza nodded. "By the way, how much has Vegeta progressed in strength?" According to headquarters intelligence, Vegeta's power level has reached 4,000, which is quite remarkable, considering he is only 9 years old. It seems the rumors were true. Vegeta is the most promising warrior among the Saiyans and will likely surpass his father, King Vegeta. Shanbua smirked coldly, answering with courtesy, yet in truth, he regarded Vegeta's strength with disdain. "Oh, for 1,000 power level? By Saiyan standards, that is typical for an average mid-level warrior throughout their lifetime. For Vegeta to achieve this at just 9 years old, his future is indeed boundless." Frieza mused, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest, feeling a hint of admiration. Dodoria scoffed derisively. "He certainly possesses some strength, but no matter how talented, one must survive to become powerful. If he meets an untimely end, it amounts to nothing." Mr. Dodoria makes a valid point. "Henceforth, I shall entrust Vegeta's affairs to you. Should he harbor any ill intentions, I trust you will know how to handle it," Frieza remarked casually, a smirk gracing his lips. "Of course, King Frieza," Dodoria replied, a cold smile on his plump face. At that moment, a nervous chicken-headed alien rushed in, his neck retracting upon seeing the formidable figures gathered in the hall. "Lord Frieza, we have an urgent message from Planet 79. "What is it?" Frieza inquired, his tone icy. "Captain Chio-E has lost contact. According to our reconnaissance, he has likely been killed." The detector registered an energy level of 13,500 power before his demise. The chicken-headed alien stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Oh." Frieza's interest peaked as he stroked his chin. A power level of 13,500 is not typical for an insignificant character. Captain Chio-E mentioned the word Saiyan before his death. leading my subordinates to suspect that this incident might be related to the Saiyans. Saiyans. Frieza's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at Dodoria and Shanbois, pondering whether there were any formidable Saiyans left roaming free before planet Vegeta's destruction. Shanbois, ever composed, replied, "There were only 5 warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 on planet Vegeta, all of whom should have perished during the destruction. It appears there are still hidden experts among the Saiyans that we are unaware of. Perhaps King Vegeta anticipated our moves. However, it matters little. These are merely minor inconveniences. We must enhance our surveillance over Vegeta and his group." Frieza concluded with a wicked grin. "Mr. Dodoria, please keep a close watch on Vegeta's every action. If these hidden Saiyans are indeed remnants left by King Vegeta, they will undoubtedly seek him out." "Understood, King Frieza," Dodoria responded with a smile. "By the way, what was Captain Chiyoyi's power level?" Frieza inquired. The chicken-headed alien promptly answered, "Captain Chiyoyi possessed a power level of 12,400. 12,400? Such a rare and formidable subordinate. Yet he was slain by a Saiyan. I am deeply saddened. Captain Chiyoyi fell in the line of duty. His death was honorable and should be well publicized. In recognition of his bravery, effective immediately, all personnel on Planet 79 will receive a 20 salary increase. You must remember your captain." Frieza feigned deep sorrow, seemingly grieving the loss of such an exceptional warrior. "Thank you, Lord Frieza. I am rewarding you on behalf of your captain. Do not forget him," Frieza said earnestly, then waved a hand, signaling for the alien to depart. "All right, you may leave." "Yes." The chicken-headed alien replied loudly, filled with gratitude as he exited. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, Vegeta led his small team in battle. Following the recent casualties, only 4 Saiyans remained. Upon receiving the news of Chiyoyi's death, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "Another worthless one has perished. I heard that Chiyoyi's power level exceeded 10,000. Raditz expressed with envy. "Indeed, quite strong," Nappa and another adult Saiyan noted. "Their power levels barely exceeding 2,000. Vegeta sneered. "What does it matter how strong he was if he is now dead? This universe is full of powerful beings. Yet someone with over 10,000 power level can die so easily. It appears I have not trained enough." Vegeta's gaze turned contemplative, as he was determined not to meet the same fate as Chiyoyi. Chapter 69. Return to Earth in the blink of an eye. Luo Lan had taken Tai on an extensive journey through several planets, witnessing the diverse landscapes they offered. This series of travels greatly satisfied the blonde beauty's curiosity about the outside world. On this day, Luo Lan returned to Earth with Tai, having explored various planets. It was time to settle down and refrain from constantly yearning to venture outward. After Luo Lan released Tai Si, he offered her a lecture. Tai Si chuckled, tossing her hair aside and bending slightly, remarked, "Little brother Luo Lan, I am actually older than you, so don't act like you're my elder." Indeed, she was older. Luo Lan glanced at a certain part of Tai Si's physique, pondering. Tai Si playfully slapped the back of Luo Lan's head, crossing her arms protectively over her chest, and said with a hint of annoyance, "I didn't expect you to be like this, Luo Lan. It seems I need to be a bit more cautious around you." Although he was merely a 9-year-old child with a youthful physique, for some reason, Tai Si felt he was far from being a mere child. Could it be that Saiyans mature unusually early? That could be the case. She had heard from Gak that Saiyans were dispatched to conquer planets even in their infancy, undoubtedly differing from ordinary Earth children. Henceforth, she could no longer regard Luo Lan as a mere child. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at contemplating Luo Lan's thoughts, Tai Si invited him to her home. After a moment of consideration, Luo Lan nodded in agreement. Thus, they set off towards West City, swiftly arriving at their destination. Before Tai Si's home, the vivacious woman chattered like a lark. "Luo Lan, you must stay at my house for a few days. My parents will surely be delighted to meet you." Luo Lan smiled and nodded, and the two entered the villa compound together. "Ah, Tai Si is back. And she's brought along a little boy. It seems you truly have a penchant for younger boys," teased the elderly Dr. Briefs, watering his garden with a hose. "Dad, this is Luo Lan," Tai Si exclaimed to Dr. Briefs. "Indeed, it is Luo Lan. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. I thought you were bringing back another boy." Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, astonished to see that Luo Lan had not grown at all over the past 4 years. Tai Si snorted, offended by the implication that she would casually bring home another boy. Glancing at Luo Lan and noticing he bore no ill feelings, she nodded slightly, took his hand, and said, "Ignore my dad. Let me show you around the villa." Luo Lan nodded, gesturing towards Dr. Briefs, and followed Tai Si inside. Tai Si is already 20 and hasn't had a boyfriend yet. Should I nudge her a bit? Dr. Briefs mused. Well, what if she truly likes younger boys? I suppose I should let her make her own choices. Watching his daughter and Luo Lan's retreating figures, he chuckled and continued watering his plants. If Tai Si were to discover her father scheming behind her back, she might very well take a hammer to his laboratory in anger. This marked Luo Lan's second visit to Tai Si's home. Having had a previous experience of staying there, he felt somewhat familiar with the layout. Under Tai Si's guidance, he toured the premises and was then led into her studio. "This is where I write. I usually don't let anyone in here," she said. "I must feel honored." Luo Lan replied with a smile. "Of course. After all, you are going to be the protagonist of my next book," Tai Si said cheerfully, her golden hair cascading over her deep red coat. Once inside the studio, Tai Si enthusiastically shared her creative ideas for her upcoming book. Luo Lan listened with a smile, occasionally offering suggestions on her concepts, and before long, several hours had passed. As dusk fell, the city lights began to illuminate, and the vibrant West City was soon enveloped in a kaleidoscope of neon colors. During dinner, Luo Lan met Tai Si's mother, Mrs. Briefs, and her sister, Bulma. The entire Briefs family possessed striking looks. 8-year-old Bulma already exhibited the potential for beauty, her bright eyes curiously observing Luo Lan as if she had forgotten who he was. Mrs. Briefs was even more enchanting, immediately asking Luo Lan which of her daughters he fancied, joking that if he dated one of them, she would marry her off to him. Remarkably, Dr. Brief showed no irritation at all, joining in the jest. It was only under Tai Si's annoyed shout that this farce came to an end. Dr. and Mrs. Briefs are quite amusing. Perhaps this is their way of life. Luo Lan thought to himself, smiling at Tai Si. What do you think of their proposal? What? Marrying me in the future? Luo Lan said half-jokingly. Tai Si's expression froze. She hadn't anticipated Luo Lan would ask her that, and she momentarily fell into contemplation. When she regained her composure and saw his teasing gaze, she realized she had been tricked and pinched his arm playfully, exclaiming, "You're just adding to the teasing." "I was merely jesting," Luo Lan shrugged. At that moment, Bulma shot a wary look at Luo Lan, declaring, "I need to keep my distance from you," before jumping off her seat and scampering towards the study. "See, even Bulma looks down on you," Luo Lan remarked nonchalantly. "I have no interest in little kids." Tai Si suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. The following morning, the sky was clear and cloudless. After some exercise in the yard, Luo Lan bid farewell to Tai Si and the others and headed towards the Korin Tower. After 4 years, the cat sage should have cultivated several batches of senza beans by now. This time back on Earth, Luo Lan certainly wouldn't miss out on the senza beans. Frankly, he had been consuming them quite voraciously in recent years. The more than 10,000 beans he had initially acquired from the cat sage had dwindled to just 4,000 after using several thousand while searching for the scattered Saiyans and consuming some in the gravity chamber. While that number seemed substantial, in reality, it could hardly withstand his extensive usage. Naturally, simply taking senza beans from the cat sage would not suffice. Without adequate motivation, the cat sage could only produce a limited amount each year. Therefore, besides planning to visit the cat sage, Luo Lan also intended to pay a visit to the god in the temple. Chapter 70, the God of Earth Korin Sacred Land. Upon returning here, Luo Lan's mindset had transformed entirely. The last time he came, he was merely a minor character with a modicum of power, preoccupied with matters concerning planet Vegeta, leaving him no time to truly appreciate his surroundings. Now, several years later, with his enhanced strength, Luo Lan felt unburdened and, as he observed his surroundings, he was struck by a newfound perspective. Before him lay a vast basin, cradled by majestic mountains stretching for hundreds of miles, lush with towering trees meticulously arranged in a seemingly infinite expanse of vibrant green, resembling a rolling sea of life and springtime vitality. Luo Lan quickened his pace against the brisk wind, savoring the sensation of being one with nature without utilizing instant transmission. At that moment, he realized his state of mind had indeed elevated. Soon, a line connecting heaven and earth came into view. The Korin Tower stood before him. A smile graced his lips as he squinted, propelling himself upward. The air around him swirled with fierce winds, parting the fluffy clouds as he ascended, his figure swiftly vanishing into the azure sky. At the summit of Kailinta, the feline sage reclined on a bench, peacefully slumbering, when suddenly a potent aura jolted it awake. The cat sage sprang up, startled to find a diminutive figure before it. "Ah, it's been a while. You seem to be sleeping quite soundly," greeted Roland, addressing the cat sage. Upon recognizing Roland, the cat sage's fur bristled in alarm, its expression morose as it lamented, "What brings you here again?" Roland responded coolly, "What? Am I not welcome?" The cat sage opened its mouth, hesitating to reply. It sensed a flicker of fear. After all, it was this very individual who had previously plundered its stock of celestial beans, forcing it to cultivate them for a prolonged period. Now, with Roland's return, it worried about what he might covet this time. Observing the cat sage's panic-stricken demeanor, Roland mused that he had indeed made it onto the sage's blacklist. However, he was unfazed by this. How many celestial beings have you cultivated over the years? Roland inquired, scanning the surroundings for the cultivation site. The cat sage, on high alert, declared, I shall not part with any more celestial beings. Roland chuckled lightly, asserting, you will willingly cultivate them. The cat sage looked on in confusion. Roland had no intention of elaborating. Instead, he gestured toward the heavens, stating, the two beings above have been observing me for quite some time. They hold the power to determine the future of Earth. Upon hearing this, the cat sage's heart sank, its expression shifting to one of trepidation. It was indeed aware of the celestial beings, the linchpins of stability for the Earth. The fate of the planet hinged upon their well-being, should anything befall them. Chaos would ensue, leaving Earth adrift without guidance. Noticing the cat sage's mounting anxiety, Roland erupted in laughter, seizing the sage and leaping from Kalinta. A gust of wind erupted from beneath their feet as Roland soared upwards. Hey, what are you doing? The cat sage protested, struggling. I mean no harm. I merely wish to propose a collaboration with your celestial beings. Ultimately, the decision rests with you, and I trust you shall act wisely, Roland replied, narrowing his eyes as he accelerated. With a thunderous boom, they pierced a dense storm region, revealing the vast azure sky. In truth, the realm where the celestial beings resided was beyond Earth's dimension, nestled within a subspace. Not far off, a magnificent, hemispherical structure, resplendent in crimson, floated gracefully against the backdrop of the clear sky. The temple's surface was adorned with intricate and eerie patterns, featuring a golden protrusion at its base designed to connect with Kalinta below. Ascending the golden protrusion was a narrow ladder for climbing. However, Roland had no need for such a ladder. With a swift motion, he landed, along with the cat sage, upon the expansive plaza of the temple. There, the celestial being awaited them, leaning on a staff. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The celestial being's aged voice resonated. Feeling a sense of resignation regarding Roland's return, the celestial being had initially hoped that once the latter departed Earth, he would not return. Yet, here he was. Just 4 years later. I know you, celestial being, Roland stated, his gaze calm as he surveyed the elder. The Namekian had aged considerably. The passage of time etched deeply into his features, dulling his once sharp demeanor, resembling a gnarled old tree. Beside the celestial being stood Bobo, the temple's steward, an enigmatic figure cloaked in dark attire reminiscent of an Arab, his lifeless eyes fixated ahead. Child, who exactly are you? The celestial being inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. I am Roland, a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans. Saiyans. The celestial being repeated the name, his wrinkled brow furrowing deeply. The Saiyans were renowned across the cosmos for their martial prowess, once feared for their notorious trade in planets. However, that was a matter of the past. They had since ceased such practices. What brings you to Earth? The celestial being asked, concern evident in his voice. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of exploiting Earth. Frankly, it is an inconspicuous planet within the vast universe. Even if it were to be sold, it wouldn't fetch much. The location of Earth has long been exposed to a cosmic tyrant named Frieza, yet it has remained untouched due to its lack of value, Roland remarked. His expression tinged with disdain, whether for Frieza or for Earth itself. This revelation struck the celestial being with gravity. Learning of Earth's compromised position was undeniably alarming. The cat sage and Bobo shared similar expressions of concern. Then what compels you to visit Earth repeatedly? The celestial being asked, a flicker of worry in his eyes, sensing that something on the planet had captured Roland's interest. Celestial beings. Roland replied straightforwardly, his eyes gleaming. By cosmic standards, Earth is merely a low-level planet, devoid of significant resources, thus generally overlooked by extraterrestrial beings. However, should other beings enter Earth, its defenses would prove inadequate. I have discovered that your celestial beings possess remarkable healing properties, capable of instantaneously mending injuries. Therefore, I propose a trade. I shall offer protection for Earth, and in return, you shall provide a certain quantity of celestial beings annually. What do you think? At this juncture, Roland paused, his piercing gaze fixed upon the celestial being, an imposing aura emanating from him. Chapter 71. The protection accord. Sensing the palpable pressure radiating from Roland, the celestial being's countenance became a tapestry of complex emotions. It was a choice devoid of alternatives. The celestial being recognized that acquiescence was the only viable path, setting aside the distant cosmic entities that may arrive at any moment. This young boy was not one to be dismissed lightly. Moreover, the formidable presence Roland exuded strongly suggested that he would be wise to concede. What criteria determine your classification of planets? The celestial being sighed, seizing the opportunity to delve into cosmic knowledge. According to the energy levels of life forms on a planet, those with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are classified as low-level planets. Those between 1,000 5,000 and 5,000 as mid-level, and those exceeding 5,000 as high-level planets. High-level planets are exceedingly rare within the universe, and mid-level planets are not abundant either. The majority are low-level. What, then, is combat power? Before the celestial being could elaborate further, Roland produced an energy detector from a different dimension and tossed it forth. This is an energy detector, capable of gauging the energy contained within a life form. By pressing the button above, it will automatically identify combat power. Examining the lens-like energy detector in his hand, the celestial being hesitated before pressing the button. Instantly, a series of beeping sounds erupted, and numbers began to materialize on the lens. Aiming the detector at himself, the display promptly revealed the number 280. Your combat power is 280. However, this reflects your typical state. The detector only registers the energy emitted by a being and intelligently infers additional power when weapons are held. Concealed strength remains undetectable, Roland explained. What he conveyed was not difficult to comprehend. The celestial being nodded after listening, slightly amplifying the energy surrounding him, and indeed, the data on the detector changed. However, regardless of the fluctuations, the battle power remained at merely a few hundred. According to the classification method proposed by the Saiyan before him, Earth was merely a low-level planet. A sudden wave of anxiety surged within the celestial being. What if Earth truly caught the attention of extraterrestrial beings? The planet's location had already been exposed, and it was only due to a lack of resources that it had not attracted the scrutiny of cosmic entities. Relying on the indifference of aliens for one's safety was undeniably a foolish notion. After a moment of silence, seemingly weighing the risks and benefits, the celestial being understood the gravity of the situation concerning Earth's survival and proceeded with utmost caution. You just mentioned that if we offer you the sacred beans, we can secure your protection. But do you possess the ability to protect us? The celestial being's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with illumination. Roland paused for a moment, casting a chilling glance toward the celestial being. The penetrating darkness of his gaze sent shivers down the celestial being's spine, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss. Naturally, the Saiyans are a warrior race. I alone am more than capable of safeguarding you. Roland's expression was one of proud confidence. In an instant, a surge of fervent energy erupted forth, akin to a dam bursting, overwhelming the entire temple with a tidal wave of force emanating from Roland. A wall of energy pressed forward, the tranquil sky erupted violently, and the temple began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the energy detector in the celestial being's hand fluctuated erratically, the readings skyrocketing. The values quickly stabilized at 13,700. Experiencing the overwhelming pressure that seemed to solidify in an instant, both the celestial being and the cat sage, Bobo, felt a bone-chilling cold envelop them, as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon them, causing the blood in their veins to stagnate and their complexions to turn pale. Enough. Quickly rein in your aura. The celestial being's expression stiffened, relying on his staff to maintain his balance. Seeing this, Roland nodded with satisfaction and promptly restrained his aura. Now, do you believe in my strength? How terrifying. For years ago, you were not this formidable. Has your growth been so immense in just 4 years? The celestial being and the cat sage gazed at Roland as if he were a monstrous entity, their astonishment deepening. Are all the powerful beings in the universe like you? The celestial being asked with a bitter expression. No, the vast majority of life forms in the universe are still weak. After all, on planets like Earth, with billions of lives, the truly powerful beings are exceedingly rare. The same holds true across the cosmos. The number of strong individuals is naturally limited. My strength is merely average in the universe, not among the elite. True fearsome beings can annihilate a planet with a mere breath or sneeze. I still have a long way to go. Roland humbly shook his head, exhibiting profound modesty. Yet, the implications of his words left the celestial being and others gasping in disbelief, their eyes filled with trepidation. This universe is far too perilous. It is best for Earth to minimize contact with such beings. The celestial being felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Now, back to the main topic. How many sacred beans can you provide in a year? Based on the quantity, the Saiyan clan will determine the extent of our protection. The celestial being's gaze shifted to the cat sage, as only he knew how to cultivate sacred beans. The cat sage swallowed hard. The yield of sacred beans is only a few dozen each year. Even with my utmost efforts, I can only enhance it to 50. This quantity is indeed rather scant. The celestial being furrowed his aged brow. Bobo can assist with the cultivation. If we relocate the planting of the sacred beans from the Korin Tower to the temple, the yield can be significantly increased, Bobo suggested. Together, we can raise the yield to 150 beans, the cat sage added. Though the number remained low, it represented their maximum potential output. Each sacred bean plant typically yielded only 4 or 5 beans, resulting in a modest harvest. If they could gather 150 sacred beans annually, deducting those reserved for seeds, approximately 120 could be retained. I wonder if this amount will suffice? The celestial being inquired. Roland pondered for a moment and replied, "The quantity is indeed limited. However, if you can provide 100 sacred beans each year, I shall agree to protect you. Should any enemies with battle power below 500 enter Earth, I will take it upon myself to eliminate them." 500 battle power? The celestial being furrowed his brow, hesitating. Initially, he believed that by offering sacred beans, the other party would ensure comprehensive protection for Earth. Why was it still deemed insufficient? He thought to himself that a being with a battle power of 1,000 could flatten the entire Earth. 500 was already a considerable threat in the universe. Of course, if you possess other resources, we may also trade, Roland remarked nonchalantly. The celestial being gritted his teeth, resolving to view it as a protective fee. Sacred beans had not proven particularly useful to them thus far. Utilizing them for exchange could be seen as a repurposing of waste. Therefore, the celestial being nodded in agreement. Understood. We will provide 100 sacred beans annually. We request that you protect Earth in times of crisis. Of course, Roland replied with a hearty laugh. After establishing the agreement, Roland did not forget to collect the sacred beans from the cat sage once more. Just then, a distortion rippled through the void of the temple, followed by a brilliant flash of light, and a graceful maiden with a refined aura appeared beside Roland. It was Syphilia. What is this place? Upon her arrival, Syphilia's gaze settled on Roland, the thin air in the temple making her slightly uncomfortable. Who are you? The celestial being and Bobo displayed expressions of caution at the sudden appearance of the beautiful woman, with Roland preceding her and now this captivating lady. The celestial being felt an instinctive concern. Earth was indeed becoming less secure. However, Roland's expression was quite different. Upon recognizing Syphilia's presence, a smile graced his face, knowing she had mastered the instant transmission technique and sought him out. After some time apart, the intensity of Syphilia's energy had grown, and standing before her, Roland felt a subtle pressure. "This is Earth. We are currently situated atop the temple," he said, smiling as he approached Syphilia. "Temple?" She echoed softly, glancing around to confirm the surroundings. A circular plaza adorned with splendid palaces and rows of plants on either side. Her gaze then shifted to the celestial being and the cat sage, releasing an imposing aura. "Namekians." Syphilia nodded slightly upon seeing the celestial being. "Young brother, who is this lady?" The celestial being asked Roland, drenched in sweat. "She is my sister, Syphilia. Let me inform you, her strength surpasses mine." "Ah, I see. No wonder she possesses such formidable energy." Indeed, the universe is filled with powerful beings. The celestial being's eyes widened, his expression tinged with bitterness. Compared to Roland and his sister, his own strength as a celestial being felt almost negligible. Roland then relayed the agreement he had made with the celestial being to Syphilia. Upon hearing it, her eyes gleamed with excitement. She had experienced the wonders of the sacred beans firsthand, realizing that such miraculous items originated from this place. Instantly, her gaze toward Roland transformed into one of admiration. This transaction is undoubtedly worthwhile. Compared to the miraculous fairy beans, providing protection for Earth is an exceedingly simple task. At that moment, a mere communicator will suffice. In times of peril, a simple notification will alert us. Since Roland has already established the agreement, we shall adhere to it. The energy detector can also serve as a communicator. Should an adversary with a battle power below 2,500 arise, one that you cannot contend with, you may use it to contact us, and we will arrive instantaneously. Syphilia pointed to the detector in the hands of the celestial. Upon hearing this, the celestial grasped the detector cautiously, as though handling a fragile artifact, fearing any mishap might cause damage. For this energy detector could prove to be Earth's salvation in critical moments. Observing the celestial's meticulousness, Syphilia smiled. In truth, even without the agreement, the extraordinary nature of the fairy beans would compel her to remain vigilant for Earth. Anyone daring to covet Earth would be akin to robbing her of the fairy beans, and she would not hesitate to crush their skulls. "Roland, I have long heard of the delectable cuisine on Earth. Do take me to sample it," Syphilia remarked, dismissing the celestial's caution with a smile as she approached Roland, her gaze fixed upon him. Roland responded with a beaming smile. "Of course. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied." With that, he glanced at the celestial, and the two leapt from the edge of the temple, swiftly vanishing into the vast sea of clouds. After Roland and Syphilia departed, the celestial stared blankly at the spot from which they vanished, murmuring, "They are truly formidable siblings in their presence. I lack even the courage to resist." Indeed, Their aura was as profound as the ocean, unfathomable in its depth. Particularly that girl, merely a glance sent shivers down one's spine. The cat sage empathized, his fur bristled. After a moment of silence, the celestial suddenly spoke. This could also be an opportunity. The vastness of the universe surpasses our imagination. One never knows when a powerful being might descend upon Earth. As that young man said, Earth is indeed insignificant, and establishing a connection with the Saiyans would serve as a safeguard for our planet. The cat sage narrowed his eyes and nodded. It seems I must cultivate more fairy beings. Thank you for your assistance. Not at all. The celestial gazed contemplatively into the boundless expanse of space, watching distant clouds drift and morph. Today's conversation profoundly impacted him, awakening his awareness of the universe's enormity in the face of powerful extraterrestrial beings. The strength of Earthlings appeared pathetically fragile. Regrettably, the martial arts on Earth continued to decline, with no martial artist having graced the temple for many years. If this persists, the teachings of energy cultivation within the temple may soon vanish. Meanwhile, after Roland and Syphilia left, they returned to the West City, where, under Ty's guidance, they discovered several restaurants renowned for their exquisite cuisine. In a private dining room, the siblings indulged heartily, voraciously consuming the food before them, often. As soon as the dishes were served, they were swiftly devoured. In no time, 2 stacks of plates piled over half a meter high, leaving Ty's wide-eyed, fearing they might topple over. Stirring her juice with a straw, Ty's gazed at Syphilia in awe. Both in appearance and demeanor, Syphilia evoked a sense of self-consciousness in Ty's. While she considered herself charming, she felt overshadowed by Syphilia's beauty, which, while exquisite, lacked a certain boldness in comparison. Living alongside such a stunning woman, it was no wonder Roland seemed indifferent to his own appeal. What are you staring at? Syphilia raised her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Ty's. Ty's replied, I never expected Roland's sister to be so beautiful. Syphilia wiped her mouth and smiled. You are quite lovely as well. Huh, not at all. I pale in comparison to you. Ty's chuckled. You Saiyans certainly have hearty appetites. How can you consume so much and not feel bloated? Roland bit into a pig's trotter, explaining that the needs of a warrior race require immense caloric intake, and these dishes were digested almost instantaneously. Ty's exclaimed, Oh, that is impressive. Syphilia, would you like to stay at my home? I have plenty of rooms. Ty sought to forge a bond with Syphilia, who was 23 years old. While Ty's herself was 20, thus she referred to Syphilia as sister to express familiarity. Syphilia glanced at Roland and replied to Ty's, No. I intend to search for the Dragon Balls on this planet, so I will soon embark on my journey. Searching for Dragon Balls? I have experience. Let me join you. Ty's exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Roland doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Come now. Some Dragon Balls are scattered in inhospitable locations, entirely unsuitable for someone of your stature. Reflect on our previous venture. It wasted so much of my time. Ty's pouted, but I really want to go. Perhaps you should return to writing your novel. Humph. If you don't want me to go, I want tea. Ty sulked, biting her straw and draining her drink in one go. Ultimately, Ty's refrained from accompanying Roland and Syphilia on their quest for the Dragon Balls, not because she genuinely wished to abstain, but rather to avoid presenting herself as an unreasonable, spoiled heiress before Roland's sister. She could not quite comprehend her own motivations. Thus, under Ty's watchful gaze, Roland and Syphilia set forth on their adventure to seek the Dragon Balls. Along the elongated path, they ventured far from West City, with dense trees lining either side. As they progressed further in, the vegetation thickened, and the terrain began to undulate. Suddenly, 2 indistinct figures darted swiftly through the thicket, akin to a gust of wind that appeared and vanished in an instant. Roland, are you certain a Dragon Ball is here? Syphilia surveyed her surroundings, searching for the elusive sphere. Among the lush foliage, vines sprawled and tall trees, over half a meter in diameter, stood erect. These towering giants extended their branches like large umbrellas, shielding them from the sun's rays, with only the occasional beam of light filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Roland nodded, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar for a glance. According to this, the nearest Dragon Ball is indeed here. If we search diligently, we are sure to find it. Syphilia nodded in agreement and moved through the forest. Suddenly, she unleashed a powerful energy wave, severing a tree in half. As she navigated the area, she resembled a bulldozer clearing a path, flattening everything in her wake, causing a cacophony of crashing timber. Abruptly, an orange light glimmered as it fell from the branches above. Seeing this, Syphilia transformed into a flash and vanished. When she reappeared, she held an orange-red glass sphere in her hand. It turned out that the Dragon Ball they sought was concealed within the branches of the tree. Without Syphilia's forceful intervention, it might have remained elusive. This is the Dragon Ball. Syphilia examined the fist-sized glass sphere, its orange-red exterior housing 2 stars within. Remarkably, regardless of the angle, the stars remained clearly visible. Indeed, Roland affirmed, look at the stars inside. This is a 2-star ball. Syphilia nodded and handed the Dragon Ball to Roland, continuing her search to gather all the Dragon Balls as swiftly as possible. There's no need to rush. After all, Saladra planet has been destroyed for countless years, so a little more time won't matter. Sister, since you've made the rare trip to Earth, why don't we explore the vicinity? The cuisine here is quite delectable. Roland suggested with a smile, showing no urgency whatsoever. After pondering for a moment, Syphilia agreed, her stomach growling at the thought of food, despite having just eaten. The next Dragon Ball is located 1,000 kilometers away. Let us avoid instant teleportation and travel light this way. We can also take the opportunity to savor the culinary delights of different regions, Syphilia said, licking her lips, unable to resist the allure of the food. The two quickly reached a consensus and soon took to the skies, flying at a leisurely pace toward the location of the next Dragon Ball. For ordinary Earthlings, the difficulty of locating the Dragon Balls would be immense. However, for Roland and Syphilia, who possessed formidable strength and mastery of instant teleportation, it was a trivial task. With full dedication and aided by the Dragon Ball radar, they could potentially gather them all in less than half a day. Thus, having adjusted their mindset, they no longer prioritized the search for the Dragon Balls, but instead embarked on a delightful journey, pausing in each city to rest and indulge in the local culinary hotspots. Throughout this process, Syphilia felt remarkably relaxed, as if she had not experienced such a carefree existence since the destruction of planet Vegeta. In fact, it had been rare for her to enjoy such leisure even before the planet's demise. In a modest restaurant, Roland and Syphilia were dining heartily. Boss, another portion of grilled meat, and another serving of pig's head, and don't forget your ramen. Bring us everything delicious. Roland called out boisterously to the restaurant owner, who was sweating profusely as he scribbled down the order. Please wait a moment. Your orders will be up shortly, he replied nervously, glancing at the towering stack of plates on their table. Make it quick, Roland urged, his expression serious. The restaurant owner, startled by the mountain of dishes, assured him not to worry and rushed back to the kitchen to hasten the preparation of their meal. Boss, we're running low on ingredients, a chef in the kitchen reported. What? Already? The owner exclaimed in disbelief. The chef sighed, those two aren't ordinary customers. They've consumed enough food to last us 3 days. I've sent someone to fetch more supplies, but the market is quite a distance away. It might take some time, and the customers may grow impatient. The owner was taken aback. Though they were merely a small-town eatery, the principle of customer satisfaction was paramount. If the customers were displeased, it would tarnish their reputation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to explain the situation to Roland and prepare to borrow some ingredients from the hotel across the street. Fortunately, the hotel was understanding and readily agreed to lend him the supplies. Roland was indifferent. As long as the food was delicious, he cared not from which establishment it originated. The owner, sweating profusely and apologizing repeatedly, was urged by Roland to hurry, lest Syphilia's hunger lead to a tempestuous outburst. Sister, look. The owner is clearly intimidated by our appetite, Roland chuckled. Syphilia elegantly dabbed her lips and replied nonchalantly, pay him no mind. This little earth, though seemingly weak, has its merits. Whether it be the Dragon Balls, the sins of beans, or the techniques of energy cultivation, these are rare treasures in the universe. Particularly the food here is simply irresistible. To deem such a planet as inferior is to lack discernment. Such is the folly of a solely combat-centric perspective. Reminiscent of the rigid classifications of warriors on planet Vegeta, one must recognize that even a so-called lowly planet possesses its own unique value. Indeed, Syphilia nodded silently, finishing the remnants of their meal as she sat in contemplation. After a while, a cheerful voice echoed from outside their private room. As the door opened, a girl with deep blue hair struggled to carry a large basket inside. Excuse me, is this your order? I'm an intern from the hotel across the street. Have hotels started employing child labor now? Roland remarked, observing the girl, who appeared no more than 10 years old, her deep blue hair quite striking and her face innocent. The basket she carried was nearly half her size. The blue-haired girl pouted, I'm not a child laborer. That hotel is my family's business. I'm just helping out. Chapter 74, the world's greatest assassin. Roland regarded the somewhat stubborn girl with a smile, allowing her to unpack the food from the basket before bidding her farewell. She bowed politely and exited with the heavy basket. It was commendable for one so young to assist her family. She would surely grow into a remarkable individual. Are you implying something with that remark? Syphilia teased, lifting a large bowl of food before her, her bright eyes glancing at Roland. Not at all. You're reading too much into it, Roland quickly clarified. aware that if Syphilia misconstrued his words as a suggestion of her inadequacy, he would be in for a rough time. Fortunately, Syphilia took no offense. Saiyans were not known for their domesticity. As she savored the food, a blissful smile graced her face. Indeed, a warrior race, a few of them could hardly be expected to be nurturing, Roland mused, watching his beautiful sister indulge in the meal. In July, beneath a cerulean sky unmarred by clouds, deep in the lush mountains, the landscape flourished, with distant hills painted in shades of indigo. As the sun gradually ascended, its gentle rays pierced through the clouds, casting a lovely cherry-red hue upon the pristine white clouds, imbued with the vibrancy of life. On a winding mountain road, a vehicle sped along the rugged terrain. The driver, wearing a hat, gripped the steering wheel tightly while glancing back intermittently. "Boss, we've escaped here. He shouldn't be able to follow us, right?" A masked man in the back seat asked, clutching a gun. The driver, referred to as Boss, cast a nervous glance in the rearview mirror. "Be quiet. That man is the world's greatest assassin. No one has ever escaped his gaze. We must distance ourselves from populated areas and seek refuge in a remote town. I refuse to believe he can find us there." "Okay," the masked man nodded. But just then, a stone pillar suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the road, sending plumes of dust into the air. The driver, seeing this, abruptly swerved the wheel and slammed on the brakes. With a thunderous crash, the car collided with the rock wall, flipping over. As they crawled out of the wreckage, cursing under their breath, a gaunt figure emerged from the smoke, with sharp, hollow cheeks that stood out starkly. Upon seeing this figure, the faces of both men paled, their lips trembling in fear. "The world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Knowing it is me, one should understand that no prey under my watch can escape." The gaunt man's cold voice sent chills down the spine as he twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. He was clad in a distinctive ensemble, tight black trousers and a matching top, over which he wore a pink coat emblazoned with a large, blood-red character for kill, evoking a sense of dread. This was none other than the infamous assassin, Tao Bai Bai, renowned as the world's foremost killer, a peerless master whose targets invariably succumb to death. "Please, spare us. We truly do not wish to die." The trembling voices of the two men revealed their utter lack of courage to resist Tao Bai Bai. With a chilling gaze, he lowered his eyelids and replied, "No, this is the employer's command. You both must die. In that case, I shall fight you." The hat-wearing boss, sensing that pleading was futile, drew a pistol and aimed it at Tao Bai Bai. Bang, bang, bang. The gun spat fire, bullets racing toward Tao Bai Bai. He regarded the oncoming projectiles with disdain, his body swiftly evading their trajectories, and in an instant, he stood before the two men. With a mere flick of his finger, he touched their foreheads, and blood erupted, leaving gruesome holes behind. Casting a glance at the lifeless forms, Tao Bai Bai disdainfully remarked, "Fools, to think you could resist me. Tao Bai Bai is pure folly. If I were so easily defeated, I would not hold the title of the world's greatest assassin." After rummaging through their belongings, he marked their faces off his hit list and approached a stone pillar embedded in the road. He hefted it, preparing to launch it towards his next destination. For Tao Bai Bai, no vehicle could rival the ease with which he could hurl a stone pillar, his own means of traversing the world. At that moment, disturbed by the recent collision, the steep rock shifted slightly, and an orange-red glass ball rolled from a crevice, landing fortuitously at Tao Bai Bai's feet. "What is this?" He picked up the glass orb, examining it, and noticed it contained 4 bright red stars. Intrigued, he tucked it into his pocket. With a whoosh, a 30-centimeter thick stone pillar shot skyward. Tao Bai Bai propelled himself upward, using his aerial technique to catch up with the swiftly ascending pillar, and soon, he stood atop it, disappearing into the vast sky. Unbeknownst to him, as he advanced towards his next target, 2 of the most fearsome beings on Earth had already set their sights on the orb he had just collected, approaching with alarming speed. The Dragon Ball continued its rapid movement. Syphilia glanced at the radar displaying the Dragon Ball's swift trajectory. It seemed someone had already acquired it. "Then we must hasten," she declared. In her eyes, the Dragon Ball was rightfully hers. Any who dared to claim it would face her wrath. For this battle-hardened warrior, eliminating the opposition was the simplest course of action. "Let us proceed," Roland remarked, observing Syphilia's somewhat frosty demeanor. Although their speed was not remarkable, they quickly closed the distance. Chapter 75. Tao Bai Bai in the clear sky, a stone pillar soared like a missile, with a man standing atop it, clad in a pink vest, his long braid trailing behind him, and a gaunt face that inspired little warmth, marked by a red character for kill on his chest. Roland narrowed his eyes. Having deduced the identity of the individual from his distinctive attire, the world-renowned assassin, Tao Bai Bai, a Dragon Ball was indeed in his possession. While Roland continued to observe, Syphilia wasted no time. unleashing a fierce gust that sliced through the air, an ear-piercing sound accompanying a surge of energy that struck the stone pillar beneath Tao Bai. Unprepared for this assault, Tao Bai was caught off guard as the pillar shattered into dust beneath him. Plummeting from the sky, he adeptly adjusted his posture mid-fall, avoiding a fatal landing. Fortunately, his formidable skills saved him. Had a lesser warrior experienced such a drop, they would surely have met a grim fate. Who dares to attack me, Tao Bai? His face contorted in fury, a palpable malice emanating from him. Before him stood a man and a woman, the woman tall and poised, exuding a calm aura, seemingly around 17 or 18, while the boy beside her was easily overlooked. These two were, of course, Roland and his sister Safiria. Safiria cast a brief look of surprise at Tao Bai, which swiftly transformed into disdain. His aura was indeed potent, yet it was a mere reflection of Earth's martial prowess. Roland nodded. His name is Tao Bai, the #1 assassin on Earth. In terms of strength, he ranks among the top 4 martial artists. At this juncture, the martial world was sparse in talent, with the strongest being representatives of the Crane School and the Turtle School, the latter epitomized by Master Roshi and Gohan, while the Crane School was personified by Master Shin and Tao Bai. Other factions, such as the Dorian Temple and the Guardians of the Kalen Sanctuary, were deemed inconsequential. Safiria nodded slightly, still unimpressed by Tao Bai. To put it bluntly, she could easily overwhelm him with just a fraction of her power. On the other hand, Tao Bai glared at Safiria with murderous intent. Despite being momentarily captivated by her beauty, as a ruthless assassin, he would not let her appearance soften his resolve. You destroyed my pillar, did you not? You possess some skill. May I inquire about your teacher? Safiria, disinterested in conversing with a weakling. Cut to the chase. Hand over the Dragon Ball, and I may spare your life. Tao Bai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes blazing with fury as he coldly retorted. Such audacity. You dare speak to me in this manner? It seems I must teach you a lesson. Before he could finish, Safiria had already lost interest in his words. With an indifferent glance, she regarded him as one might regard a corpse, and unleashed an attack. Given Safiria's power, even a casual strike would be insurmountable for an Earthling. As expected, Tao Bai was utterly incapable of withstanding her assault. The impact struck him like a thunderbolt. What? His expression shifted drastically as the attack approached. With a resounding crash, Tao Bai was propelled backward, smashing through several half-meter-wide trees before skidding along the ground for dozens of meters, leaving a conspicuous trail. Now, Tao Bai lay before a large tree, his body racked with the agony of shattered bones, unable to utter a word. His eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Safiria. Impossible. When did such a terrifying figure emerge in the martial world? Peach Bai was devastated, his spirit suffering a tremendous blow. Perhaps it was due to his long-standing position at the pinnacle of martial prowess. He found it hard to believe that he could be so effortlessly defeated. With a look of horror, he gazed at Safiria. Her dark, indifferent eyes instilled fear within him. And the potent aura of lethal intent emanating from her was something he could scarcely match. His expression fluctuated between despair and confusion after a moment's internal struggle. He suddenly dropped to his knees, hands pressed against the ground, bowing to Safiria. My lady, I beg your forgiveness for my previous offense. I swear I shall not repeat my mistakes. Please, hand over the Dragon Ball you possess. Yes, I will give you the Dragon Ball right away. Although he had no understanding of what the Dragon Ball was, Peach Bai readily acquiesced. Safiria regarded him coldly, approaching his side. At that moment, a sinister smirk appeared at the corner of Peach Bai's mouth as he suddenly produced a bomb from his pocket and hurled it toward Safiria. Die. Humph. Safiria's eyes suddenly blazed with a fierce killing intent, but before she could act, Roland, who had been standing nearby, was already in motion. He swiftly stepped forward, placing himself between Peach Bai and Safiria, crushing the bomb in one hand while pointing a finger at Peach Bai. A sharp energy beam shot forth from his fingertip, targeting Peach Bai's forehead. With a piercing sound, the energy beam penetrated his forehead, instantly obliterating his brain. Peach Bai stared incredulously at Roland, his expression frozen in shock, before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness. The world's #1 assassin, Peach Bai, met his demise at Roland's hands. Foolish. Roland's expression remained cold, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Familiar with the original narrative, Roland knew full well how despicable Peach Bai was. In the original story, when he encountered Sun Wukong, who had returned from training at Karin Tower, he had shamelessly knelt and begged for mercy to save his own life, only to later attempt a treacherous ambush when he thought he saw an opportunity, which ultimately led to his death at Sun Wukong's hands. The evidence clearly illustrated that Peach Bai was a thoroughly insidious character, unworthy of trust. As expected, he chose to launch a sneak attack when Safiria approached, but he could never have anticipated that his cunning would pose no threat to her safety. as Saphiria's brother. Roland could not allow a despicable scoundrel to ambush his sister, prompting him to act decisively. You need not intervene, Saphiria said calmly. Sometimes, I wish to protect you as well. There's no need for that, Saphiria replied, shaking her head. Roland observed Saphiria's aloof and proud demeanor and merely shrugged. He searched Peach by Bai's pockets and retrieved an orange-red Dragon Ball adorned with 4 stars. It's the 4-star ball. This Dragon Ball should have belonged to Gohan. But due to the previous wish, it had been scattered across the world. Roland examined the 4-star ball for a moment before stowing it away. Chapter 76. Sun Wukong days later. On an island surrounded by shimmering waves, the sea breeze danced around them. The picturesque coastal scenery lay before their eyes, with seagulls gliding gracefully above the water, embodying a scene of vibrant harmony. On this island, Roland and his companions found the last Dragon Ball. As the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, a resonant hum filled the air, accompanied by a sound akin to a dragon's roar, as the Dragon Balls radiated a dazzling golden light. Can we summon the dragon now? Saphiria looked at Roland. Roland nodded in affirmation, placing the 7 Dragon Balls together before stepping back a few paces with Saphiria, shouting toward the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, dragon," as his words echoed. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, transforming the once bright blue sky into an ominous black, as if doomsday was upon them. Boom! The 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a brilliant, blinding golden light, and at that moment, the sound of thunder roared, growing ever more intense, resembling the thunderous charge of a vast army. Boom! The golden flashes intertwined with the thunder in the sky. A rich radiance burst forth from the Dragon Balls, gradually coalescing into the form of the divine dragon high above. It was Saphiria's first time summoning the dragon, and she was taken aback by the spectacle, asking, "Is the dragon always summoned like this?" "Indeed, it feels like the end of the world," Roland replied with calm composure, having gone through a Dragon Ball summoning before. Unlike Saphiria, who was awestruck by the grandeur of the scene. "Yes," Saphiria said, her gaze sincere and her brow slightly furrowed with excitement. Such an apocalyptic sight was indeed a rare experience. After a moment, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the golden light transformed into a long, green dragon, its hundreds of meters long body hovering in the sky, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The dragon coiled high above, lowering its head to gaze at the siblings below. "Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wishes." "Sister, you should make your wish." Roland chuckled, urging Saphiria to approach the dragon. Saphiria nodded, inhaling deeply before addressing the dragon. "Dragon, please restore the planet Salada in the distant starry sky to a state suitable for life." She looked on with anticipation, feeling a rare moment of tension. "Restoring Salada, is it? That is indeed a very distant place." The dragon's blood-red eyes scrutinized below, its voice reverberating with authority. "Is it impossible?" Saphiria frowned. The dragon replied, "No, this wish can be realized, but it will take some time. Please be patient." The power of the Earth's dragon, after all, could not compare to that of the Namekian dragon Purunga. Restoring the distant planet Salada would require a significant amount of time for the dragon's will to manifest. With the dragon's eyes glowing red, the divine will contained within the Dragon Balls reached out towards the distant stars. If someone were to be present at the original location of Salada, they would witness the small asteroids floating in the deep void begin to converge towards the center as if compelled by an unseen force. Based on the planet they had once encountered, the planet's volume expanded, and under the influence of the dragon's will, it miraculously regained vitality. Rich life energy began to emanate. With forests and oceans appearing, vegetation rapidly growing to cover the barren sands and desolate wastelands, replaced by fertile grasslands, as various wild flora and fauna began to evolve, each second feeling like an eternity. When the dragon's will had completed its transformation, a vibrant blue planet teeming with life emerged. "Done. Your wish has been fulfilled. Salada has been restored?" Saphiria asked in astonishment. "Indeed," the dragon's thunderous voice echoed. "Human, your wish has been granted. Farewell." The dragon appeared swiftly and departed just as quickly. After fulfilling the wish, it transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, their radiant points of light swirling in the sky for a moment before preparing to scatter across the world. At that moment, Roland, with the keen eyes of a hawk, caught sight of the 4-star ball in the sky, abruptly leaping up to catch it just before the Dragon Balls dispersed. Upon opening it, the Dragon Ball had transformed into a stone the size of a fist, awaiting the conclusion of a year-long recovery period before it could revert to its original form. Saphiria, observing Roland's actions, inquired in astonishment, "What are you doing?" Roland replied, "This Dragon Ball originally belonged to an elderly man, and I intend to return it to him. By the way, there is a Saiyan who has been adopted by him and is wandering on Earth." This revelation took Saphiria by surprise. Were there other Saiyans on Earth? Roland nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is a low-class warrior, but the environment of Earth will forge him into a formidable fighter. After being adopted by Son Gohan, Son Goku had sustained a head injury, transforming into a pure-hearted child with a childlike spirit. Under the guidance of martial arts masters such as Son Gohan, Master Roshi, Cat Hermit, King Kai, and others, he would continue to grow and ultimately become a superlative warrior, renowned throughout the universe. Son Goku's continual enhancement was attributed not only to the Saiyan blood coursing through him, but also to the invaluable mentorship and his unwavering dedication to martial arts. Saphira, believing Roland possessed the ability to foresee the future, was intrigued and asked, how strong can a low-class warrior become? Could he possibly surpass us? Even if he grew stronger, could he rival their prowess? Saphira held firm confidence in her own abilities, knowing that she and her brother possessed the deepest martial arts knowledge on Earth. Roland regarded her solemnly, articulating, unless unforeseen events occur, that individual is destined to become a Super Saiyan. Saphira's expression abruptly shifted. Are you serious? Roland affirmed, certainly. He is a Saiyan warrior who thrives on adversity. Earth is the most conducive environment for his development. Saphira smiled. I am beginning to take an interest in him. What is his name? The Saiyan's name is Kakarot, but he is known on Earth as Son Goku. Chapter 77. Steam Bun Mountain. At the moment Roland and his companions summoned the Eternal Dragon, the Supreme Kai in his temple had already taken note of the situation below. However, upon realizing that the summoners were Roland and his group, he wisely chose not to intervene, understanding that whatever they intended to do was beyond his capacity to thwart. Rather than antagonizing them, it was preferable to allow them to proceed unimpeded. After all, this was not the first time Roland had summoned the Eternal Dragon, and it was unlikely he would wish for anything malevolent. Alas, such is the plight of the weak, that even Earth requires the protection of others. As night fell, a gentle mist enveloped the air. By the time dinner concluded, darkness had set in. Near the domain of Steam Bun Mountain, the mountains rose and fell, forming steep and treacherous peaks. Continuing onward, the lush vegetation thickened, and the forest echoed with the occasional growl of wild beasts. Roland and Saphira arrived in the vicinity of Steam Bun Mountain, casually selecting a flat area, from which they retrieved a capsule house from their multi-purpose capsule. The previous one had been destroyed on planet Adrat, and this new one was purchased upon Roland's arrival on Earth. The dwelling of Son Goku and Son Gohan was not far from here. They would reach it by crossing the mountain ridge. But they decided to wait until the following morning to make the trek. Roland pointed in the direction of Son Gohan's secluded residence. Saphira nodded in acknowledgement, furrowing her brow as she felt somewhat greasy, prompting her to prepare for a bath. Upon entering the bathroom and filling the tub with warm water, as Saphira applied body wash and was halfway through her bath, Roland stealthily entered the bathroom. Noticing him, Saphira playfully asked if he would like to join her. She immediately shot him a disapproving glance, covering her body with her hands, nimbly turning away, her tail striking Roland as she pushed him out of the bathroom. Roland, do not come in while I am bathing. Otherwise, I shall strike you, Saphira warned, closing the bathroom door firmly, the sound of running water echoing from within. Roland stood at the door, listening to the water's flow, shaking his head in regret, pondering the fundamental trust that seemed absent between them. Perhaps I should return to my training, he concluded, casting aside distracting thoughts. In the open space outside, Roland floated, gradually absorbing the essence of his training. The Supreme Kai's memories of martial arts were ingrained in his mind. Although Earth's techniques could not compare to those of King Kai, they still offered valuable insights at this stage. With a keen aptitude for learning, Roland began to unravel the subtleties of these techniques, striving to transform them into his own and innovate further. Unbeknownst to him, Roland's thoughts delved deeper, meticulously sorting through the martial arts knowledge in his mind and refining it. As night deepened, a light fog began to rise in the mountains, droplets of water forming on the leaves. At this moment, Saphira emerged from the bath, clad in a simple nightgown, holding a bottle of milk, watching Roland train in the gentle breeze. In this remote mountain forest, with only her brother by her side, there was no presence of a third person. Sipping her milk, Saphira leaned back against the house, her sparkling eyes quietly observing Roland. With his rate of progress, he might surpass me in a few years. Surpassing me is not so easy, she mused, taking a hearty sip of her milk. She retrieved her gravity training chamber and donned a fresh battle suit, preparing to train within. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the distant peaks, echoing like a dragon's cry, deafening in the stillness of the night. The entire forest trembled in response. The wild beasts within the mountains became agitated, and a flock of birds took flight, soaring over the treetops. Saphira turned her gaze towards the other side of the mountain. Is that the cry of the great ape? It emanated from the direction of Steam Bun Mountain, where there was also a considerable energy signature. Is it a full moon today? Roland approached Safiria. Safiria closed her eyes, not gazing at the moon above, but her tail reacted as if stimulated, the brown fur bristling. Indeed, my tail is responding. It is indeed a full moon. Saiyans undergo cellular mutation when exposed to the moonlight during a full moon, but as long as they do not look at the moon, they will not transform into great apes. Roland stated, it seems Son Goku has transformed into a great ape. We must hurry to check it out. All right, Safiria nodded. And the two swiftly tidied up before heading towards Steamed Bun Mountain. Upon their arrival, they witnessed a towering great ape, over 20 meters tall, wreaking havoc. The serene forest had been reduced to ruins. Opposing the great ape stood an elderly man with white hair, wielding a long red staff as he engaged the creature in combat. This elderly man was none other than Son Goku's grandfather, Son Gohan, a master of profound martial arts. Clearly, the great ape formed by Son Goku was no match for Son Gohan at this moment, as many of its attacks were deflected by the old man wielding his staff. However, as the battle progressed, Son Gohan's age began to take its toll on his stamina, forcing him to maneuver defensively to prevent the great ape from causing further destruction. Kamehameha. After gathering his strength, Son Gohan unleashed his ultimate technique. A brilliant blue energy wave erupted from his palms, directed at the rampaging great ape in the distance. Roar. Faced with the onslaught, the giant ape transformed by Son Wukong grew increasingly enraged, thumping its chest mightily while letting out a furious roar at the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Son Gohan. A blinding light suddenly erupted, and an energy blast shot forth from the ape's gaping maw. With a thunderous crash, the energy beam collided with Son Gohan's Kamehameha, scattering energy in chaotic torrents. Staggering back, Son Gohan found himself retreating, his once youthful face now devoid of color. Wukong, please awaken. It is your grandfather. Son Gohan cried out, but Son Wukong in that moment was utterly bereft of reason, his blood-red eyes fixed on Son Gohan for an extended duration, radiating a menacing aura of impending violence. A brutal attack came forth once more, and with a sigh, Son Gohan could only continue evading. Even the mightiest Kamehameha was unable to halt the rampaging giant ape, leaving Son Gohan with no alternative. For Earthlings, with a combat power barely exceeding 100, the efficacy of the Kamehameha wave was severely limited, given its lengthy charge time and substantial energy expenditure, rendering it difficult to gain an advantage in actual combat. The effectiveness of physical combat far surpassed that of energy blasts, leading martial artists to often rely on their fists and feet in battle. Chapter 78. Son Gohan and his ancestor. This giant ape possessed a combat strength of merely over 100, a rarity even among lowly Saiyans on planet Vegeta. Safiria widened her eyes in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Son Wukong's monstrous form. Greatness often arises from humble beginnings. It is precisely because Son Wukong started from a low point that he could progressively grasp earthly martial arts, thereby laying a solid foundation for mastering more profound martial disciplines. Said Roland nonchalantly. Had Son Wukong been born powerful, he might not have systematically learned the essence of martial arts from Son Gohan and the Turtle Hermit. Safiria nodded thoughtfully, then turned her gaze forward, noticing that the elder was nearing his limit. I shall assist him, she declared. Roland realized that even without their help, Son Gohan was unlikely to face any significant peril. True danger awaited him during the subsequent encounters with Son Wukong's transformation into a giant ape. With a swift motion, Roland closed his eyes and approached the giant ape, pinpointing its location solely by sensing its aura. He raised his hand delicately and struck out as if swatting a fly, unleashing a howling gale as an overwhelming wall of energy surged forth. It is worth noting that Roland's combat power far exceeded that of Son Wukong at this moment, and even a casual attack would be beyond the endurance of a giant ape with such meager strength. The giant ape emitted a pained, anguished roar as its massive form, towering over 20 meters, was sent hurtling away by Roland's strike. As the ape crashed to the ground, Roland swiftly advanced and delivered a kick to its head. With a resounding thud, the giant ape let out a cry of despair and promptly lost consciousness. Exhausted, Son Gohan stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Just as he regained his wits, he noticed two individuals approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of the boys as the one he had encountered for years prior. It's you, Son Gohan exclaimed, surprise flickering across his aged features. He then noticed the tail behind Safiria, realizing that both were kin of Wukong. Good to see you again, sir, Roland said, his tone respectful, though not overly formal, as he addressed the amiable elder. Young brother, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Safiria nodded slightly, glancing at the distant giant ape. In the future, ensure he does not gaze at the moon during a full moon. Lowly Saiyans lose their reason upon seeing the moon and transform into giant apes. Ah, I see, Son Gohan acknowledged, committing Safiria's words to memory. It was his first experience witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, and he had previously been unaware of the brutal side concealed within his obedient grandson. Subsequently, Son Gohan invited Roland and Saphira into his humble abode, preparing hot tea to welcome them. "Is Wukong going to be all right?" he inquired. "No worries, he merely fainted. When he awakens, he won't remember tonight's events. Just be cautious in the future. If he transforms again, severing his tail will revert him to his human form," Roland advised, suddenly struck by a thought. He took a sip of tea and regarded Son Gohan. "You should learn to fly. Had we not rushed here, you might have been in danger." "Flying technique?" Son Gohan mused, initially associating it with the signature martial art of the Crane School, which belonged to a different sect. Roland observed Son Gohan's expression and replied, "Flying techniques aren't limited to the sky dance. Even if it were, why shouldn't you learn it?" The notion of a school's exclusivity struck Roland as absurd. Both the Kamehameha and flight techniques were universal combat methods across the cosmos. It was merely that Earth had yet to evolve to the point where everyone could unleash a Kamehameha, thus relegating it to the status of a unique skill of a particular school, and the same applied to the sky dance. In fact, this narrow-minded approach severely hindered the development of martial arts on Earth. Son Gohan, lacking exposure to the broader context beyond Earth, found it challenging to grasp Roland's sentiments. Yet he sensed the validity in his words. "By the way, I have something for you," Roland said, retrieving a stone-like Dragon Ball from the dimensional space and tossing it to Son Gohan. "What is this?" Son Gohan inquired curiously. "It is the 4-star Dragon Ball you gifted me, which has turned to stone after use. It will likely revert to its original form in about a year," Roland explained. Son Gohan had long since forgotten about the Dragon Balls. Hearing Roland mention it, he placed the 4-star ball on a nearby altar. Later, Son Gohan inquired further about Sun Wukong, recounting the circumstances of finding him. Roland and Saphira briefly outlined the events on planet Vegeta, and upon learning that Sun Wukong was likely sent to Earth for refuge by his parents, Son Gohan felt a deep appreciation for familial bonds and expressed his desire to care for Sun Wukong diligently. Roland and Saphira had no intention of taking Sun Wukong away. They shared smiles and settled in to rest at Son Gohan's home. The following day, at the break of dawn, a bewildered Sun Wukong stumbled through the door, rubbing his head. "Grandpa, my head hurts. It feels like there's a huge bump." Upon seeing Roland, curiosity flickered in his eyes. "Oh, there are other people at home." "Ah, a monster," Sun Wukong exclaimed, startled by Saphira's distinct physical traits. "Monsters are so scary. Their bottoms are on their chests." Son Gohan chastised firmly, "Wukong, that is impolite. This is young brother Roland and Miss Saphira. Miss Saphira is a girl, so she looks different from us." Son Wukong's eyes widened in realization. "So, this is what a girl looks like. How strange, their bottoms are on their chests." Roland chuckled, glancing teasingly at Saphira, who regarded him with an unyielding expression, her eyes gleaming with intensity. "Son Wukong is somewhat lacking in common knowledge," Roland remarked. Son Gohan explained, "It's because it has been just the two of us living on Bowsy Mountain. While I have taught him some common sense, he often struggles to remember." Saphira looked at Son Wukong's innocent eyes and nodded subtly, recognizing that his sincere gaze shone brighter than Roland's. With such a pure heart, it was no wonder he would become an outstanding warrior in the future. For the elite among the Saiyans of the future, Saphira harbors immense tolerance. Even when Goku's words may have been somewhat offensive, she forgives him due to his innocent nature, believing instead that he possesses a pure heart. Had it been Roland who spoke thus, he would have likely responded with far less courtesy. Chapter 79. Clothes make the man take good care of him. "This young lad has an immeasurable future ahead," Roland remarked to Gohan as he prepared to leave. Gohan was taken aback, gently ruffling Goku's hair. "Of course. Goku is quite endearing. I shall impart everything I have learned to him." He mused about studying flight techniques, thinking that next time they encounter Goku in his grade 8 form, it might save his life. As they parted, Roland casually mentioned, "I hope you remember my words." Gohan nodded, though it was unclear if he truly took them to heart. Having fulfilled his obligations, Roland turned and departed with Saphira from the peaceful Bowsy Mountain. On their way down the mountain, Saphira expressed, "I am beginning to believe that Goku will indeed become a Super Saiyan." Although our interaction was brief, I discerned that his mindset is entirely different from ours. "It is remarkably tranquil, isn't it?" "Indeed," Saphira nodded, recognizing that such a sincere and innocent disposition is well suited for Earth's martial arts. "However, we must not concede. Your prophecy of Goku becoming a Super Saiyan implies that the legend is not without merit. As long as Super Saiyans truly exist, I shall strive tirelessly toward that objective." "Then let us endeavor together," Roland replied, taking Saphira's hand and smiling brightly. "Absolutely." Saphira's eyes gleamed with determination. Previously, she had been uncertain about the existence of Super Saiyans, never contemplating it. But now that it has been validated, she refuses to remain stagnant at the ordinary Saiyan level. This situation is akin to scientific exploration. When technology reaches its pinnacle, the most formidable challenge is not technical or personnel-related, but the absence of a definitive conclusion, leaving one unaware of whether the path is viable. Perhaps, after generations of toil and decades of dedication, one might discover that the journey was ultimately futile, which is the true tragedy. Yet, the consolation lies in the fact that scientific inquiry is a process of trial and error. Although failures cannot amend the regrets of those involved, they can serve as warnings to future generations, preventing the repetition of similar mistakes. Observing Sophilia's spirited demeanor, Roland paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. With her formidable talent, she may indeed become a Super Saiyan. Goku has been encountered. Now we must prepare to leave Earth. Prior to our departure, we should stock up on Earth's delectable provisions, for once we leave, such exquisite food will be unattainable. Sophilia nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of preparation. Additionally, we must renovate the gravity chamber. The previous gravity ship was entrusted to Hertz, and we currently possess only a training room with 50 times Earth's gravity, which is rather inconvenient. I have already tasked Ty's father with this. It should be completed in a few weeks. The new gravity chamber is expected to reach 100 times gravity, adequate for training below 100,000 battle power. Roland set a grand ambition for himself, with the initial goal of overcoming the 100 times gravity threshold. You can handle the arrangements, Sophilia expressed her unwavering trust in Roland. He laughed, then took to the skies, soaring toward West City. Upon returning to Ty's home, Mrs. Briefs warmly welcomed Sophilia. After a graceful nod to the Briefs family, Sophilia began her training in the gravity chamber. Sister Sophilia has such a cool demeanor, Ty's remarked with sparkling eyes. Roland chuckled in agreement, then inquired about her new novel. Ty's, with a conflicted expression, admitted to being stuck in her writing. Roland was momentarily speechless. It seemed her new novel was destined for failure even before it began. Ty's huffed in displeasure and hurried back to her studio to continue writing. Roland watched her elegant silhouette depart, lamenting, a struggling author will always remain a struggling author. Visiting Dr. Briefs, he observed the doctor diligently constructing the gravity device, with young Bulma assisting. In about a week, the gravity chamber should be finished, Dr. Briefs said, taking a drag from his cigarette. I've heard you Saiyans are quite formidable. Roland replied, we possess some strength, but we are far from true masters. Dr. Briefs inhaled deeply, perplexed by their pursuits. By the way, please spend more time with Ty's. My daughter seems somewhat obsessed with her writing, constantly seeking inspiration outdoors. What if something were to happen? She assured me she would contact me if she left Earth. Consider it done, Roland assured him. Dad, how should we lay out this pipe? Young Bulma called out, prompting Dr. Briefs to nod at Roland before he joined Bulma in her task. Days passed, and the new gravity chamber was nearing completion. On this particular day, Sophilia continued her training in the original gravity chamber, while Roland, after a brief workout, took Ty's, who had emerged from her studio for a breath of fresh air, to a large shopping mall. Roland, do you need to buy anything else? You've already explored every restaurant in West City these past few days, Ty's remarked, donning dark sunglasses. Her delicate features enhanced by a hint of makeup, making her appear even more radiant. Roland led Ty's to a women-esque clothing store, prompting her surprise. Who are you buying clothes for? For Sophilia, Roland replied. Don't you think it's rather dull for her to wear the same battle outfit every day? A beautiful woman should possess a variety of styles. I know she wouldn't come herself, so I thought you could help me choose. Ty's eyes lit up, haha. You chose wisely, my taste is quite refined. The saying goes, clothes make the man, and indeed, attire can significantly enhance a person's allure. Although Sophilia's white battle attire is more ornate than the one from her time on planet Vegeta, its monotonous design fails to highlight her beauty. Even Ty's found it regrettable that such a stunning girl was overshadowed by her choice of clothing. Roland, what do you think of this one? Ty's pointed to a purple military-style outfit displayed on a mannequin, after selecting several options. Roland glanced at it. It was a full-length coat resembling a military uniform, adorned with gold trim, epaulettes, and cuffs, paired with a deep red shirt and a white bow tie, exuding an air of cold elegance. Imagining Sophilia adorned in this ensemble, he couldn't help but nod in approval. This one is simply perfect, right? Ty's eyes curved into crescent moons. Once Sophilia dons this outfit, her graceful and ethereal charm will be brilliantly revealed. Chapter 80. The New Generation. 1. What is this? When Roland handed the various bags to Sophilia, her eyes brimmed with astonishment. These are the garments I purchased for you. Try them on, Roland urged. Safiria glanced into the bags and, under Roland's insistence, began to try them on. When she donned the purple trench coat he had chosen with Ty's assistance, Roland's eyes sparkled with awe, captivated by her beauty. The perfectly fitting attire accentuated her tall, slender figure, exuding an alluring charm. Safiria inquired, "It fits splendidly, but it may not be practical for combat. The material is rather delicate. By the way, how did you know my measurements?" "I can roughly gauge your figure," Roland replied. "It seems I have suffered quite a disadvantage during our sparring sessions." Safiria's expression shifted momentarily, though she did not express anger. She stored the garments in her versatile capsule and declared, "Come now, let me see how much you have progressed during this time." Roland replied, "Perhaps not. I fear I might damage this exquisite outfit. I will control my strength to avoid harming the clothing," Safiria asserted confidently before swiftly moving beside Roland. With a firm grip on his shoulder, she led him to an open, deserted area. Aware that a confrontation with Safiria was inevitable, Roland wrapped his tail around her. Inhaling the subtle, pleasant fragrance that lingered around her, with a swift tap on his head, Safiria remarked, "Remove your face from my chest." "No. I enjoy the scent that envelopes you," he retorted. "Then continue to breathe it in. Soon enough, you will find it uncomfortable," she warned. Yet her demeanor suggested a growing familiarity with his proximity, perhaps due to their frequent encounters. Sometimes, what becomes routine can be quite alarming. On Kashyyyk, as the dawn's light crested the horizon, the sky began to illuminate with a soft glow. Warm rays filtered through the clouds, casting scattered patches of light upon the ground. A new day commenced. Over the past few years, the more than 200 Saiyans relocated by Roland to Kashyyyk had acclimatized to their new existence, their numbers swelling to 240. This increase was primarily due to a recent wave of Saiyan adolescents reaching adulthood, leading to unions under Hertz's guidance. Even Hertz himself welcomed a pair of children with his wife, Asita. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and a plume of smoke erupted from a lush primal forest as a series of violent explosions followed. Upon closer inspection, 3 young Saiyans were engaged in battle against a colossal beast adorned with 3 horns. Towering over 30 meters, its long neck protruded above the treetops. Before this colossal creature, the trio of Saiyans appeared diminutive, yet they pressed on with fervent attacks, the beast letting out a pained howl, its deep growls reverberating through the forest. With a swift motion, 2 figures arrived before the beast's head, channeling energy for their assault. In an instant, a straight energy beam sliced through the air with a hissing sound, striking the creature's eye, eliciting a series of anguished cries as it thrashed violently, its massive body causing the ground to quake. At that moment, another Saiyan flew in, wielding a thin energy blade. With a swift slash, the blade cleaved through the beast's neck, sparks flying as it struck the creature's tough hide, blood gushing forth. The horned beast emitted a heart-rending wail before collapsing, its immense form crashing down and toppling numerous sturdy trees. "By it, cuss, Shatter, you have passed your assessment," a clear voice announced. A girl clad in battle attire from the days of Vegeta stood atop a great tree, observing them. The trio of Saiyans looked on in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the girl. "Miss Nalis." Nalis nodded. "You have excellently completed the task assigned by our kin. You may now seek out Calm, who will teach you the fundamentals of energy." By it held his breath, excitement evident on his face. "Miss Nalis, can we now learn energy techniques?" Nalis affirmed, "Indeed, all who pass the assessment are eligible to learn. Energy is an intricate discipline. It is essential to study diligently, as it can significantly enhance your combat prowess. Now go and inform the others at the base to retrieve this beast." "Wonderful. We understand." The 3 young Saiyans exclaimed in delight before soaring into the sky, vanishing in a streak of light. "Cuss, Shatter, by it, assessment passed." After their departure, Nalis chuckled softly, jotting down their results. This was a regulation established by Hertz to train the young Saiyans after their relocation to Kashyyyk. Over 200 Saiyans were grouped into teams of 3 or 5, undergoing assessments every few days. These evaluations varied, testing teamwork, individual prowess, and martial skills, aimed at enhancing the Saiyans' capabilities with each assessment. Outstanding performers might even receive the opportunity to learn extraordinary martial arts from the powerful Hertz. With the mysterious discipline of energy said to enable one to perceive an opponent's movements without sight, truly remarkable. Yet, over the years, very few Saiyans had successfully mastered the art of energy manipulation. Chapter 81. The New Generation 2. Once a formidable race, the Saiyans now numbered merely a few hundred. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Lord Safiria and Lord Roland, who relocated them to Kashyyyk, the Saiyan lineage might have faced extinction. Nalis closed the record of the young Saiyans' development and mused softly. The current Saiyans on Kashyyyk, in terms of potential, were not nearly as exceptional as those from Vegeta's era. To ensure the strength and prosperity of the Saiyan race, Meticulous management of each Scion's life and growth was imperative. Nameless and Calm, the individual she mentioned, were among the few Scions relocated by Roland who had been rated as mid-level fighters and were part of Hertz's initial group to receive energy training, mastering its application first. Recently reaching adulthood, Nameless's combat power had already soared to 2,400, making her one of the rare skilled individuals among the younger generation. Due to her meticulous nature, she now assisted Hertz in overseeing the Scion warriors on Kasha Star. The Scion settlement featured rows of uniquely styled buildings, arranged in a haphazard yet harmonious manner. From a distance, they resembled massive stones stacked together, hollowed in the center, with windows on either side, exuding an ancient, primitive charm. In truth, the Scions had minimal requirements for housing, as warriors often endured hardships while on missions, sleeping rough and foraging for sustenance. As long as there was ample opportunity for battle and sufficient food, the Scions remained unconcerned with other aspects of their living conditions. At this moment, not far from their residence, a group of young Scions, led by Hertz, were drenched in sweat as they engaged in rigorous training in a new martial art. They were adorned with numerous jingling bells, and with every movement, a cascade of chimes would resonate, prompting Hertz's stern reprimand. Calm your minds, steady your breaths, and earnestly attune yourselves to the energy within your bodies. Only by mastering the flow of energy can you unleash greater power in battle. Perceive the subtle shifts in the surrounding air currents with your hearts. Do not let your eyes deceive you. When you strike, ensure your movements are firm and anticipate your opponent's next action. With Hertz's gentle command, the tension on the faces of the young Scions relaxed, and they began to discuss the day's training results in hushed tones. Hertz observed them with narrowed eyes, nodding slightly. Possessing profound knowledge of divine martial arts, he had, through years of practice, gained excellent control over his own power. As an instructor, he was diligently training the new generation of Scions. Although not many Scions had yet mastered the use of energy, the youths before him were undoubtedly the most promising of their kind. Ivy and Euphia. You two shall enter the gravity chamber. Set it to 20 times gravity for a duration of 3 hours. Hertz spoke kindly to the two young Scion warriors, a privilege reserved for the most outstanding students. However, recognizing the immense strain that such gravity would impose on their bodies, Hertz strictly regulated their training time. Yes, Lord Hertz. The young Scions, Ivy and Euphia, beamed with joy, their poised forms indicating they were on the brink of adulthood. Hertz's arrangement drew envious glances from the surrounding youths. How enviable! After their training in the gravity chamber, Ivy and Euphia's strength will undoubtedly see a significant leap. Their current combat power is nearing 1,000. Catching up to them will not be easy. Indeed, they are already far ahead of us and are receiving the benefits of gravity training. If you are dissatisfied, strive to surpass them. Those who excel in their martial training will be the next to enter the gravity chamber, Hertz remarked with a calm demeanor, pleased to witness the competitive spirit among the Scions. Absolutely. We cannot let them have all the opportunities. Many Scion warriors clenched their fists, encouraging themselves, given their potential. Achieving a combat power of 1,000 by adulthood was already considered exceptional. After all, during the era of Planet Vegeta, many low-ranking warriors could only dream of reaching such power. However, after embracing the miraculous training of energy manipulation, they had continuously shattered their physical limits, their strength rising to 300, 500, 600, 700. A realization dawned upon them. Perhaps 1,000 combat power was not as daunting as they once thought. The barriers of strength were no longer confined to their inherent qualities, a notion previously unfathomable. The ongoing breakthroughs among the warriors instilled immense confidence in these lower-ranked Scions. Lord Hertz. At that moment, Nahlis appeared by Hertz's side. Upon seeing Nahlis, Hertz smiled. How did the assessment of those children go? They have all passed their evaluations. Nahlis replied. Then we can proceed to teach them the art of energy manipulation. I have already instructed Com to make the arrangements. Nahlis organized methodically, and Hertz nodded in satisfaction. Nahlis continued, Lord Hertz, I believe we should establish our own combat team. After all, one day we must leave planet Kasha. Scions, inherently drawn to combat, could not be expected to dwell peacefully on a mere speck of a planet. Hertz shared this sentiment. Yet due to the absence of Syphilia and Roland, he hesitated to make a definitive decision. You may begin forming the combat team. As for when we depart from planet Kasha, we shall wait for Syphilia and the others to return before making that determination. Understood, Nahlis nodded in agreement. Just then, the space before them began to distort, and moments later, two striking figures emerged from the warped space, Syphilia and Roland. Lady Syphilia, Lord Roland. Nahlis exclaimed in astonishment. Roland looked at the slender female Scion before him in surprise, unable to recall such an individual among those he had saved. Roland, you have returned. Hertz greeted with a hearty smile, gesturing towards Nahlis. This is Nahlis, one of your kin who was relocated from another planet. Nahlis, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Hello, Lord Roland. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, you were one of the girls from before. You have grown so much in these past few years," Syphilia remarked casually. Scions remain in a youthful state until they reach adulthood, and Nahlis, whom she had rescued, was just a little girl at the time, now having matured rapidly over the years. Syphilia recognized Nahlis quickly, having experienced similar growth herself. "Indeed, Lady Syphilia," Nahlis replied. Her eyes filled with reverence as she gazed upon Syphilia. Chapter 82, The New Generation, 3. Noelle was a Scion who had been deemed unsuitable for combat shortly after her birth, due to her lineage, which lacked notable warriors. She was exiled to a lesser planet at the tender age of 3 by the authorities of planet Vegeta, when she was discovered by Roland. She was merely 4 years old. Being so young, she was easily coerced by Roland and soon found herself brought to planet Kasha, becoming one of the fortunate Scions to reside there. As she grew older, Noelle gradually realized how fortunate she truly was. Had it not been for Roland's intervention, she might have continued to endure a harsh existence on her former planet, likely to be discovered and killed by the subsequent arrival of Frieza's forces. Although life on planet Kasha was also demanding, with rigorous training required daily, the opportunity to live alongside her kin and witness her strength grow through training was an immense stroke of luck for a girl destined for obscurity. On this particular day, after completing her training, Noelle shed her clothing and leaped into the pool with a splash, her tail spinning like a propeller as she frolicked in the water. "Hee. My combat power is about to reach 200. Brother Asa says I might even surpass 1,000 combat power in the future and become a true warrior." Floating on the water's surface, Noelle squinted her eyes, watching the clouds morphing in the sky, her breaths gradually becoming steady, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. "Noelle, Noelle." A chorus of calls roused her from her slumber, and she was pulled from the water. "Brother Asa, what brings you here?" she asked, still groggy. "You've been daydreaming. We agreed to go to Sister Nahlis's house for barbecue. I searched for you everywhere, only to find you sleeping in the water," Asa said, shaking his head in disbelief as he helped her put on her clothes. Asa and Noelle were among the earliest Scions brought over by Roland, and their close age fostered a strong bond between them. The little girl chuckled with glee upon hearing that they were heading to Sister Nahlis for a barbecue. Her eyes sparkled like light bulbs as she urged Asa to hurry and take her there. The two soared into the air, making their way to where the Scions had gathered. Along the way, they encountered many of their kin, who nodded in acknowledgement. When they first migrated, there were only 60 adult Scions, but now, after 4 years, their number had grown to over 100, marking a significant development. Upon arriving at Nahlis's residence, they found the door slightly ajar, yet there was no one inside. "How strange, why isn't Sister Nahlis home?" Asa pondered. Could she be at the training grounds? She is usually so busy. It seemed possible, but training should have concluded by now. Asa shook his head. "Let's wait inside. Sister Nahlis would never forget our arrangement." Thus, the two little ones waited in Nahlis's home. However, as darkness began to fall, Nahlis still hadn't returned, and Asa and Noelle's stomachs were growling with hunger. Just when they could bear it no longer, Nahlis arrived, her face alight with excitement. "Sister Nahlis, why have you come back so late? We were about to starve," Noelle exclaimed, rushing over and clinging to her. Nahlis suddenly remembered her invitation to the two children and felt a pang of guilt. "I'm so sorry. I got caught up in something exciting and completely forgot about you. What was it that made you so happy?" Nahlis recalled her encounter with Syphilia and became animated once more. "You won't believe it. I met Lady Syphilia. Her aura is as imposing as ever, standing before her. I felt all my strength being suppressed. Lady Syphilia, the one who brought us here." Ace's eyes widened, recalling the intimidation he felt during his arrival. Although he now understood that Syphilia's intimidation was for his own good, he had been genuinely frightened at the time. Yes, the very same Lady Syphilia. Additionally, her brother Lord Roland has returned as well. Nahlis's cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration. For the Scions residing on Kasha Star, Lady Syphilia was undoubtedly the most formidable figure, having dominated all with her immense power. As for Roland, only a few adult Scions had witnessed his prowess. Most of the younger Scions lacked a clear understanding of his strength. "I heard Lady Syphilia's power surpasses even Lord Hertz's." Asa marveled. "Indeed, it does," Nahlis nodded vigorously, transforming into a fervent admirer of Syphilia. "I heard that tomorrow morning, Lady Syphilia will announce something important. I wonder what it could be." "Sister Nahlis, never mind that. I'm starving. Let's eat first." Noelle tugged at Nahlis's arm, gazing up at her with pleading eyes. "Right, let us eat first." Nahlis chuckled lightly as she began to prepare the food. The following morning, sunlight streamed down, quickly creating a scorching sensation. in the grand square of the Saiyan settlement. All Saiyans gathered upon receiving Hertz's summons. Before long, the spacious square was filled with scattered figures. They raised their heads, whispering to one another, speculating about the reason for their summons, but it was evident that no conclusion was reached. These Saiyans were predominantly young men and women, totaling 240. Half of whom were adults, a commendable start for the growth of their race. Most were lower-class warriors, with only a few mid-level fighters and a handful who were even less capable. Back on planet Vegeta, they were regarded as insignificant. Nevertheless, at this stage, the Saiyan ranks were no longer the primary obstacle to their development. Hertz stood in a building on the edge of the square, counting the Saiyans below, whose battle powers generally ranged from a few hundred to several thousand. Some of the older Saiyans boasted battle powers nearing 2,000. Hertz. Their strength has improved considerably compared to 4 years ago, Syphilia observed calmly, her gaze fixed on the Saiyans below, recognizing that their progress was due to Hertz's training over the years. Hertz smiled lightly. The VE certainly put in a lot of effort, otherwise no amount of training would yield such growth. By the way, I've spotted a few promising candidates among them. With focused training, we might cultivate some exceptional warriors. To be deemed exceptional by Hertz, they must rival the elite warriors from the days of planet Vegeta. Syphilia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, then you must train them diligently. Of course, Hertz replied. At that moment, Roland, who had been entertaining Hertz's children, chimed in. To become a truly powerful warrior, one must possess not only bloodline but also insight. Merely relying on lineage is insufficient if the goal is to become a true cosmic powerhouse. Hertz nodded thoughtfully, fully agreeing with Roland's assessment. Currently, the Saiyans on Kasha Star did not possess particularly distinguished bloodlines. If judged by the standards of planet Vegeta, these Saiyans would likely be deemed unworthy. Now, with the Earth training methods at Hertz's disposal, he aimed to transform the Saiyans' way of life. I will select those with good insight for focused training, Hertz stated earnestly. Roland chuckled lightly at Hertz's serious demeanor. Let us go. Those Saiyans have been waiting long enough. With that, Syphilia, Roland, and Hertz exuded a powerful aura, gracefully descending to the center of the square. The previously bustling square fell silent as Syphilia's piercing gaze swept across the crowd. A tremendous pressure descended upon them like an immovable wall, rendering them breathless. The Saiyans looked up at Syphilia, their expressions a blend of admiration, astonishment, and a hint of fear. Everyone, I believe you still remember me. Syphilia's clear voice, though lacking a microphone, resonated loudly throughout the square. Of course we remember, Lady Syphilia. Several adult Saiyan warriors gazed at her with reverence, while Roland, standing beside Syphilia, garnered little attention. Saiyans revered strength, and Syphilia's decisive and domineering presence was still vivid in their minds. They had never contemplated opposing her. And what about me? Roland suddenly scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at the crowd, his eyes cold and piercing. Under the influence of his psychic abilities, his gaze felt like daggers piercing their very souls. The Saiyans shuddered, cold sweat trickling down their brows, suddenly realizing that Lady Syphilia's brother was also an extraordinary powerhouse. Terrifying. Among those who had learned to sense energy, many could feel Roland's formidable presence. Their faces turned grave as they became deeply engrossed in the overwhelming aura he emanated. Realizing this individual was undoubtedly a warrior of equal standing to Lord Hertz. This meant that, despite the apparent decline of the Saiyan race, there remained 3 warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000. The Saiyans were filled with excitement, their gazes towards Roland now brimming with reverence. Even during the peak of planet Vegeta, such formidable power was scarcely witnessed. Brother Asa, that is Lady Syphilia, exclaimed Noel, standing amidst the crowd. While the boy named Asa nodded earnestly, his eyes fixated above, the 2 esteemed figures remained as formidable as ever. Asa felt profoundly grateful for having encountered them. Otherwise, he might have been left without even a corpse to find. Evelyn, it turns out that Lady Syphilia's brother is equally impressive. I feel as if I cannot breathe, said Euphia, clutching her chest among the new generation. I knew it all along. It was Lord Roland who saved me from the clutches of the Frieza army, Evelyn recounted. Ah, is that so? Do tell me more. Euphia gazed at her companion in astonishment. There is not much to say. Many have had similar experiences. Evelyn fell into reminiscence, recalling a time when she was on a mission for headquarters on a distant planet. Suddenly, the Frieza army appeared and attacked without warning. But it was Roland who had come to her rescue, a memory she cherished deeply. I have heard about the recent events from Hertz. Your performance has been commendable, and I am pleased. Syphilia, under the watchful eyes of countless admirers, remained unfazed, her fair visage adorned with a gentle smile. However, she suddenly grew serious and announced, I have an important matter to declare. You are all aware that the southern regions of the North Galaxy are infested with Frieza's forces. By remaining here, You will be unable to leave openly and will forever be trapped on this insignificant planet, Kasha, as members of a warrior race. I trust you do not desire such a fate. Indeed, we do not. The Saiyans shouted in unison, their thirst for battle evident. Yearning to escape the confines of a small world. Safiria narrowed her eyes slightly. You need to fight, to grow. You must revel in the joy of battle. I can assist you in realizing this. To the distant west of the North Galaxy lies a planet known as Salad, the origin of our Saiyan race, which was devastated by a foolish war in ancient times. I am pleased to inform you that Salad has been restored, and we shall relocate there. From this day forth, we shall return to our homeland. Salad. The Saiyans present were taken aback. They had never expected the legendary origin planet to still exist. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, they regained their composure, gazing at Safiria with even greater awe. Their leader had managed to restore a planet thought to be lost. Overwhelmed with joy, they realized that from this moment onward, they would be the Saiyans of Salad, shedding the past of planet Vegeta and embarking on a new beginning. Salad. Salad. The fervent cheers echoed throughout the square, where Roland stood beside Hertz, observing Safiria in her light purple armor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 84. A New Beginning. Sister, from today onward, you shall be the true leader of the Saiyans, guiding our kin toward a more glorious tomorrow. Roland jested with Safiria. She shot him a glare and retorted, I have no desire to be a king among the Saiyans. My queen, your people recognize only you. And your strength is sufficient to make you a ruler, Roland reassured her. Having a sister as a queen seemed rather appealing, though he certainly had no intention of assuming such a burdensome role himself. This scene unfolded after their relocation to Planet Salad, following the initial novelty of their new surroundings. Over 200 Saiyans had settled into a stable existence on Salad, thanks to the numerous universal capsules Roland had procured from Earth, which spared them from enduring the elements. The gravity of Planet Salad was 15 times that of Earth, equally 15 times that of Planet Vegeta. Upon arrival, many Saiyans struggled to acclimate to this intensity, experiencing various discomforts. Fortunately, their exceptional physical resilience and natural adaptation to 10 times Earth's gravity allowed them to persevere through the initial challenges. All Saiyans were filled with wonder at this fabled mother planet. From the moment they set foot on its soil, a warm current surged through their blood, as if the planet was welcoming back its long-lost children. After a brief adaptation period to Salad's gravity, the Saiyans began constructing their homes under Hertz's guidance. Thus, the days of the Saiyan clan commenced anew. Now, these Saiyans reclaimed their former title as the Salad Saiyan clan. I believe we should establish a defense force to eliminate the formidable life forms on this planet, Hertz proposed. Although Safiria professed her disinterest in ruling as queen, being in this position compelled her to consider her kin. The thought of these mundane responsibilities interfering with her training soured her expression as she glanced at Roland. Hertz, you handle that, she decided, eager to delegate. Hertz nodded. I will have Nihilus select a group of warriors from the adult Saiyans to form a defense force to clear the surrounding area of beasts. In addition to forming the defense force, there were also various mundane aspects of daily life to manage. These arrangements continued the system established on Kasha, with Hertz's wife, Asita, overseeing those unfit for battle. After a series of arrangements, the daily affairs on Planet Salad were set in order. By the way, I have a list regarding the training of a key team, Hertz stated with utmost seriousness. Who is on it? Safiria inquired with interest. Hertz replied, Nihilus, Calm, Torin, Bleer, Evelyn, Euphia, along with several younger Saiyans. I believe they possess significant potential for development, and with training, they could become the backbone of Planet Salad in the future. Safiria nodded. Let us dedicate a few years to their focused training. Understood, Hertz smiled, recognizing that the Saiyans he selected belonged to the new generation, some of whom had only recently come of age. Their aptitude for energy cultivation surpassed that of their peers, and Hertz naturally regarded this trait as a crucial factor in their training. Perhaps in a few years, Planet Salad would cultivate its own strength. Hertz was filled with anticipation for such a future. Additionally, the sudden revival of life on Salad will undoubtedly pique the curiosity of neighboring races. While we need not worry about the presence of Frieza's forces, we must remain vigilant against other cosmic powers akin to Frieza's army. After all, as Saiyans, we will inevitably encounter other races, Roland reminded. That is indeed a concern. I shall thoroughly consider how to interact with neighboring forces, Hertz replied earnestly. In the past, he would have paid little mind to the powers of other planets. But now, with the Saiyan population being so sparse, he had to be more discerning. Perhaps we could assimilate other civilizations as our vassals. Safiria swiftly demonstrated her prowess as a ruler, a sentiment echoed by Roland. In the vast cosmos, the significance of power may not seem paramount for the strong, especially in a world like that of Dragon Ball. where a mighty individual possesses the capacity to subdue armies single-handedly or even obliterate planets. In such a context, the influence of power appears somewhat superfluous. However, the distinction between possessing power and lacking it remains crucial. The essence of power lies not merely in the support one can garner during battle, but rather in the command over resources and the ability to summon individuals for various tasks at any given moment. After all, certain menial or arduous tasks are not suited for a warrior's direct involvement. Even the notorious Frieza, capable of annihilating a planet with a mere gesture, must delegate mundane affairs to his subordinates. As Syphilia tentatively took charge of the affairs on planet Salad, numerous tasks were beyond her direct engagement. Subsequently, Hertz meticulously recorded the opinions of Syphilia and Roland, consulting with other clan members. Upon Hertz's departure, Roland greeted Syphilia before retrieving a newly designed gravity chamber for training. Adjusting the gravity to 35 times that of Earth, enduring the harsh environment with unwavering determination. During his exertions, Roland sensed a peculiar energy flowing within him. Initially dismissing it as mere illusion, he soon confirmed the presence of this energy, which seemed to possess the remarkable ability to mend damaged cells within his body. Did you also perceive that energy? Syphilia inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Yes, it seems that since arriving on planet Salad, there has been a faint yet palpable energy within me. Although weak, it becomes increasingly pronounced during moments of injury, Roland replied, furrowing his brow. It appears I must conduct further research on this matter. Chapter 85, The Vital Energy of Nature. Roland was perplexed by the nature of the energy coursing through him, which seemed to have emerged only after his arrival on planet Salad. Though subtle, it undeniably existed. To investigate this phenomenon, Roland conducted an experiment, teleporting to another planet to undergo similar training. However, the energy did not manifest. Upon returning to planet Salad, it reappeared. It was evident that this energy was exclusive to planet Salad. Could it be a result of this planet? Roland pondered, scratching his head, uncertain of the implications. Judging by the characteristics of the energy, it appeared to be a type of force that fosters the growth of Saiyans. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Roland as he recalled the Saiyans of Universe 6 as two symmetrical universes. The Saiyans of Universe 6 should theoretically possess strength comparable to those of Universe 7. Yet, it was apparent that the Saiyans of Universe 6 were significantly stronger. And the disparity was not trivial. What could account for the differences between the two races? Their tails? Or perhaps the planets they inhabited? The Saiyans of planet Salad were native to that world, having wandered the cosmos after its destruction and ultimately settling on planet Vegeta. If the Saiyans of Universe 6 were indeed stronger due to their prolonged existence on planet Salad, did that imply that the planet had a nurturing influence on Saiyan development? Could it be that residing on their home planet inherently enhances their physical capabilities? After all, planet Salad was the cradle of the entire Saiyan race. Roland felt he was drawing closer to the truth, and he could not entirely dismiss this possibility. Indeed, he hoped this theory would hold true, as it would mean he could leverage it to strengthen himself. With this thought in mind, Roland cautiously observed the environment surrounding planet Salad, which bore a striking resemblance to planet Vegeta, with its azure skies offering no discernible differences. Never mind, I won't dwell on it too much. If planet Salad truly enhances Saiyan strength, the key lies in how to harness this potential. This was of utmost importance. Understanding the underlying principles was not strictly necessary, as merely knowing how to utilize it would still constitute a significant gain. In the following days, Roland sat in meditation atop a peak on planet Salad, lost in contemplation. When Syphilia came to seek him out, he offered no response. After several visits, noticing his unwavering focus, Syphilia gradually ceased her attempts to engage him. The mountain peak where Roland resided became designated as a forbidden zone by Syphilia, with several adult Saiyans stationed to guard its perimeter, prohibiting any unauthorized entry. One day, while immersed in the sensations of the mysterious energy within him, Roland compared the concept of Chi and Earth's martial arts with the energy inherent in Saiyans. He deduced that the energy flowing through his body was likely a form of natural vitality. In other words, it represented the essence of planet Salad, the energy bestowed by the Kaioshin upon life-bearing planets for the purpose of nurturing life. According to North Kai's teachings to Goku, all things in the universe are imbued with this vital energy, which serves as the fundamental condition for the evolution of life. Planet Salad, being particularly rich in this life essence, afforded its native Saiyan race exceptional advantages since their evolutionary inception. Vital energy is the foundational life force. If harnessed effectively, it could enhance not only physical capabilities. A gleam of determination ignited in Roland's eyes, his sharp gaze seemingly penetrating the very air. The applications of this energy are extensive, with the most renowned being the Genki Dama, or Spirit Bomb, invented by North Kai. Of course, The spirit bomb requires the collection of energy from the entire planet to create a formidable attack, while merely gathering ambient energy would yield minimal destructive power. If only I could control this vital energy, Roland mused, I could refine it with precision. Each cell could be nourished, fortifying the Saiyan bloodline and achieving a state of continuous refinement. Moreover, it might even directly enhance martial prowess in conjunction with Earth's martial arts, leading to the development of even more powerful techniques. A torrent of wondrous ideas flooded Roland's mind, igniting an impulse to act. Without hesitation, he embarked on the first step, mastering the scant vital energy within him. Expanding his mental focus, he employed the techniques of intention from Earth's martial arts, attempting to emulate Goku's method of unleashing the spirit bomb to gather the ambient vital energy. Unfortunately, he faced repeated failures until, just as he was on the verge of giving up, tiny particles of white energy, akin to specks of dust, appeared in his consciousness. Roland's heart leapt with joy. These lively white orbs danced around his awareness like spirited sprites. With a beaming smile, he greedily extended his hands toward them, coaxing them one by one into his body, nurturing them within each cell. While North Kai's spirit bomb requires a pure heart to harness the energy of nature, I am directly enticing it. Though not in the same quantity as the spirit bomb, with sustained effort, I will surely reap considerable rewards. The spirit bomb demands a heart as virtuous as Goku's, Roland. Recognizing his own lack of such unblemished goodness, resolved to carve his own path, employing cunning tactics to store the vital energy of nature within his cells. As the vital energy flowed into Luo Lan's body, he gradually felt a warmth enveloping him. His complexion flushed crimson as blood surged, and beads of sweat began to trickle down. A soft humming sound resonated continuously, with every muscle quivering in response. After a while, Luo Lan opened his eyes, stretched his body, and a series of crisp sounds echoed around him. Extraordinary! My physical strength has increased by at least 10%. Luo Lan smiled with satisfaction. This was merely a month of cultivation. If he persevered, who knows how much stronger he could become. Perhaps one day, he would even be able to traverse the void effortlessly. Envisioning such a future, Luo Lan stood up and, with a swift motion, teleported to Sophilia's home. Your aura seems to have changed, becoming more attuned to nature, Sophilia remarked as she emerged from the gravity chamber. As a scion with an insatiable pursuit of strength, she never allowed herself a moment's respite. Luo Lan's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, this is the effect of natural energy. I've been pondering whether, by merging the mental techniques from Planet Odrat and the consciousness training from the Earth Temple, along with the abundant vital energy from Planet Salad, I could develop an extraordinarily powerful technique. Sophilia's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am very much looking forward to it. Luo Lan narrowed his eyes and smiled. If the natural energy were refined to its utmost and combined with mental cultivation, it might just lead to an enigmatic realm. Chapter 86. The transformation into a giant ape. Luo Lan spent a serene afternoon with Sophilia, allowing his body to relax momentarily before diving back into rigorous training. The enhancement of combat power was a result of unwavering dedication. Any lapse in exercise would lead to a decline in strength. The cautionary tale of Yebi Fan from the original story loomed large in his mind. There was no reason for him to follow in those footsteps. The silvery moonlight bathed Luo Lan, casting a delicate gray hue upon him. He discovered that nighttime was more conducive to cultivation, as the vital energy in the air was easier to absorb. The brown fur on his tail bristled slightly, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. With his mind directing the vital energy, he reinforced the cells in his body. But when he reached his tail, an unexpected event occurred. A resounding roar suddenly erupted in his mind, a deafening sound that shook his very being, nearly causing him to swoon. Luo Lan's spirit jolted, his expression shifting to one of shock as he realized the energy within him was spiraling out of control. Deep within his subconscious, a furious giant ape emerged, towering over the vast cosmos like an immense deity surveying all beneath. Its brown fur was distinct, and its fearsome visage blotted out the light, as if it were the size of a planet. In this boundless realm of consciousness, a heavy stillness prevailed, with dark clouds gathering ominously close to the ground, and the thunder of the gods echoed relentlessly. The giant ape thumped its chest and roared at Luo Lan, its imposing figure casting a shadow from above, exuding an aura of unrestrained ferocity. Just a glance sent a shiver down Luo Lan's spine. His pupils contracted sharply, then gradually expanded. This terrifying vision appeared suddenly and vanished just as quickly, lasting no more than a second. Yet the heart-stopping image lingered in his mind. What had just transpired? The immense giant ape's gaze flickered with astonishment. Recalling the previous scene, Luo Lan felt a tremor of the spirit, gripping his tail as he attempted to calm himself. Was it this tail that held the key? The Saiyan bloodline concealed the power of the giant ape, a force far beyond his imagination. Luo Lan sensed that the transformation he experienced during the full moon merely tapped into a minuscule fraction of the giant ape's true power. That overwhelming, awe-inspiring presence was likely only rivaled by the legendary Super Saiyan. It dawned on him that there was much more to explore in the potential of the Saiyan tale. Suddenly, he recalled the climactic battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo Daimao in the original story, where Sun Wukong, gravely injured and on the brink of death, unleashed the image of a giant ape in a moment of attack. The transformation into a giant ape was merely one application of the tale's power. Yet based on years of experience, he knew that the peak of this transformation was limited to a combat power of around 100,000. To grow stronger beyond that would require different methods. What if he could harness the power of the giant ape he had just witnessed? His strength could undergo a qualitative leap. But how could he utilize the tale's potential? Luo Lan's expression grew serious as he pondered. The vision of the giant ape had manifested in his consciousness due to the stimulation of the tale by the vital energy from Planet Salad. Gradually, he began to contemplate that perhaps he could indeed refine or transform the giant ape's strength using the mental techniques from Planet Odrat, the consciousness training from the Earth Temple, and the vital energy from Planet Salad, little by little. Once he mastered this newfound power, even if the transformation into a giant ape failed, and he could not become a Super Saiyan, his strength would still undergo a monumental transformation. Of course, this would be a lengthy process. A slight smile graced his lips as determination filled his eyes, and he immersed himself in diligent study. Luo Lan possessed remarkable insight, which he recognized as his greatest gain since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. This insight manifestly extended beyond mere martial arts. It was the ability to innovate and extract what he needed that exemplified its best application. Time passed slowly as the pristine moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the verdant treetops, and the grass glimmered as if enveloped in a mist. As night slipped away, Luo Lan stood up, scratching his head, aware that his progress had not been substantial. Mastering the power of the giant ape was indeed no easy feat, he mused. To build a tower, one must first lay a solid foundation, brick by brick, with unwavering dedication. Thus, he resolved to approach this from a different angle, first mastering the power of the giant ape, then gradually guiding that strength into his body, thereby tapping into the immense power hidden within his bloodline. At this thought, Luo Lan suddenly paused. Wait, was he this the very path to becoming a Super Saiyan 4? A smile crept across his face. The term Super Saiyan 4 was not its true name, nor was it a direct continuation of Super Saiyan 3. Luo Lan preferred to refer to that state as the ape-transformed Saiyan, a form distinct from the traditional Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan, ape-transformed Saiyan, and even Divine Saiyan, all paths converge to the same goal, to grow stronger. For the Saiyans of the seventh universe, the ape-transformed Saiyan might indeed be a promising avenue for enhancement. Luo Lan resolved to unearth the potential of the ape-transformed Saiyan, with the first step being to master the transformation into a giant ape. He had previously attempted this on Planet Odrat, but unfortunately, the mental techniques there were not effective enough to achieve full control of his rationality. Thus, he remained wary of the full moon's appearance during this time. In the polar ice caps of Planet Salad, the biting cold winds sliced like blades against his face. Amidst this frigid expanse, a frenzied giant ape pounded its chest, emitting a thunderous roar. Thunderous roars echoed as blood-red eyes surveyed the surroundings. A surge of energy erupted alongside the cry, devastating an area of several dozen kilometers. Glaciers melted, seawater spread, and the frigid environment transformed into a sweltering heat. After a frenzy, the colossal ape exhausted much of its strength, fatigue beginning to flicker in its gaze. Thanks to Professor Sophilia's artificial moon technology, I managed to harness the explosive power unleashed by the transformation into the giant ape. The giant ape, Roland, sat quietly upon the melting glacier. In this transformed state, Roland's combat power reached an impressive 110,000, a significant figure indeed. However, compared to his usual 15,000, one would expect the power from the transformation to be far greater. It became apparent that ordinary transformations into giant apes had their limitations, greatly constraining their strength. Moreover, while the transformation did enhance power, it concurrently resulted in a reduction in speed. If one could not effectively strike the opponent during combat, the massive frame would merely become a target for counterattacks, rendering the transformation futile. The giant ape transformation bore similarities to the muscular form of a Super Saiyan, with its drawbacks being starkly evident. With this understanding, Roland recognized that such a state was ill-suited for battle and would only be employed as a last resort in dire circumstances. Roland had fought Sophilia while in the giant ape form, but the actual combat results were not particularly favorable. Chapter 87. The resurgence of the ancient planet upon returning from the polar ice. Roland fortuitously encountered Hertz and his wife, Asita, who were there to discuss the Saiyans' impending interactions with their surroundings. Upon seeing Roland return, Syphilia inquired about his training progress, to which Roland responded with a broad smile, indicating that all was well. After addressing their concerns, Roland suggested, "Shall I venture to a nearby planet to procure some spacecraft?" Previously, during his time on planet Vegeta, the care of spacecraft had been entrusted to specialists, but now he found himself reliant on his own efforts, which proved somewhat troublesome. Hertz appeared somewhat troubled, while Asita also fretted over the living conditions of the Saiyans, as a shortage of manpower posed significant challenges. The defense force led by Neris had already conducted extensive sweeps around Planet Salad, yet many areas remained unsuitable for the young Saiyans. This was already a promising start. As the children grew, the Saiyan strength would gradually recover. By the way, you must guide them to utilize the energy flow within them, Roland advised, for it is a vital force of nature that greatly aids in the growth of Saiyans. Syphilia placed great emphasis on this natural energy and was herself intensifying her training. I have already imparted the foundational methods of energy cultivation, combining breath training with the vital energy present on Planet Salad, and many Saiyans have begun to see results. Hertz remarked, appearing quite relaxed. Relocating to Planet Salad was perhaps their wisest decision, as this planet, the birthplace of the Saiyan race, was most conducive to their development. Here, the long-standing issue of the Saiyans' inferior bloodline seemed to find a new solution. Perhaps, after decades of subtle enhancement, those residing on Planet Salad would possess potential rivaling that of intermediate and even advanced warriors from Planet Vegeta. Syphilia nodded thoughtfully before turning to Hertz, saying, "In addition to caring for our kin, we must not neglect the training of Lanster and Fels." Hertz replied, "I plan to begin teaching them martial arts once they grow a bit more." Lanster and Fels were Hertz's children. Lanster, the elder son, exhibited intermediate Saiyan potential, while Fels, the younger daughter, though only a low-level warrior, was lively and charming, endearing herself to all. The children, still under a year old, had yet to commence their training. Under the conditions of Planet Vegeta, they would have thrived in nurturing pods, but now they were confined to their home. Fortunately, the natural environment of Planet Salad would inherently bolster their Saiyan bloodline, ensuring their development was not hindered. After Hertz and Asita departed, Roland enjoyed a sumptuous meal with Syphilia. He expressed his desire to explore the cosmos, particularly the regions west of the northern galaxy, while also procuring some aircraft for Planet Salad. Syphilia nodded in agreement, saying, "Go ahead, but if you encounter anyone formidable, return swiftly, I shall assist you in dealing with them." Upon hearing this, Roland immediately sprang to his feet, teasingly tousling Syphilia's hair. "I adore your vengeful spirit." Syphilia shot him a glare and swatted his hand away. "Stop it. When do you plan to set off?" "In a while, once I fully master the power of the giant ape transformation." While Planet Salad is beneficial for the Saiyans' growth, remaining on a single planet without combat experience is undoubtedly disadvantageous. Syphilia nodded. "I will gradually encourage other Saiyans to venture out as well. Far-off planets, though seemingly distant in the vast expanse of the universe, have never ceased their exchanges of civilization." News about the situation surrounding Planet Salad quickly captured the attention of other races. Upon discovering a radiant planet emerging from the desolate void of space, they were filled with astonishment. They wondered why such a magnificent planet had remained unrecognized until now, and upon consulting the ancient star charts, found no records of it. It was not until someone perused ancient documents that they finally located the mention of the azure planet, Salad. It was said to be a long-lost world. Curiously, this planet had been removed from the star maps ages ago. How had it resurfaced now? The natives of Salad were rumored to be a race known as the Saiyans. The Saiyans, the legendary warrior race? So they hailed from here, despite the whispers of their extinction? Extinct? Look at Planet Salad. It was said to be destroyed. Yet here it stands, thriving. I suspect the Saiyans possess some miraculous technology that has allowed them to keep their homeworld concealed. It is indeed a possibility. More individuals inclined to believe the theory of the planet's deliberate concealment rather than its restoration, as this explanation seemed more plausible. While the universe harbored many strange abilities and advanced technologies, the notion of resurrecting a long-destroyed planet was rather shocking. As time passed, news of Planet Salad's reemergence gradually spread. A few audacious extraterrestrials, eager to uncover its secrets, boarded their ships, some with intentions to claim it as their own. However, these reckless beings faced dire consequences, all perishing at the hands of the defense forces led by Syphilia. Within the headquarters of the Galactic Police, a colossal artificial edifice, the Galactic King summoned his subordinates for a briefing. "I have heard that Planet Salad has resurfaced. This news has begun to circulate in the western northern galaxy. What should we do? The Saiyans are no ordinary race. According to the organization's records, Salad was the ancient planet where the Saiyans once resided, rumored to have been destroyed in a great war. Yet, it appeared otherwise. The ancient Saiyans must have harnessed advanced technology, allowing them to conceal their homeworld until now. Reports confirm the existence of Saiyans on planet Salad. Is there a possibility that it is related to the Saiyans from planet Vegeta? The likelihood is slim. One must remember that the Saiyans from planet Vegeta were entirely eradicated by Frieza's forces, leaving no survivors. A police officer shook his head. Jack, with eyes wide as saucers, murmured to himself, in truth, those Saiyans did not perish completely. However, to avoid attracting trouble, Jack wisely chose to remain silent. Chapter 88. A familiar voice. Regardless of whether the Saiyans on planet Salad are connected to those from planet Vegeta, we should dispatch a team to investigate, proclaimed the Galactic King, his long arms gesticulating in the air as his large eyes focused on one of the burly officers. Fosgar. The regions to the west of the North Galaxy fall under your jurisdiction. You are tasked with thoroughly investigating the situation on planet Saladar. Understood, replied Fosgar, the hefty extraterrestrial, nodding in acknowledgement of the Galactic King's command. The Galactic King smiled and glanced around at the other officers before fixing his gaze on Jack with a frown. Jack, have you lost the ship that was entrusted to you by headquarters? Jack hastily replied, Your Majesty, it was not my fault. The ship malfunctioned, and I nearly fell into the hands of Frieza's forces. Headquarters should provide me with a replacement. The Galactic King replied coolly. Then how did you manage to escape from Frieza's clutches? With a sense of pride, Jack declared, That was due to my own cleverness. I secured a ship from planet Barney. The Galactic King interrupted with a wave of his hand. Since you have acquired a new vessel, refrain from making further demands. When will you ever learn to be reliable? Jack smacked his lips, glancing at the Galactic King's displeased expression, and wisely chose not to argue. Well, that covers the main points. Each of you is an elite member of the Galactic Police. You must manage your sectors diligently and ensure that no incidents arise. Safeguarding the peace of the galaxy has been our duty since the inception of the Galactic Police, so do not let your guard down. Yes. The elite galactic officers responded in unison. By the way, when was the Galactic Police established? Jack queried, feigning ignorance. Upon receiving disdainful glances from his colleagues, he attempted to laugh it off. The Galactic King's expression darkened, and he seriously considered expelling Jack from the police organization. Jack, when you return, be sure to review the police code. It is clearly stated therein. He then turned to a nearby officer. Mel's, please keep an eye on Jack. I do not want to hear of him causing trouble again. Mel's nodded, escorting Jack out of the headquarters meeting room. Humph, that Jack is truly worthless. The Galactic King was still simmering with anger, while his aides tried to console him. Your Majesty, there is no need to be upset. Officer Mel's will certainly keep Jack in line. The Galactic King sighed. If only every officer were as dependable as Mel's, we would have far fewer like Jack. The aides chuckled softly. That may be difficult. Every officer who joins us must possess unique skills, and there are not many races in the universe endowed with extraordinary abilities. With a heavy heart, the Galactic King reminisced about the illustrious beginnings of the Galactic Police Organization, recalling a time when no one dared to underestimate their authority. However, as the Galactic Police weakened, larger entities, such as the Cosmic Commerce Headquarters and Intergalactic Courier Services, began to challenge their authority. And even extremist organizations like the Cosmic Assassins surfaced openly, posing a significant affront to the Galactic Police's governance. Regrettably, the Galactic Police were struggling to find capable individuals to counter these threats. We must strengthen our ties with the Galactic Mercenary Organization. At least we have historically worked well together, and we might seek their assistance when necessary. The Galactic King scratched his head, feeling that the emergence of planet Saladar hinted at an increasingly chaotic cosmic landscape. Understood, the aides responded loudly, departing from the office. In the vast conference room, only the Galactic King remained seated, murmuring to himself, Planet Saladar. Are the Saiyans there truly the ancient Saiyans? Tanger planet, a prominent celestial body in the western North Galaxy, is the largest trading planet in the vicinity. With an abundance of skilled individuals, Tanger offers a wide array of products, far surpassing the commercial offerings of the lesser-known Orlon planet that Roland had once visited. Various factions from the western North Galaxy choose to conduct their trade here due to its elevated status and significant influence within the region. The planet is managed by a rare expert, as only those with sufficient strength can maintain order amidst the multitude of competing factions. One day, a stranger arrived on Tango Planet. After departing from planet Saladar and exploring the cosmos for a time, Roland, having grasped the surrounding situation, instantaneously transported himself to Tango Planet. Walking along the bustling trade streets of Tanger, he sensed an ambience entirely different from that of Orlon Planet. While it appeared tranquil, an undercurrent of tension lay beneath the surface. Patrol robots filled the streets, monitoring every individual, ready to respond swiftly to any disturbances, regardless of the faction involved. Such efficient and stringent measures deterred most troublemakers, allowing trade on Tango Planet to proceed smoothly. Shortly after arriving, Roland detected several energy signatures exceeding 5,000 in battle power, with some even concealing energies surpassing 10,000. It was no wonder that this trading hub was renowned in the western region. Even Frieza's forces would need to tread carefully here. As Roland wandered the planet, he eventually entered a grand auction house where an extraordinary auction was taking place, showcasing items not typically found in ordinary marketplaces. The first item presented was an entire planet, depicted in a virtual display as a perfect vacation destination. One could guess that this was a planet taken by Frieza and subsequently sold off. Roland observed from a corner, watching the bidding unfold until this beautiful planet was purchased by a wealthy magnate. The second item was a large iron cage containing several stunning extraterrestrial women, evidently captured and sold by unknown cosmic beings. Watching the transaction with a detached gaze, Roland had no intention of intervening when suddenly he heard a familiar voice. "I, Goetia. We'll take them all." Chapter 89. An invitation. Upon hearing that brazen and arrogant voice, Roland's eyes widened in astonishment. Goetia, the individual he had once rescued, who had generously rewarded him with a plethora of Shijin, was present at the auction. As Roland turned toward the source of the voice, he spotted him, the round-headed, orange-hued extraterrestrial, a striking figure hovering on the main platform of the auction house, clad in garments adorned with an array of colorful gemstones. It was evident that he possessed considerable wealth. Goetia reclined in his seat on the platform, brandishing a bidding paddle, flanked by bodyguards dressed in black uniforms, his hired protectors. It seemed that, following the incident from a few years prior, he had significantly bolstered his security. The Lana people are renowned in the universe for their affluence. Although their personal strength may not be formidable, their unique financial prowess attracts many powerful beings willing to serve them. Additionally, the Lana people wield considerable influence within the cosmic commercial headquarters, making it unwise for anyone to offend them openly. A mere handful of alien beauties were easily acquired by Goetia. The other wealthy patrons in the auction house observed with disdain, and with Goetia's brash proclamations, they chose not to compete against him. With a smug smile, Goetia stroked his facial tufts and commanded his subordinates to escort the alien beauties to his docked spacecraft. What a detestable rich man, Roland muttered under his breath, although he still possessed a significant amount of the currency Goetia had once gifted him. A few hundred credits paled in comparison to the vast fortunes of those who could purchase planets and trade entire races. He beckoned to a nearby auction staff member, who approached swiftly. After a quiet exchange, Roland handed over a few capsules. The staff member, surprised by Roland's stature, nodded courteously and departed discreetly. Such professionalism was commendable for personnel on a major trading planet. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to auction a remarkable item known as the Universal Capsule. It is no larger than a finger, yet according to the provider, it employs advanced spatial technology to unveil a storage capacity of 1,000 cubic units. If you possess valuable items that are cumbersome to carry, this capsule provides an ideal solution, the auctioneer proclaimed, presenting 3 blank universal capsules to the audience. All of you are among the wealthiest in the cosmos, and naturally, you seek possessions worthy of your status. Planets, mines, and beauties have become cliché. A private storage space is truly a treasure to possess. There are 3 universal capsules available, and the highest bidder shall prevail. Let the auction commence. As the auctioneer fervently promoted the capsules, the atmosphere in the room intensified. Products crafted through spatial technology are rare and innovative, and the affluent attendees, accustomed to the trade of planets and slaves, had never encountered such capsules. Consequently, bidding escalated aggressively, with one capsule's price swiftly reaching 100 credits, equivalent to the cost of 100 spherical vessels. Roland observed the frenzied auction with a smile, inwardly amused that just 3 capsules could fetch a price of 300 credits, while acquiring a box of capsules on Earth would cost a mere pittance. This transaction promised substantial profit, and he realized he was indeed a savvy intermediary. However, rarity begets value. If one party is willing to pay, another must be willing to sell. Since the technology for universal capsules is non-existent in the universe, he could always sell a few more capsules for credits if needed. Roland contemplated this, though he was cautious about what he sold to extraterrestrials. Items like the mystical beans could inadvertently empower potential adversaries and should not be revealed lightly. The auction concluded swiftly, and Roland collected the proceeds from the sale of the universal capsules, retaining a significant amount after auction fees. Storing the funds in a dimensional space, he took a brief respite before exiting the auction house. However, as he took a few steps, he heard Goetia's voice behind him. "Wait up, my young friend Roland." Roland halted, turning to see Goetia sprinting toward him, breathless. "What is it?" Goetia replied, "It's truly you. I thought I might have mistaken you." Brother Luolan, it has been several years since we last met. About 4 years, Luolan responded with a calm smile, discreetly assessing the energy signatures of Goetia heavily armed bodyguards nearby. To his surprise, the guards exhibited impressive power, with the strongest boasting nearly 5,000 combat strength, a rare find indeed. Goetia must have invested quite a sum to hire such formidable protectors. Your bodyguards are quite capable, Luolan remarked, nodding. Goetia chuckled. These are bodyguards from my uncle's company. Ever since the last incident, I have been wary of venturing out alone. By the way, my uncle wishes to meet you. He has matters he would like to discuss. Luolan's eyes flickered with interest. What matters? Goetia replied. I'm not entirely sure, but I assure you it will not have a negative impact on you. Very well. Lead the way, Luolan replied casually, glancing at the bodyguards before indicating for Goetia to proceed ahead. Goetia laughed heartily, showcasing the alien beauties he had recently acquired, even inquiring if Luolan wished to take a few for himself. Luolan shook his head in refusal. He imagined the consequences of returning home with such companions would be dire, especially if Safiria were to see them. Here we are, my uncle is just inside, Goetia announced as they approached an opulent VIP room. Upon entering, Luolan was immediately enveloped by an aura of immense energy, registering a staggering combat strength of 10,000. Clearly, he faced a formidable opponent. On the lavish sofa sat a yellow-skinned extraterrestrial, round-headed and unmistakably Alana, kin to Goetia. 2 bodyguards flanked him, one of whom was the formidable presence Luolan had sensed earlier, while the others were also skilled fighters, albeit less impressive. This is my uncle, Ipoya, a galactic tycoon. Respected even within the cosmic commercial headquarters, Goetia proudly introduced him to Luolan, with a measured response. Luolan's keen gaze swept across the 5 individuals in the room, his imposing presence instantly raising the alertness of all but Ipoya. Be cautious, boss. This Saiyan is no ordinary individual. His combat strength exceeds 10,000, one of the bodyguards warned. Is that so? Ipoya remarked, casting an incredulous glance toward his bodyguards. Being well acquainted with their capabilities, he took their assessment of Luolan seriously. Initially, he had invited Luolan merely due to Goetia's mention of the formidable Saiyan Safiria, hoping to forge an alliance with a strong entity. However, he was astonished to discover that Luolan, as Safiria's brother, was equally formidable. Goetia had informed him that Safiria possessed a terrifying combat strength of 18,000, and both siblings boasted strengths exceeding 10,000. The Saiyans truly were a force to be reckoned with. He realized he must make every effort to cultivate a relationship with them. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Ipoya's mind as he burst into laughter. Little brother, I have long heard of the Saiyans' formidable reputation. Now that I have witnessed it firsthand, my bodyguards are utterly intimidated by your battle prowess. With a calm demeanor, Roland casually took a seat beside the Lana alien, Ipoya. Ipoya was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Roland. Reflecting on the words of his bodyguards, he felt a shiver down his spine, pondering whether the Saiyans truly were such a powerful race that they dismissed battle powers in the tens of thousands as insignificant. Residing in the western part of the North Galaxy, although he had heard tales of the warrior race long ago, this was his first encounter, leaving him somewhat uncertain about their true capabilities. Given their reputation as a battle-hardened race renowned throughout the cosmos, their strength must be considerable. After offering an awkward yet polite smile, Ipoya cautiously inquired, I have heard that the planet Salada has re-emerged in the western North Galaxy. Is that the home of your Saiyan kind? Indeed, Salada is the Saiyan homeworld, Roland affirmed. Ipoya's eyes brightened as he pondered. The reappearance of Salada has garnered much attention. It seems many have their sights set on that expanse of stars. I wonder if you require my assistance. My bodyguard company has numerous skilled individuals. A glint of coldness flickered in Roland's eyes as he shook his head indifferently, declining. No need. The Saiyans are not so easily provoked. Let them come. The Saiyans of Salada will employ the most brutal methods to convey that anyone who offends the Saiyans faces only death. Indeed, the Saiyans are formidable, Goetia chimed in, recalling the unforgettable moment 4 years prior when Safiria revealed her battle power of 18,000. I have also heard tales of the Saiyans' ruthlessness. Ipoya displayed an expression of understanding and turned to his bodyguard, whispering a few words before retrieving an ancient star map. Upon unfolding it, he revealed a map marked with coordinates of various planets, lacking the three-dimensional representation of modern star charts. What is this map? Roland inquired. This is a map indicating the coordinates of the cultivator planets. You must have heard of the cultivators, a peculiar species that lies between artificial and natural life, serving as excellent combat tools. Unfortunately, the seeds of cultivators are exceedingly difficult to harvest, making them quite rare in the universe. Roland nodded. recalling how he had once purchased 3 cultivator seeds for 2 higs each from a seller on Barney Planet to gift to Ties. What do you intend to do with this map? Roland asked, maintaining his composure. I hope to collaborate with you Saiyans in developing the cultivator planets. You handle the harvesting. And I will manage the sales, with the profits shared equally, Iboya proposed earnestly, stroking his cheek. The battle power of cultivators typically hovers around 1,000, presenting a small opportunity for the Saiyans to hone their skills. With so many subordinates at your disposal, why do you seek my collaboration? Roland queried. I operate a bodyguard business. While I have many employees, each has their own tasks. And you know the precarious position of us Lana in the cosmos. Despite our thriving business and protection from the galactic commercial headquarters, we still appear as a tempting target to other forces. Although the Saiyans have a less than stellar reputation, I have heard of your straightforwardness in dealing with matters for money. Collaborating with you alleviates my concern of being stabbed in the back. In truth, the value generated from the cultivator planets was trivial for a wealthy magnate like Iboya. His true aim was to establish a connection with the Saiyans of Salada, hoping to forge a partnership. The only commendable trait of the Saiyan race in the universe might be their reliability in task completion rates. Given their penchant for battle, Saiyans seldom engage in conspiratorial scheming, preferring to confront disputes head-on with their fists. This inherent nature is why Iboya trusted the Saiyans. After a moment of contemplation, Roland agreed. I can represent the Saiyans of Salada and consent to collaborate with you on the cultivator planets. Is there no need to contact your home planet? Iboya asked. No. My sister is the queen of the Saiyans. I can make decisions on her behalf, Roland replied. Iboya was taken aback by this revelation, his excitement palpable. He had not anticipated Roland's significant affiliation, which filled him with confidence regarding their collaboration. The cultivator planet was located in the northwest of the North Galaxy, marked on the ancient map Iboya had pointed to. Roland gazed in astonishment. The planet was not far from Salada, roughly a week's journey. How has it gone unnoticed until now? Iboya explained that region of space was previously desolate, with few surrounding stars. Had I not accidentally wandered into it, I would not have discovered that another planet existed there. While there were numerous planets in the cosmos that produced cultivators, such planets were quickly claimed by large factions upon discovery. Without sufficient strength, private individuals would only attract the jealousy of other forces, ultimately inviting disaster. After deliberating with the cosmic magnate Iboya, Roland officially confirmed the collaboration on behalf of Salada. The Saiyans would be responsible for harvesting the cultivator seeds, while the Lana would handle the subsequent distribution and sales, with profits divided based on contributions, tentatively set at 50-50. Once the collaboration plan was established, Iboya laughed heartily, generously instructing his subordinates to bring forth several gifts. Upon seeing them, Roland was delighted to discover that one of the items was a blank universal capsule, which he had previously auctioned off, unaware that the buyer was Iboya. In addition to the capsule, Iboya presented a large spaceship to the Saiyans of Salada, an impressive pale blue disc-shaped vessel, adorned with 24 massive support arms resembling crab claws, exuding an aura of grandeur akin to Frieza's ship. The ship's performance was among the best in the universe, rivaling that of the Galactic Patrol's vessels. Chapter 91. Cooperation Naturally. Roland graciously accepted Iboya's lavish gifts. Despite possessing the ability of instant transmission and not requiring a spaceship, he could not refuse Iboya's goodwill. Furthermore, such a magnificent vessel would undoubtedly make a striking impression when showcased. If Ties were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly cry out in excitement for a ride. Oh, that occasionally infuriating girl. What could she be doing now? Roland's mind wandered, recalling Ties' sisterly figure, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. In a lavish banquet, Gosha and his nephew hosted Roland, marking a symbolic commencement of their collaboration. The table was laden with an abundance of food, however, for someone accustomed to Earth cuisine. Roland found the peculiar dishes before him akin to dark culinary experiments, far from the delectable aroma and flavor of his own cooking. After all, in the universe, few could meet Roland's culinary standards. Thus, he retrieved some items from an alternate dimension and poured himself a glass of wine, gently swirling the glass and sipping it slowly. Brothers Luolan, I am uncertain about what you might still require. My uncle is a renowned magnate, and I assure you that whatever you ask for will certainly be fulfilled. Gu Weisha, exuding an air of affluence, with his sun-kissed, glistening skin paired with his corpulent physique, resembled a flamboyant scion of wealth. Indeed, whatever you need, do not hesitate to speak up, declared Iboya with great generosity. I do indeed have some necessities. Luolan pondered briefly and, without hesitation, articulated the essential items that the Salada planet currently lacked, being rather primitive. It was in dire need of enhancements to improve the quality of life. When the Lana people, AI Boya and Gu Weisha learned that Luo Lan merely sought some aircraft, nutrient solutions, and combat suits. They were utterly unconcerned. Is that all? It hardly costs a penny. I shall have my company prepare them forthwith. If it is convenient, please procure some rejuvenation pods and nurseries for me as well. I shall cover the expenses. Luo Lan added. Merely a trifling sum, there is no need for such formalities, AI Boya responded with magnanimity. To him, both the nurseries and combat suits were of little consequence. It is worth noting that the Lana people conduct business in the cosmos, often dealing in transactions worth thousands of shijin, rendering the value of a few nurseries and aircraft negligible. For example, Gu Weisha possesses several private vacation planets. To cultivate a rapport with the Saiyans, incurring some expense is certainly worthwhile. Indeed, what affluent individuals, Luo Lan mused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Lifting his glass and slightly nodding to the uncle-nephew duo. This exchange was a delightful affair. As AI Boya of the Lana people secured the support of the Saiyan clan, thus bolstering his own backing, while Luo Lan adeptly availed himself of Lana's financial resources to procure what he desired. Following this procurement, all the necessary materials for Salada Planet were completely assembled. All supplies, including rejuvenation pods, nurseries, aircraft, and combat suits, were loaded into the large cerulean disc-shaped spacecraft gifted by AI Boya, with every chamber filled to the brim with goods. Gu Weisha inquired, Brother Luo Lan, are we heading directly to Salada Planet? Luo Lan replied, No, you shall proceed to Salada Planet first. I will make the necessary arrangements on that end, so do not worry about potential attacks during landing. I intend to visit the planet of the cultivators. At this moment, AI Boya interjected, Indeed, it would be prudent to inspect the cultivator planet as well. Would you like me to arrange a spacecraft? The distance from Tonga Planet to the domain of the cultivator planet is quite considerable, and even piloting an aircraft would consume a significant amount of time. Luo Lan shook his head in refusal. No need, I will go directly. Just as AI Boya was pondering how Luo Lan would reach the cultivator planet, Luo Lan had already locked onto the coordinates of the cultivator planet amidst the starry sky. Then, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, he activated his instantaneous movement technique. And in a blur of light and shadow, he vanished without a trace. Where did he go? AI Boya exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide. Gu Weisha explained. Brother Luo Lan possesses a method of rapid movement, capable of teleporting between different planets. It was this very skill that enabled him to bring me back from an alien planet to Situno planet. Gu Weisha still vividly remembered the events of Luo Lan rescuing him to his private planet. Upon hearing this, AI Boya's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that such a remarkable ability existed. At this juncture, AI Boya's bodyguard remarked, Indeed, there are numerous races in the universe endowed with extraordinary superpowers. This ability of instantaneous transfer may very well be a unique gift of the Saiyan clan, though I had never heard of it before. Such a formidable race, possessing such terrifying power at such a young age, truly lives up to their title as the warrior race. Rip, is Brother Luo Lan's combat power truly above 10,000? Inquired AI Boya. The bodyguard, named Rip, responded earnestly, Indeed, despite his small stature, his strength is formidable, should a conflict arise. I fear I would not stand a chance against him. AI Boya nodded in acknowledgement, placing great trust in his bodyguard. Yes, it is imperative to cultivate a good relationship with the Saiyans, a race as powerful as they will not remain obscure in the western sector of the northern galaxy. He said, turning to Gu Weisha, You shall accompany me to Salada Planet to foster good relations with them. Perhaps they will assist us in critical moments. I understand. Gu Weisha replied loudly. The Saiyans of Salada Planet presently hold little renown in the western sector of the northern galaxy. Establishing connections with them in advance would provide a robust support system for their own race. The business-savvy Lana people excel in investments, offering timely assistance when others are in need, reaping substantial rewards in return. This is also the reason they have secured their place in the cosmic commercial headquarters. From small beginnings, great things can arise. Every race has the potential for ascendance. Seizing the right moment is the principle upon which the Lana people rely for survival. It is evident that AI Boya and his nephew will surely be grateful for today's actions in the future. With a sudden gust of wind, the massive cerulean disc-shaped spacecraft descended gracefully, swiftly escaping the atmosphere of Tonga Planet, then, in a flash of light, set course for the profound and distant reaches of the universe, with Salada Planet as its destination.